So now people that didn't pay their rent, they still in their apartments, and they can't be kicked out. And we pay our rent, and we're being kicked out.
Yeah, but they
And
still own that rent. They still owe the rent even if they're not kicked out.
No, they don't.
there's a lot of injustice there, man.
No, they don't own the rent.
I thought it was just that you can't evict them. It's not that you're forgiving the rent.
I mean, let's say the government, they don't extend that exemption, right? What is people gonna do? Start paying their rent? That's it. Pay your rent this month. You don't have to pay the I don't know, $50,000 that you own. You just start paying your rent.
Yeah,
like normal.
For renters who haven't been able to afford to pay their rent this entire time, do you think there's ever a chance ever that they will pay back the unpaid rent? Like, no. The only way that would ever happen is if the government decides to pay it all off.
Yeah, they won't pay it, but they'll still owe it. The landlord is still out that money.
Yeah.
And the last time landlord pulled shit like that on me, I shot his ass.
So the landlord also is being getting kind of like an exception every month for the mortgage.
That's felony. Just go somewhere else. Like, serious. Suggest you talk to a public attorney. Because right now we're all witnesses, great. I don't want to go to court.
Yeah.
Oh, hush.
Wait, India, can I get your Snapchat? You sound sexy as shit.
Oh my gosh. It's another. Is that Cunny?
It's a Glober troll.
Sounds like Cunny, right?
Cutest fizzle. He's being a freaking.
You sound like a cute little beaver.
You're a douche.
Can't afford me.
Yeah, and if you still use
goodbye, boys.
Might be a whore, but I'm not a cheap whore.
Hey, yo, KJ, so can I get your snap or what?
In India, if I wouldn't pay my rent this past 18 months, I would have
your boyfriend is.
That was easy.
Who the fuck uses Snapchat?
Young
Glober.
Youths. Think about it. Why is it got no ads? Why is it completely free?
Hello?
It's because they're the product.
Hey, Arwen, how's it going?
Hello?
You are the product.
It's a data mining app.
Yep.
I got
Arwen, you're low as hell. Maybe it's just me. You're just a little low. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah, he is low, very low. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
Yeah, my channel got struck today. Don't know if anybody noticed.
So is it offline?
Apparently, it was due to medical misinformation, but they never actually pinpointed the issue. I even offered to self-censor to prevent the censorship, but they just denied. They never pinpointed the exact problem.
They never do.
I
Discord does the same thing. They deleted a channel a couple times. The Ice Wall. They said posting COVID misinformation, but never said what the actual misinformation was. That's why here we don't let you post any COVID, no matter what it says in the chats. Right? If we don't know what they classify as misinformation, just censor it all.
Let me bring in the real mind bender, okay? So the entire show that was subject to this strike, I didn't even mention the word once, right? Somebody brought it up in chat at some point. I completely avoided just the terminology is everything. So this is like they don't really give a shit anymore, right? YouTube is really going through a very rough period. Like it is going through a neo-feudal transformation, and it's bad because the original thing that made YouTube great, that really just caused it the bloom of participation, right? It's all getting torn down now through this reckless, thoughtless censorship. It's terrible because, you know, it's not even a negotiation process anymore. You know, if they had like, okay, we have this certain priorities, we don't want you to use this word. Yeah, there is guidelines in the yeah, there are guidelines for YouTube, right? But if you get a strike, why don't they actually tell you what you did wrong so you
Bro,
can potentially
it's a
correct it, right? It
They'll
is
even
we are the streamers. We literally provide the advertisement money for them. I don't get this. It's
yeah.
so
You don't
one
own
of
destructive.
my
the patent,
videos
bro.
got deleted. Like
You
not
own the
even
patent, so you don't own it, so
sorry.
you
Go on.
can't use the word. It's their made up word, so you're not allowed to use their product. You don't have
Yeah,
permission.
but we are the producers for them. We actually draw in people that will go through ads that will make them money, right? Statistically. Why don't they actually just communicate with us how they would like us to be, right? Give us a hint, give us a nudge, right? This ruthless, disinformed attack on YouTubers is just ridiculous, right? If we did something wrong, tell us what it is.
Yeah, their
So
legal
we can
teams.
potentially adapt, so we can choose to adapt.
Their legal teams are advising them on those matters.
Yeah, but they don't communicate that advisory
Yeah,
to
they can't.
the
Yeah,
one
they
that's
can't.
actually being
That's the whole
supported.
thing. They can't.
Yeah,
They
but
can't.
that's
They're not allowed to.
how is this possible? How can such a big platform end up in such a situation? I find this
Because
really,
they're rolling in
this gives me a really
actual
bad feeling.
world takeover. That's exactly why.
You just started
Right, but
feeling bad?
there's still so many
Jesus.
people working in there, right? There's so many people working in this company. It's huge, huge, millions of people. I don't understand how they would not like even if the management gives them these orders, right? Why
Wait, you
don't
don't
they
understand
adjust
sociopath and
for it
psy-
to
psych-
maintain the integrity of the corporation? I don't understand.
you don't understand sociopaths and psychopaths? You don't understand
I
them?
understand weakness. I just refuse to submit to it. I just all these people in this huge company, right? They must feel this. They like whether they just adapt to the tyranny or not, like they must feel all this. Like they know this is the end of this magnificent thing called YouTube, which really spurted forth the live streaming, right? It that is the source of what now people are used to as live streaming. YouTube did that.
Wait, you think YouTube is going away? This is the end of YouTube?
It's absolutely disintegrating. Yes. I freaking got struck today for without any explanation
Oh, the
whatsoever.
end of your YouTube, but not YouTube.
Okay, I might be projecting just a little, but
No,
well,
YouTube is
I'm
finished.
not the only one. You
Listen,
know, I've been
listen,
witnessing
Arwen's right.
other people getting banned from YouTube for and without explanation every time. Just an overgeneralized accusation, and that's it. Right? This is bad management. Right? If YouTube wants to be political, okay, it's a big thing. I get it. Priorities, whatever, right? But don't let that high up priority system disintegrate the thing that's actually feeding on. This is basic management. I don't understand why they do this.
But aren't the biggest channels like just how do you say these channels that have nothing to do with the message that you're trying to portray? You know, like information channels and all that kind of stuff. You getting striked, like our news alternative channels getting striked like that. But the biggest
It's
channels are
against their own
just like
interests.
Mr. Beast that has nothing to do with what you're trying to do, right? That's they make money on that side.
But look, if they have objections, if they think like, hey, we used to like you, we left you alone, now you're doing something that puts you outside of what we allow for whatever reason, right? Why don't they communicate this so you can potentially adapt, right? Make this smart. They're literally even from like a Luciferian management position. This is totally irrational. This is inefficiency, right? And on a lot of weird mindset, that's a sin. Like, is this just total inefficiency? Right? Manage your shit, right? You're supposedly, oh, the special boy, you are so smart, you have all this control, you knew everything that was coming. Why don't you actually manage what you got control of? This is sorry.
Maybe they don't have enough employees. Maybe they just have the AI doing this work, and you know, this emergency program they can't pay their as much
Okay,
as
but
employee
look, even if
as
you're gonna
before.
utilize AI, then be on top of the AI. Like, be on
Well, the
top of it.
AI
Don't let
has a
it
set
just
of
roam
rules.
and do its thing and leave it to do its thing and just do its damage and you don't pay attention, right? We are participants.
Don't
We
you
are
see these
part of using it.
CEOs? They're too busy in their private jets and you know, enjoying life. They're too busy doing that.
Too busy going to Epstein's Island. Oh wait, now it's Branson's Island.
You?
I get that. I get that. I'm just trying to be pragmatic here. I'm
I know
just
you are.
trying to shine through, you know? This is a YouTube channel.
And your message is
Like,
important when you're
even
trying
the
to bring.
algorithm should be catching on to this, right? Algorithms are all about efficiency. I'm trying to like use their efficiency against them, right? Stabilization is efficiency. This is universal. Like, even a non-conscious should understand this through data.
But if
But
you
the
don't,
intention
if you don't
solves so
parrot,
much.
if you don't parrot the mainstream media, you know, message, you're gonna be parroting something different, and that goes against them.
Right, but yeah, I look, I go to places where like no political agenda can catch on. So the thing is, this is all about like existential consequences of the media and consciousness revolution. And everybody, no matter how shitty things you've done in your past, you all want to end up in a good place, right? This is universal. No matter how good, well behaved, or evil and perverted you are, you want to end up in a good place, right? So apply the knowledge that is here, apply efficiency so everything just goes more smoothly. You have more room because of this to basically figure out what's going on.
And you're right. You're completely right, because if you want the platform to grow with different topics, different communities, people talking about bringing information about different sites, it should be like you're saying, but they're trying to bring one side of what they're trying to push. And if some
I'm
people are
trying
trying
to
to
remind
push
them.
against that,
I'm trying to remind them of this, right? I'm trying to envision an option for them. They can take steps back, like they can let it go. This crazy conspiracy that's happening, and everybody's catching on, right? So many people entangled into this, they can just take steps back. They just need to realize it.
but aren't the biggest advertisements in these platforms like the pharmaceuticals and the war industries and those kind of people?
Well,
If
they pour their money wherever they go, so yeah, there's no stopping that. But the
so,
consciousness
that has to do
revolution
something
can
to
come to this.
why.
They can spam all their money everywhere. If everybody knows what they are, what they do, then all the money is not gonna matter.
Is YouTube a benevolent in this how do you say company? Google, are they there to do
Not
good for
anymore.
people?
Not anymore. But the platform is its own. It's so big. YouTube is so big. It's
Their chief
beyond
goal
the
is to make
company
money.
that's sitting on it, right? The company is sitting on it. The actual content, everything that's here, it's so big. The machines,
You know how
animated,
many? Hey,
so
Arwin, you know how many scams have ads in the YouTube algorithm and Google and YouTube? Scams get advertised all the
yeah,
time.
yeah,
Literally, they'll steal your money. If you
corruption.
click your ad and give them your money, they'll steal your money, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
And YouTube promotes this, and Google. So yeah.
to wreck it, trying to wreck the platform. That's my entire case. They need to be dethroned. YouTube needs to be liberated worldwide. It needs to be liberated.
I agree.
Well, people need to just stop. Content creators like yourself need to stop using their platform completely. I mean, the
I
only
disagree.
way.
No, I disagree. The information we can put out, as we're still allowed, is because of the vastness of it. It will still go. It will even take in a place in the algorithm. Okay, right? It has a. Once you participate, you become part of the whole, and that's like the unique opportunity that people have that don't get banned, right? That try to find their way through. This thing is so big, right? This is like I really believe that YouTube, other platforms like pale in its echo. YouTube is like the original live streaming video
Yeah, of
social
course.
media communication platform, right? It is like the seed of the consciousness of this thing that we all participate in.
Yeah, I mean they got
Right?
a
And it
decade and
needs
a
to
half,
be
2 decades
liberated.
head start or whatever on
They
anybody
want to
else. But
poison the roots. They want to poison it, right? They want to poison these advantages that we naturally got out of it.
Yeah,
And we can't let them do it.
I've used
We
YouTube
have to
for
dethrone them somehow.
I've used Google both for advertisement and advertised on my sites, and I have had money goes there quick, right? You have to at least spend $10,000 a month, right? but I have used it as on my sites for advertisement. And there's times where Google says, no, people have like overly clicked or whatever, yada yada yada, and they'll take away money supposedly made on my site because of it. I'm like, I wonder if I'm like, when I use the advertise, I've never got any money back from any them saying, oh, that people have overclicked to something or whatever. It's kind of weird. On they're I think they still use it as a scam somehow with like saying their sites being clicked and all kinds of crap, man. There's some fishy in there.
They were always going to be part of the neo-feudal system, right? Because of the vast scale of it. So yeah, it's corrupted. It's being attuned more and more to neo-feudalism, but the neo-feudalism is also destroying its power, its original power.
Listen, if you look at some scam campaigns in their ad systems, the scammers put a lot of money into the advertisements. So even if it's a scam, Google is getting the money from the ad revenue, so they're not gonna stop the scam. They're just gonna let the scammers pay for the ads. They don't care if you get scammed. They're getting the money. Since the scammers are putting a lot of money because they're scamming people.
There's a woman on, well, she was on YouTube before. She calls herself Amazing Polly. And all that she does is she tells you about companies, different platforms, and she tells you who owns it, who is connected to that person. You know, she connects all the dots. And it's amazing to see how everything is centralized. It's a small group of people who have control ultimately. And the fact that the fact that YouTube did this made people go to other platforms, and now everything is like really fractured. And they're fine with that because they rely on that so that people can't get to information that might be important to them. I got struck in the same week and banned totally off of YouTube. And I don't know what I did. I know I was talking a lot about NASA, so I thought at the time that was the reason.
So Arwen, how long? Oh, he's distant. Shit. Wanted to know on which video, or was it recent? Because they sometimes just strike you for. I heard Richard say, "Well, they struck me for a video that like 4 months ago. They struck me now."
It's the backlog. They have limited amount of employees, and they're doing what they can to remove the information that they don't agree with.
Yeah, well, an example is that I followed a lawsuit in the Netherlands where they sued YouTube because a politician and a journalist they made a video on the sea thing, right? And YouTube deleted that video and they went to court with it, and they told the judge, well, we have this algorithm, but in this case it was people flagging the video, and this politician was big in the opposition just before the elections in the Netherlands. So it was like August 2020, no, October 2020 or something, that video was taken down just before the election. And so YouTube just said, yeah, well, we got a lot of flags on that video. And then our administrators went into it and looked at it, and then we found some medical misinformation and we banned it. And then they banned another video, and then they re-uploaded that video just before the court date because they looked at it again and it wasn't that much of misinformation. So they allowed that video, the second video they deleted. So it's probably somebody flagged Arwine's video and they looked at it. Must be an anti-flat earther.
Well, what is the corporate purpose of YouTube? Does anybody even know?
Making money.
Maybe. Owned by Google? I don't think they're interested in making money. I don't think that's their primary objective.
Information, like that's a big resource, right? Information of
the info war.
Yeah.
They're a weapon in the info war, and that's what they're there for. They don't care about money. Because check this out, right? You know how these social media platforms, they have that immunity that they're not a publisher, so they can't be sued for something somebody publishes on their site. And they argue that they need this in Twitter and Facebook, because Trump wanted to get rid of that. I think it's the 4013 or something. So why do they got to censor anything if they can't be sued?
YouTube
Right?
is
What's the
likely
point?
to take in $25 billion in revenue this year, so they do quite a bit of business.
Well, yeah, of course they make money, but I don't think that's their primary concern. I think, listen, Google could eat, YouTube can make no money, and Google as a corporation, Alphabet, could eat that cost, and it wouldn't even, they're in no danger of going bankrupt.
I mean, we say Google, right? But what is the Alphabet company? That goes down the rabbit hole that what you're saying about the information.
Isn't that their trick? Their trick to split it up and make it look like they're not. It's a different company, right? Isn't that their trick? Just a facade.
Yep, we're not a monopoly because we built a wall between this part of the company and the other part, and we called it something different. So we're different.
Right, just a trick.
Yep. So we can claim we're not a monopoly, but I don't think YouTube is a monopoly anyway. I mean, not really. There's other platforms.
You could argue possibly that Google itself is a monopoly, though, couldn't you? I mean, look at every smartphone has to have a Google account in order to friggin' get the thing working. Even
nope, Apple exists.
Even with Apple, doesn't it have to have a Google account attached to it?
Nope. No, you don't have to have a Google account.
Hey guys, don't worry. Papa Trump sued Google, so he's gonna fix it.
Actually, if you do a backup with your iPhone, it stores in Google Cloud. So
Yeah, we feed the beast every day. Feeding the beast. And it gets more hungry every day. The beast knows what we like, what we do, when we do it, how we do it, how much we do it.
well, there's ways that you can keep your privacy at certain level.
Yeah, but most blue-pilled normies don't even care.
Yeah. Also,
yeah, Noasis, you're new, right? Welcome. So what's your take on the shape of the Earth?
shapeless.
Sorry?
It's shapeless.
So I still didn't get it. Maybe it's my earpiece, but what did you say? It's true. What?
Shapeless.
So is it a ball spinning in space?
I think he said shapeless.
Shapeless. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I couldn't make it up. Yeah, your mic is a bit off. Shapeless. Okay. I would agree. And how did you come to the understanding that the Earth is not a ball?
From the biocentrism.
Okay.
Try waiting until after the tone before you speak. Might help.
Can you expand the bio?
Biocentrism is how you perceive the world. So
Yeah,
all
go ahead.
all objective studies are based on our senses of how we perceive the reality. So if you change something in bio, it will be another result.
You're basically saying that if the Earth was a ball, we would see it, notice it, measure it.
He said the Earth was shapeless. He's saying, basically, it's subjective. Even though he doesn't realize that's what he's saying. He's saying depending on your viewpoint, that's how you see the Earth. So the Earth is everything and nothing at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, with the shapeless thing, flat is not a shape claim, so I couldn't tell you what shape it is, but I know it's not a ball, right? It's not a ball with the rays of 3959.
I think everyone here is okay with him thinking that the Earth is shapeless. Right, Charlie?
Do you have any questions or want to add something? How do I pronounce your name? Noasis? Noasis?
Yeah. Actually, it's not objective, it's more like subjective. And when a collection of subjective perspective view or thing, see the thing as a globe, it's where theory exists, this hypothesis.
Yeah, but we can measure it, right? We can measure Earth.
Yes, because all your tools are an extension of your senses.
Yeah, well, that's great, man. But when we look at a tape measure, the numbers that we're reading off the tape measure are not subjective. One person doesn't look and see a 23, and the other person looks and sees a 24. Okay. It's a silly ass argument.
Well, the numbers are just a module.
The only part of your senses that you use when you use a measurement tool is looking at the reading, right? The numerical values that are spit out. Those, what we read is not subjective. Those are objective. The tool itself is objective. See, this is what happens because Globers think that flat earthers' only evidence is looking at stuff. So you guys come in here with that silly ass shit, dude. They're like, whoa, we just can't see it. We're not relying on vision alone. That's only part of it.
You see it objective in the
We're not
moment that
talking about seeing. We're talking about measuring.
it's relative, the numbers.
No, because the scale is linear. Keep trying. Where do you guys like go to? Like, do you guys like have like a training class of bullshit? Like, is there like some bullshit training course where you guys try to like come in here with this solipsis relative, can't know anything, thirst the globe, nobody knows anything when it brain's in a jar? Like, serious. Is there a school you guys go to try and learn this?
Well, to me, it's shapeless.
And then go back to that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Circle
That's
around. Chase your
astonishing.
tail.
Wow. But let's keep listening. I had to turn the numpty up so I could hear the numpty. Volume up. Let's turn that up.
Think about how sick you guys are where you think that if it isn't what you believe, that nothing exists. How desperate you are for validation. It's disgusting, quite honestly. It's like I just threw up in my mouth.
They drank the formaldehyde.
Fuck, dude. Nah, they're like, give me a double.
Double, yeah.
They need a double, man. I want a double of that.
Yeah.
Well, I say it's a dead giveaway when they come in and some supposedly 2,000-year-old sticks and shadows or some shit like that, when all the technology that the world supposedly has so that we can go out and take measurements and whatever observations, and they resort to a sticks and shadows demonstration that they've never done, they've never seen it done. They
Yes.
just talked about it.
Yes, exactly.
People say, fucking stupid.
Before there were even vacuum tubes, they go to a technology way before anything like studies of electricity, like anything. They're going to go before all of that. That's the best they have. That's just amazing. Then you have Charlie comes in and "Well, that's gonna be right. This can be duplicated. Yeah, I bet it can be on both surfaces. You could duplicate it every day. It occurs on both surfaces. However, if we remove your presupposition, then your side has nothing.
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
Ah, shit.
Bless you.
Space Force. 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 Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, space, 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 force, Space Force, space, 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 force, Space Force, space, 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 force, Space Force, space, 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 force. We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Tremendous. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. They say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Song of 5, this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
I don't know where that other part came from. But anyway.
Space, space, Space Force.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact,
it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical.
That was so epic.
Yeah,
When you ask a Glover where they come from, they'll be like, big bada boom.
Big bada boom. Yeah, those Dr. Spock logical thinking ones are great. Yeah, pretty funny. I'm with Indio on that last statement, or one of the last statements about where did these guys learn this stuff from? I want to know what was that course like? Could you break down the curriculum to us? Arwen's pissed because YouTube struck his channel. Yeah, they suck, don't they? I know. I'm surprised mine is allowed to stay up with. Now they're recycling my own views. Like, only they've switched it, man. I'm telling you. Like, as far as what shows up now, they're only just recycling everything I've already watched. The big, like, runaround.
I noticed Matthew Weathers is on TikTok now. One of his videos came up on TikTok. You know, where he's trying to. It's like a false dichotomy of where he's explaining the moon or the stars or something like that, and it's up on TikTok. It's doing really well. Everyone's buying into it.
Yeah, another propagandist. Great job.
Oh yeah, I'm still banned from TikTok. I've been in TikTok prison for like 3 months now. Probably never gonna get out.
TikTok prison. I'm never gonna get
I
out.
know, man. Only people who are informed see the content.
Oh, damn.
The only way out is to get a new phone with a new account.
But Matthew told us himself he works for Loyola, which is a Jesuit university. So
Yeah, I've seen.
there you go.
I read his CV. It's online. He basically just works at the university for like 30 years. Or something. He studied at the university and then taught at the university.
These are the ones that the Globe has to be right because their 401k says so.
But that guy's got so many of his students doing like Star Wars themed things. It's got them in Star Wars themed dorms. They're doing Star Wars themed like dance shows or whatever, dance competitions, and he loves Star Wars too much. That guy.
What is up with this silence, man?
Well, you were deafened for a while.
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call from my dad, so
We were waiting for you to come back. So anyway,
sorry. What did I miss?
not much. I was just playing a couple of tracks.
Huh?
You ever heard the Star Trek logical thinking? Have you seen that? I posted a link. I just played it. The one on logical thinking number 5, straw man fallacy. So those are very entertaining and informative.
Damn, bro. Discord is like muting me after 60 seconds. Did you hear my whistling concert?
No.
Shit. I was whistling Star Trek, man.
Didn't hear any of that.
Shit. Seriously, freaking Discord, bro.
No, you have to adjust your mic if you're gonna whistle, I bet.
Yeah, you're really quiet, Owen.
Yeah, you were super quiet before. That's better. I can hear you. Yeah, see, that's because if it's that high of a register, it'll cut out if it's limited by the settings. Yeah, it's still cutting out.
Damn, I'm like really full on whistling here.
Yeah, you have to move back then.
Okay.
You have to move back. You have to put more space in between you and the mic.
I'll just move on. Okay, you're coming through loud and clear. You don't know the song.
I messed up. I forgot.
No, dude, think jazz. Think early jazz. It's really simple. Did you know that the tune is actually like really simplified jazz? Like they're being really smooth with the melody.
Yeah, I can play jazz. Yeah, I hear some. Yeah, it definitely is. I like those kind of little tunes like that.
It's brilliant. Seriously, Star Trek was a Rosetta Stone thing at the time. Like they were really dedicated, inspired people.
Now I'm gonna have to practice it and play it on the electric guitar. I was going to ask Charlie about a question about electronics, about direction of flow, and see if he knew the answer. Because I can show he doesn't know anything about electricity. Someone that say no, they know what electricity is. Nope, they don't know what
How
it is.
about the personal energy half-life of Star Trek characters?
the half-life of Star Trek characters.
Yeah, that's a joke on purpose. But seriously, like compare like the radiance of the characters over time. Like in the beginning, they were all like pop stars, popping, energy is popping, right? But over time, as the series progressed, they all seemed to falter a little more and more. And like in most recent times, they're all just like hollow actors trying to reenact Star Trek.
Yeah, what's
Compared to the original one, where they were all just radiating like flowers.
his name is slipping my mind. The Captain Kirk. Who is it? Like he was having interviews with people saying like, "What a fish story," or was it somebody else? But something about them going to the moon. He was just like pretty much without saying it in the same words. He basically was saying, "What a ridiculous claim."
William
And
Shatner.
remember that? Remember there was
Yeah,
a
he
there's
says it's all science fiction, doesn't it?
Yeah, William Shatner gets it.
William Shatner. Yeah, I couldn't remember his name. I had a brain. Probably supposed to forget those names. That's why I probably forget. I'm supposed to remember all of that, but yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, no difference between science fiction and like the whole space thing is all science fiction.
Have you seen the Star Trek episode of Black Mirror? Just a bit off topic, but it's actually really good. Where the guy like copies people's DNA who he works with in the office.
Well, I have to try to
He
find
puts them into his own computer program, which is like a Star Trek simulation.
You mean a
he's
holodeck?
like an omnipotent being inside the simulation. He can do anything to anyone at any time.
Let's see what comes.
And they're all trapped in it for life.
What series?
Mirror,
It's
Star
in
Trek.
Black Mirror series 5 or series 4.
Oh, it's in the Black Mirror. Oh.
Yeah, it's a good watch though.
I
You
know.
mean it's a part of another series with a Star Trek theme?
Oh, I only have Bandersnatch. Wait a minute. Oh, the Black. Wait a minute. Here it is. Black Mirror. Yeah, that's right. I thought I watched all of them. Oh,
The
look
Star
now.
Trek one, it's like it doesn't actually say Star Trek, but it's blatantly Star Trek.
U.S. Calliator. USS Calliator. Wait a minute. Season 5?
Yeah, I think it might be season 5, episode 1, or season 4, episode 1. I think it's season 5, episode 1.
That's called Striking Vipers.
No, that's not. It's season 4, episode 1.
Yeah, USS Callister. That's it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Awesome. I have it here on. Here's a link. You can watch it for free on this place here. One sec. I'll put the link in the live stream. There you go.
I've never watched Black Mirror.
It's pretty good, you know. I mean,
So
I don't know
they
who
say.
makes. I know who makes it actually, but just a lot of like potential dystopian futures. And,
Yeah, having to do with the technocracy.
that's it. Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
Well, some of them are quite on point.
But isn't it just a holographic squirt engine to probe people in their responses?
I don't know.
I don't know. You have to watch it and make that determination after you watch it.
But I like to make predeterminations before my consciousness actually crystallizes it.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's a thing. But...
Ha! I called it, even not knowing it. Preventing that from happening for a
No,
total of
I'm telling you, you don't exactly have it. Is what I'm telling you until you watch it.
Yeah, but I've never watched it, so I'm sure there's good moments, you know, like if something is really memorable, that means that crew that have been part of making a series or a movie, that they actually did their best, that they really put their
I'll
soul
give a
into it,
slight.
that makes it memorable. That's the thing that actually makes it memorable. And since this series is memorable, I will respect anybody that would say that, Yeah, you just gotta watch it.
I'll give you a
Just don't
slight
wanna.
spoiler. I'll give you a small, like a very slight spoiler. So,
Okay.
what it's basically based on is that, like, in a general way, it could be described as like it's really on the creepy, dangerous kind of level of how the technology can be actually dangerous, physically dangerous, and
Yeah, I
yeah, and
suspected
stuff
as
like
much.
that. So it's kind of on that kind of creepy level. So that's just saying.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like every episode's
singularity,
completely different.
technocracy, blah blah, etc. Collectives, right?
Yeah, just like no, like just like in the social forum, like there's some that are like that, where how dangerous that could be. Like you're talking to people you don't know and stuff like that. Like just different things like that, and how the technology could take over, like automatic houses. Just I don't want to give away anymore, so you can enjoy it.
Like there's one episode
I'm
about,
not gonna
like
watch it,
social credit
but thanks
scores.
for the tips.
It's really good.
Some things you don't need to know to enjoy.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm so many things out there that I haven't watched. I'm so thankful that I did do it. And even through others, I get hints of like what it was like, that thing that I didn't watch. But even through them, I can feel like how it actually, in that little bit that they don't know about, corrupted them. And then I'm glad that I didn't actually just watch it.
Yeah,
I
but
can
see,
watch it through
but
others.
but now I'm watching it only for the like identification of the programming element. That's myself. It's changed entirely.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Dude, the fuck?
I
What
only see the programming in it now. It's something switched from before. It's nothing like it was before. So I go back and watch these things. I go, holy shit! There's pieces of the puzzle right in here, right in our faces, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
And
For me,
also,
it
so
was
what it's
always
helped me
there,
do.
though.
Yeah, yeah.
It
Go
was
ahead.
always there. I'm just catching on to it, right? But I
Yeah,
still, every
yeah.
time the feelings, the core esoteric consequences of the message, they always matter more.
Yeah, I think there's lots of things that you can glean from watching these because there definitely is a story involved. So you just go, how does this apply to myself in my own life? So it may have some relevance. But anyway, that being said, I get to see the programming and the way it has worked in my own mind and I can unravel that and go, holy shit, now I can see the mechanism almost that they use to like program people by identifying it, like going back and watching a lot of these things now and critiquing them. Like I can't help but just critique them. That's what I do. And I go like, I look at them as far as relevance to actually what programming is being portrayed here or transmitted here.
You know what the problem is with programming? It's not that it is too hard to decipher. The problem is that there will always be people that want to blindly be programmed.
Yes, yes. Isn't that really the relevant point? You're right. You're right. The people that want to be because they want to be. I'm totally with Mimas on that point. Yeah. And many others in here, actually. So.
They just want to dream and they don't want to know the consequences. I've been there, man. I've been there a big chunk of my life. And I also understand why it can be a very difficult obstacle to overcome. Because your own intelligence is gonna be subconsciously used against you to prevent overcoming the obstacles in this case. Right? You want to keep it together. That's the main objective. But what if keeping it together means you have to lie to yourself?
Woo.
It always creeps me out when there's a complete silence after I just finish rambling about something. Then again, I appreciate it more than people forcibly feeling like the necessity to interrupt me halfway. So it's kind of a mixed bag like that.
I'm just running back and forth between my living room and my kitchen, cooking breakfast at the same time. And after 1 p.m., cooking breakfast, actually, as I like to do.
All right.
Drinking coffee. I'm in and out. I'm just kind of like, I'm listening though.
You on the West Coast,
Yeah,
the United States?
sure am.
Right, makes sense.
Yeah.
How's the weather there?
It's hazy sunshine. It's been up to like 80. The other week it was like 85 degrees, 84, 85, but most of the time it's about 70. I think yesterday the high was 72. It's usually around that, 72, 75, 76. Like, beautiful
You
weather.
and your Fahrenheit?
Beautiful weather. Yeah, so 20, what is it? 24 is like 98 Fahrenheit. So 20, 23.
Right, so somewhere in the 20s. That's
23.
pretty good.
23 and a half, I would think.
I heard there was a drought in the Midlands in the United States a while back.
I don't know. I've heard of a lot of people reporting a lot of rain actually from the Midwest right now or recently.
Right, that's what I heard too. But before that, there was a drought, and recently there was a lot of rain.
Yeah, the Southwest has been in a constant drought for a long time. Yeah.
There's been flooding in the UK today. Flooding in Scotland.
Flooding.
The rain's been crazy these last 2 weeks.
Wow. I never
There's
see
a
that.
lot of rain here too, but no flooding though.
So you know the only thing happens here is because it's on the coast, so sometimes the marine layer comes in to the point where it's only a mist. Like it's only a mist literally falling out of the sky, just tiny little drops. A mist, and that's about it. Usually there's these huge clouds this time of year in the east of me, up by the foothills and mountains. They're giant cumulonimbus clouds, right? The big puffy ones. Huge ones going way up into the sky, carrying like tons of water. And they never rain, like, or very, very seldom do they ever rain.
That's tough.
Yeah, we only go, sometimes we go 100 days or, yeah, literally months and months, 6 months sometimes.
Dude,
any rain.
just get an orgone projector. Make the clouds break.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding. Ever considered that?
No, I never have. Oh, man. No, what I'm digging on is I found this place out in the wild, literally out in the wild in this little back canyon in this place where there's fruit tree growing that's not just any old fruit, a quince tree, 2 of them. And I can go there and shake the trees and pick up pounds of fruit every day from those trees. Pounds of fruit. I have so much fruit. I can't even eat it all. So I've just started eating more and more fruit. And it's like awesome.
What kind of fruit?
A quince fruit.
What?
Quince tree. Quince tree.
What? What is that?
A quince. Quince. Quince.
Never heard of. What type of fruit is that?
It's an ancient fruit, bro. Wow. See, it's amazing to me. It's very rare apparently. So obviously somebody planted this here. I'll find it. I'll find a link.
Okay.
Hold on. I'll see origins of quince. Yeah, amazing. I was like, what the hell? Like, because I only found it because I was wandering around outside trying to
So
find.
it's originally from Turkey, Asia,
Yeah, see?
and
Where?
is it
Around
rose?
Mount
Rose,
Ararat.
say? So it's like from the rose bottle family or something?
Ah, it's
Yes.
a Turkish
Weird.
pear. Right, okay.
So like the best fruit on earth. It's got like all these minerals and vitamins and B vitamins, niacin, like B1, B2, and the seeds have B17 or whatever the special one is, and you can make it. It's been like the seeds been used to make teas for stomach ailments, like all kinds of different things. Good for your skin. It's like a magic fruit.
Says you're supposed to
It
cook
looks
it.
like pretty general apple, really.
Yeah, it tastes like a sweet, juicy avocado.
Huh.
Yeah, juicy, sweet and juicy. It's like 92% water. So literally, I wouldn't even need water. I could eat that fruit all day long. I could pick it up now, right now, this time of year, off the ground, rinse it off, peel off the skin, and eat it
Huh.
right now. Yeah,
It really, really looks like an apple.
freaking delicious too. Like some of them are kind of tart, but these are super sweet, super duper sweet.
Huh.
Hmm.
But just say avocado, right?
It's
Avocado
just
is a
bizarre.
really
It's hard to
bizarre
describe it.
distinct taste. So it doesn't really taste like fruit or
Yeah, it
like a
does taste like
vegetable.
fruit. It tastes like, I can't even describe it. It tastes like a mango mixed with a apple pear.
What? You said avocado earlier.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I know, man. I'm telling you, there's
Man,
nothing
you're
like it.
making me
I've never tasted
forget.
anything like it. It's super juicy, just put it that way, and it falls apart in your mouth.
Send me one through the mail.
I can send you seeds. If you have a greenhouse, you can grow them yourself.
I have a cubicle.
Yeah, I get it. Me too.
Interesting, though. Never heard of it before.
Mm-hmm. So, 10 to 15 feet tall. Each tree, Sidonia oblonga. Each tree can produce 200 to 300 pounds of fruit per season.
Wow.
And I found 2 trees.
Cool.
Nobody even cares about it. I talked to a couple of people around there. I'm like, did you know there's this fruit tree right here? And the person was like, no, thank you.
Oh, they have
I'm like,
vitamin C
okay,
in them
so,
too.
like, don't you think that'd be important if you needed to find food? That I found this food that I could literally survive off of without anything else, pretty much. For a period of time, anyway, right? God help the people that came around me if it got to a point where I had to kill me a rabbit or two to survive, because I might not be as friendly as I am now.
I don't think you would really have to worry about that too much.
No, I don't either.
As long as
Especially
you don't live
now.
in a big city.
Especially now, nobody's around. I'm like, great. Get the whole place to myself. I love it.
All right. Anyway, it was been nice talking to you. I'm gonna drop.
Yeah. Yeah, nice talking with you too. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. See you around.
Sonny, still there?
Yeah.
Showing your quince fruit reminded me of an example I made of the picture I just put in the live stream voice chat
Mm-hmm.
of the yellow apple. And
Right.
it's actually a lemonana. It's a cross, it's a genetic cross between a lemon and a banana, but it looks just like an apple. It
What?
tastes just like an apple. Well, there's these special genetic scientists that were able to make this thing between the cross of a banana and
That's quite bizarre.
well, it's not. It's a fake scenario that I was giving to Matthew Learns actually to show him how these special scientists that made this thing that's indistinguishable from an apple.
An apple, yeah.
But it was made this. We have to trust the scientists because they're these genetic,
Wizards.
genius. Yeah, the geniuses, right? So it's basically what they're asking us to do. Like it's the scientists that declare something, regardless of what it looks like, tastes like, smells like, what the seeds look like, all of it. All of it looks like an apple. But because these special geniuses declared that they made this from a banana, and we don't have any way of verifying that. We don't have any way of getting their special process. We just have to accept that that's actually a banana and a lemon. And how that would make an apple doesn't really matter if we, question the validity of it. Just an example.
Very interesting.
What they expect from us. I also sent you something in DMs. Did you see that?
I'm a little behind on my DMs. Let me see.
Kenny and I went to Islands the other day, Flat Earth dude, and I'm like, I'm gonna flat smack this waiter. I just had that feeling. He's like this real kind of like going to the gym type dude. Didn't seem like he would care at all about what the shape of the Earth was. So I just had a feeling I had to do it. So we were talking about the methods that we could use, and I was like, just when he comes back, pretend like you're trying to get me to not argue with the flat earthers about this. And then we were talking about David Weiss's Bitcoin offer, his 2 Bitcoin offer for any proof of the globe. So we use that. We're like, oh, can you help us out? Can you help us out with this? Trying to rent these 2 Bitcoin from flat earthers. And you can't come up with any solid proof of the globe. Everything that we come up with, they have a way of defeating. So if anything you can come up with, if you know anything, what would you say, like, we're to try to come up with like a solid proof that we live on a spinning ball? And of course, there were typical reactions from these guys, because he actually had another waiter there come up with them like he was going to change the table over to the other waiter at that point, what we were going to pay. Anyway, it's just a really disarming approach that worked great, because they weren't mad at us at all. They were like disappointed that they couldn't help more. But everything that they would come up with, I'd be like, oh no, then the flat earther would say this. Here's their answer to that. And what do you say about that? No, we tried that one.
So you broke up a little bit when you were saying it. So what you asked him for was definitive proof of the globe, right?
Yeah, one
said
solid proof of us
solid,
that we live on
yeah.
a spinning ball, and we've tried all the things that they've come up with, and we were giving them the flat earthers' answers to that, as if that's something we tried rather than something we're declaring. And they weren't defensive at all. They were like, totally like on our side, trying to help us then. And then also realizing how dumb they were to not know. I mean, how not dumb, but I mean, how unaware of the whole argument they were in the process. It's a great strategy, because they're not on the defensive. They're not trying to it's not like you're trying to convince them. They're trying to help you convince a flat earther, but all the flat earthers' arguments that they have no idea even exist. It's a perfect first approach, especially because it's the waiter. Like you're not going to start pushing some kind of, you know, new idea on a waiter that he's going to get like, you know, upset about. If you're asking for his help, it's just the perfect way to do it. Perfect flap smacking technique. You can play the audio if you want it. I was actually suggesting Kai use that, like the damsel in distress type technique where she goes out to do her street flat smacking.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
really.
play-
That's a good idea. That is a good
Can you
idea.
help me convince my boyfriend that Earth isn't flat? He's totally convinced, and I'm gonna break up with him unless he's right, and then I'm gonna marry him.
It's like a good cop, bad cop approach.
So one definitive proof
That we live on a spinning ball.
that we let.
To
Yeah, that-
Bitcoin, man. We'll give you half the money. He even caught me filming him, and then when he came back, he's like, "What was the video for? Are we gonna be on YouTube?" I'm like, "No, that's so if you got the right answer, we could split the money with you, and I'd have proof that you had it. That you had it. You had proof, right?" They bought it completely. He was like, "Okay, next time you come in, maybe I'll have something for you." But yeah, for Kai, you know, she was out there asking them to help her convince her boyfriend that it's not flat. They'll be like all over that. Like, yeah, well, shit. She'll come with me and dump her flat earther boyfriend if I can come up with something. So that's something other people can use. They want to do it in a non-confrontational way. The guy's like, "Well, they're not going to believe the pictures from space." And they're like, "Well, no, but yeah, the thing is the NASA admits that they're all CGI. They even tell us that they're CGI images. So that doesn't work."
yeah, I could play that audio if you want me to. It's only four. This one's 4 minutes long. I could play it.
It's up to you if there's dead air.
Yeah, that's
It
cool.
seems
As
like
long
anybody was
no,
talking
you're
about
here.
it.
Yeah, I listened just the first couple
parts.
seconds. So I'll go ahead and go to the Groovy and play it. I don't think there's any objections here. I don't see any new people. Probably perfect timing. I think I got the right one here. Sometimes the paste doesn't work. What's up with that? There we go.
Bitcoin, that's 80 grand. How can you prove we live on a spinning ball?
Can we just
What? Swear
Is
to
that,
God.
yeah, but if he's a flat earth, he's not going to believe anything you say because, I mean, everything.
Well, no, you got to prove it.
You said one proof of a spinning ball. That's valid proof.
Valid
and I'll give you
scientific
2
proof.
Bitcoin.
See, I wouldn't even bother trying to do that because clearly he doesn't listen to any kind of science in the
You
world.
got to see it, what everybody's brought to the table.
No, I tried though. I tried many things. Like, what would you say? Like, if you had one chance, or you know, there's a couple of things that prove around a spinning ball. I can't come up with anything he can't defeat.
How is he defeating anything? It makes no sense. Like, you can literally show him. Okay, so if you showed him a satellite image of the Earth, what is he gonna say? It's Photoshop?
Yep, it is Photoshop.
Okay, so what if you literally?
They admit to it. That's the thing.
NASA admits to their.
They admit to it being Photoshop.
It says right there, composite image. If you look under the metadata, you can see it says composite image, and you're like, damn, I had it. Oh, no, that's not a big ad.
I mean, it's not. I feel like it wouldn't be harder to prove it wrong, but I couldn't give like an actual scientific answer to prove it.
But you
Yeah, well,
think
think
that's the
about
thing. He's like, well, if we are on a spinning ball and we're
It's 80
spinning
grand, man. It's
1,000 miles an hour, we're going around the sun. Like, why don't we feel it? Like, why don't we feel the spin of the Earth?
Maybe you know somebody that can help you out. You split the, split
I mean,
the
technically,
money.
you don't really feel the car moving when you're in the car.
Yeah, but it's 1,000 miles an hour in a circle and going around the sun in a different vector, and the sun's going another vector, 67,000 miles around the sun. The sun's going 500,000 miles an hour. It's not the same as going
Then how can
one
you
direction.
explain the sun going across the sky?
because the sun goes across the sky.
That's it. So the sun can, as big as the sun is, it's traveling that
Well,
fast.
then you're assuming the sun's that big. They're saying it's a local sun, and that it goes out of your view, just like anything goes out of your view.
And radiates this much heat.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the reason.
Well, you
'Cause
know
if it was
what?
93 million miles away, they say it wouldn't actually radiate that much heat from that far away. We wouldn't even feel the heat.
This doesn't make any sense.
It's a local sun.
I wouldn't even want to argue. This is just a waste of my time. I'm trying to argue this one.
It's like you'd think it'd be easy, right? You'd think it'd be easy.
$80,000, dude. 80 grand, man. Think about it. It's a lot of money, man. 2 Bitcoins. And the guy's got money, man. He's loaded. He lives in New York City. He's got a killer job. The guy's loaded, man. So it's not like he's pulling anybody's leg, man.
And there's nobody that can fucking get the money.
And I'm like, I want 80 grand. Damn.
Think about it. Ask anybody in there, see if they have one proof.
What do I owe you? I owe you some money. I'll grab the check.
Okay.
It's a great way to go in, dude. Like, you saw him get excited.
Right.
It was great.
Like, well, I wouldn't even argue it because they don't listen to science.
No.
Well,
You
that
could,
much.
you could play. You
Yeah,
could play
well,
the
why would
second
you feel that
part
much
if you
heat from
want.
93 million miles away?
When it comes
I was
back.
standing in my shop a while back, and you know, it's like standing in the sun, it's hot as hell, man. And this cloud came by, and it dropped the temperature like
Oh yeah,
so
instantly.
awesomely, man. I was like, ah,
Right? Just a cloud.
right, just one cloud.
Right.
Like this, if there was that much heat, man.
Right. A cloud
would
wouldn't make
no
it different. Wouldn't make any difference, right?
The wall, everything.
Right. A few degrees different in the sky, all of a sudden it's cooler.
One cloud, man.
Yeah.
And it was
Just a little bit of a change in the
that was it.
yeah.
All that heat was diversed away from me, man. And I hope that's the right word. Diverted.
Right.
Yeah. Pretty fascinating, man. Wow, what's the damage? 43, 35. I'll be like that. Cool, man. Thanks.
Then there's a second part to it. He comes back and basically same kind of thing. He doesn't get it, but at least he's thinking about it. You know, you could do that to any waiter. You know, hey, could you help us out?
Okay, I'll play the second one. 1 second.
Up to $80,000 that's pretty good. 2 Bitcoin, sure. You might as well just make it like $100,000. It doesn't matter, you know. Like it doesn't matter. You can offer someone $1 million, 2, 8, 3 million, it doesn't matter. There is no proof.
So hard. It's ridiculously hard. Trust me.
Like, what would you think? Just like a normal thing. Like, what's the
Pictures
first thing you
don't
think?
I mean, I couldn't even know. I have to go on Google.
I mean, it's just like it is an extreme claim. What he said to me was, okay, let's just say that you were born on this earth, and you were never told you were on a spinning ball, right? You would assume it's a level stationary plane.
Right.
Which we all would, because that's what it seems like, right? Yeah. So the belief is really then that you're spinning because you don't feel it, and that there's people upside down in Australia.
Wait, am I playing the wrong one or the right one?
That's the right. That's the right one. Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to check. No problem.
Which seems ridiculous unless you think gravity's real. But then there's no proof of gravity. There's no experimental proof of gravity. And that's true. It's density. Things fall because they're denser than air, they say. And you don't feel like, you think, and it's true, like you would think that if gravity was real, that you would feel a force pulling your leg back down. But you don't. You just feel the weight of your leg, right? So if people are standing upside down in Australia, wouldn't you think you'd feel some sort of force that's keeping them upside down?
I mean, it would be the same thing for us, wouldn't it?
Either way, yeah, but why don't we feel a force pulling our leg down rather than just the weight of our leg?
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd think there'd have to be some kind of magnetic effect for it to be that strong. But then butterflies, they fly away and they defy gravity. Or helium balloons go straight up in the air, they're defying gravity. So how is gravity the strong force holding all the ocean water in? That's what they'll say.
Well, if you guys figure it out, come back. So you can let me know.
All right, next time we come back, think about it until we're
When
back.
I get those two Bitcoins, yeah, man.
We'll give you half if you had had an answer.
Man, I would have took it. But I mean, I don't know enough like science. Like I couldn't prove something like I.
You think there'd be all kinds of proof though when you think about it, right?
Maybe you got a space engineer friend or something, or engineer friend, or.
But there's been scientists on there debating with them, and they don't win the Bitcoin.
So it pisses me
Like
off,
astrophysicists, they don't win the Bitcoin. Why don't they just take the money? If there was proof.
Right.
And you'd think there had to be proof if that's true, right?
Thank you, brother. Love you, man.
You too. What you got, dude?
Cool. Cheap Bitcoin.
That's a really great way. You're right. That's a really great way to approach it.
They're just disappointed that they can't help you. And they're amazed that no one else has gotten the money yet. Wait, what?
Come on, man. We'll share it. We'll share the 2 Bitcoin. Come on, man.
Yeah. Right?
Freaking work it out.
This is what they'll say. You just have to say, oh, and then they'll say this if you say that.
Yeah.
That's what they say. It makes me so mad because there's no way it's flat.
Yeah.
But I can't come up with anything.
Anything that's irrefutable, they just like shoot it down. So what can we do about this?
They have all the answers, and I didn't.
This is
think
a
that
real
would be the
problem.
case.
Yeah. Because I could use that money, and I'm sure you could too.
Right.
So let's get in on this together and think of a solution because, don't you think it's important?
Yeah, right. And I couldn't believe that there isn't actual proof. I mean, I just assumed there was, right?
That's hilarious. They're sorry they couldn't help you.
And if you just started flat smacking them out of nowhere and be like, hey, we don't live on a spinning ball?
Yeah.
Then they're all of a sudden on the defensive and they're like, wait, what are you trying to say?
They literally, we should call it some kind of effect. It's the freaking globe earth clam effect or something like that. Clam slap shut.
Right. The call for help strategy. What did I call it in the title there? I had like an acronym for it. Let's see.
Call for help.
I named it
Playing Stupid for Stupid People with
PSFSP.
PSS.
Playing Stupid for Stupid People who don't yet know they're stupid. It's like basically like, hey, could you help us make you realize that you don't know anything about where you live, please? Is there any way you can help us with that? Okay. Here's what you do. Do you know where you live? No, you don't. Yeah, I was thinking a while back because we were doing the Hollywood thing, going out in Hollywood and talking to people. And they would walk, it's a great place to do it too, because they walk up like it's an attraction, like, people are out there in Batman costumes and stuff. So it's just like, these flat earthers, okay, Hollywood's wacky. We'll give it, we'll see what they're talking about here. If it was just a normal street, they made it like, it gets weird. But if it's in the middle of Hollywood, kind of makes sense. But I thought a good approach in the same light would be to have like a save NASA sign. Like these flat earthers, they're going to shut down NASA because NASA. There's no proof that what they're doing is real, and we can't prove it. Can you help us prove these flat earthers wrong? Because NASA's in trouble. Save NASA. Help us save NASA, please. Oh, I guess no. Oh, that's not good enough. Guess you couldn't.
Dave, I think you've got a brilliant angle there, man. Go for it. That's excellent.
Worse. Yeah. It's
What
just
if
disarming.
listen? What if Witsit did it that way instead? Come on, help
Sure.
me debunk these flat earthers. Like, what if we
Right.
switched it up? What are they gonna do
Yeah.
then?
People would not be on the offensive or
Come on,
defensive.
here we are. This is what I'm offering right now. He could say
Yep.
$200 right now. Help me
With
with
his
one.
lab coat on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a scientist that's trying to help NASA out from these crazy flat earthers that have got an upper hand
Yeah.
on them right now.
Yes, they could possibly defund NASA because we can't provide irrefutable. So if anybody has any, then collect these bitcoins,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. 2 Bitcoin. 2 Bitcoin.
Yeah,
You might
it's
as well
like
just
you're on
offer
the,
the
it's like you're on their side. You're appealing
Yeah.
to them to help get rid of these crazy flat earthers and their silly
Right.
ideas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It works so beautifully.
Brilliant,
You
man.
could have you could have a whiteboard, and if someone has an idea, he'll write it on the whiteboard and then refer to his little log there of using that argument against a flat earther. And it's like, okay, here's what the
You
flat
should
earther will say.
send it to you should send these links to Witsit and give him the timestamp of the like the voice stream, like right now. So he can
Sure.
go back a few minutes so he knows exactly what you're talking about. So
Yeah, if he has no speaker right now, that could be a good approach, because when he's talking one-on-one with people, people that actually engage, that's the most interesting part.
well, I'm sure if he wants a speaker, he has one by now already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But yeah, it works with a speaker, Save NASA, like help, and it will also totally confuse the authorities that are trying to, see if he's causing, like he's out for a good cause in their minds if they see the sign. Then it's like Save NASA from defunding, right? Yeah. Because it's bulletproof. There is no proof. We know it. They don't know it. And that's the realization that people need to get to. If they're just hearing something put on them, they're much more likely to reject it than if they're
So
trying to find help for somebody.
So it's 15:49 on the counter right now. So I'd say about 10, 15 minutes back.
Okay, I'll send it.
So that way you have the timestamp. You can just listen to the stream right at that timestamp.
The best part about this approach, though, to me, is you're being non-confrontational. You're like, come on, be on my team, help me prove this globe, kind of thing,
Yep. Wouldn't that be great? Get a bunch of gamma pandas in there helping us. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, love that.
Was that clip recent, Dave, or was it when the Flat Earth Hollywood a couple years ago?
That was 2 days ago.
Okay. I didn't think y'all did that back then when he first started doing Flat Earth Hollywood out there. Just to let you know, Sonny, the first time Dave appeared on that podcast, he was faking like he was what was it you did? You were acting like you just heard about Flat Earth and we convinced you right there on the spot and all that.
What?
Yeah,
Something like
up to that point,
I missed it.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah, I missed that. What a trip.
No one knew me. I was just new perspective. I was kind of well known from being in the chat, but no one had heard my voice or seen me. And I knew they were down there in Hollywood doing their thing, and it was kind of dead at the time I walked up. And it was perfect timing because I let them. What we would do is actually have like a headphone set put on people, and then the panel would, argue with the people on the headset or ask them, why they think they live on a spinning ball or whatever else. And here it is. And so I just acted like a typical Glober, trying to figure out what they're and nobody's convinced in one conversation. So I kind of made it happen, even though the guy that was trying to convince me on the panel was a little bit hard to make it seem like I was convinced by what he was saying. It's kind of funny, actually. But I was like, oh, you guys might be right. And then Kenny and Dan the Waterman get on both sides of me. And at the end, I'm like, oh no, come here, I got something to confess. My user, it's a new perspective. They're like, oh shit.
That's funny.
Here, I'll send it to you right now.
You guys are right.
I think you guys might be right. Oh my God. And I'm like, totally like having a moment of just like breakdown. I was a big Stephen Hawking fan. I used to highlight every other page of Universe in a Nutshell or the Brief History of Time. Then I bought like both color editions of Universe in a Nutshell and Brief History of Time, the hardback colored copy, special edition ones. It's just so funny to think back on that. It wasn't even too long before I figured out that when I'm on the spring ball that I was thinking of a movie about Stephen Hawking. And I have to admit, I teared up at the end of that. That was only like a few months before I found this out.
Yeah, there was a bunch of captive audience out there, I guess, and on Hollywood Boulevard. Can you imagine? They can't go anywhere too fast. You could just stroll by or ride by on a bicycle, and they have to hear everything you say. It's great. I love it.
They're just there hanging out in the street. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had a lot of good little moments. And getting them on the headset to talk to the panel was the other cool thing, because people would tune in to this channel to see the different people and the reactions are. Everyone always, of course. And it was a big change, noticeable change from when we first started doing it. So like 5 months later, and then 5 months after that, huge change. At first, everyone was just like, that's ridiculous. And then, it wasn't like 5 months later, there was half the people at least heard about it or were open to hearing more about it. And then 5 months after that, it was like, there was people going, fuck yeah, flat earth, not all of them, but a good percentage of them, way more than when we started. So we've succeeded, I think, as much as we may want to, because of the mainstream. If the normies ever know it's flat, then we know we're in trouble, because that means they wanted the normies to find out it's flat for whatever other reasons they have in store. But we normalized the conversation to the point where the people that, like our friends and family, were laughing at us to begin with, and now they're avoiding us because they know we're right and they just don't want to. In the short time, it's pretty much what's happening. Best case scenario for us is to be able to laugh at the majority of the rest of the people in the world for the rest of our lives, probably. If they start agreeing with us, then I don't know if that'd be the best thing, even though it kind of seems like that's the unannounced goal.
I'm already laughing at him for a while now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It never ceases to be hilarious. Because the thing that most people think is the most ridiculous thing is the most obvious thing. And then it becomes kind of like the psychological interest. At first you're like, okay, this is what the hell? How did this happen? Stage, like with 9/11, you're kind of like, okay, so how did the building come down? Once you figured out that there's what they're saying is just totally ridiculous, what we were told is totally ridiculous, then
Yeah.
it becomes that your interest becomes more about why is it that other people would rather not know about this, something this big, or why is it that like they'd rather just stay in denial when it's so obvious. That's what becomes interesting. And for flat earth, it becomes like, wait, I really want to know if this person like Matthew or Charlie or whoever, you know, like, do these guys really believe it? Are they true believers? Or is there some kind of ulterior motive? Are they hired to do this?
I don't
Is it
know.
just because
Yeah.
their education, it would mean nothing, and they spent so much time figuring this out that they can't accept that that was just a waste of time. You know, all of those things become the most interesting part about it, not whether you
Cam,
can argue with them.
you know what's almost the most funny? Almost the most funny part is that they think they're here analyzing us.
Yeah, that's what's hilarious. They're so convinced that that we're the ones that have no common sense when it's literally the opposite. I don't know that there ever could be another topic of this sort that would meet those criteria.
Because globerism has to be the most fascinating human behavior, like as far as illogical behavior and human thinking. Like, it's got to be the ultimate top of the pyramid, if you will, of how, you know.
Yeah, it's so ludicrous. And because it's so ludicrous, it works. Because how could these scientists somehow be convinced of something so ludicrous as our reality? So they must have figured it out. And because it's so ridiculous to even conceive without those, you know, theories, that people just don't even want to spend the time to figure out how that's possible. So they give up from the start. It's designed that way. It's designed to work that way. You give up from the very beginning because you realize that it's not anything that we've experienced or see, or, you know, nothing about it makes any sense. So it must make sense. It's just like make it look so fake. It must be real. It's that too in a nutshell, but on an extravagantly reverse engineered mathematical scale.
And that is completely unreasonable. That becomes more reasonable. The unbelievable becomes more believable.
Yeah, because it's so unbelievable. And it has to work that way. That's the other thing I always say is like it was designed that way, not only to have that effect, but then to effectively make science into a faith. Because you have to have faith in the spinning ball because there's no proof of it. So it becomes it by default. You have to have faith. You can only have faith in it. That's all you can have. You have to believe the pictures from space. You have to believe NASA. You have to believe you're spinning, even though there's no proof that there's no sense of that. You know, and all of it is completely unprovable intentionally, so that then they can create the religion of scientism. And you give up all your common sense and your common senses. You know, you totally, you know, have to be in complete, and it causes that contradiction in your head that you don't even realize that what you think is your reality being the opposite of what it seems to be causes this conflict that retards your growth in so many ways that you never realized it until you just come to the common sense understanding that reality is like it seems. Oh my God, no way. Reality is like it seems. That's crazy. They got people saying that your reality being like it seems is the craziest thing to think. Brilliant. You have to give them a slow hand clap.
Good points as usual, Davis. They've literally got reality just inverted in the majority of people's minds. They think the exact opposite is what's going on.
Yeah. And
You gotta give them
it's a fact.
Yeah,
the most obvious fact that our reality is not obviously like it seems.
exactly.
So crazy.
Literally upside down.
Yep. And the thing that feels like the mission, if there is one at all, is just that the kids. I mean, there could be a brilliant mind that's just been warped and you
Yep.
know
Stifled.
yeah, and there'd be so many great things that we could have advanced or known or figured out through
Yep.
the
They're spinning
people
their
not
wheels
doing
in
this right.
fantasy.
Completely spinning their wheels in fantasy land and not utilizing the brilliance that they may have gained for the existence of VAR.
Yeah, that's an uncalculable
Time.
cost that we'll never be able to figure
Yeah.
out, but I'm sure that's a big number.
Mm-hmm.
But you were talking about earlier, I remember, made me think about what, early 2016 running there when I first got into this, and I was like, I just kind of assumed that most people would, understand what I was talking about. And I just remember those first reactions are like, I mean, you can't see this? Come on,
Right.
And it doesn't make any sense at that point. You're like, this is not just a conspiracy theory. I'm showing you stuff in reality here. But
Right.
People can't make that. They can't make that leap. They just keep looking at you as conspiracy guy.
And because it was still kind of new, we were under the assumption, or most people at that point were like, this isn't going to last long. There's nothing. They have nothing. They literally have nothing. It's not like you could take an opinion like Republican, Democrat, and they could just be argued about forever. And it just depends on what, your preference is. This is like there is no argument for their side. So I just thought, a couple months from now, people are going to figure this out. And people are going to realize this because I was still under the illusion that there was going to have to be some kind of answers given for these things that don't make any sense, that actually made sense. Like somehow, everyone else on an average would want to know about this to begin with, and then also realize how ridiculous their side of the argument is. But man, was I surprised.
That's the most frustrating part about this is the proper questions never get addressed at the higher levels. That's going to matter to anybody, The Neil deGrasse Tysons and all these people.
Oh, and they're faking it poorly on purpose is the other thing, and that's obvious. It's like they're not even trying to do a good job. The fucking, you think the harness videos that come from the ISS are just leaked on accident? Like they're that bad at keeping their footage of the harness videos away from the public's eye? No, they're showing that to us on purpose. And the images and the rockets going into the atmosphere and cutting to the CGI image with it's just so bad that you can't even, I mean, 9/11 was one thing. Like you tell people about that, and 5 years later they came to you and said, "Oh, you were right, because obviously steel buildings can't fall from fire. These are obvious things about our physical world that don't make sense about that occurrence." And so you're expecting the same kind of, okay, give them a little bit, they'll be back coming to me, but nope. This is something that's so ingrained, so deep, and so threatening to the psyche that they won't accept it until the TV tells them it's true. With this one in particular, all the friends that I had that were like, okay, yeah, you're right about 9/11. Not at all. They still haven't budged, except for now they're avoiding me and knowing that I'm right rather than laughing at me. So, man, it's crazy. There's really not much you can do about it, I guess, except for that it's a personal, reevaluation of everything that you've done up to that point in your life. Because that's the other thing that I say about it is people have to reconsider every important decision they've made up to that point, because it really is that big a paradigm shift. Like maybe they wouldn't have gotten married or done some of the careless things that they did in any other way, because they were, under this, I'm just a speck in a swarm of specks, and in a senseless, insignificant universe, right? That's the thing. And I also say it's like offering somebody a permanent hit of acid. And it's totally what it is. But it's like you stop tripping because you're not tripping. This whole idea that you're spinning without having any proof of it. Those are the people that are tripping because you stop tripping. You're the one that's tripping relative to everybody else.
Yep, we're literally trying to get them to realize that they're really not spinning.
Right.
You know.
So they're like, no, man, this acid's good, man. Everyone's on this acid, man. We're spinning, bro.
You just can't
But if
feel
you
it, but
say,
it's happening.
yeah, can I offer you a permanent hit of acid that takes you off that hit of acid that gives you this delusion that your reality is the opposite of what it seems? It's permanent, though. It's going to last forever. You will trip forever because everyone else will think that you're crazy.
Here's your
Even though
chance to talk to Charlie, Dave, if you want to. He's got his mic open.
Hey, Charlie, would you like a permanent hit of acid, bro? Want a permanent hit of acid?
We'd like a
It'll last
direct
forever.
measurement of Earth's curvature, any 10-mile swath you want to pick out. Show us the 60-foot drop. Go. Is he there?
I like Charlie, actually. I'll defend Charlie if it'll get him to talk, especially.
You can
Because
talk
I
to
heard him
him.
the
Man.
other night. The other night on here, he was talking about how much he loved being on here because of the arguments. He's good for the argument's sake, just like Matthew is. Like these guys actually understand the intricacies of what the globe model is, the best of what the globe model can do to a mind. Because it's the reverse engineered mathematics and what was it he said earlier? The what's the term that he used earlier that he kept repeating? That was hilarious. Some kind of plane transfer, or what was it, Sonny? You still here? You had it down. Some kind of technical term that we weren't familiar with. It sounded like he pulled it out of his ass, but it's probably some real term.
Yeah, parallel transfer of vectors.
Parallel transfer of vectors. Is that the right terminology, Charlie? Parallel transference. You just have to look at how they're locally. This completely straight line eventually curves. You just can't ever really know exactly where it starts to curve. It's just what you see locally. You have to have faith that that line becomes a circle at some point.
Yeah, it's all locally flat, Dave. You just don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, completely. Makes perfect sense.
Guess he don't want to talk right now.
You were just a gnat on a basketball. You were just a little microscopic little amoeba on a basketball. It was spinning in all different directions at millions of miles per hour. You would just think it's flat. You would think it's flat stationary, of course. The consciousness of this tiny creature, if that was a human consciousness, no matter how small you take it, that human, no matter how small you make that human, they will know they're spinning several different directions in millions of miles per hour. They would know. Can't use that as like a fair example. And I love how they only have, if you were in a plane moving one linear direction, that's all they've got. I can't even believe that's all they've got still. That if you were in a plane moving one linear direction, you wouldn't feel the speed of the plane necessarily like, you'd think you would. So that means that several different directions and at several different, speeds.
And trajectories, right? Because aren't there has to be retrograde at some point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Changes in momentum, changes in velocity, all of those things are included, which they completely just hand wave dismiss. with an
You silly
with a
flat
with
earthers, you just don't understand gravitational refraction, how it works. I ain't got time to
yeah,
explain it to
you
you.
just don't understand angular velocity compared to angular acceleration, right? You just don't get
Yeah.
it.
Silly flat earthers.
And 1,000 miles an hour is not really that fast because compared to 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's very slow.
It's only one revolution per day is what
Yeah,
main
just
thing they'll
one
say.
revolution. Just look at it
Yeah.
as degrees. If you look at it
Yeah.
that way, then it makes sense. It's slower than the hour hand of a clock, if it were the size of
Exactly.
a clock, right? You make that clock face the size of the Earth, and that hour hand still moves at 1,000 miles an hour. Sorry, literally.
Look, any way you slice it, if you got 24,000 miles to cover, and you cover that in 24 hours, then how fast is that?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't
I
matter.
know. Let's try to trick the flat earthers by telling them they're on the axle of the ball and we're measuring from the axle.
Right.
What?
Yep. Huh?
That's what one revolution is saying. You can only measure that at the axle.
Dude.
That's how RPM is measured, at the axle.
I'll show you the math, right, Charlie?
Uh,
I'll show you
yeah,
the math.
it has nothing to do with the distance covered at the wheel. Like on a bicycle wheel, I can measure how many revolutions per minute at the axle. That tells me that has nothing to do with how much surface area is covered by the tire.
Was it 15,000 feet per second?
They're two different methods of measuring. They're measuring two different things entirely.
I mean, how anybody with common sense or any kind of logic can stick with one answer and not see that that's just a total trick of relativity and just stick with it. Then I start to get suspicious. It's these kind of things that make me feel like I'm talking to somebody that's not intellectually honest. That and like if you're landing a plane on the spinning ball and you're going in every which direction with the runways and you're treating the Earth the same, no matter which direction you might be landing on it, to think that that's even possible. And any logical sense means that you just are either dumb or totally denying all common sense or just
I got a meme for
that. What's the meme? Did you post it?
Yeah, just there it is. Then there's another one that let me see. What was it? Oh, here we go. This one too.
Hey, Jenny,
Yo.
you want to try to talk to Baldy? You're a mod, aren't you?
Yeah, we got a new person in here?
We got Baldy. He wants to hear all about the heliocentric model and how perfect it is.
What's up, Baldy? Baldy, you crazy fool, you. What's
Come on, Baldy,
up?
at least say hi. What's up?
How
Let's
is
say
it
hi.
going, man? Is this a real life Glober that's coming in here? Because it's just flat earthers in here.
What say you,
Charlie in here.
heliocentrist?
State your purpose.
I like that one, Ryan.
What say you, heliocentrist?
Hey, we're just having some fun. So is he unmuted or what?
He don't have any roles. You have to do it. That's why I was
I don't
telling
know
you.
if we're allowed to do that in here. What if we unmute him and then he does the N-word game?
Then you
The
mute
most
him
annoying
after 2 or
sound in the
3
world.
seconds. Yeah. You just mute him after 2 or 3 seconds in that case, right? What's the worst
right.
that could happen?
I guess I'll talk to him with my finger over the mute then, huh? Okay, Baldy, you should be able to have control of your mic now. Oh, he's got his mic muted. I guess he needs to like.
He took it off, and then he took it
Oh,
off
okay,
and put
okay,
it back.
hold on.
He was
Okay.
All
All right, hey, you there now?
He's gonna play some weird shit.
Hey,
or be
feller.
trolling.
Hello, I'm not troll. I'm not a fucking troll, man.
Oh, good. Okay, what's up?
Hey, so welcome to the server. How did you come across? How'd you come across us? How'd you find the server?
I can't remember. I think I just looked up a load of flat Earth stuff and just
What made you?
joined.
What made you think? What made you? What?
But I know you got a live stream, so I saw the live stream.
What made you interested in this topic?
I've been interested for a while, about 6, 7, 8 years.
Oh, okay, so you've seen all like the videos and you've realized that we're not on a spinning ball already, or you still think we are and you're not sure, or what?
I don't know. I've seen both sides.
You watched
So-
Truth by Eric Dubay yet?
I've heard of Eric Dubay.
You've been interested
So-
in this for
Eric
6 or
Dubay is
7
kind of
years.
an old hat. Been around
7
for
years.
like. There's nothing new coming out of Eric Dubay, right?
Lots. There was a video just a couple days ago.
So anyway, I'm gathering that Baldy is not new to this topic at all whatsoever. I'm sure you've been around YouTube and chat with other people and all that business, and so you should know how we roll around here. You know, you can believe
don't, we
whatever
don't.
you want. You can believe whatever you want. You know, no one should be challenging what you believe in. The only thing you got to do is be intellectually honest. If you don't know something, just say, I don't know. Nobody's going to crucify you for it. And then just be polite. And then you can stay here as long as you want.
Sounds very reasonable. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, you know, this group has been around for 5 years. So, not saying you're going to do this, but we can smell, you know, if you're people doing weird stuff, LARPing, you know, just being, I don't know, man. But just be cool, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll be
I
cool. I
chopped
won't
that
do
up
that.
a little bit. Okay, so I'm always curious to talk with somebody. Oh, you know what? Before I, let me give you VC verified. And that'll allow you to be in here, of course. And then also you can participate in the live stream voice text. A lot of times you probably already know it gets really busy in here. And so if you got a question, just communicate that in the live stream and you can jump on in type thing. But so I'm always curious to talk to people who say they've known that people are talking about flat Earth and they've known this for many, many years, such as yourself. So, you know, I'm not trying to point the finger at you or put you on the spot or anything like that, but have you just been busy with life and you haven't really spent the
Busy with
time to
life.
look into it?
Very busy with life.
Okay, so would you say, just to really be honest, I mean, would you say you're a heliocentric model believer? Are you on the fence, or do you think you're more on the flat Earth side?
I'm on the fence, but more leaning towards heliocentric.
Okay, well then stick around here,
Well-
dude, and you'll you know, if you have an open mind, you'll find out a lot of things. And so don't get wrapped up on being right or wrong with this. I mean, really, actually, what's on you is that you have to be open-minded. You have to like indoctrinate yourself essentially, and, you know, really investigate two things, really investigate the heliocentric model. There's tons of anomalies. I've heard a lot of them myself over the last 5 years. And then also you have to investigate how we see too far. And that's seeing too far all over the earth, everywhere.
Must unlearn what you have learned.
And, you know, but you have to be open-minded. You're not going to, you know, I'm not saying this is you, but a lot of people come in here with the attitude thinking they're going to save us because we're Dunning-Kruger victims and you know, there's no way it's flat, and you guys need to just realize what science really is. Well, we've talked a lot about what science really is, and it's called scientism, or what some others like to call pseudoscience. And that kind of triggers a lot of people. But scientism is just a theory based on theory based on theory. And it totally does not follow the scientific method of observing natural phenomenon and determining the cause and effect relationship. You know, they don't use an
I get the
independent
feeling
variable.
whenever I hear these scientists talk, it's if they're the globe and science has to survive. We have to say anything to just keep pushing it along. You know, keep it alive.
So a lot of times what happens in scientism is that calculations are posed as measurements. Isn't that kind of weird to you? You know, measurements, whenever somebody thinks of a measurement, they think someone physically actually measured it. But in order for them to keep, like he was just saying, to keep it going, you have to make certain things fit the model. So that's where the calculations posed as measurements come in. So you really need to be careful of what you hear when you're told things, you know, like, I don't know. I guess a lot of people in general just appeal to authority, and they're given a figure. Oh, that's a measurement. Okay. When it's not. I mean, the measurement to the sun, the distance to the sun has changed like 5-6 times since since they started this whole heliocentric model thing. So, I mean, if they're doing a measurement, then these they need to throw out everything the previous person did because they're incompetent. It's really not flat. Realizing that it's not a ball and realizing that we see too far. I mean, I'm not a coincidence theorist, and I hope I don't have to say that about you. So, a lot of people see this as a crime against humanity, taking away the creator from us. You know, if you don't know where you live, how the fuck are you supposed to know who you are? So it's a pretty serious topic. So, you know, the stuff that I said, a lot of people in here tend to go in that direction as well on how they see it. So, but sorry to get real deep on you and everything, but welcome to the server, man.
Thanks.
And
You went
then
many layers down there, and well, yeah, that was thank you.
if you think you're Mr. Fancy Pants, you can always ask somebody to debate with you one-on-one in here, and we can set a time for you to do that. So that every once in a while we do that. It's nothing like on the regular or anything, but
I'm not ready for that yet.
hey, that's cool. But what do you think is the most intriguing thing about what you've come across with Flat Earth that kind of puts you on the fence?
Sorry, the stars.
Okay, I thought I heard you say for starters. I don't know if your
No,
connection
the
is.
stars, just the stars.
Oh, the stars. You mean how they don't look like a bunch of squiggles? The star trails don't look like squiggles. They're all in concentric circles. Is
Well,
that why?
there's another thing about the stars,
I
but
mean,
yeah, that's one of them.
yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that because it's something pretty simple, something we can see with our own eyes.
Hmm?
I mean, that's where, you know, you need to, the direction you need to continue going when you look at this stuff. Can I verify this? Where did this information come from? What are these people about that are claiming these things? What have they claimed before? You know, you really have to put these people under scrutiny and check their credibility. Just because they say something doesn't mean it's true automatically. Just like if you were watching the damn news, got to do the same thing. So yeah, I like that one. Star Trails. Couldn't happen on a globe, the heliocentric model. Anything else that you tend to be on the fence
Oh no,
about?
I was saying star trails they aren't really explained well for the flat, but they are
I've
somewhat
never
globe.
heard.
That's where I was going with it. I thought that's what you
You mean not really explained why we see something that? Maybe say that again. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
I think that's one for the globe. I think the star trails, that's one. The flat Earth, it's not really fleshed out. It's not explained very well. Either that or it's not explained very well.
Okay, so are you familiar? Are you then trying to maybe kind of indicate that you are familiar with how orbital mechanics works?
No, I'm not. No.
Do you know? I mean, have you ever pondered how many motions there are to the heliocentric model?
There's quite a few they've talked about, like the spin or the rotation.
And the shooting through space and going around the sun. And I do believe, I'm not an expert on this topic, but I know there are individuals in the flat earth community that are, and I do believe there's 5 motions, different motions. So to make it really simple, I don't think all the stars are in synchronative motion with all the different 5 body motions of the system. I think that's a coincidence, and I think I might have to tag you as a coincidence theorist, sir. But I'll hold off. Mhm. So yeah, Get put a really cool image, conceptual idea. Actually, 2 of them.
I'm not nitpicking you, Jenny, but I think there's just 4. They claim 4.
4? Okay, thank you for correcting me.
I mean, you got the spin of the Earth, and you got the Earth going around the sun, and you got the sun and the solar system going around the galaxy. Then you got the galaxy going away from the great attractor. 4 different ones.
Well, what
I
about the
could be
moon?
wrong. Well, the moon's part of a 3-body problem, but you're
Okay.
you're talking about the motions that the Earth is experiencing. That's the 4 I know
Okay.
about. Somebody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. So there's 2 different issues of motion. You said one is the 4 that the Earth experiences, and then you said the 3 end body problem.
Yeah, as far as I know, nobody can solve the 3-body problem, like how the moon's orbit goes around us and we're also orbiting the sun. They can't even mathematically solve that,
Oh
as far
boy,
as I know.
that's a
So,
huge problem. That's that I'm not, I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering a couple years ago they determined that the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere. That kind of blew me away a little bit. It's like how the heck did you not know that when you went to the moon, allegedly, how many times? To me, that just seems just ridiculous. I would expect more from, the leaders of the science community of space travel.
why is the globe so important to you, Baldy? Just because everybody else believes it? I mean, you really don't think about the globe never does anything for you in your real life because it doesn't exist, but you know what I mean?
I don't think about it.
I mean, it really
Like day to
doesn't
day life,
really.
I don't think about it.
Yeah. So there's no reason for you to be invested in it. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Just look at the facts and evaluate it for yourself. It's all we can ask you to do. You know. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Jenny. I'm out here in the
Oh
wind.
no, I was just
So
listening to you. Oh,
the objects how they move in the sky is the flat Earth model like a take on the pseudo like geocentric kind of idea, or like are you taking that idea and then just, you know what I mean? Like the flat Earth doesn't move.
I didn't.
Somebody
I
else
didn't hear.
answer him. I'm cutting out.
I didn't hear anybody say anything about ideas, except you.
I did. I did.
Can you provide us a physical measurement of Earth's curvature ever being measured? How that was done?
I'm not a globe here, so
Oh, you're not a glober. Oh, okay. So Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. So there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
he said that he's on
no,
the fence, but
I don't
more
know.
so.
He's undecided, Sonny, is what he told us.
No, he's a flat earther now. I insist. Just kidding. I'm not the dictator of flat earth. There isn't one. That's good. The star trails are one of the most profound flat Earth proofs. It's not possible for those things to reset like a clock in the same position for thousands of years. Think about that. They're in the same position. They laid the city of Baghdad out in something, whatever, way back in something BC, thousands of years ago. Probably at least we can't trust the time or time itself is how it's measured, but because it's been grabbled too. But however many thousands of years, they laid out the city of Baghdad. They did it with an astrolabe. You could still do that today, and it would be in the same position today. So how's that work on a ball?
That's a good question.
Yep. Anyone explain that to me on a ball? So star trails are one of the most evident things that we have, that there's this time, there's this clock and calendar above us rotating around us. We don't sense or have never measured any motion of Earth itself. In fact, quite the contrary, many notable scientists made observations trying to show that the Earth was in rotation and failed to do so. Plus your vestibular system, but I digress.
Any other questions, Bobby? We'll freely answer. We'll tell you we don't claim a definitive model. We generally agree that the globe is bullshit, just give it a short version. We dispute the globe claims. Put it that way. And we scared him off, or he just had to leave. Way to go, Sonny.
Guess he's not that
Doggone
interested
it.
in
I'm terribly sorry.
You're
Terribly
always scaring these people off.
sorry about that.
Jenny, right where
Yeah,
you want.
and then I was gonna bring up specular reflections and or the dividing point of the star trails. How come they're two separate? Like, how could it have a division in the star trails on a ball? I'm sorry, that just doesn't work out.
That is not complete.
So if you want to look at stars, think about what you're saying. So I think he was being honest that he thought that was unexplained. I hope you got that a little more clearer now.
Said it was unexplained for flat Earth, not for the globe.
I know.
It sounds like he's coming from the typical assumption from somebody that hadn't really looked into it that he thinks the globe has the sky figured out, right?
I totally flipped the table on that one. So I hope he saw the contradiction.
Yeah.
I think I might. I don't know if I want to keep the VC verified. I think I might put a listening pass.
You're
Yeah.
paranoid, Jenny.
No.
Better be safe and sorry for sure. Whatever.
Yeah. I just can't help it. I'm really skeptical. People say they've known about flat Earth for many years and
Don't know anything probably about the globe itself or the.
yeah.
When they say they've actually looked at it for a period of time and they still don't seem very well versed in it, that's a major red flag. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's the whole influx of fake flat earthers. Go pretend like you're a flat earther.
Yeah, so he has a listening. I changed him to listening pass because he didn't seem to be too enthusiastic about the topic. Maybe he'll come back. We'll see.
Yeah, I can't help but think there's someone in the background like Bugsy Malone or whoever. Yeah, just go in there and just pretend like you're a flat earther. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's so funny, Sonny.
Well, to be fair, that's what New Perspective was just talking about, pretending to be a globe earther and trying to talk to people.
Yeah, help me bust these flat earthers. Yeah. Can you help me do this? We get a Bitcoin each.
You gotta say yeah, see.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, we're gonna prove this globe. Say yeah.
See. You gotta foil these flat earthers that are trying to defund NASA. Yeah, see.
These pesky flat earthers. Yeah. And they would have got away with it if that been for those pesky flat earthers.
Yeah, she. We gotta just find one definitive proof, she. Yeah, she. I tell ya.
Humanity is in a sad state of affairs.
Ain't it so?
We're able to see the wheat from the tares.
And my favorite analogy I still like to use is like we're standing at the cliff and there it is the lemmings are running off the cliff and we're standing there, please don't, screaming at them and running on by.
Don't go. But there's people going, look at those stupid flat earthers telling us not to go off the cliff. What's wrong with them?
I used to play that video game, so that's just totally hilarious to me.
Lemmings will
It's like
continue
that
to
cow
roam.
humor one where all the cows are being led off to the slaughterhouse and they're
Yeah.
talking amongst each other. There's someone saying it's all a big scam, and the cows are going, "What's wrong with him?" And they
Right?
just keep going along.
Yep, if I come across Baldy again and he starts acting like he was before, he's getting the coincidence theorist tag.
Paddle mod, that's hilarious. Where do you find these, you nut?
I just look around, bro. That's your boy. He said, I ain't going to slaughter. That guy's holding a cookbook.
I know, right?
Damn, dude.
Rebuilt. Pile
Okay.
driver.
So I gave Baldy, I took away his VC verified and I gave him listening pass because he left like a few moments after he had been here practically. So he doesn't seem that interested.
I'd have to hear him talk. I might
Yep.
remember him after that.
Not knowing anything after years of.
Well, it just seemed like he put up an appearance and then left, and maybe to come back and do the N word over and over and over again. I don't care. I mean, listening past somebody can easily just give him VZ verified again. So, I mean, it's not like he can't come back. I just don't think, I think he should be babysitted a little bit longer. Because I was kind of hoping to talk to him for a little bit, and we were talking about something else for a minute or two, and then turn around, he's gone. So what am I supposed to do? I wanted to talk to him about how does somebody know about flat Earth for 6-7 years and you didn't take the time to figure it out. If you don't think it's important in 6 or 7 years, I don't know if I want to take my valuable time to talk to you. It's like, why are you here? State your purpose. Like, for
Yeah, that's
real
not
though.
part of the plan, see? It's got to be part of the plan. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. Somebody said they've been in it that long and they're asking 101 questions and stuff. That's a red flag.
Yeah, if it's not important to you in that time span, I can't let it be important right now. Unless you give me something really interesting to, talk about. I mean, he brought up star trails. I thought he was saying star trails make sense on a flat Earth, but it doesn't on a globe Earth. And then he turns around and say, no, I think it explains the globe Earth and it has not been explained for the flat Earth. I'm like, no, I don't really agree with what you're saying. So that's why essentially why he got a, I mean, I guess we could re-listen to what the conversation I'm referring to, but maybe I heard it wrong. So I don't know if he was trying to play games and I don't know. Oh man, it's gonna start raining anytime now. If I'm really lucky, we'll be able to see some lightning. You guys can't hear like the wind or anything, can you? Because I'll mute myself.
Nope, can't hear it.
I don't
Sweet.
hear nothing. Did you talk about rain? The rain cycles debunk the globe gravity concept. Everybody knows that.
Right?
So I throw it in there. Water vapor going up, gravity dead. Next.
Come on, lightning. I want to see a lightning show. That would be so great. I was able to do that one time. It just seemed like I was at the right place at the right time, just sitting on my porch, looking up at the sky, and it was better than the 4th of July. Oh, heads up, everyone. I guess we got 1 or 2 people in BC check-in that might be making their way in here. Ryan is checking them in. Radwin's in there. So get your guns ready.
Not many make it past Radwin, so we'll see.
I took my daughter to a car show. She tried to buy this car right here without even asking me. Started dickering and dealing with the dude. I was like, damn, she took him down from 65,000 to 58. She's like,
What a
you
good
gonna buy it?
daughter.
She's like, you gonna buy it, old man? I said, no, we got a better one. I'm not buying that. He said, you ain't got no cash, old lady. She said, see my walking wallet over there? See him? I was like, what a brat. I do like that car, but I already got 2 of them. So, no need. They're not as popular anymore as you would think they are. Popularity is what makes them go up in value. I seen this GT 500 that was fucking awesome. Convertible. This motherfucker's bad. Dude wants 130 grand for it though.
Looks there, they all look really pretty, Michael.
That's why I go to them car shows. I just like to see what people do, you know.
You have a handful of vehicles like that, don't you?
A few.
Yeah.
I don't have a convertible in that edition though.
That looks pretty sweet.
It does, but he cut it up to make it a convertible, so it's not an original.
Mm.
You know, it's a resto mod. He modified it. Here's one for Jelly. Where's Jelly at? Here's a Monza, motherfucker. It's a pretty tough car.
What is it?
A Monza, Chevy Monza. Got
Oh.
a 383 5-speed in it. And it's shit, it probably only weighs about 1,800 pounds. I'm sure that's a fast car. You know, people at the car shows don't let you drive their shit, but, you know, you can guess. Horsepower versus weight, you know.
The funnest car I ever had was a Toyota Celica. It was a, stick shift. And
Yeah,
so it was like a 76 or something, maybe.
yeah,
I
they're
can't
fun.
remember. Yeah.
I just go, it's just a conversation, an all-day conversation.
Oh, for
You see a car,
sure.
you got to ask about it, and then they get to do what they want to
Look at
do,
the El
tell you.
Camino. That one looks sweet.
Yeah, it's almost the exact same color as my Impala, but that guy, shit, he had a story about that car. Impound, police got it back, got stolen, got it out of impound again. Somebody stole it from him. They impounded it, and he couldn't get his car back unless he paid like $2 grand worth of impound. Like, man,
That's
that's kind of fucked.
extortion.
It is.
Jeez. That's ridiculous, man.
A girl owned this car.
Okay, the prettiest car I ever owned was a 70s, it was a 76 Olds 98 sedan. It had white leather interior, a white top, and it was baby blue. It was so sweet, and the motherfucker got stolen. And the really fucked up part was, I shit you not, like 3 days before that, I had a dream that my car was stolen. So, yeah, that really sucked, man, like a lot. My parents only paid $1,500 for that car, and it was in mint condition. That hurt.
Big 4-door.
Yes, and I used to be able to parallel park that puppy with no problem. Just get right in there.
I stood by that Bel Air all day.
Man, I had a kick-ass stereo in there. It was an Alpine stereo. And back in the day, I used to be like an old school rap. And so that was a sweet ride. And I miss that car.
My daughter loves the car shows. I think she's gonna be hooked on cars. Gonna be doing this when I'm gone. I like them Broncos. That's a 77 Bronco.
Yeah, you got to climb into that thing.
Yeah. I got one that's brown and white.
I had a
This
Suburban
car.
one. It was pretty kick-ass. Go to the drive-in in it. It was-
I take pictures, man, for restoration. It motivates me when I'm
That
doing
one,
restorations.
what
Gives you
the?
gives
That
you
one's
ideas.
crazy. That last
Yeah,
one.
that fucker's sick. So is the motor that's in it.
Is that an auto drive or something? I mean, it's just so bizarre looking.
A what?
It's is it a two-seater?
It's a 30 something coupe. It's a coupe. That's a motor that's in it.
Man, it's like perfect. Are they all like that?
No, not all of them. Some of them aren't even finished, but that one, that guy he's got 20 years into building that. I listened to his entire story. See,
So
like
hey,
this one's not finished, but it's still nice.
I gotta dip out. I'll talk to you guys after a while.
All right, Jen.
Bye.
OC 100. Car shows would be so much better if we let each other drive our car, or say, I'll let you drive mine, you let me drive yours. Oil syringe, yeah, I bet. Not one motherfucker at that auto show was wearing a mask. A lot of them were open carrying though. It's in a little hick town. I took the new bet. Oh shit, tuning in to 106, man.
Mic check.
Yep. Works good.
He's actually got a mic check from Mike himself. Sound good, Hank? Now start rolling.
Now robot. He said.
Robot, huh? That's funny.
So if you try to say more than 3 sentences, he'll start robot. Wait a second.
Now I'm right in the middle of town, so it's usually pretty good right here. That's funny. So what y'all talking about?
Cars.
Cars. I'm in one right now.
What's the best car you ever owned, Hank?
And that Toyota T100, they made two kinds, right? One was a little 4-cylinder.
Yep.
Well, I say little 4-cylinder, but it had a stick shift and it was fast. Like I was beating like full-size pickup trucks with like 350 engines. Not that I ever did any illegal street racing or anything, but
what year was it?
It was a 1996 Toyota T100, 4-cylinder, 5-speed manual transmission with a granny gear. So it could tow and it could go. So that's probably the best vehicle I ever had.
I guess the best one I ever owned was one of my first cars, a '76 Dodge Duster V8. Actually beat a guy with a Trans Am and a drag race in it.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Yeah. I didn't even have it souped up or not. It was like all factory stuff. That thing could get up and go though. That's back when
78, well, that's
76.
Go ahead, Dave.
It was a '76 Dodge Duster.
So that was before the gas. Gas was expensive. You
Oh,
could really
yeah.
dust some people.
Gas was under $1 back then.
All the way
Yeah,
up until George Warbush. Go ahead.
I like my bets.
Yeah, I think my mom was taking the money that I was giving her to pay the truck payment was because she co-signed for me. And I thought that was normal. And she was paying her bills with it. So the one time that I was late on Thanksgiving Day, she came over and tried to get the money. I was like, the banks are closed. What are you doing? So she repoed my truck. And I was just like, okay, take it, whatever, I don't care. And then she took it and broke it. And then I guess she sold it. So I bought on my own. And this one was V6. It wasn't as fast, but it had over 550,000 miles on it when I sold it.
Oh shit.
Yep. On a
Did you
V6,
just
it's
say,
pretty impressive.
did you just
That
say your
is.
mom repoed your truck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sad, man.
I was
Ain't
making
it?
payments too, but I was late one time. And her bills got cut off. Oh shit. Funny old world, eh? Every vehicle I bought after that was a cash vehicle.
That's how I prefer to buy them.
That's really the only way to get value out of a vehicle. Once you finance one, you're getting no value.
No, it's going to be worthless by the time you finish paying it off. Unless, of course, you keep up with the maintenance schedule, which is hard for most people who have to make payments to do when they're making payments.
Yeah, man, I figure as long as you get a car with a pretty straight engine and transmission, you can pretty much repair everything else. Well, frame too, frame. Engine, transmission, and frame. You can pretty much
Yep.
repair everything else around it.
Yes, you can. Maintenance is cheaper than payments and, fucking full coverage insurance and all that other bullshit. I'd rather be paying for maintenance than payment, because every time you put money into maintenance, you got a better car than you had.
The way I see it, if you're on a budget, you need transportation. You get you a car with about 100,000 miles on it, and you can put 100,000 miles in it and drive it for free. As long as you take care of the maintenance. Let's say you want to go a little fast, you get a Honda. If you don't mind going slow, you get you a Toyota Corolla or a Camry, depending on how big your family is. And if you just need a commuter, just get a Toyota Corolla, man. That thing will spin forever. 4-cylinder. Things are hard to destroy.
Yep, I can agree with that. I just put almost 400 grand on a Corolla before I traded it in. They run, as long as you take care of them.
Yeah, but people are scared to get the car with 100,000 miles on it. There's nothing to be scared of as long as you understand that the Toyota doesn't have to have the timing belt change because it's a non-interference engine. Now the Honda does, so you have to do that timing belt on time or even early because those valves will smash into those pistons. It is an interference engine.
See,
But
Hank
like I said,
knows.
yeah. If timing belt change or breaks, timing belt breaks, you just take it to the shop and do the maintenance. No big deal. You probably get, a lot more than 60,000 miles on that timing belt if you're driving a Toyota.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many vehicles I buy because the timing belt went out, timing chain and gear went out. Need to rebuild it, the heads, put it back in time. But then you got a perfectly good vehicle for sale. I've sold cars my whole life. It's just, you can buy one for, when I was a kid, you could buy a fucking 60s Camaro for $50 out of a field, out of a barn for $100. Nowadays, you can buy 90s vehicles all day long for $100 bill. They really, people think their motor's gone, but it's not. The motor just needs repair. Unless your engine block, well, for an average person, if shit breaks inside the motor, they need a new motor. The average person can't rebuild a motor, but a motor's never junk unless you burnt the block up, unless you blew a rod through the side of it or scarred the hell out of the cylinder wall.
And even then, you can harness all the air conditioner, compressor, the alternator, the starter.
Yeah. Look, there's $1,000 worth of parts on every broke down car. How do you think salvage yards get paid?
Mm-hmm. I've seen this one guy, he's like, how to get a free sleeper and $500. And that's a video title on YouTube. And he said he bought like a car that had been in an accident and it just had a little bit of fender damage. And it had like twin turbo, right? And then he bought the car that's just like it, but with like a 4-cylinder in it with no twin turbo. And he just took all the fenders and the front end off and put it on the sleeper car. And then he parted out the other car, what was left. And he said he got like a free car because he bought it at an auction because he took the money he got from the parts off the other car because he parted it out in his front yard and paid for everything. And I still had $500 left over.
Yeah, and right now, scrap pays $200 a ton. 2,000 pounds, $200.
Mm.
That's just for steel, sheet metal.
Wow.
You get into clean cast, stuff like that, it pays more. Like clean engine blocks.
Mm-hmm.
I produce a lot of scrap.
My grandpa has a lot of scrap.
You know,
Or
at
he
a
did.
repair,
I guess my grandma does now.
at a repair shop, you repair shit. You never give them their old junk parts back. That shit ends up in a dumpster.
Right.
Waiting to be scrapped.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love pickup trucks, and I would love to have a Chevy with a 350. You know, but it doesn't really work with my lifestyle. And plus, I just think I don't know about now, right? I don't know about new Toyotas, but I just think those 1990 model like Nissan hard bodies and Toyota Tacomas and T100s, I think they're just, I don't know, they just seem to be indestructible unless you're just, you know, trying to tear it up, like neglecting it and mudding and racing with no oil in it. I mean, as long as you're not doing anything like that, as long as you're just driving and you're doing the maintenance, they just seem like they were built to last forever. And they probably were because the laws in Japan, after what, 160,000 miles, you get a new motor or a new car. So they don't care if, you know, your car stays going for 1,000,000 miles, right? That doesn't confront them none because they're going to sell a new vehicle after 160,000 miles anyway. And, you know, no offense, maybe America has gotten better since the bailout. Maybe their Hemis are the best engine ever made. I don't know. But from the 90s models, which is the ones that I can afford, man, those suckers just go forever, especially if it's a 4-cylinder. And with a standard transmission, oh man, forever. You might have to replace the clutch a couple times, you know, but that's better than, you know, what do they charge? Like 2,000 or 3,000 to rebuild a transmission?
I had one rebuilt on a Chevy Impala back in the 90s. It was like 2,500 somewhere in there. That was the cheapest I could find.
So Honda used to make this 1.6 liter, little tiny engine, little Honda Civic, and that sucker would last forever. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people over the years come and go, and it's not because they didn't want to work. They couldn't keep their car rolling. You know, if they'd come in with like a Dodge Neon or something, you know, hell, I think Dodge started out as a part company. So, you know, if you're going to buy a car, you wouldn't want to buy a car from a part company. You'd want to buy a car from a motor company. Right, like Honda. Honda's a motor company. So they make like some of the best, if not the best, motors in the world. Now the transmissions suck, but that's what you get if you want to, you know, if you want a little fast, little fancy car. You can get you a nice little V6 Honda Accord coupe, but I'd probably get the standard. But
Are you saying Dodges were kind of dodgy, Hank?
yeah, from my opinion, for you know, I mean, hell, like I said, like that Hemi, it might be a 300,000 mile engine, but the way that, you know, people tend to treat them cars, I doubt it. But I still got that Mitsubishi Mirage, that little 3-cylinder. I love that car.
So you go out to the yard and you look at your car and you say, what you're seeing here is a Mirage.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was the first car I ever owned, 1990 or 91. I can't remember. Mitsubishi Mirage. I think it was a 91.
That's obviously
Yeah,
the
that car.
Chicago weather guy said that about Lake Michigan.
Oh yeah.
What you're seeing here is a Mirage. But anyway.
It's not really a car. You know, to thumb the eye, all the Globers. Yeah, this isn't really a car. What you're seeing is actually Mirage due to refraction. And you can tell, like, if you put a camera over a swimming pool, right, and you make a little splashy splash, and then you let the pool kind of calm down. Like, if you put, like, balls and other objects, like coins at the bottom of that pool, you can tell, yeah, there's a little bit of refraction, but it's not, like, bending around a sphere refraction. I mean, there's a little bit of distortion. I won't even say refraction. Well, I guess you can say refraction. But there is a little bit of distortion, but it's not the amount. There's no way they could ever prove that amount of refraction or distortion. I spent the first part of my life in the water and I don't have an access to a swimming pool, so I'm all dried out.
Yeah, they're not even close, Hank. You're making a good point, man. Especially when you're talking about the visible horizon moving back, 10 times further. There's no refraction that even comes close to explaining that I've seen anyway.
I mean, what if we're actually just seeing, stuff that we're not supposed to be seeing, and horizons not where they're supposed to be being? Man, I don't know. I think, when you look out across the bay and you say, oh, that's a nude beach over there, you don't wonder if you're actually looking at a nude beach, right? You're like, oh my God, that's a sausage fest. I'm not looking again. Unless it's breast cancer month.
Unless it's like a nude beach at a retirement home or something. You don't want to look.
Jesse, there's a Fortnite did an event with Ariana Grande. I don't know if you ever heard about it.
What?
Say it again.
Fortnite did an event with Ariana Grande.
Really? Tell us about it.
Right. So in one of the settings, she's walking up like this it's like a Greek setting. She's going up these stairs, like going up this long amount of stairs. And when she reaches the top of the stairs, she with her hammer, she throws her hammer up in the sky and it breaks practically like a dome. And then after she breaks the dome, she's like on top of the dome or whatever, and the song switched to Heaven.
Interesting, like Mortal Kombat.
Check that out. I posted where the time where she's gonna reach up and throw the hammer.
Recently released, Elbow.
Yeah. Well, this the on the 6th.
Okay.
It was on. This happened on the 6th.
Some more symbology in the current video.
Oh yeah.
Ariana Grande, she's like a pop singer, right?
Yeah, I think so. I've never. I mean, I heard of her, but I've never heard of any of her music.
Maybe she's a pop singer turned truther.
Wasn't she the one that had like a shoot? She had a shooting at her concert somewhere in Europe, didn't she? Somebody got shot at one of her concerts or something. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. Go ahead, Hank.
I think she was the one that came out in George Floyd funeral, right? Isn't she? Nah, I think she's just part of it. She's all part of it. They're just throwing that subliminally. And it's Fortnite. Fortnite's always throwing some subliminal message. They're definitely highly embedded Illuminati shit because they always have all their symbols in there. I'm pretty sure they threw a bunch of symbols in here. If you go through it, but I'm not gonna.
Man, if George just wouldn't have been so claustrophobic, he would have gotten in the back of that cop car. And if that cop could have just put his ego aside, man, either one of those things could have happened. Or they could have just, let the guy go and said, you know what, they got me. Never taking a $20 bill from this guy again. I mean, there were so many ways that could have not happened. And I'm not blaming anyone in particular. It's just a series of events that perfectly happened for this man to die.
Is that really what they claim happened? He didn't want to get in the car. That's why he got his knee on his neck.
No, it's not what they claim happened. It's what actually happened. He wouldn't get in the car, so he like wrestled with him outside of the car. Watch the video. I don't want to. But yeah, that cop definitely couldn't put his ego aside.
Okay. We've got a VC verified that just joined us, Sir Iron. How you doing? Welcome to the server.
I'm doing good.
How's it going?
Chilling, vibing, playing Clash of Clans at the moment.
So what piqued your interest to stop by the Flat Earth Discord today?
I don't know, man. Like, I play video games all day, and I just want to maybe learn one thing, I guess. Try to do that. It's my goal in my life, dude. Learn one thing per day.
Have you heard that Flat Earth is a thing, or what's your take on the subject?
I really don't know the shape of the Earth, dude. Anything. Maybe until the day we die, we'll figure it out.
We're even. I don't know the shape of it either. Do you think it's a ball?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
What makes you think it's a ball? How does the Earth present itself to you to make you think it's a ball?
Heliocentric model.
But that's not the Earth. I'm talking about what about when you walk outside, you look around. Does anything indicate that you're on a ball?
At night, the stars spin around us.
All right,
There you go.
somebody else go. Go, Hank. I'm getting ready to hit a dead zone, so somebody take over. Elbow, Hank.
Can you hear me? All right. Well, okay.
I'm just a second, man. I'm getting ready to hit a dead zone where my mic's gonna mess up.
All right.
Hopefully, Hank's. Coming in. Can you hear me, sir? Aaron?
Sure can.
I stepped away for a second.
Okay. Go ahead if you want to talk to him, Hank.
Oh no, it's okay. Unless you want me to.
Well, I'm just
I was
driving
gonna
and I'm
talk
going
to
in and out, so I'll reach
I would've
I hand it off. He thinks he lives on a ball, and I was just asking him why he thought that's where we were.
Oh, okay. So you think you live on a spinning water ball, huh?
Yeah.
Slightly pear-shaped?
Not a perfect globe, not a perfect ball, because mountains, hills, rivers, etc.
Right. So have you ever experienced any curvature? Like with your senses?
Yeah, when I ski down the hill or off the mountain.
Yeah, that's terrain. I'm talking about earth curvature.
We can't really see it, dude. It's our eyes are limited. Our binoculars are limited. The cameras are limited. We can't really
Okay.
identify it.
All right. Fair enough. Has anyone ever actually measured it that you know of? Like directly measured the earth?
Wasn't it the Greeks or some of those guys? I guess.
Yeah, they measured some shadows right? So if I measure the shadow of my antenna on my car, does that prove that it's a 1999 Chevy pickup truck? Like, how did they make the leap from this shadow looks like this, therefore the Earth is that? And besides, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the famous astrophysicist, he said that that would work on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So that's not really a direct measurement of the Earth. He measured a shadow, right?
Yeah, it was one Greek, not the Greeks.
Right. So what about the Earth spin? You ever detected the Earth spin with your senses?
The stars spin around us.
Okay, that's the star spinning. So if you're sitting on a curb and you see cars going by, does that mean that you're moving or the cars are moving?
Right.
Stars are moving.
We actually
Right.
lack the frame of reference to understand what is moving, us or them. We're inside the reference frame, so we really can't tell.
And the last question, have you ever seen gas pressure without a container?
Repeat that again.
So gas pressure without a container, like if you were to come to me and want to buy some propane, you would have to buy the propane accessories too, because you can't just take the propane in your hands and go home and cook grilled chicken for your wife, right? You have to put it in a container.
Right. Yeah.
So have you ever seen gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, mustard gas. World War II.
Yeah.
I don't really know how that's relevant because the mustard gas came in a container, I bet.
Yeah, it did. And
Yeah.
it was dispersed from a container.
There you go. What he said. What the guy said.
But listen, gas moves omnidirectional, so it dissipated. It doesn't maintain pressure on its own. Gas can't cause gas pressure without the walls of a container. It's force over surface area. You have to have a surface area to push against to have gas pressure, and that's how it's defined by physics.
Cool. Gotcha. Yep.
So they say if we go up high enough that we can see the Earth curvature and we can see the Earth spinning. Is that right?
Seen it through the cameras. You know the GoPro.
Right, the GoPro with the fisheye lens that makes the Earth look curved even at like 10 feet off the ground.
It also
Cameras
makes it look
small, dude.
concave.
Yeah, even with the fish lens, it's small. It's a small camera. It's not like a giant camera size of those.
Trying to follow my questioning, bro.
Mhm.
I said if you get high enough, they say that you can see the Earth curve and the Earth spinning, right?
I guess.
Right. So I'm going to claim that that may be true, but if I get high enough in altitude, you can see unicorn nipples. You can't prove me wrong, can you?
Satire.
Well, you get what I'm saying, though. It's not science. You can't prove me wrong. If it's not falsifiable, it's not science.
It's called an analogy.
Right. Yeah. But it is a little satire. It's made to make you think and to make you laugh. Like, you know, hey, that is pretty funny because, you know, if you go high enough, you could see the globe. Well, maybe you could see unicorn nipples while you're up there.
I say they're elf nipples.
They're Pegasus nipples. I meant to say Pegasus. You know what I meant. But the point is that this isn't science, right? This is philosophy, right? We're talking about philosophy, and the shape of the Earth is actually a geometric question. But you know, it's math, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that we've measured the Earth and we've found that it's wanting. Would you like to see the evidence for that?
Sure.
Can somebody post the black swan? Please, thank you ahead of time. So, can you see the live stream voice text?
Man, this server is huge. Shit.
It's all right. It's the room right above this one.
Okay. Oh, damn, there's a lot of messages. I got to scroll down.
Yeah, just scroll down and you'll see the one by Get Beget. Thanks for coming in clutch.
It's loading.
Mr. Beget.
It's loading. Hold on.
Do you see the oil rigs, platform habitat, and platform hill house?
I do.
All right, so platform hill house, that's where I live. Not really, but just kidding. All right, so do you see the horizon in the picture? Is it in front of the platforms, in between, or behind?
Behind.
All right, so this is the argument, okay? So this is a simple modus tollens argument, right? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this is the geometric horizon, right? So if that's not what we see here, because this picture was taken from a video, it was a screenshot from a video, and it was taken from 1 foot above sea level or above the water. He didn't stick his camera submerged in the water. It's like right above when you see the video, which we're going to show you the whole video so that eliminate all the variables and concern that you may be having of some stranger trying to trick you on the internet. But the thing is, you can do this yourself. But I want to point out that the horizon is past platform habitat, right?
Yeah.
It's past the platforms. So that's at least 10 miles away, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, sure.
Because platform habitat's 9.41 miles away. All right, so this is a huge problem because if the Earth was a sphere with the radius they told us, that horizon shouldn't be there. So at best, I just debunked the radius. But here's the thing. We're not like NASA where it's like just so story and you have to believe us because you can't go to space. You can actually go to any large body of water and do this test yourself. Any large body of water at rest will be flat on top, just like your cup of water, just like your bathtub, just like a pond, just like the Great Lakes, just like the ocean. There's no hump of water in between California and Hawaii.
Yeah.
Right. So does that make sense? The physics of water is always flat and level on
Yeah,
top.
water. Yeah, that's true. Water will always find its level.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, but seriously, you can test this out yourself. You don't have to take my word for any of this stuff. And I hope somebody posts the original video, and I hope you watch it. Because I'm not trying to pull any wool over your eyes. I'm trying to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority. And in order to think for yourself, you must question authority. So yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's the authority, right? But what if he's wrong? He is a man, right?
You repeat that again? Shit.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson and other scientists, you know, they got like all the degrees and letters after their name, right?
Dr. Lawrence Krauss is my favorite.
But you can test things, right? And verify certain things. If something's unfalsifiable, then it's a just so story, right? Like if I tell you that the reason we have tides is because of the gravity in the moon. It's like, okay, how do you prove that? Oh, you can't. Well, then how do you know that? I just know it. So that's a just so story. If you just know it and there's no evidence, like correlation is not causation, right?
The U.S. went to the moon. We beat the USSR in the coal rocket race.
So can you verify that the U.S. went to the moon? Because when they got back, they were passing out moon rocks that were actually petrified wood.
Wait a minute. Are you seriously think they went to the moon, man? Come on, man.
Dude, for real, they did.
Yeah.
Haven't they been back?
They haven't been back on the moon for I don't know how many years.
Forever.
We already went on the moon, so check mark. We went to Mars, check mark. We're gonna go
Didn't
to
you
Jupiter.
didn't you ask him about gas pressure without a container?
Yep. So I already told him. He agreed. You can't fly a helicopter on Mars. So what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, if you can't have gas pressure without a container, and they're saying they went to the moon, and the moon is supposed to be where there is no, the vacuum of space. That's Narnia. So, can you go to Narnia?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you go to Narnia?
He's might spiral.
Can you go to Narnia? How did I say it backward? Narnia, can you go? Yeah.
You guys are lagging. Can I get off the thing and then come back?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, full bars. Seems like my internet is good.
Can you go to Narnia?
Arnia?
Narnia.
Is that even a planet?
No, Narnia is the thing when you go through the closet and it's somewhere where they had a little movie about
The Witch in the Wardrobe.
Oh, those photo shoots in those closets. Is that what you mean?
It's just a troll.
It's a make fun place. It exists only in literature. It's like saying, can you go to Never Never Land, right? Because it doesn't exist. Right. And the thing about space is, okay, space exists, right? There's space between your ears, hopefully filled with neurons, right? But not only is there space between your ears, there's, like space in between us and the sun. But what you've been told about outer space has absolutely nothing to do with the scientific method. Do you want me to explain why?
Yeah.
All right, so the thing is about science is it's got a really good reputation, right? So like if someone says scientists say, like you're less likely to, go and fact check that because a scientist said it. Right? But if someone said a philosopher says, you'd be like, okay, let me check into that, right? Because a philosopher is different than a scientist, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So the thing is, with a scientific method, the reason that it's so valuable, right, because it's so highly trusted, is because you can prove and disprove things with science, right? So let's say you're a caveman or whatever, and you walk, right, and you find this like spring, right? It's like a volcanic spring, and the water's boiling, and you want to find out, hey, this is like a really good way to like cook fish, right? So how does the water boil, right? So what would you do if you were a scientist and you were trying to figure it out? Well, you would do a little research, okay? You would find out that, okay, the water's boiling, right? That's the dependent variable. What's the independent variable, right? And you would look for your independent variable, right? And you would come up with a hypothesis. The independent variable, well, maybe if I add heat, right? Because it seems really hot, the water seems hot. So then you do a little more research and you find out that this changes with altitude or gas pressure. So you do it at sea level. That's your control variable. Then you add heat to the water, it boils. You take heat away from the water, it stops boiling. You add heat to the water. So right there, you manipulated the independent variable. Is that correct? You turned it on and off. Is that right? You follow me so far?
I'm following you. We're in a hotel and there's a bunch of fucking idiots running around above me.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm not wasting my breath. So you manipulate the independent variable, you add heat, it boils, you take the heat away, it stops boiling. You just proved with a scientific method, right? Because this is empirical, falsifiable, right? Anyone can do this test and get the same result. You just proved that adding heat to water makes it boil, right? With the scientific method. Now, let's say that you had a theory about space, right? Let's say that you had this theory that the bending and warping of space-time causes the Earth to interact with the planets and the sun. Can you remove the bending and warping of space-time from space?
I haven't been there, so I wouldn't know.
Well, the
Hank,
answer
let
is
me
no.
Hank, let me fill you in real
Go-
quick. He wrote
go ahead, bro.
he's writing a paper on quantum physics, so he should know all of this stuff.
Oh,
Dude,
if
this
he's
is
writing a paper on quantum
hold on,
physics.
okay, hold on a second. This is a group project, by the way. Working as a group. This is my first semester of physics. I haven't done physics since high school for 2 years because I had to, there's certain requirements to get into those classes. Physics, biology. You need to learn. You need to read and know math and etc. So I'm rusty on it.
All right, it's okay,
Just kind
bro.
of.
So it's fine. So can you manipulate space, like the stuff above your head where the lights at night come from? Can you do anything up there? Can you manipulate any variables?
No. I've been
No.
there,
So everything you've ever been told, ever since you were a little kid, everything you were ever told about space, it's philosophy. You can't manipulate any of the variables in space. It has absolutely nothing to do with science. If you asked what causes the tides, you might as well ask how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, because it doesn't fit in the scientific method.
Up, Hank, you're breaking
The
up.
scientific method.
Cutting off, Hank.
It's a
Give him a second. He'll figure it out in a second. You're breaking up, Hank.
It wasn't me. It was the other guy.
I know Hank was breaking up. All he was explaining to you is a scientific method. You can prove things. You can manipulate it.
Damn, now you're breaking up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Elmo.
Are y'all back? I mean, I'm a little busy at the moment.
Yeah, by the way, fun fact, some of my anarchist friends are like commies. They believe in flat earth too. Like they
Well,
think that's what they
That's the problem because flat earth
It's
is
not
in a
about
belief.
belief. Yeah, go ahead, Elmo.
Yeah, and you go ahead now. You sound great.
It's not a belief, man. We've proven things, certain things for ourselves, and I think I can speak for most people here. We know it's not a globe. We don't know a whole lot beyond that, but it's not what they told us. It's not the size ball that they claim. So what are you trying to? These anarchist friends believe in flat Earth. What have they told you about it? You there,
It's just
sir?
flat.
Aren't they? Haven't
It's
gave you any
flat.
details like we have.
Oh, they're from that Twitter group thing, Flat Earth Society. I don't think you
How
guys
you
are
doing?
Flat Earth.
Hey, he's
Good.
back.
You're back, Hank. Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead, guys. I'm busy.
No. We were just
waiting
kind of
on you, but-
yeah.
So I'll break up here in a second if I start trying to talk to him. But anyway, this Flat Earth Society, we don't associate with anything with that. That's a disinformation group put out to make us look stupid, basically. They make assertions and claims that none of us here claim, like the Earth's flying upwards through space and stupid shit like that. So we're not the Flat Earth Society.
All right.
So I'm not sure. You haven't had a whole lot of exposure to this subject, have you? You just kind of came in here to have a laugh or kind of make fun of us, or why did you come
No.
here?
It was in your rules, like you guys are not Flat Earth Society. I was just telling you to, like, some of my friends, I don't know, dude, like they don't think it's a ball. I gotta say, that's what they told me. But yeah.
It's not a ball.
Yeah, we can
What else
prove
did
it's
they
not a
say?
ball.
How is that not different as this group? I know I read in the rules that you guys are not.
Because we can actually provide you evidence that it's not a globe.
We don't even know why are you talking about them anyway. Go to their server if you want to talk to the Flat Earth Society.
And we don't make claims and assertions that we can't back up. It's a big difference. You know?
Oh, wait. I'm slipping. Who said Flat Earth Society? Where's he at? Which one? We are not the Flat Earth Society. Say it again. I'm going to have to hard ban you. Rules are rules.
He said that we're not. I mean, pretty much I said
Yeah,
that.
he's on
Rules
board
are
with it.
rules, guys.
So here's the deal. The Flat Earth Society, right? They're like rhinos. They pretend to be Republicans, but as soon as you elect them, they start voting communism, okay? We're not them, right? The Flat Earth Society, they say stupid stuff on purpose and piss in the punch bowl. And the first sip of the Flat Earth Society, you take, oh, this tastes like piss. And you reject. Ask yourself this question. Why does there have to be a Flat Earth Society if Flat Earth is so stupid? Why do they have to control the opposition? Because even Obama, right, when he was president, name dropped the Flat Earth Society.
Sir Iron, are these anarcho-communist friends of yours? Are these friends in real life? Like friends that you associate in real life, face to face?
Is that irrelevant to the conversation, or?
I think. No, I was just asking the question if the anarcho-communist friends that you have that are alleged members of the Flat Earth Society are these people that you interact with in real life?
Some of them I do.
That's a no.
Okay, well,
You
guys.
play Clash of Titans, remember? That's what you said.
Clans,
You're the
dude.
whatever.
Clash of Clans, dude. I'm a world champion.
Yeah, you're the world champion. That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's up?
All
Man,
I'm saying is, like, people on this server, yes, I can call my friends, right? But you also have to understand that there's people that might be in your life that you consider friends that aren't necessarily friends in real life, and they may have certain
Agendas.
objectives. Yeah, that because typically, like,
Smart
if I
man.
wanted to label myself, I could certainly label myself into an anarchist viewpoint, but typically anarcho-socialists, even though anarchism did originate from the left, that is typically a controlled opposition group. The left side of anarchism is very heavily controlled by powers that be, not necessarily zero power, right? So it's kind of a contradiction there. And I just find it funny that if you have anarcho-communist friends, that they also happen to be a part of a society that is known controlled opposition. So that's why I was asking if they were friends in real life or just, friends that you may have online. Not saying you can't have friends online, because we're all friends here in this server.
Oh, both online and real life.
Yeah, just wondering if, anarcho means anarchy, right?
Yeah.
You know what that? Yeah. So if there's no government, then who's going to tax everybody to put everybody's, food and wealth into one lump? It doesn't really make sense. It sounds like a married bachelor. I mean, I don't know a whole lot, but it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Remember how in Washington well, actually us, because I'm a part of it, capture a small place there and everything was free? That's basically anarchist right there. Does that help you or not really? What was it called?
How could everything be free? Because the way I understand, you can't reap the harvest unless you plant the seed. So you have to put in work, and granted, the soil and the sunlight and the water does the rest. But if it doesn't rain, somebody's got to get out there and work.
Yeah.
Right.
Most of them anarchists don't even know the true definition of anarchy, dude.
I'm a left libertarian.
They just got sucked into a movement. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about or representing.
Capitalism. Listen, dude. Capitalism is bad. It's corrupted. It's a corrupted system.
Yeah, I've heard it all. I know what you're talking about, but I bet you don't even know the heart of the movement.
Capitalism versus communism is the same as left versus right. No, most of the people in here don't necessarily
Not
describe it as
entirely
that
true.
stuff.
Right? You can
Similar.
take those politics and blow them out your ass.
Bernie Sanders is a socialist, almost like a little anarchist, but not really.
No, he's a communist.
That's why I'm trying to say that the left side of anarchism is typically co-opted by the powers that be, which is why I had a concern that with the fact that you were talking about anarcho-communists that were also part of a known controlled opposition, which is the Flat Earth Society. So just beware is all I'm saying.
On question, what does this have to do with the Earth?
Yeah, I know. I'm a monarch here. What's up? I'm about to ban 5 of you.
Okay, so back to the shape of the Earth.
Hank had him on a scientific method before you robot it. If you want to explain that to him again.
Right, the scientific method. You have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, and witness the effect happening with the scientific method. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
So that's natural science 101, right? Right. So in space, you can't remove all the electromagnetic radiation from the sun to see if that's what's causing the circuits, right, that we see once every 24 hours. You can't remove it from the so-called planets, right? The wandering stars. So you don't know if that's causing anything or not. And you can't remove gravity, so-called gravity, because you can't even put space-time in a jar and paint it yellow, right? Because it's a mathematical concept, right? So a lot of stuff that you've been told, maybe not everything that you learned in school, like maybe 2 + 2 is 4, okay, I'll give you that. But a lot of other stuff was just an absolute lie, bro. It's made to make you a perfect slave. A perfect slave, smart enough to fill out the paperwork, right, and fix the machine, but not smart enough to question, hey, why is the owner making so much money and I'm doing all the work and he's sitting at home making like $1 million a day, right? So when you come out of school, right, you're highly educated, but the educational system is dumbed down. So you're not actually educated, right? So the problem is that somewhere along the line, they hijacked the word science, right? And you'll see like on the 1950 ads, it'll say something like 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes, right?
I prefer vaping, dude.
Have you seen those ads?
Yeah, I seen them.
But
like,
you see what
TV.
I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
All right, so every time something has like scientists say, like that's fine, but when they say science says, well, science doesn't have a mouth, right? Science doesn't say anything. In fact, what we're doing is we're all looking at the same data and coming to different conclusions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the deal. From now on, anytime somebody says science, you need to say show me, just like you're a female at a mechanic and they say, oh, you need tie
I'm
rods.
actually a pansexual.
What?
I'm a pansexual.
I don't care.
Oh
But
my gosh.
you see what I'm saying, right?
He thinks he's a pan.
Maybe the
He loves,
Neverland
he loves
was
making love to a
a
pan.
better reference than I thought, right? Look, here's the deal. You've been lied to. Do you agree? Did Columbus
Not
discover
really.
America, or were there 500 tribes already here?
Columbus.
Wow.
Yeah, Christopher Columbus. Did he discover
Aliens
America?
with him.
Did he discover America, or were there 500 tribes already here?
Oh yeah, the tribes. Yeah, the tribes.
Right.
Columbus killed them. Columbus was like Hitler, you know?
Right. Well, I don't know if Hitler was as bad as Columbus, but you get the point. Columbus didn't discover anything, right? The teacher lied to you, right?
The teacher would have to know something to lie.
Okay. If the teacher did lie to me, then they wouldn't be teachers. They're to teach us, you know?
That's a lie right there. I told you earlier, can't. Every other word can't be a lie because it's just not going to work here.
Well, no, I think that stems from a misunderstanding, and it was one thing I wanted to jump on, but I didn't want to rumpus Hank. It's not that it's education; it's indoctrination, right? So they don't actually know what they're talking about. They're just propaganda mouthpieces. They don't teach because they don't know. All they're doing is regurgitating what they've been indoctrinated already.
I read that whatever his name is, Michio Kaku. Who looks like Albert Einstein in this picture.
Michio Kaku?
Yeah. Just read it.
Sorry to be incredibly rude, but what cycle of the moon is it right now? Which one of you moon lovers knows?
I can't see the moon at the moment. I only see the sun.
So does that mean the moon is disappeared or something?
Oh, it's still there. It's just that the sun is out right now where I am.
What cycle is the moon in?
Don't worry, it was a deviation from the conversation. Carry on.
Okay.
I think we're going to have trouble, talking to this one because we need to find out if he's a relative truther.
You mean objective?
He sounds
Yeah,
pretty
so are
basic.
there objective truths?
Yeah, of course, they can be. I believe in objective truths. Out there. Search for it and research it.
Female.
Excuse me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. So a pansexual, that means that you're attracted to everyone, right?
Yep, he's gender blind.
Right. So he may
Sounds
be
like he was abused by everyone, more like.
he may be an objective truther.
Yeah.
Pardon me, that was
So
that was.
there are certain things that are true, right? Like if you're born with a penis, you're a male child, right?
I don't have.
Talking about sex, right? Sex.
Yeah.
Like what you fill out with the government when you fill out paperwork.
Correct. Did someone ask like whether I was a male or female? Unless that was a cutout discussion or that was out of the topic.
They asked, do you agree that there's distinct either male or female? You're one or the other. You agree
Neither.
You agree that there's
Are
two
you
different
are you a female because you are a male?
Go ahead, Jim.
The Dave guy, he's cutting out. The other one who just spoke, he's not. I don't know who that.
Don't you have to first discuss this issue with your government? Like, if you're not a male, then why the hell did they wrote in your birth certificate that you are a male?
I'm actually a female.
No,
You're a
show
female?
us your
No.
birth
You have
certificate.
a vagina?
Like in your mind?
I don't have neither.
What makes you a female? Do you have boobies?
Got a flat chest.
Imagination.
Do you
Your
have a
voice
hairy chin?
have decidedly male characteristics.
Because it's okay if you do.
Yeah,
I'll
you
still
are
love
an
you if you have a
insult
hairy
and a
chin.
disgrace to your own family. That's what you are.
Well, nowadays they say that you can choose your gender or sex, as if
Bro,
reality.
aren't you that dude from Rabish?
I mean,
Your
if you have
video?
a
Your
penis
gender and
and you
sex
I
have
know
is
this.
what
boobies,
Hold on,
I'll
hold on. I
still
know
love
this guy.
you.
your
Physicist guy.
gender and sex is what is written in your birth certificate. When you fix that, then I will call you that what it is written there.
So what do
I
you call it when you're born with when you're born with a
What are you
penis
talking
and born
about?
with boobies?
Shut up.
What do you call that?
Shut up. All of you, shut up. We live on Earth. Can we get back to reality?
I'm just that is reality. I'm just saying if a person was born with a penis and boobies, I would totally still love them.
Shut up means shut up, right? So return to the topic at hand. The Earth and the dimensions, etc. thereof. All right? It's not that hard.
I know this Mito guy though. It's from the Tom Rabbit video. Talking with Dark Dawkins.
That's more like it. Right. So what's happening? Any measurement of this nonsense curvature? Or are you lot still just pulling your punches because you don't have anything?
Who are you speaking to?
Remember, you said you can't fly helicopters in a vacuum, but yet you watch them fly helicopters on Mars in 1% atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere. Remember that? How do you explain that?
Yeah.
You still haven't explained that yet.
I wasn't there, so how would I know? It's on video. You should ask them, not me, dude. The guy with the Poindexter glasses. Well, in this icon, I am. Over there, nope.
Well, I can show you flies that quit attempting flight in 20% of atmosphere pressure.
Yeah.
Because at 10% of the atmospheric pressure, they are not able to fly anymore. So, according to Quanda's effects, how can you have a propeller generating lift, air current strong enough to achieve lift. Have you ever heard of quanta effect?
Your accent, it's really difficult to understand. Are you Russian or Bulgarian?
I'm Romanian.
Dracula.
Oh,
Where Dracula's
Yeah.
from.
What's your next, boys? What's your next?
my Spanish teacher was is Romanian too. Crazy like the Greeks.
Yeah.
Are you on substances? Why did you just jump to 3 different nations like that?
Part of the Soviet Union. That's how I know. It used to be
Hello,
more.
we were not
That makes
Soviet Union.
absolutely no sense. Return to the topic, please.
Yeah. So, if a fly quits attempting flying in 20% of the atmospheric pressure that we breathe, then how can you have a drone flying in 1% of the atmospheric pressure?
Your machine would spin apart before it lifted off the ground.
Yeah.
Ours is like Earth. Same thing, just that you just cannot really breathe over there.
Do you have evidence of this?
I'm looking. Shit.
If you're looking, then that's a no.
Okay, wait, dude. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a selfie picture from Mars of any NASA scientist or astronaut?
Yeah, like Bill Nye stuff, NASA
Yeah.
official, SpaceX.
I mean, selfie picture, like they
Oh.
are on Mars.
No, not as I know.
No?
Nope.
If I show you one,
You gotta be
what
from NASA.
would you?
I won't believe you if it's not from
Yeah,
NASA.
it's from NASA. It's picture from NASA.
Right.
A selfie taken on Mars. Without a spacesuit, wearing a spacesuit.
Dude, without the spacesuit from Mars, you die. You need it.
Well, no, she wasn't dying. She was smiling in the selfie picture.
Yeah, but without the spacesuit, you go enter after you're dead.
Okay,
There's
give
no
me a
air
moment
out.
and I will post the picture in the live stream voice text.
Make
and
sure
we
you're
will
looking in
discuss.
live stream voice text.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the VC text verify. Oops. Oh, and this is lagging.
So he is an objective truther.
There you are.
Yeah, sorry about
Do you
that.
see the lady on Mars?
The lady on Mars. No.
No, he said he doesn't know. There's no difference between male and female. He doesn't know which is which. And he said he was a female.
Dude, that's fake, dude. That is beyond fake.
Is it my fake?
It's like a green screen. It's a green screen.
Why would they do that?
It's a green screen, you know, like Wetter, the Wetter people. That's what it looks like.
That's a picture from NASA.
Oh, for real?
He's talking
Yeah,
about New
for
Zealand
real.
company that did the special effects for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit.
Yeah. So.
Well, the Mars part I learned. Well, you're not gonna like the transit run because you're gonna all laugh at me. You're gonna think I'm gonna troll right off the bat. Which I'm not.
Okay, you said it's a fake picture.
Listen, it's
why
it's
why
TV
do they
show.
show us? Why do they give us fake pictures? Because you said it's a fake picture.
Yeah, dude, it's
Yeah. Why do they
green
give
screen.
us fake pictures?
Have enough money.
Oh, for money. Okay.
I think you said not enough money. Is that what you said? Not enough money?
Yeah.
So they get $52 million a day, NASA does, from the American taxpayers. I think it does go up and down. Here recently it's been going up. I think recently it's $60 million a day. But yeah, they give us cartoons and we give them $60 million a day. You know, there was a connection, probably still is, between Disney and NASA. L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, which Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California. And L. Ron Hubbard is the guy who started Scientology. And Jack Parsons was a competing occultist with Aleister Crowley, the wickedest man in the world, aka the Beast 666. And Aleister Crowley was into all this, you know, really weird stuff. But the whole idea of an extraterrestrial comes from his friend Lam, Lam, who was an extraterrestrial he met after doing some seances and sex magic. And this, you know, little green man or whatever, little gray man, he's basically the first ET that we talk about. But I think they're actually extra dimensional. But yeah, if you look into the connection between Aleister Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, Jack Parsons, it's really weird. It's not just a little weird, but they've been giving us cartoons like this whole time. NASA cannot be trusted, just like the rest of the government. They're in deep with the Department of Defense, and they are literally disguising themselves as space exploration when really, if they would have asked the American people after the Vietnam War in the late 50s, early 60s, and they would have said, hey, I know the Great War was supposed to be the war to end all wars, and I know World War II just happened, and you guys are really tired. And then Korea happened, and you guys are like exhausted, but can we please have some more money to fund this Nazi rocket program that we got going on? Please do research Operation Paperclip. The American people in the Congress would have been like, not no, but fuck no. But see, that's post Bernays America. Post Edward Bernays America is highly entrenched in propaganda. So what they said was, we want to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's fucking hard, right? And they thought, the American people thought they were funding a rocket space program, but really what they were funding is, let's bomb everyone back to the Stone Age and then put a bank in their town, like a Federal Reserve Bank, like a World Bank, to get everyone in line with this one world order. And now, right, there's only a few countries, a handful of countries left that don't have a one world banking system or IMF banking system. And it's let's pay attention now. Syria, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, all the bad guys, right? So we got to send some NASA rockets over there and bomb them into submission like we just did Cuba, right? Because Cuba, the people are revolting. So what do? We bomb them back to the Stone Age and introduce a bank.
Dude, I posted a link and it was deleted. By the way, are you just talking about conspiracy theories? Are you a conspiracy theories or QAnon?
There was no conspiracy in anything that I just said. There was
He didn't hear.
absolutely everything I just said was verifiable.
He didn't hear anything you said anyway.
I did because someone deleted my link as well.
Yeah, you
Where that's
concerned
the
trolling us.
Mars thing from.
So
Oh.
your link got deleted. Then why didn't you consider maybe that wasn't allowed here?
The only part I speculated about was that propaganda is used by the government to get what it wants from the people. I don't really think that's a far fetch. Everything else was fact.
What age are you?
Me?
Yes.
27.
What age are you mentally?
Mentally?
Yeah.
Negative numbers don't apply, so we can't really go there.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
He might be like me and might be a little older for his actual age, or he might be a little younger.
I deleted your video and I don't owe you a reason why.
They asked me for the Mars thing. Oh, you know what? You're not gonna like it. What? Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, I didn't ask. I don't care.
Not evidence at all. Because I was in 6th grade. The teacher asked me the same thing, like, where do you get that idea from? And I said, well, from that show. And then she was like, oh, yeah, my kids used to watch that, you know? That's why I posted it. I guess I will not get the same reaction from here, but that's fine.
From the educational system, what is your expertise?
Common Core.
No. I'm gonna you're asking me what I want to become, like pursue as a career?
Yes.
I'm kind of undecided because I have like 6 things I want to do, but I know that's crazy. But yeah, just looking for a good paying job.
Any of them related to space?
Will I get in trouble for that in the server?
No.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Want to be a NASA engineer. Then that's going to require engineering and etc. A lot of math.
Yeah, so you have any university? Have you finished any university?
Actually, NASA engineers do not require that much math. They do require that they know SolidWorks, though. I know because it's a requirement for our plays.
Nice. Thinking to become a biology teacher because evolution and all that.
Oh, evolution. What's that?
You done
So
stepped on it
biology
now.
is evolution now?
You asked me what I wanted to become, and I told you I was undecided. I have like 6
Yeah,
other
I
things.
know,
I
but
want
what's evolution? I'm
teacher.
curious. Can you define that?
Well, evolution over a million years, things have changed over time, caused by natural selection.
Okay, so the first step of the scientific method says to observe a natural phenomenon. Has there ever been a human to observe a million years?
No.
Okay, so this
evolution,
isn't a
yes.
scientific theory.
Microevolution,
This is just
yes.
like a colloquial theory, right?
Colloquial, best guess.
Fortune
I don't
telling.
think it's the best guess. To
It's
believe,
not a best guess, that's for sure. It's just a guess.
yeah, the best guess is that it rained on
Unreadable.
rocks for millions of years and it washed the sediment into a primordial ooze. And out of this soup came information. Not just any kind of information, but the kind of information that you don't expect to see just lying around, popping up out of the dirt. Functional sequence, specified complexity is not something that just pops up out of the pond, right? If you have a functional
A
sequence,
whole
let's say,
language.
for example, if you cut your thumb, right, and it's throbbing and bleeding, well, your platelets are going to close that hole like a Band-Aid. That's a functional sequence, right? You would have to program that into a computer. And if it was a robot, that would be some pretty impressive, wouldn't it?
A coherent programming language.
Does code write itself?
Nope. I've
I
never
wish.
built a. Sorry.
No. You're
And
right,
did-
Hank. I wish it did write itself.
It's an emergent.
Natural selection implies that.
It wouldn't be code then, would it?
Does nature select things?
No, nature makes tornadoes which go to scrap yards and they assemble.
No.
7
I've had a scrapyard for 30 years. Nature hasn't built me one hot rod.
He was making a
It's
joke. Let
bullshit.
him finish.
No. It's a lie, man.
He was mocking their perspective. You got when it's beginning.
That last storm we got, hey, that last storm we had did knock down a tree and crush one of my Chevelles. God damn it!
Oh God.
So I guess nature does do things.
So your Chevelle evolved into a flatbed truck. I got you.
I'll give you one of my revelation. The virus before transferred
who's the
to
mug
Delta
claiming
variant.
that?
There you go.
It went from hot rod to grocery getter in one full swoop.
Hold on. Does this individual even know what a virus is?
No, he can't.
He got really triggered because somebody deleted his cartoon.
Pretty silent as well.
Yeah.
You googling what a virus is, my dude?
I'm actually kind of playing Clash of Clans at the moment. I'm actually looting. I got this. I found this base, had 2 million loot.
It's really nice. So you're not even giving us your undivided
That's a
attention,
cool
right?
story. I'll just mute that. Nobody cares about that.
Is he playing a game or what?
Nobody cares. He's muted. Who's next?
Yeah.
You can override me if you want, but that was unnecessarily useless.
Useless. You still got Charlie here if anybody wants to talk to him.
What, you want useless squared? Go right ahead.
Useless squared.
Yeah. By radio squared.
Ah, well, I guess I've done the damage. Peace out, boys.
Peace.
Look, here's the deal, man. A lot of stuff gets labeled as science, and it has absolutely nothing to do with natural science.
He's
Natural
not here, Hank.
science. No, I'm just talking.
Okay.
Natural science is really trustworthy. Like, you can really count on it because anyone can do it. Anyone can, put a little money aside to pay for whatever needs to be paid for and then do it and then hand it off to their buddy and say, hey, check this out. This is what I did. Why don't you try it and see if you can prove me wrong? Right? And that's why they always say that science, proves things wrong. Because there may be unknown variables. So it's really weird, the way that they did it, but they turned science into a religion. And it's the funniest religion ever. that we came from rocks, yo. I'm just a complicated rock. Can't you tell that I'm just a complicated rock?
It's almost like they blinded us with science, right? They blinded us with science.
Well, I guess it's inevitable because you can't, prove or, test everything. Some things have to be assumed with sort of a quasi-fundamentalist religious fervor, and you just go forward in faith from there.
One time I said that crypto was probably the most woke person when it comes to like communism. But I think Lemon Bird might be like a close second, a really close second. Lemon really knows about the communism. And right, what's going on is they don't want any educated people. But if they went around like killing educated people like they did when there was a full communist takeover, we would realize what's going on. We would be like, hey, remember Johnny, that smart guy with the glasses and the lab coat, always fucking around with beakers? He's dead. Right? So now what they do is, they take Johnny and they teach him about evolution and Big Bang Theory and, all this stuff like dark matter. And Johnny's walking around. He's probably a highly intelligent person, but he believes a bunch of bullshit. So, communism is kind of in full swing right now. The only thing not communist is the fact that the bankers haven't been able to take away our guns.
Dumb down the masses. It is interesting that they called religion the opiate of the masses, but in turn, the communists give people other opiates, sports, games, distractions, lies. They have other opiates other than religion to offer. I think there's a little bit of a projection on their part with that.
American people do not understand this mindset of the communists, and they wouldn't know how to operate in a communist system, They will not make it.
It's an effective way to control people, dumb them down, give them fear, excommunicate them if they get out of line.
But American people are used to this, free speech, and
Do you know how
that's
selfish
like
they are too?
poison for the communists.
If everyone goes communistic, watch how everybody will be selfish.
Well, people on paper say that as communist brothers, we're going to share and share alike. But in actuality, the controllers only give us so much to share with. Resource allocation is a real thing, whether or not you have a communist utopia of share and share alike or not.
Yeah, which is why like it makes people more selfish.
Combine that with the short-sightedness
sound
of
good
our
right now.
central planners. What's that?
Well,
Was
I
that
tell
right?
you, the problem is not the censorship, like banning free speech and stuff like that. People get used to this very quickly. You get a fine 2, 3, 4, and they will put you in line. But this will lead to rationalizations when they will start rationalizing your food and everything in your life, electricity, water, uh, shower time, etc. That's when you go mad. Yeah.
The central planners only have so much time to plan everything. If you let people have freedom, that's like giving 7 billion people, in on the process to help, give solutions to everybody. And then solutions just naturally emerge with 7 billion people free to find solutions to their problems. Plus, central planners don't look at a
Oh,
natural.
I get me. Hear me?
I'm cutting out. You guys are cutting out too. I don't know. Discord is very bad tonight.
I kind of think of communism as a way to curtail the spread of Christianity. Christianity giving people, freedom, capitalism, or whatever, or some offshoot of it. They're like, we got to stop the spread of this ideology. Give them atheistic communism instead.
I wonder if you sat down. Mic check, 1, 2.
I hear you now, Hank.
All right, cool. Thanks. Get beget. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. All I was trying to say was earlier the guy said that he couldn't understand you. You speak excellent English. It just takes a few hours, maybe a few weeks to get used to your accent. But by the way, when we get used to your accent, we can understand you clearly. So
Thank
your
you.
English is great, bro. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah. I know grammatically I'm a little bit rusty.
No, bro, you're good, man. We can understand you. It's like a Highlander from Scotland. It takes a while.
Listen, just slow down. Slow down, that's all. And think about what you're gonna say.
I'm slow by default. And if I slow even more.
I was going to advise him to learn how to talk at 1.5. That would help. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
That guy.
I wonder.
Pansexual. Go ahead.
Don't worry about that. That's garbage. I was going to say, I wonder if, like, you sat down with all these communist wannabes in America who've never actually tried communism. I wonder if you told them, like, hey, sit down, let's have a conversation. Right? Let's say you gave them some kind of pill to keep them from having those really energetic emotional reactions, right? And you just gave them, like, some benzos or something. That way you could actually talk to them. Right? And you said, hey, what they're going to do is they're going to take away all private property. And guess where your rights come from? Your private rights are directly tied to your private property. So, when the communist takeover happens, you're not going to be able to piss without getting permission. And you're not going to be able to drink without getting permission.
Yeah.
Right? You think they would just be like, yeah, that totally sounds cool. Like, no rights? I don't have any rights whatsoever? Like, if someone's kicking me in the balls every night before I go to sleep, I don't have the right to say anything about it? Perfect.
The problem is that it's easy to talk about this, but it's horrifying to go through such thing. Experiencing it is totally different than talking about it. Yeah.
Well, people talk about freedom in the abstraction, but the practical side is what tools are you going to give people so that they can, exercise their freedom in a meaningful way?
Yeah.
You can say you're free to find work, but if your job is 20 miles away and you don't have a car, well, then, you're not going to have that job for long, even with your freedom, or you're going to have to, do something to make
Yeah.
that worth something. Or if you work hard to
Or-
try to get a vehicle and that car isn't available because of poor communist central planning, well, that's, another issue too. So
Yeah.
how much freedom are we practically going to have with these sorts of systems?
Oh, and the communists, they can, even if you own a car, they can sort you out in no time. You can drive your car in this, the days which you can divide them by two, with the number that you, if it's sixth, then you can drive your car. But when it's seventh, then you cannot drive your car.
Drive your car on even numbered days
Oh,
with a
Yeah,
see,
certain
even
number
and
of
they did
yeah,
solve the traffic problem then. See, communist is good for
yeah,
some.
yeah,
It's all because of the blessing of our central planners who won't, look at pesky things like economic indicators or what the people actually want to buy. They're like, we'll decide what you get to purchase.
mm. But
Meanwhile,
yeah,
they get
when
to have
they,
their designer cars, their palatial villas, their, their extra dispensations and their exemptions. It's a system that's
yeah,
so built on hypocrisy in so many ways. They rail on capitalism, but they want capitalist
yeah,
stuff for themselves.
yeah, of course,
It's just like in Cuba where they're like, okay, we're going to go socialistic now, but first we're going to grab up all of the wealth and let you guys fight over the crumbs with socialism. There's so many ways to game the system, capitalist or communist.
I
In
don't
a
know,
way, in
but
America, we have kind of
something,
a 50-50 system. What was that?
I would say something terrible is going to happen, like not tomorrow, but gradually, in like the next 10, 15 years, we will get to the point where this crypto and internet will be taking over the world, like taking down all the governments and bank systems. Yeah, they will transcend into some sort of super communistic world, system.
You should read the book Karl Marx and Satanism. It shows the links to communism and Satanism, especially back in
Yeah,
Russia.
yeah,
Like the things that they
yeah,
did to those priests and Christians, it was monstrous. And
yeah.
it's just like, wow, people want this system. I'm like, okay.
They have no idea what they are begging for.
And then we're being played by like fiddles. They tried, earlier to give us communism, but we weren't having it. They're like, damn, these Christians, they're too fat, they're too happy, and they're too holy to have a class struggle. So how do we
Yeah,
push this system on them? I know, race. Will rub the wounds of racism raw, and they'll
yeah,
be guilted into adopting
mm,
essentially communist platitudes.
yeah. And they are telling it in our face with this. When I saw that future predictions where they say in the future you will own nothing and you will be happy. That is a communist doctrine.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I got to tell you, I want to own my toothbrush and my pillow, because I don't want no one else scrubbing their pearlies with my toothbrush or drooling on my pillow.
Yeah. I mean, if there's so much, plenty in these communist systems, why can't I own something? If there's so much, plenty, you would think that you'd be able to at least own your own
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
Always want
sorry,
to
Hank.
own,
You're
I
gonna have
want to
to.
own my own underwear. Go ahead.
Nope. You're gonna have to share them, Dave.
Share them. Oh my
On
God.
Tuesday, I want them on the Tuesdays.
We're going to share them underwear, huh?
Forget, Mike's coming for all your crackers. These here are my guns, and I like you see try and make me share them. Mm-hmm.
This is
I
America,
will
the
be
land
the
of the.
cracker.
This is
Go
the
ahead,
land
Dave.
of the free to do as you're told place. You're free to do as you're
Yeah.
told.
Yeah. Free to do as you're told.
It's the land of the fee or home of the slave. Just pay your
Truth.
taxes.
Oh my God. You
Those
open the door. I so want to walk through it, but I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to touch the butt towel. It's a tainted subject.
Okay, don't pay your taxes. If everybody quit paying their taxes, you think the IRS will show up to everybody's door and put them in a cage? No. They're only like 1% of the population.
Well,
You know what's
they're
the funny
there's
thing?
that like advertising. They don't say communism; they say social justice. It has such a nice ring to it, but it's Marxist communism.
Yeah, you're right, Lemon. The funny thing is, when I speak with Romanian people about the Americans, when I try to tell them, when vast majority of Romanian people they hear about the American mindset, what they hear on CNN, television, and that's like the CNN television is transmitting information to our national televisions, and they are
Hell, you need
broadcasting
to bring them here.
information about, yeah. And when I try to tell them, like, hey, what you see on the TV about the Americans and stuff, it's like 1,000,000% far away from that.
It's bullshit. That's how we say
Yeah,
it in American. There's bullshit you
yeah,
gotta bring.
Horse shit.
yeah, yeah. But
Them there's pillow lies.
We know who the
it's very
Communist News Network is. I could post something right now and show you their hats.
Communist News Network, the Clinton News Network, MSLGBTQ, MSCNN. What else do they have?
Yeah.
I just want my sickle and my hammer, damn it. Comrade, I am sorry, but I'm going to have to kill you today. I want what you have. It is mine.
The sickle of Saturn worship, human sacrifice, and the hammer to hammer the masses into submission.
Oh, it's the hammer is
You have
industry. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Uh-huh.
The hammer is
No, you're
industry. The
right.
hammer is industry, and the sickle is harvest, meaning death, industrialized death.
Yeah.
Reap and sow.
So I interviewed a lady living in South America, and she told me that her parents were part of the White Party. The White Party in Russia is the ones who were against the Bolsheviks. So they would have been like the Russian nationalists fighting against the communist overthrow. And when I interviewed her, it was kind of like on the fly. Like I didn't know her, she didn't know me, but I was like, "Your accent is interesting. I can't really point it out." And she's like, "Oh, I'm Russian, but I'm down here in South America." I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it now." And then I started talking to her about the Bolsheviks, and it's like amazing the stuff that she told me that like her parents went through trying to like fight these Bolsheviks because they were like the worst kind of relentless, just anything dirty they could do, any kind of propaganda they could do,
Yeah,
anybody they needed to assassinate. Like there was
they will
nothing
do.
they weren't
Yeah,
willing
nothing
to go
stops
through.
them.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah.
And you know, they pass on all these missions and plans to their children's children's. You know, so yeah.
And
Well, the Jesuits, I mean, the communists, from the Catholic Church, they work on this for years. They're like the military arm of the Pope, and they will infiltrate, dominate, and subjugate at will. And they've been working on this for centuries, really, with their South American reductions. Their South American communes, where they perfected communism down to a T on the native populations.
Yeah. You know, the only freedom is actually um, rebellion, like not obeying them. That is freedom. But what people think that freedom means, like complying with the government's rules and all this censorship and stuff, um, is actually uh, you you are being dead, killed. For that's what it means for them, that they destroyed you. Where as long as you are obedient, you're dead.
Do what we
But
say or else, or do what we
yeah,
say to get freedom. But that's a slight
yeah,
difference of freedom than, something, like religious. Like, God says
yeah,
you're free to do whatever you want.
spiritual.
You may be thrown in hell later, but during your life, you're free to do what you want. Now, if you do what God
Yeah,
says, will be blessed. So it's really the difference
yeah.
between plain obedience and being blessed. But, that they're kind of conflating the two.
As long as you obey them, you're not free, and you're not even tricking the system. You don't live your life as you're meant to, and yeah. That's
Freedom
why,
enslaved system.
yeah, in our last king in Romania, Decebalus Pescorilus, when he lost the war with the Roman Empire, he suicided himself. He said, "You will never subdue me. You will never have me kneeling to you." you know, because he said, "You represent." He told to the general, he said, "You represent the system that makes men slaves, turns men into slaves." And he said he's never going to be their slave.
God bless them.
They had a very different mentality. They had this spiritual view of people and the world. And yeah, these teachings have been lost. We don't understand freedom. We forgot what it is. We never learned what it is. you know.
Not in those Jesuit run schools. If you ask them any questions, you're going to get the ruler.
Yeah.
Guys, I got in so much trouble. Man, my teachers and the students hated my bitch ass because I'd be raising my hand, like asking questions, and they'd be like, "Let's just get through the lesson." And I was like, "But I can't help
Yeah.
it."
Yeah. And
I
she's
am not
calling you
teaching you
then.
critical thinking. I am teaching you how to march lockstep via the Prussian model that we are instituting in these schools ever since 1896 or something like that? I am teaching you to get government jobs where you will comply and do as you're told for the king, the government, or whatever it is, for the military, whatever.
Yeah. And your job won't be to help people. It will be to bring service to the government, to subdue people.
Damn
Well,
these
if the
homeschool kids are
government
smart.
if the government doesn't run, then everything falls apart. So of course you're going to have to serve the government first.
Yeah.
There aren't enough people going in our schools. How do we get more of them in there? Well, a lot of them are getting homeschooled because the mom can afford to stay home at work. So raise the prices and push feminism. So now there's two parents working instead of just one. They'll come right into the system.
Yeah.
Edward Bernays, the Frankfurt School. I'd piss on that school if I ever went to Germany.
It is genius.
I mean, I seriously would. I don't know what German prisons are like, but if I ever got a chance to like piss all over that school, I'd be like Ozzy at the Alamo. Like, what?
German prisons are luxury.
It's a negative feedback loop. The more dependence, the bigger the government needed to give the dependence. The bigger the vice, the more powerful the vice giver, the government in this case, becomes. It becomes a negative feedback loop at that point, and destruction is almost assuredly assured, unless people choose to turn back.
I'm confused. Lemon, you normally don't say things that are incorrect, so I'm guessing I'm the one who's incorrect here. Even though it's like negative, wouldn't it still be a positive feedback loop?
Well, negative would reduce the stimulus or reduce the result from the stimulus or whatever. That would be more than likely correct, like you say. I am human. I get things wrong occasionally, well, more than occasionally.
Yeah, I know.
It would be negative if you're talking about self-dependence, though. Positive for the power of the government.
Gotcha.
Less of a love of freedom, more of a love of dependence, and a bigger government to help enact that. I think this is why things were so hard back then. People were like, "Yeah, I may be poor, and my kid may be dying of, some sort of disease, but I'm not giving my kids up to the government."
Yeah. Teach your kids not to take side of any fighting camp, but to take only the observer seat in this world, because that's the only good life path.
You just reminded me of a story I heard. Someone gave their testimony, and this guy said that a kid that was born with Downs, and they were trying to get him to sign at the hospital a contract with the government with welfare, and he was like, "No, I don't need any of that." And they took his kid, and he later found out that they were trying to get him to like level 6, which would mean like they get the most amount from the government. So in this house, I guess it would have been like a foster. They were only feeding them Cheetos and Diet Coke, trying to make them like sicker than they actually were, so they met the requirements to get the most amount of funding. And I just remember like I kind of feel like that's what they did to me in school, because I didn't have Downs. I didn't have Downs, but I had that the spirit that I have now. We ain't doing that. When I first got here, I was like, "What do you mean I can't talk about vaccines? Like, what do you mean I can't?" I don't know why Mike didn't ban me on day one. Mike, thank you so much for my bullshit, because I don't want to be like that. Fuck you. I can do what you told me. But anyway, school was like not getting credit for my math class because I wouldn't show my work. And I wonder, like, do they get like special like perks and grants and money if they could make me out to be like I was retarded? Well, I don't know the right word, the politically correct word for retarded, whatever that is.
Mentally something.
Retarded.
Yeah, slow, right? But yeah, they put me in resource math class, and plus two bullshit every year. So my first year out was algebra, and nobody explained to me that X meant question mark and Y meant question mark, and I didn't know that. So it was like my whole school system was like really screwed up, I think.
Only time to teach to the test, to get the right answers, not really know how you're getting the answers.
Well, they were like, show your work, and I was like, no, is the answer incorrect? And they were like, no, the answer's correct. I was like, so I get 100? And they were like, you get a 0. I was like, watch me not do it next time. Watch me not fill out anything next time.
Well, I mean, since you're part of the collective, there's nothing special about you. So you need to show your work so that another comrade can duplicate your process and become part of the harmonious Hive collective. Please show your work. Thank you.
You know what I was doing, though? I was doing Common Core in my head. So if it was like 9 plus 1 plus 8, I would go 9 plus 1, that's 10. Plus 8 is 18. Right? And now that's what they're actually teaching. So I was doing Common Core like back in the 80s, and now that's how they actually want to run the schools. Isn't that crazy?
Well, yeah. Remember, they want you. They want to make you show your work because they want to teach you to not do it in your head. They want you to be stupid.
And just in case you're cheating or are too smart for the collective, we can see exactly what process you did so we can duplicate it for the Borg. I mean the collective.
Well, they do this now because back in the days we didn't have smart technology, so people had to know to use their ability to do math. But today they don't need this anymore because everyone has a smartphone, smart device, a computer, a tablet, something.
Exactly, bro.
These devices do it for you. They do it for you. So that's why they
That's
give.
another lie from the teacher.
Yeah,
It's not like you're going to have
yeah,
a calculator in your pocket.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Now what do we got in our pockets?
yeah.
We got calculators in our pockets.
I know. In my time when I was in school, yeah, teachers told me. Um, I I had a computer at home, and I was able to do like some of the homework on computer and just print it out, And I show them the graphs, everything. But when I show them, oh, they say, oh, but this is printed on a computer, and I said, yeah, I do have a computer at home. And they said, well, no, you have to do this with a pencil and a ruler and draw the lines and, but with your hand. And I said, what's the point? You know? And they said, no, this is how you have to do with your hand, manual work. Yeah.
You're on a desert island, all alone,
Battlemont.
no machinery anywhere. What's 2 plus 2?
Yeah. Yeah.
Battlemont, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
When I first came around, I was on the fence. And I was kind of like, fuck the vaccine thing. Like, I'm talking about it. And I was like, fuck the religion thing. You can't silence me. How did you not ban me, bro?
Well, you had good points. it wasn't. I didn't disagree with you. I just tried to tell you we don't cover that in here.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah,
too
it's
many
pretty
doctrinal
hard-headed.
arguments.
I agree now. Yeah, I'm on board now. I get it. But in the beginning, I was kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, they just don't want me arguing, Hank. I disagree with 90% of the religious motherfuckers in here, and they know I'll win by default.
I've
We'll
heard
be
that
down.
before. Adamad,
Yeah. We'll
he's
be,
correct by default.
yeah,
I've heard the
because we'll be
Clovers say that before.
Yeah. Oh man, I just listen. The Globers hate me because they give you a link. Like Kusho, you'd say citation. He got in the habit of just citing sources that had nothing to do with nothing, because he figured nobody would even read them. And he got to hating me. I'd be like, "Hold up, Kusho. Jeremy, let's talk about this citation here." He's like, "Damn it, Mike, you read it." Yep, I read it. He said, "I know." I know what? It doesn't even apply to it. I just wanted to see who was gonna write it and who wasn't. I was trying to make a point with that. I was like, well, your point got fucked. Some people here do read this, so it's not blind faith. I read every citation that the Globers give.
Well, they don't give that many, so you don't read.
I just want to say, I just want to say, I'm obviously a slow learner. Thank you for not banning me, Battlemod.
Hank, I've had a great liking for a lot of topics you cover. So it's you, not me. Certain things you covered were great.
Appreciate that.
Who's ever seen this poster of Janice? I'm not going to show the whole poster, just the top half.
What's Janice?
Janis Joplin. She was the sex symbol of the Woodstock, man. What's up? You don't know who Janice is?
Okay, I know what you're talking about now.
She did a song on stage topless. Never wore a bra. She was one of the first ones to throw down the bra. Mostly I like her singing though.
Yeah, the thing about Janis Joplin, she had so much real passion, you know, in her voice when she sung those songs. And you could tell, like, somebody done hurt that girl. Like, it's real. Like, when she sung,
Take it.
it was so authentic. I forgot that she did that topless. Huh. It's about letting yourself feel all those things that you have already on the inside of you. Than men, by and large. And that's why, we always say that women are this and women are that. Right? But they process it better because men tend to, society tells us to suck it up, boy. Real men don't cry. And it's kind of like, well, women, they're allowed to get away with a little bit more than men are, right? That's why we say that women nag. right? Because if men is in a group of men, right, and the young one's nagging, he's going to get backhanded and be like, "Shut up, boy! The adults are talking." Well, with women, they don't do that, so they never get backhanded by the older women. So they're kind of allowed to express their emotion a little bit better, or they're allowed to process it like raw, like right there in front of you, just processing it. And it's really interesting the difference between the two sexes, because there are differences. I don't know what academia is teaching these days, but there's real differences between men and women. And Janice, she was kind of all out there. Like, she didn't care that her body wasn't like fit for Cosmopolitan magazine. Like, she just kind of let it all hang out. And even though I'm not real big on public nudity, you still got to respect her, because she was just completely raw and unfiltered, I think would be a good way to describe her. Is there anybody living on a spinning water pair? Anybody in here living on a water ball?
When I was taking a fat rip, I felt kind of like that for a few seconds, but it seems pretty stationary now.
Yeah, if you took it to the bottom of your lungs, sometimes you start kind of spinning and seeing stars sometimes. Remember, I took one rip one time. Man, so bad. Because, like, when you do the gravity bong or the gravity hookah, whatever we call it, and you got that white smoke that starts to turn yellow, it's just, and you take that to the bottom of your lungs and you try to take the whole thing, and you never can, but you try to. That's the goal. I mean, it sure does waste it, but man, you're talking about, oh, taking it to the next level. And then you go swimming, right? And then you let all the air out of your lungs and try to sit at the bottom of the swimming pool in the lotus pose. And you're like, how long can I sit down here with no oxygen in my lungs? And it's like, it's like restricting the oxygen to your brain, so you're just even higher, just as high as you could be at the bottom of the pool. It's a wonder I still got brain cells.
Or you take a fat breath full and see how many push-ups you can do holding it in.
Man, makes me want to buy like a $1,000 swimming pool just so I can get me like an elbow in a swimming pool. I'll be like, fuck that job, fuck those light bills, fuck the rent. I just want to go swimming. Maybe I could get a whole bunch of salt and just make me a sensory deprivation tank. Just need to be in the water. I'm all dried out.
Washed up.
Hey, Hank, have you ever seen the movie Altered States?
Who's in it? I don't think I have.
Dang, it's a really famous actor, but I can't remember his name at the moment. It was made back in the 70s, and it has to do with this guy's exploration of the effects of psychedelic drugs, and he travels to
Oh,
various
okay.
countries, and the movie goes into the science fiction realm when some of these rare drugs that he finds start doing things that physically change him into like other creatures or some stuff. But it's just an incredible movie. It's really great, and they mess around with sensory deprivation tanks as part of the story a lot.
No, I haven't seen it. See, I'm trying to think. I've only had an altered state one time that I can think of. Well, unless you count like meditation and stuff like that, then I'm continuously in a meditative state.
That's a movie from the 80s, Altered States. I watched that forever ago.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure it was from the 70s, wasn't it? I'll try to look it
1980.
up.
It's a 1980
only
sci-fi
difference-
horror, bro.
The only difference between the 70s and the 80s is Vietnam was over.
I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure it was released in 1981, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was before I was
Could have
born.
been 80.
I was born in 82.
I was 9 in 81.
Yeah, you were already chasing the feral cats around the neighborhood.
Yeah. I can go get it.
Trying to tag them with your slingshot, huh?
No, we used to play sock tag. We make like the front porch stay, and everybody go hide, and somebody had to go around and look for them. But if you made it to the porch before they found you, you were safe. But had a sock. We take a big hunting sock and fill it full of shit. If they hit you with the sock, you was out. Called it sock tag. I make them all mad. I climb a fucking big ass pine tree and just sit up there and watch the front porch for hours. Make them say, "Hey, we give up. Come on." Mom said you gotta go to bed.
Oh yeah, you were right. Battle Mod was 1980, and the main actor his name's William Hurt.
Yep. Bill Hurt and Ken Russell. Ken Russell movie.
I hurt myself today.
I like that one, but I like God's Gonna Cut You Down better.
Hey, come to think of it, that movie has a scene in it that I think is the best evolution proof so far, where he takes a certain mixture of something and he turns into like an ape-like man. He grows hair, has a lot of power, and then he breaks into a zoo and he kills a sheep, I think, or a goat, and eats it.
Raw, unfiltered. What have I become? My sweetest friend.
Hopefully not a NASA fanboy.
But you could have it all. My empire of dirt.
I will let you down. I will make you hurt.
If I could start again, a million miles away.
I would keep myself. I would find a way.
Never in a million years I think Johnny Cash would cover a 9 Inch Nails song.
Yeah.
But he was
He says,
kind of.
upon I wear this crown of thorns upon
That's the only
my
thing he changed.
liar's chair.
Yeah, that one
Full
word.
of broken thoughts. Yep. If it hadn't been for Elvis, Johnny'd been a bigger hit than he was.
Yeah, I never really listened to Elvis until one day on VH1. His fat ass waddled out in that tight white suit that he wore. And he sat down on the piano. It was just him and the piano, nothing else. And his performance like blew me away. I was just walking past the TV and I was like, oh, okay, let's see what's going on here. And it was like his performance was just amazing. Because when he got older, he could actually sing really good. And ever since then, I was an Elvis fan. I do think that Elvis was part of like the Beatles and the what's it called, the Tavistock Institute. I think that he was using that 440, which is the frequency for hysteria. That's why his fans and the Beatle fans were losing it. Oh, see? Oh, see.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
I was gonna say something when y'all were singing, but I got a phone call and I left the mic open.
No, it's all good, bro. I love the sound of Mexican women chatting in the background. It makes me feel like I'm at home.
Family reunion in the middle of Walmart. Like, dude, get out of the aisle so I can actually shop.
Oh.
They're
Yeah.
all hugging and hanging out in the middle of the damn aisle, and I'm standing there like, dude, move so I can look at what I need to look at.
Don't worry, Bill Gates is going to get that number down closer to 0. Or I think he
don't
said.
care. about them being here. I don't care about anybody being here. As long as they're not starting shit. The problem is I got people here starting shit that shouldn't be.
No, I was being serious when I was saying that about Mexican women. I love Mexican women, and not in the sense that you're thinking, right? I mean, they are beautiful, but there's just something about Mexican women, man. Like they're like really fucking funny, right? Because they got that sense of humor that kind of I don't know. It's just the things that they say.
When they're mad, you know you're not gonna get murdered, so it's funny. I understand what you're saying.
Like they'll say stuff like, "Hey, you're getting kind of fat. You're starting to, look like us." That shit's funny to me. Like you've been eating good. You're starting to look like one of us.
I wasn't gonna say this earlier, but now that you bring up that subject, I'm gonna say it anyway. When I go out onto the street and I talk to random people about the Earth being flat, if I'm in a mood like I don't feel like dealing with bullshit, and I see 3 crowds of people in front of me, one of them white, one of them black, one of them Latin, I'll walk towards the Latin people and talk to them because they're just less likely to just give you just Glover bullshit.
Yeah, I love Mexicans. I don't know so much about the rest of the Latinos, but from what I could tell, like I do not mind Mexicans being my neighbors. They're good people.
Yeah, Mexicans are A's and they have great parties and they know how to have fun. So yeah, I agree.
Fuck yeah, they have excellent parties. Saturday is like not just Saturday; it's like Shabbat day. I mean, that's like it is like
And the
party
music
on,
is
dude.
loud. Yeah, and it's loud too. It's like, nah, dude, they don't even put it at medium. They like turn it up.
La tierra es planar.
And if you ever get invited to a what do they call it, a quinceañera, go. It's a lot of fun. It's
Oh
cool.
yeah, I go to Mexican parties all the time, and man, the piñatas are fun. The food is delicious. Everyone's having a blast. So, and
Everybody's
everyone's
dancing.
drinking at every party.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
everybody's
everyone's
drinking and
drinking.
dancing,
So it's kind of
singing.
like it's all laid back. Like my family is more like we're Colombian, so they're more like not as laid back as Mexicans. Like I love going to a Mexican party.
And they're a little bit racist, but who gives a fuck? Like it doesn't matter if they call you like güero or what do they call you? The word for shit, mierda. Like they'll call you those things, but who gives a fuck? Like put your ego aside. It's a fucking party.
It's funny if they get mad at me because I'm part Native American. Like I was here first before y'all came from Spain. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. South America is over there, bro.
Right?
A lot of them are too.
Border.
A lot of Mexicans. Some of them know they are because they still speak like the Native American tongue. Like I know this one girl, she kind of looked white. I think she was anemic, but she was Mexican. And then I heard her speaking to her mom on the phone. I was like, what are you speaking? And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm Indian. Yeah, that's my Native American tongue. I was like, you speak, Native American? She's like, oh yeah, our whole family does.
I just got off of a talk with this guy that asked me a couple of questions. He said everybody in here is like a flat earther. So I have a couple questions for you guys, if you don't mind.
Shoot.
What keeps the water from falling off the edge of our Earth?
Do you think the Earth is a disk and flying through space?
I don't know. I was coming to ask you a question.
Right,
I
I'm
thought
trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you understand that there are people that put out models for the flat Earth. We're not them. the Flat Earth Society gives you this image of a disc flying through space, and they're controlled opposition. So they're saying the wrong thing on purpose to make us look stupid. So if you want to know what holds the water in, I suggest you Google the term ice wall, and then maybe put Antarctica ice wall, and you'll see that there's an actual ice wall holding in the water, because Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth.
Yeah, but what's the water gonna fall into? What is the question mean? Fall into what? It's assuming something in space, right?
Don't realize that
Is that me lagging? Or?
I think you're roboting a bit, Hank. Wait for Hank to get back.
You know, my second question was, what happened to the Earth's core? You know.
Well, yeah, again, you're assuming that the Earth has a core, which means you're assuming it is a ball.
Right.
With a core, right? And if it's going to be a ball, then there's got to be curvature. And there's no curvature, so it can't be a ball.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're not like a disc in space. We're not a shape in space. That's
So
the
then what are we?
heliocentric model. Yeah, that's a good question, eh? What are we? Where do we come from? Where do we come
No, like,
from?
what is the
Where are we
shape of the
going?
what is the shape of the
Right.
planet?
Right. Exactly. Right. What is the shape of God?
What planet?
Exactly.
Hold up, Bong. What planet?
Go
In your model,
what?
In your model, isn't a planet a sphere? So if it's not a sphere, then what is it? It's a pretty simple question. If it's not round, then it's
Flat, right? That's the whole thing. That's the whole gig. It's a flat Earth. Right.
It's not a gig, though. You know, like
Wait, is
having
someone
two
going to
legs.
reform something?
Yeah, having two legs is not a gig. You know, it's just the way we are. We have two legs.
tell that
That's
to the
the way.
one-legged chick.
Flat is just the way water presents itself, right? I mean, you understand water. We all do.
So you guys don't understand. No. Sorry, that's the wrong words. That's the wrong words. You guys don't think that there's asteroids? Is
Well, again, you're assuming space again. You know what I mean? You're asking for explanations for something, right? For something that you have explanations for, but no evidence for. A ball. You're assuming that you're on a ball. There's no evidence, and you've got all these
Bong,
explanations,
we can
right?
directly answer him.
Yeah.
We can directly answer him. The answer is no. We don't believe in stuff we cannot verify or prove. We can't prove that asteroids are real things. So no, we don't believe in that.
Do you not
Well,
trust
here's the
science to
thing.
prove it?
Here's the thing.
We also don't believe in Santa
hold
Claus
up.
too, if it helps you understand.
Yeah, hold up. How do asteroids prove a sphere?
So why isn't your answer
We're
is
clearly
they're not
talking about proof
right,
for
and then
one or the other. So I don't see how an asteroid would prove the shape of the Earth.
So I'm just reading this meme that this guy, or not a meme, this image,
Oh,
right? He said like no space, no gravity, no asteroids, no axial rotation. I just saw asteroid and I picked a word out that I saw. So.
Well, can you answer his question
who
so that I can
posted
ask you
that
mine?
shit? Okay.
That's probably one of
Wait,
our memes.
Sorry, what was your question? Sorry. For me.
How does an asteroid prove a sphere?
Well, it really doesn't.
Okay.
There we go. So why does it matter?
And now my question to you is, why aren't you asking us how we know the Earth is flat and why we're saying it's flat? Why isn't that your question?
I have different questions, to be honest.
So you're
I
not
really don't-
interested. You're interested more in these other non-significant things than whether or not the Earth is flat, or how we know it's flat.
Tad bit, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of was too,
So
but
you wouldn't care about any empirical evidence of flatness.
you've never. What the hell is an asteroid anyway? Explain.
Well,
Like think about your question, right? What is an asteroid, right? The only place you've ever seen an asteroid like planets is on TV. There is no evidence
well, you know,
to
whenever
verify
you
that
know when
asteroids are
Elon
rocks
Musk,
from space, right?
you know when
Go
Elon
ahead.
Musk did that live stream of him and his rocket, right? SpaceX or whatever. When he did like
Are we
that,
talking
when he
about
like
asteroids
ground.
though?
So
Here,
Are we
see
are
how
we
this.
talking
get
about
it out,
asteroids?
Bong. Let him
So
get it out, Bong.
this is off the asteroid thing. So when he went like straight up from the ground to space, right? I believe in space. I think space is real. So
Straight
he went.
up.
You know,
Good for you.
he lifted off of the Earth with his rocket.
No, he did a parabolic arch. He didn't go straight up.
Well,
and we didn't see any live stream of him exiting the atmosphere or orbiting the Earth.
Let me
We
try to
just,
find the video.
we just see a rocket. We've seen the video, dude. I mean, you can find one, but we've seen all the SpaceX fucking videos. You never
really
once
poorly
seen
produced.
the rocket go to space. You only see it launch and go out of your sight. It's on a parabolic arch. Do you know what that is? Oh, slow down, bro. Come on, man. Put it in low gear. This kid is reasonable.
Parabolic. Look that up. I actually don't. I'm only in the 11th grade.
Well, it's just a half arc circle, like a rainbow, a parabolic,
It's
a parabola.
like a parabola.
Like the McDonald's arcs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so they say they go up and then
they're faking
start they say they go up and do a couple orbits or an orbit and then go, right?
Did you know the radius of the Earth is way too small? You know that? It's not just a number.
How do I throw that blocking elbow again, Bong Sao?
You twist the wrist in. Twist the wrist in. Turn it into
Minimum
a
movement,
punch.
maximum
Block
force,
punch.
right?
Yes. If it doesn't block, it'll punch. If it doesn't punch, it'll deflect.
Hey, you got any videos where that girl actually does her Wing Chun?
Nah,
wanna
but the
see
way
it.
she explained,
I want to see her at work.
No, I liked what she said. What she said was enough. What her teacher taught her. It's about the
Yeah,
intention.
Ding Ying Tao. Yeah.
And the moving with the least minimum amount of force, is like using your snapping your weight. Well, anyways, people say that the Earth is so big it looks flat. Well, that's not true. It's actually too small. The radius is way too small. So why do people keep ignoring the radius like it's just some number and the Earth
What
is way too
radius?
big? It looks flat. The radius is 3,959 miles and it's way too small. That's what we're trying to tell people, but they keep ignoring radius. They keep looking at CGI videos and SpaceX, NASA.
So I had this video up. This was the one I was looking at. So it just kind of shows that the rocket goes up from the launching pad. Obviously not up directly in the arch, right? So if the Earth were, a sphere, it would go up and exit the atmosphere because of the curve.
Well, no, it doesn't. That's not how it works. When they send rockets up, they have to go sideways because they have to build up enough escape velocity to escape the gravity of the Earth, and they like to slingshot it off of the spin and gravity of the Earth, right? Right. That's why they go sideways. They don't go straight up because it's a waste of gas.
Sorry,
according
sorry
to
if
the
I'm
models,
speaking wrong.
physics, right? Because there's less stuff up
It
there.
sounded like
You know what I mean?
it sounded like he was describing the Coriolis effect there for a second, but that's not what they
He-
claim, right?
He thinks it goes straight up.
Well, it doesn't go straight up. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word. Sorry.
If the Earth was a ball, right, it would still go sideways because that's how they go.
Your video doesn't show the complete launch.
If the Earth was flat, it would go sideways.
None
if the
of them
Earth was a
do.
ball, it would still go sideways. No matter what you think, it will still go sideways. That's the point. You will never see the Earth.
Listen,
Go
we
away
watch
from
all these videos with a fucking magnifying glass. We go through them and tear them right apart one by one. So yeah.
But we don't know where they go. That's the point, right? You
See, the
see
thing
the people
is,
that are there, see it leave, and that's it, and then they go home. Go ahead, Hank, sorry.
yeah, I interrupted you. I'm sorry, bro. See, the thing is that you never really thought about it like critically, because they don't really teach critical thought, right, in school. Like, you can figure out Santa Claus by the time you're 10, right? But you don't ever really figure out the whole globe thing because you don't ever think about it critically. But by the time you're 10, you know, you're like Santa Claus, 7 billion people on the planet, most of them are children. There's no way he could pull it off in one night, right? But you don't ever think about the globe like that. So the globe is like Santa Claus for adults, really. Because think about it, there's curvature, but it's just outside of your field of view. You can't quite see it. And there's spinning rotation on an axis, right? But you just can't quite feel it because X, Y, and Z, right? And the truth is that they say you have to go high enough to detect these things. That's not true. You can measure over a large body of water, which we've done over and over and over again. And guess what we're finding? Or should I say, guess what we're not finding?
Curvature.
That's right. Where's the curvature? Where?
We.
You know, just kind of putting in my brain real quick. Just kind of think this out.
Okay, think about this. Is there a hump of Earth curve, or should I say water curve, in between Hawaii and California? Or is that not the physics of water? Water doesn't act like that. Water always finds its level when at rest. Is that true or not?
Water always what? Sorry?
Water always finds its level when at rest. Is that true or not?
Or poured into any container. It always finds its level on the surface. Always.
Right. Right.
Right. It does.
Right. So if 70 something percent of the earth is water, then what is it?
Flat.
Right. Because we've been using water in engineering and, you know, buildings and construction for thousands of years. Why do we use water?
Because it finds its level.
Right.
Because we can build houses with it to make sure they're level by using water levels. Very good idea. It works wonderful.
So you're saying that because the water is level, the earth is flat by that logic?
Oh, how could it not be?
Over
So-
long
Because of the gravity
distances,
pulling it into the
over
earth, that makes
long
it, you know, sit in this-
distances.
It's because there's no it's because there's no curvature, okay? Like, do you understand what the radius of the earth? Do you know what the radius means? It means curvature rate. It means size. Okay,
Well,
so
dude, just give them the definition of level. It's flat. So
well, they're gonna
simple.
tell you that level is curved. They're gonna say to you that level is a curved line.
Do we
And
build,
it's a lie.
And you
do we
point
Yeah,
build
but a
houses?
second ago it sounded like he was talking about a cup
Guys,
of water on a table.
guys, go one at a time.
You know,
This is why they split. They get overwhelmed trying to talk to 5 people. This kid is reasonable. Please show him some respect.
Yeah, I'll be quiet. Someone else go.
I'll dip.
It's not because not only is water flat and level, okay, there as well there is no curvature. So if water doesn't curve, right? Level is not curving, okay, and there is no curvature. If the Earth was a ball, there would always be more sky than land because it's curving away. If it is a plane, then it will not curve away. The horizon will be at eye level. If ball, or you should be looking down at the horizon because it's a ball. Balls will never look flat. Okay, Curves will never look like planes. Balls will never look like tables. And tables will never look like big balls. Trust me. Yeah. Right? Does that make sense?
With a large enough scale, they could.
I just said it. It will never, okay, a ball, a sphere, no matter how big, because the sun will never appear like a plane, right? The horizon will always fall down. Like you look down at it, like you're looking down at a ball. That will never happen because it's not a ball.
So I was actually, thinking about this. I saw something a while back. If someone were reposting my image, and
What is it?
what's it called? Livestream voice text. Here, I pinged you with it.
Yeah. Why do you want me to repost that if you've already posted it?
Because it doesn't embed. Just so if someone doesn't want to click on the link, it's like a phishing link. But
Yeah.
ball will never appear to be flat.
Yeah.
Because it has curve. But then there's someone it was a while back. This guy went up and used a DSLR camera, and he took a picture of the basketball like real up close, and it appeared to have like no curvature to it, even though obviously it's a basketball and it does have curvature. I mean,
What do you mean? Was he looking down at the basketball, or was he on the basketball looking across and around it?
here, so get up the full real quick. 1 sec.
Yeah. So when you're on the basketball, can you think about this? If you're on the sphere, okay? The ground is curving away. Are you listening, Glitcher?
Yeah, I'm a.
So if you're on a sphere, the ground beneath your feet is curving away, okay? Now, if you're on a plane, the ground is not curving away. So what do you think will happen to the horizon? What is the difference between the horizons in these on these two surfaces? If you were on a ball, where would the horizon be? Remember, it's curving. Can you answer the question?
Sorry, I'm just.
All right, man. Can you pay attention while I ask you?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm a bit
Two
slow learning.
guys. All right. One guy is on a ball. The other guy is on a flat surface. Are you listening?
Yeah.
When they look around, they're going to see something called the horizon.
Right. Which is the edge.
The guy that's on the flat plane, right? The guy's on the flat plane is going to see what we see in the real world. No matter how high he goes up, because he's on the flat plane, that horizon will always stay at eye level because he's on a flat plane. Okay. The guy that's on the ball is different. When he looks around him, he's not going to look across and see a horizon because he's on the ball. The ground is curving away, which means he has to look down to see the horizon if he was on a ball. Do you understand why he's looking down to see the horizon?
I think it would have to be a very small ball for the horizon to just melt away like that, as it's shown in that GIF.
Let's make here's the example. I'll make the ball twice as big as the radius of the Earth. I'll make the Earth twice as big. You know what you're still gonna see? You're still gonna have to look down to see the horizon of such a ball, even if it was twice as big as it is now.
How can you prove that?
Because when you look at a sphere, okay, when you go to a sphere,
that's a sphere. That's
let
not
me finish. Let me finish what I'm explaining. I'm trying to get you to notice the difference between a sphere surface and a surface that is flat. The flat surface, the reason why you keep seeing more and more is because it's flat. The ground is coming up to meet your eye. That's what we call the horizon on a flat surface. But if the surface is curving away, okay, the first thing you should see is that the ground is curving away. Therefore, that horizon is not going to come up to meet your eye because it's curving away. Okay, it's not going to come up, which means you're going to be looking down because it's curving away, which means more sky than ground. So that's the first thing you should see on a ball, no matter how big the ball is. You're eventually, as soon as you go up, okay, the horizon will drop down significantly because it's curving away, because you're on a sphere. You don't see that in the real world. You see the horizon coming up to meet the eye because it's flat, because it's a plane. Does that make sense?
One sec.
The reason it's tested
Well,
at a certain distance, like for the curvature to be at a certain location, is because it's going by the numbers that they give. This is like you're claiming that it's too small. Well, that's the numbers that they give. That's what they're claiming the Earth is. That's how small they're claiming it is. That's why it's tested that way. So if
Yeah.
you have an issue with the size, you need to take that up with them.
Well, I think it's an issue with the lie that you think that a ball, you think that if a ball is big enough that it can look flat. That's a lie. You got to stop believing that. People have to stop believing that.
Well,
Balls
yeah.
will never look like a flat surface
Well,
or
look
a
at
plane.
this. Look at this bong. This is what he posted, and look, it's like it doesn't just continue to go out. It has an end. Okay, it has an end, and that's where it drops down and curves away. It's like the Earth doesn't do that. That's not even analogous to what we see on Earth.
Yeah. So they lied to you by telling you that the Earth is so big it looks flat.
Okay,
That's a straight up lie that you have to first confront the lie because you think that a ball can look flat. That's a problem right there. You can't learn more if you accept that.
Okay, I have a question. So earlier you said they lied to you. By they, do you mean like scientists and stuff, right?
Think about what I'm asking you.
Everybody
Can a
lies.
ball?
Everybody
They lied
cries.
to you isn't the way to
Everybody
say it,
sleeps,
dude.
and everybody dies.
Here's
They
about
lied
this
is not the way
very
to put it,
specific
though.
lie. This is a very specific lie. A basketball can look like a table. Okay, now play attention, right? No matter how big you make the sphere, it can never ever be a straight line. It can never appear like a plane. Do you agree? Do you think a ball can look like a plane? Yes or
I
no?
understand your point, but when you said that they lied to you, are you referring to scientists
They
around the
didn't
world?
lie to you. They told you it's a model. Do you know the difference between a model and the real thing?
No, I'm talking to Bond. Bond just said that like they lied. I'm asking
Yeah.
who does it mean by they?
Right. He's being general
Scientists,
when he
right?
says it like that. That's not really what's
So
going on.
when the Pope lies to you about God, right? When the Pope tells you that God is this, when God is actually the total opposite of something, right? They lied to you about God and you believe that lie and you keep saying, yes, that's God because you believe what they told you about God. If a scientist tells you, right, that a ball, a sphere can look like a plane if it was big enough, they are lying to you. Who's they? The people that are saying that a ball can look like a sphere. Who says these things? Does your mom and dad tell you spheres look like planes or flat surfaces?
When you say plane, what do you mean?
Well, does your mom and dad teach you that a that a table, right? That a ball
Okay,
appear like a table? They don't say these things because these things don't make any sense. But these is what the things they tell you, okay? That if it wasn't for gravity, this unknown force, you'd fly off into space. See, these kinds of things, there's a mysterious force out there. And all these stories that you came from an explosion that came from nothing and turned it and some kind of primordial soup turned into a worm and it turned into a fish and it turned into a banana and it turned into an ape and it turned into you. You have to believe these things. Like, do you honestly believe that spherical surfaces can look like flat, level surfaces? Because you have to believe that.
So every physicist ever, every scientist ever, it was
That's
just incorrect.
why you're not making it clear. Listen, I'll make it clear for you. Not everybody's lying. All right, everybody is told something. In order for them to progress in their field, they have to accept it. Once it's accepted, they go on to teach to others. That's how it works. It's the
Yeah.
monkeys in the room with one banana at the top of the pyramid experiment. They put the bananas at the top of the pyramid. The monkeys go up to grab them. They get hosed. Eventually, they don't go up the pyramid anymore. They introduce a new monkey. He runs up the thing, and everybody gets hosed. Well, eventually, the monkeys stop letting the new monkeys run up because that's all they know. And then eventually, nobody runs up the pyramid. Why? Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows anymore. But they all fucking are indoctrinated. That's what we are, indoctrinated.
You're saying so we're indoctrinated in society to believe that we're in around Earth.
Correct.
All right.
We live in a society.
And some people figure it out, and then it's up to them to either, tell the truth or lie. And some people who figured out, guess what? They figured out it's profitable to lie, so they continue to lie.
Okay, so how exactly would they profit from a lie like that?
Because everyone in the world thinks that they are basically living their only existence, that when you die, it's over. So get whatever the fuck you can now and fuck everybody else in the process. And that is
Well,
profitable.
there's some
You can
some
start
very
wars.
obvious
Go
some
ahead.
various obvious answers are one, the outside threat that they keep talking about, this thing called world wars, right? That's over. And then this thing called space happened. See, an outside threat to our world, how quickly we put aside our differences and unite as one world. That's Ronald Reagan. That's the New World Order. That's the great work. That's what they talk about. So it's important for the Earth to be a ball, because aliens have been, aliens have been introduced to society and they've accepted it as help from
Do you
the
believe in
outside
aliens?
world. Well, that's the thing we have to explain, right? When you
I believe
ask
in Bigfoot.
Elon Musk says, with
These are all
AI we are
different
calling
forms.
up the demon. So on one hand, you've got the government working with aliens. On the other hand, you've got these tech guys working with AI demons. Right?
There are
It's
definitely
important.
powerful people that are lying. There are definitely powerful people that know what's going on and they keep most people in the dark, but they have the knowledge themselves and they keep that knowledge and use it against us. And there's
Personally, I
things that
think
they have figured out that
I
they will
agree.
never share with you.
I think George Bush actually sacrificed a bunch of babies to the devil. No, I'm serious.
I wouldn't doubt it,
You
but
think I'm
that's
joking?
not something we're gonna prove here. That's, you know what I'm saying?
When you say that, you
I
think I'm
Beauty.
wouldn't.
joking.
Listen,
Every time I say that, everyone thinks I'm joking. There
no,
was a
listen,
Satan. They
Glitcher. The thing about all of these other topics are how are you going to be able to prove or verify them? That's the
That's what I
beautiful
just said. Yeah.
thing
with a
about
camera,
this. That's the
probably.
beautiful thing about this, though, is that you can go out and you can test it and you can prove this. You can establish and you can verify what the truth is to yourself.
Yeah, this has the benefit of being able to apply the scientific method to it, which most scientists do not. You remember when you were told science is the best? Why? Because the scientific method is infallible. You got taught that in first and second grade,
Well,
and then
nothing
they
can be
stopped fucking
proven.
using it. By the time you got to junior high school, you were told, well, somebody else smarter has figured it out, so just take our word for it. That's what happened, and everybody fell for it.
Well, if you could
You got
recreate their tests that the scientific
But you
papers have been put
can't
out.
because they do them in conditions that are impossible for you to recreate.
Well, here are some tests, right? The curvature of the Earth has been measured, and this is what they base gravity on. This is how they
Well,
calculate how to send
right, and then you have
spacecraft
to
and rockets
scrutinize what
to
they say.
space.
You have to
And
scrutinize
then
what it
when,
is that they're saying.
yeah, if the Earth is not a ball, then all that stuff doesn't matter. And guess what? We've tested it, and there's no curvature at
No,
all.
no, no,
Not
no.
only
Oh, there is none. Yeah. Go ahead.
there's no curvature, and without curvature, all those explanations and all those stories are kind of
But you
like
understand why it
Hollywood, man.
propagates, right? Because if they don't detect curvature, right, then they are doing something wrong. Every other scientist looks at them and says, "You fucked up," and they have to accept that. Yep, there should have been a curvature detected, so I did something wrong. And oh, it must have been this other thing. Curve wins. It's a story that is going to continue because everybody's paycheck relies on it. Number one. Number two, they have set it up so that look at they just use the words flat Earth society and everybody immediately laughs because they put these ridiculous ideas we are ridiculed on purpose because they don't want the argument to be discussed honestly.
Google owns
So
YouTube,
I have a
so yeah.
different question since you guys said that if I'm looking up this image, it says hold on one second, let me get it up real quick so I can repeat it. It says no space, no gravity, right? So you guys don't believe in the existence of gravity, right? Because it's something that you can't really
Right, gravity
prove.
is a construct. Gravity
Right.
is just you describing things falling down. Basically, the way
Right.
you look at it is down, right?
Well, if gravity
Oh.
isn't what is keeping us, falling? What is keeping us tethered
So
to the
yeah,
earth?
We're not
that's
falling. That's the thing. You invented gravity because
Well,
with
we're
the
not
ball
we're not
spinning, you need
actively
something sticking to it.
we're not actively falling. Sorry, we're not actively falling. But
well,
if I jump,
well,
You know
I
what I'm
come back
saying?
down.
You're not attracted to a ball because that ball doesn't exist. They created the ball, then they needed a force for people like us going, well, then what's keeping us stuck to it? Gravity. There you go.
gravity is not causing anything. Like your question, right, is
It
assuming
relies on the
gravity.
existence of that we
Hold
believe
up,
we are on
bro.
a ball.
Hold on, man. Your question is assuming that gravity is causing things to fall. Gravity is not a cause of anything. Gravity is an effect. Nobody knows what gravity is. It's not the mass attracting mass. It's not Newton's. It's not the warping of space-time because of mass. It's not Einstein. And who the hell knows what CERN is doing? So whatever you think gravity is, okay, it's not the
Bong.
reason why things fall, right? Why does the
Wait,
helium
no,
balloon?
Bong, you're way ahead of
Go ahead.
yourself.
Go ahead.
You're
Go
way
ahead.
ahead of yourself. He just said nothing can be proven. So I don't. We need to establish that
Well, no, that's
first.
not that goes back to the scientific method. That's exactly what the scientific method does. It proves cause and effect fucking
Well,
relationships.
nothing can
That's
be
the
proven.
basic of it. Yes,
Hey,
it
hold
can.
on. No,
I
I
can
got this.
prove that doing something. I can prove to you that putting pressure on the glass at the edge of my table is going to make it fall. I can prove that, right? That's proving.
I can prove.
Well, just because you do it one time and it
I
works
can
for
I
you
can
doesn't
prove
mean it's
the
going to
Earth
work
is not
every single
curving.
time
I
ever.
promise you. I
Oh,
promise
wait.
you.
I can prove the Earth is not a ball. So when you ask about gravity, right? Listen, if the Earth is not a ball, if it's not curving, what are you asking about?
You need to get more personal. Glitcher, do you know if you're a man or a woman?
Of course I know I'm a fucking man. What?
Wait, you just
What?
said we
We're
can't.
being
Hold on.
facetious.
Hold
Don't
on.
don't
Wait.
don't
This
Hold
guy's
on.
he's
baiting.
being
Hold on
This
a
guy's
second.
facetious.
baiting. This guy's
Hold on.
baiting me. What the
Nope.
fuck?
Nope. You just hold on a second. You just said we can't prove anything. So how can you know anything, right? How did you determine if
damn
you're
I
a
just
man or a
told you
woman?
that he misspoke because that's what. Okay.
Right? So
You're
you
just
can
here to be
say we
argumentative,
can
huh,
prove
dude?
things. So
Because you
don't
know
say
that's
we
not what he
can't prove
meant.
anything.
Well, yeah. So
Are
we
you
can
asking
prove.
why things go down? Is that what you're asking? Is why do rocks fall when
Yeah.
you drop
Why
them?
do they fall? Why do things fall if gravity
Okay,
doesn't
all
Because
right,
they
here's your
seek
answer. Here's your answer.
balance,
Now, we are not
equilibrium.
making any claims. Now, we will say that there is a force acting upon that rock to make it fall, and it's probably the same force that's making the helium balloon and the hydrogen balloon go up. But they don't tell us that gravity is making the helium balloon and hydrogen balloon go up. We observe them going up just as we see as we observe the rock falling. So what I'm telling you is there is a force that is making both these things happen, but it hasn't been verified that it's gravity. It hasn't been proven that it's gravity, but it's something else. Now, I'm not going to make up some fairy tale. I'm not going to lie to you and pull something out of my ass and say, oh, it's this. But it's something is
Could be a
doing
billion
it,
things.
but it's not gravity. I can tell
That's
you
not what they
it's
say.
not gravity.
Because that's
we can't
testable.
prove it is.
Right, but you can
It's the
disprove. That's what the
displacement.
null hypothesis is about. Proving. Oh my goodness. You guys know what the scientific method is, right?
It's
No,
You know how the
Archimedes.
experiment is set up and how things are. Okay.
I haven't been past
It's
fucking biology,
Archimedes.
man. I failed my
This
6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, 10th biology. I have not gotten out of that class yet.
is
I
not
haven't. I
biology.
So
basically haven't even graduated
can
sixth
you
grade
We'll
science.
take
can
a
you
step back.
measure
All right,
your
calm down.
table and determine whether or not it's
Yeah.
round or spherical, or determine whether or not it's flat and level? Can you
Wait.
measure your table and determine what it is, how it measured?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Is your
You can
table a
measure that it's
sphere?
level.
So you
Well,
can do
my
the same thing
table
with the
actually
Earth.
does have curves on it if you count the dents.
Well, we
on the
could equate
edges.
the topography, right? That's what we can equate that to.
You
So
can prove and disprove the causal relationship between phenomena and observations with the scientific method. That's what you
Sorry,
can do.
that went way over my head. I'm sorry. Can you dumb that down for
Hold
me?
up. So I think you don't know about Archimedes' principle, buoyancy, right? Have you heard of it, Archimedes?
I don't know.
Who
No, I
you-
don't know what either of those
Okay.
are.
So you're going to have to start
All
with
right.
basic buoyancy with this guy. You understand how
right.
density, volume work together and make what we call
No,
buoyancy, right?
I don't.
Okay.
No,
So
sorry.
a
I
medium,
literally just told you
there
I
is no
haven't
nothing.
graduated
So
biology.
first of all, the idea of a vacuum is preposterous. Get that? There is no nothing. So there is always something around us. That is factual. We have air around us now, right? There's air all around us. That is the medium that we are in. The air that we are in, all right, that medium has a density. Anything less dense within that medium will rise. Anything more dense will sink. Okay.
So
When the
like when
medium
oil goes
changes,
to the
say
top of the water, right?
correct. Now the medium changes to water, so oil rises, rocks sink. You know what I'm saying? So this buoyancy and density basically sorts out all the up and down except for the direction. It stacks everything in order, but the up and the down is it needs experimentation and explaining, but they don't want us figuring that out. So they tell you gravity is the downforce, period, and what you see going up is just density. The two are not. You can't separate the two. You cannot separate them. They try.
So you're saying that
So
like things fall because they're less buoyant than air.
correct. And then when you hit like rocks, the rocks are more dense than you, so you cannot pass through them.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then yeah, and the
And think
medium is a
about it. You can
different.
prove this yourself. You can drop an
I
apple
think there was
on the
I was
ground. The ground is the densest thing. It stops. You drop an apple into the water, it floats, right?
uh-huh.
Water more dense.
Right. When you push a ball down into the water, right? Just like when you lift the ball up into the air, that ball wants to fly up, right? There's a force. Because you're pushing it down, you have to hold it down, right? And when you let go, it shoots up. See how that force pushes it up? Same when you lift the ball up into the air. When you lift the ball up into the air, right? The medium of air is not as dense as the ball. So the ball wants to shoot back down, just like when you push the ball down into the water, it wants to shoot up and rest. It wants to go rest somewhere. But people keep moving things around, lifting things up, pushing things down, and
And
things
then
want to
any
return
external
to where
force
they
will also
rest.
act on it, temperature, things like that. But it's
Wind, yeah.
basically everything is always trying to find its equilibrium, that balance. But there's preventions in the world we live in, and we move things around. But the bottom line is you don't need gravity for things to move, and that's where you have to just let it go, because the gravity. I'm sorry, I had a dog barking.
Okay.
When you look at the formula for gravity, F equals ma, and you look at the formula for Coulomb's law. Coulomb's law is that electrostatic attraction. It's exactly the same formula. You say gravity is theoretical, but
Right.
electricity is not.
That's where I was going with the G. It doesn't need to be there. Electromagnetism will cover everything. But again, you don't need to worry about all that. All you need to worry about for right now, because like you said, you're not educated in all this. It's all going over your head anyway. What you need to focus on is what you can figure out for yourself and build on it. What you can figure out for yourself is you can see way too fucking far for it to be a ball, because those numbers are hard and set in stone. What you should be able to see is mathematically provable, and if you can pass geometry, and bro, I'll tutor you online if I have to. It'll be simple. You can figure out that they are lying.
Okay.
The observations at sea level, because you don't want anything in your way, so the waves are the basically nothing over that long distance as far as obstruction. So you do it over the ocean or a large body of water. See as far as you can see the surface, an object on the surface, and then compare it to the math every single time you're seeing over the curve.
So how is okay? So since you guys, hold on.
It's
So I'm
naive to
trying to
think
trying
that
to trying
it's
to
naive
process
to
it.
think that powerful men or people in powerful positions would not lie about certain things. Especially if these same people control the media, the education, and
Not
everything
even
you know about
powerful
the
men,
world.
Bong. I mean,
Right.
your average
Right.
2-bit hoe, right, will tell a girl that he loves her just so he could,
Right.
tap that
Right.
thumbtack into the
Yes.
wall, right?
Yeah.
They're
I
just
mean, that's at the lowest level of society people lie. So to think that they wouldn't lie at the higher levels of society, which is
So
where the worst lies
I
occur, is very
guys.
naive.
So what is the moon then? That's what
A light.
Yeah, a light in the sky. That's all you need.
What do you mean?
See, here's the thing, bro. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I
Yep.
can hear you.
If you get cancer, right?
That's a
You
jump.
go to the doctor
What?
and he's gonna be like, "Oh, just try to follow,"
Okay.
right? If you get cancer, and you go to the doctor and he's like, you got cancer. Like,
Okay, you're robot, I think.
like this.
Yeah,
Oh
you're breaking up,
man,
man.
You're logging up, bro.
Fucking.
You're lagging out, Hank.
roboting.
Intergalactic,
Oh, he's gone.
planetary, intergalactic.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good.
Good.
You're good.
Okay, if you get a tumor, you're going to go to the doctor. And he's going to say, we got to do a biopsy. We got to take a piece of the tumor and take it to the lab and see what it's made out of. Can you do that with the moon?
I mean, you can see the moon. You can't exactly see a tumor.
Take a piece of it. Can you get a piece of it?
Like, can you go out there yourself and get a piece of it like the doctor can?
No, but you can see it.
Right. So the doctor can see your tumor, but does he know if it's benign or malignant by looking at it?
I don't know about tumors, dude.
All right, you're gonna
Okay,
have to.
well, it's either going to spread it and kill you, or it's probably going to be okay and you can, just live with it.
So
right?
here's a problem you're gonna have if you think that the stories that they gave you. It's gonna be people that have replacement stories. You're gonna have to be willing to accept that not everything can be known.
So what is the moon, bruh?
If NASA, like, does NASA even know, right? Does NASA
no,
even
they
know
don't
what the
know.
moon
Well,
is?
NASA
right?
knows, but according to
Nobody
NASA,
knows.
do they?
No.
Does NASA
Yeah,
know
I can
what the
tell you.
sun
I can
is?
tell you if it'll make you feel better. The moon's cheese, bro. It's cheese.
I mean,
Does that make you feel better?
what,
Now that you know it's cheese.
if NASA can't know? Well,
that's silly.
you would have to wonder what NASA knows, right? Like, what have they found out? What did they do when they sent things up and start blowing the sky? So, anyways, they blew the sky up with nuclear weapons. It's called Project
Operation Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl. Okay, like, what were they doing, right? If they haven't been sending people to space, what the hell were they doing, and what have they done? What have they been putting up in the sky that they call satellites? If the Earth is not a ball, what is the world up to, right? Are you under surveillance? Is Big Brother real?
You're gonna make this dude's brain reset. Calm down.
Am I paranoid? I'm just saying, right? Go ahead.
No, listen. You got to accept. You got to accept that you're not going to be able to figure everything out, and you have to also accept that there are people smarter than you. Yes, but nobody knows everything, and there are things beyond our comprehension. Things beyond our comprehension. Now, that being said, I'm going to help you. What? All right, what is the moon? What can you know for sure? It is a light above our heads in the sky. It moves at a certain rate that is predictable. We can predict that, right? We know where it's going to be ahead of time because it's a pattern. It's a constant pattern. These are really the only things we fucking know about it for sure. Other than that, and that it has phases. Other than that, everything is speculation. And anything that NASA tells you, listen, and anything that NASA tells you about it that involves them going into the imaginary place that it's supposed to be in is a lie on its face because they can't get there.
Oh, and one more thing about the moon that is verifiable. You can test this. It's light. It's cold. It makes things cold.
That
The
is
light from
fucking
it makes things
crazy.
cold.
That's something that they won't tell you, and you can go out there, and I figured it out. I couldn't get it at first, but if you magnify it, it's even worse. It's like the opposite of sunlight, bro. Get a magnifying glass on a full moon night. Go out and put it on a surface that you have a temperature gauge on, right? Test the temperature and then magnify moonlight on it. It will fucking reduce in heat. Go test it.
Yeah, it's like the sunlight is a preserving light. You know how we like dry meat, and it's like the moon's light decays things faster. So yeah,
It's the yin and the yang, bro.
Yeah, magicians
But that's
use
something you can
moonlight.
listen. That's one of the things you can go do yourself. And once you do it, and you're like, "Whoa, this is fucking crazy." How come nobody's ever fucking figured this out? Or I've never heard of this. You'll understand.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'm a
witchcraft.
globe. I'll tell you why I'm a globe derp, and this is what Glitcher needs to pay. This is what he needs to realize that when they give you explanations and stories for false answers, right? They're false answers because they're not true. They're not verifiable. But when they give you explanations and stories to explain everything within the universe, then you're no longer looking for answers because you think that you have them all. So you're
Right.
not looking. You have to realize that these things that they're telling you, they're just stories and explanations.
They're made
Yeah, and
up.
I want to add one thing because when you ask, like, what is the moon? Falsification is independent of replacement. We are not here to sell a new cosmology on what everything is beyond what we can test for ourselves. If you want, there are multiple flat Earth based religions which have claims on that. That's just not our purview.
And I just want to add their invalid explanations at that. So, but anyway.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that we're not pushing flat Earth religions. We're saying if you want to know what other people speculate, like if you want to answer to that question, there are a bunch of ancient cosmologies that are tied into the religion because the religious texts are the oldest texts and have preserved cosmologies.
Yeah.
So
They
he's
have
not pushing
survived.
religion on you.
What about
Man,
shadows?
you gotta care enough to prove to yourself that it's a ball, man. You can't expect other people to prove to you that the earth is flat. You gotta prove to yourself that it's a ball. You gotta ask the right questions. Like, who cares what anybody thinks? You know what I mean? What do you think? Is it measuring a ball? Like, how can I know it's a ball? What kind of ball? How big? Like, why do they say it's not a ball? Could they be lying to me? These are all questions you gotta be honest with yourself with,
Yeah.
and
I have
your
a
answers
question.
will.
So do you guys believe in
will appear.
space, or are we just like a disc in the void? Or like, what
That's
are
what I'm
we?
Gas
talking
cannot
about, man.
exist next
Dude,
to a
Talking about.
vacuum.
how long
Yeah,
have you
that's a
been in
red
here?
herring.
You've been sitting in here for a while, so I know that you've
We
had
we
to.
haven't really covered like what like we actually
You
are
have
in
not
terms of
been paying
space.
attention, man. Like we've been saying
There
over
is
and
no
over.
space. You have to say. You have to understand.
Listen,
That's part of the story. No
there-
space.
there's a government
Okay, so do
agency,
you
all
believe in
right?
the universe?
Listen, hold on, stop talking.
No, no
There's an
universe.
organization, there's a government organization, all right, called the Flat Earth Society. But Barack Obama promoted the Flat Earth Society during the climate change thing back in the late 2000s. He said, we do not have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society because apparently the Flat Earth Society was going against the climate change bullshit. So they promote this idea of the Flat Earth Society. Guess who else promotes it? All the big channels on YouTube, Vsauce and those people. That it's a disc flying up in space. This is the government's model for people like you. Okay, so when you see this, yeah, it's called controlled opposition. You might wonder, well, where does the water fall down into, right? Instead of asking the right questions. This is not the right model. This is controlled opposition. This is the government wanting you to think that thing. Flat Earth Society is a disc in space. Okay, like you're supposed to laugh at it, but that's not what we're saying the Earth is at all. The vacuum of space cannot exist next to a high pressure system like air. You understand why?
So you're saying all of existence, as we
Do you
could
know
define it,
why?
is
Do you know
limited
why
to our
do you
flat
know
Earth?
why a balloon cannot exist
Yes.
without the actual
Okay, thank you
balloon,
for answering that.
right?
Instead of just going
Like, do
on
you know
this
why a
rant.
tire? Do you know why a tire, okay, needs the rubber to be a tire?
Wait.
Because the air has to be contained. So the vacuum of space can't be next to the air, the system that we call air, because it'll dissipate into the vacuum of space. And now you have to invoke the
Earth
magic
is a
of
closed
gravity.
system. They admit that. And then they tell you that it's also open because it's gas next to a vacuum. So they're lying. They're talking out of both sides of their face all the time. You just got to pay attention. You have to just watch them. It's like a fucking 3-card Monte game
So
all the time when you're talking to science.
it's
They will
violating the second law of
law of
thermodynamics. Yeah.
thermodynamics, which they tell you is impossible. So which is it? Is it well, it isn't because blah 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 blah. No, you're talking shit. So you just turn them off at that point because they're trying to sell you a story. Because all you should really be working on is what can be proven and what can't. That's it. Go from there. If you can't figure out what the blackness of the sky is, so fucking what? It doesn't affect you. If you can't fucking test it, what does it matter?
Or just because you want to seek higher knowledge, you want to seek to learn the things of the earth, learn the
Well,
secrets of the universe.
there's
But I know
plenty of
that
things.
sounds really
No, the
corny.
secrets. There's plenty of secrets right here that you can look for. You don't have to be sold unicorns and leprechauns and over the fucking rainbow that doesn't exist.
Well,
You
do
can
you
worry
not
about
believe
what
in
does
unicorns?
exist.
Do you think the secrets of
I
the
was using it as an
universe
example. I'm
are
not saying anything about whether there's fucking
do you,
unicorns.
Do you think you're
think
gonna find the
university.
secrets? Do you think you're gonna find it in the university, in a college degree, and going into debt so you can get a college degree? You think the secrets of the universe are there?
I'm actually gonna go to trade school to become a welder.
Do you think the secrets of the universe are in that trade?
Well, no, but in your daily life, you just you want to
Well,
entertain yourself. You want to have
what is
fun with
the
your life. You want.
what do you think the secrets of the universe are? Like, what are these secrets, and what can they do for us? And why go after them? Exactly. Not
Well,
your words. I'm telling you, those aren't your words.
I've had one question my entire life for a while. Um, I was actually really stumped by it. I don't want to. It's kind of personal, so I don't know.
Spit it out.
You guys won't laugh at me, right? You guys won't laugh at me, okay?
We can't guarantee that. Just spit it
I
out.
won't laugh at you. I promise that.
Well,
But if we do, it'll be okay.
Okay.
We just won't laugh
And-
very hard.
And
So-
might. I promise.
Like one drink, right? One one beer doesn't make you an alcoholic, right? And like let's say like one song doesn't make you a singer, right? Can we agree on that? Like one song does not make you a singer. Like one alcoholic beverage does not make you an alcoholic.
This is all
one gay.
subjective, but okay.
Oh God, I
One
know where
gay-
this is going.
One kiss can make you gay. Yes. Go ahead.
No, it can't. It can't.
Oh,
One
what? What were
kiss
you
from
asking?
my
Sorry.
homie cannot
If
make
you
me a
kiss
singer.
a boy, you're gay.
That's not
Just
true, man.
Get to your
That's
point,
the
though.
hate.
Get to your
That's
point.
big.
Get to your point.
It's
That's
okay,
my
Beef.
point.
Yeah,
That's
please.
my point. One kiss on the lips does not make it gay. It ain't
I
gay,
think it
Holmes,
does.
bruh.
You're gay.
It depends.
Oh my
Depends on who
fucking!
you kiss.
It ain't
Yeah.
gay.
Well,
Maybe it was an
hey, did you have-
accident.
Did
Were
you
you
have
guys
your
drunk?
fun?
Was he wearing a wig? Who knows?
Wait, did you say no homo first?
No, because it's not gay. I don't need to.
Okay, it's not gay. Why ask the
Are you
question?
Homo sapien?
All right. Well, this is not the Discover Yourself Discord.
he's a
I logged
sodomite.
in to talk about flat Earth. To be honest.
I find it hard to
Here,
believe that the Earth is a
here.
disc.
Let me explain this. Here, I'll answer your question. One black
We're not
swan.
telling
I'm
you
just
the
telling
Earth
you
is
it's
a
not a
disc.
disc.
What is the Earth?
It's
What
not
is
a
the
disc.
Earth? If it's not a
If
disc
the
or it's
earth,
not a sphere
I
or
got
it's not
something
a
for you. I
light
got
shape,
something for you.
what is the
Ready?
Earth?
Hold on. Here it is. Here it is. You have been told about infinite space, and you accepted that, right? That space can
What
go
is
on
infinite
forever.
space?
Okay.
What
And
is
now hold
the
on.
Earth? I'm
Okay.
going
Okay.
insane.
Hold on.
I'm going
Hold on.
insane. Oh my God,
calm
I'm
down,
a
buddy.
clop derp. I'm going insane. Oh my God.
There is,
What is
if you
infinite
Take
can
a
space?
accept
man.
that
breath,
there's infinite
dude.
nothing,
Take
okay,
a
why
breath.
can't you accept
Oh
the
my
idea
God.
that perhaps our
Oh my God, I'm
plane?
going insane. Please.
All
I
right, now
think
you're
he's
just
in
trolling, bro. I'm
cognitive
done.
dissonance
All
right
right.
now, guys.
It's
So,
the first time he used his brain his whole entire
Narnia.
life.
Yeah. So Narnia's fake. All right, cool. Calm down. You don't have to have a baby over it, man. All right, Narnia's fake. Okay. Can we fix it? See,
No,
you
but
think
to be
you've
serious,
been
he's
living.
probably thinking
What are we
about it.
talking about Narnia for?
Wait,
Why are we talking about Narnia?
Here's the
What
Matrix.
is
You know what
Narnia?
the Matrix is?
I don't know what
Have you seen the
Narnia is.
movie? Fuck up, man. Calm down. The movie The Matrix. Morpheus says,
What is the
"You've been
Matrix have to
living.
do with the flat Earth?
You've been
I want to
living.
know.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo. Right? That's what he said to Neo. You've been living in the dream world, Neo. Right? Like, you think that's air you're breathing? Yeah, it's not real, right? So it's like, oh my gosh, what is it? If I'm not a disk in space, if I'm not a sphere in space, then what am I in space? Like, we're not in space, bro. Nobody's in space. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you having a baby?
But you got to admit, when you fucking figured it out too, it is pretty mind bending. I spent a couple months like walking around in a daze trying to figure out how the fuck I fell for it, because it's right in front of your face all the time.
Dude.
So it is a mind fuck, and you are gonna have to get through it on your own, because you can't. There's nobody to support you unless you have a family member who brought you into it or something. Because if you tell anybody, they're just gonna laugh at you or ostracise you. So you just gotta accept it and start moving on with your new perspective on reality.
I cried.
Or
I cried.
you can talk to people about this and be very selective with your words and listen to us for a while. How we
You're
talk to
robot
people
answer.
because there's a spread where you can. Anyway, be careful with what you say.
Dude, I just, you know, what about shadows? How are we gonna prove a shadow? Like, if I could take it, let's say, like I hold like a what's it called, like a stick in the ground, right?
That's your
Stick
problem.
Shadows will never
stick in the ground,
appear smaller. Think about this. This is here's the truth. All right, shadows will never appear bigger than the object itself. Okay, so the moon, the shadow of the moon, right, will
I'm not even
never
talking about
appear
the moon. I'm talking
smaller.
about like let's say I
Because
put a stick in the ground,
wait,
right?
this is how they about a what?
Say I put a stick in the ground, right? You see the shadow, if the sun is somewhere, in the at some location, right? It's gonna have like
Sky.
certain,
It's in the sky.
it's gonna have a longer or shorter length than if I were to put the stick in a certain other
Yeah.
You
location.
mean like those shadows in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, that's not what they used to say it
That's
was
a
a sphere.
sundial.
They assumed that it was a sphere, and they assumed the angle of the shadow would be equal to 1/50th of the radius of a sphere. So I mean,
That explanation won't work unless you assume light rays are parallel, which are never parallel. Light rays
hell,
are never parallel.
he
is a light
assumed it was
ray?
a sphere.
What the
What
fuck is a
causes the
shadow?
Light
shadow?
wave, a light wave.
Blocking that light ray is how you make your shadow.
Dude, a shadow is an absence of light. There are
Right.
no light rays in shadow.
No
Okay, first
shit,
of all, now
but
you're getting into light, and light is a whole nother fucking mind fuck because you
Same.
cannot have a wave and a particle at the same time, and there's a lot of new.
here we
There's
go
a
with
lot
the
of new discussion.
obfuscation.
I'm not obfuscating anything. I'm just pointing out that we don't know shit
Wait.
about light.
In order,
We don't really know
for the
shit.
shadow,
Yeah,
Well,
in order
the
for the
Einstein's
point is
stick,
the angle,
describe it as
the
simultaneously
angle
a
to the
light and a
light source.
particle.
Oh my.
go ahead, Battlemon. Can we let Battlemon?
No. Let's go into this endless argument about whether light's a wave or a particle.
No,
When in truth, it's the angle up to the light dictates the angle of the shadow. So the angle to the light source, that's going to dictate the angle of the shadow. Why we're even bothering to? It's either parallel or corpuscular. Why are we even bothering to argue particle
Right.
or wave? Fuck.
Right. And it has to be
It's a non
parallel,
sequitur.
right?
When it comes to
and the
shadows.
reason why you have to assume the light rays are parallel is because the surface is assumed to be curving. That's why you have to assume light rays are parallel, but light rays are not parallel. You're assuming something that's happening in the vacuum of space that doesn't exist. And even if it does hit the atmosphere of the Earth, the light scatters. So parallel light rays do not exist.
Nah, I
and you
can't bear
need
to
those.
listen to this shit
And,
anymore.
and
You
you
guys are all
need
retarded.
you need
Goodbye.
parallel. Okay.
Bye
All
bye.
right.
Yeah,
Sorry you
I
Take
feel
couldn't
care
you've
of
been
understand.
trolling
yourself,
for the last
man.
Guess
20
that makes
minutes,
us
bro.
retarded.
Don't be
So
too angry at yourself. It's not your fault.
he's got the cog disc right now. He was like Neo flipping out there for a second.
No, I think he tuned out as soon as his world started to get challenged.
Was that Carter Cat?
Yes, it was. He was the one that when he would ask, he wouldn't wait for you to answer. He just kept wanting to talk while you was trying to answer. Glitcher's the one that was tripping out, but Glitcher's calmed down now. But Carter Cat was like
Glitcher.
never interested in really hearing
Yeah,
anything.
Glitcher is cool. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
sorry.
talking
I got him
Glitcher.
Well,
confused.
listen, it's a deep subject. We like to go all the way to the foundational principles of a premise, and a lot of people don't want to do that. They're lazy and they just want to accept what's been told to them is the truth. This is the truth. They said it. You got to be gentle with these people. We're bitch slapping their entire belief system.
No, the problem is it is very easy to believe anything you are told, but it is not easy to learn natural science.
It isn't. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That makes too much sense.
Yeah.
And the more natural science you learn, the more you realize you're being lied to, and then you get all angry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but by then they're hoping you have a family you need to provide for, and you'll just shut the fuck up and play along.
Right. You're too busy surviving, keeping your head above the water,
Well,
treading water.
Another thing I had to ask was, why are some constellations visible from some parts of the Earth, but not others?
All right, I got this one.
Okay, so
You walk into a store, right? Let's say McDonald's. I'm sorry, Walmart. You walk in through automotive. right? And then your wife says, "Hey, go get me some eggs." Well, when you leave automotive, right, and you go over to the eggs, are the same lights above your head?
No, but you can still see in the distance the other lights that were over there.
Not if
All
not if
right,
the store is a
now
half a
make
mile.
Walmart. Now make Walmart 500 miles long. Can you still see those lights?
Through the
But it
trees,
would
the
also have to be
atmosphere.
500 miles tall.
Why would that
500.
be? Well, who said that the ceiling is as long as the Earth is wide? Who told you that?
Oh, there would.
Well, the
Well,
truth
it
is, there's
just
a lot of
seems
things
like
that block
the
your angle at a certain view on the ground, like
True.
trees and
Right.
buildings and hills.
Topography. Yeah.
Ultimately,
here's the
it's
thing.
perspective and distance, bro. That's what it boils down to. The stars over our head are on the horizon for somebody far, 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 far away, and eventually that horizon melts in with the ground.
There's also attenuation and the atmospheric extinction of light. Light isn't
Yeah.
infinite through a medium. The atmosphere is a medium. You
Yes.
guys always leave that out. It gets scattered and absorbed
Yeah.
into the point of extinction. And this isn't a flat Earth concept. It's a scientific principle. Atmospheric extinction of light and the aberration of light in the
I look.
atmosphere.
I look
You
at the
just have
floor
the
like a
angular
wall.
resolution of
If
your
it,
eyes or the lens you're using.
That's
you
that's
imagine the
one
floor as a
part of the
wall.
equation.
Another
Yeah.
thing.
If you
So what about time zones?
Well,
It's there to
the
fuck you up.
attenuation of light
That's all
just
it
covered
is.
that. Hold on. As the sun moves on its path, it doesn't shine up the entirety of the earth. You can lay it out in azimuth or
Yes.
360 degrees in a circle. That's usually how time zones are projected.
Time zones are given by the movement of the sun.
Glitcher,
Right.
grab
You
this
assume
series out of the live stream voice text and watch it. It'll help you
you
understand
assume
perspective.
that the sun of your model is in our model and it would light up the whole earth at one time, but that's just not true.
It's like
yeah,
dangling a
it's
light bulb
closer.
over a map or a little like flashlight bulb, and you dangle it on a string
Yeah.
over a big map. And the lighted
When,
area on one end of the map doesn't reach the far end.
when you see an airplane fly away or a bird fly away and it flies into the horizon like the boat, right? It's like the distance between the object in the sky and the plane beneath your feet, and the distance of the observer. So it depends on how far away things are from the plane beneath our feet.
So
Also,
one
the
thing.
density of the atmosphere.
So I'm just reading what this guy, his name is Drace. So he said the sun goes in a circle. Are you saying that like we orbit? Are you saying the sun
Not
orbits
perfect
us?
circles. That's what
Mm.
we observe the sun to move through the sky 15 degrees every hour, yes?
Or are you saying it orbits us?
In a
We
path,
Sun
observe the sun to change
sun appears to be way smaller than the Earth.
places 15 degrees, 160 degrees. It's a complete circle.
that's
Yeah.
one spin of the day, 360 degrees. So the sun comes
Right.
right
I
back.
mean, do you look, listen, hold on, I asked you a question. If you look up at the sun, do you see the sun moving or do you assume the earth moves?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I cut out. I spiked.
When you watch the sun go from east to west, do you assume the earth is rotating or do you see what you see, the sun moving through the sky?
Like the Earth to be rotating. That's why the sun would be.
But that's not what we observe. What we observe is the sun to move through the sky 15 degrees per hour. Change position, it goes from east to west. The sun.
Okay.
So just think
That's what.
think about it for a minute. Why
That's how
you
we
would
can
even
tell time by it.
why you would even think that the Earth is moving. The only reason is nothing that you observe or nothing that you experience, only because that's the story you're told. So if you just observe reality for what it is,
So throw out everything that we know right now, and you say that we just have to observe what we're seeing. That is what we observe. The sun moves 15 degrees every hour. Okay.
The ball
I
Earth
can see your
model
point.
doesn't
One moment.
explain.
It's kind of
So
rude to
the
interrupt other people when they're talking. Truth was
Yeah.
talking. Yeah, that's kind of my pet peeve, interrupting people. So once I join in, people are supposed to stop doing that, so I don't have to mute and ban and demote people.
Yeah.
Is there
Go ahead,
is there anything within your reality or what you observed that causes you to think that the Earth is what's moving? Do you feel it moving? Do you see it moving?
No, I don't.
Do you just see the lights in the sky moving?
In the sky moving.
Okay, so if the foundation, the basic fundamentals of what they're claiming in this model that they're giving you, or the story that they're giving you, is that the Earth is spherical, and you can measure it and determine that there is no curvature and that it's not measuring spherical, and you're observing that the lights in the sky are moving, then you have no reason to believe or, assume anything else. Unless it can be measured or verified in some way. And it's not.
About the underside of the Earth.
Who says there is an underside of the Earth? We don't know. We don't know what the Earth is, man. We know how it measures on the surface. We know that the deepest that they've ever been is 7 3/4 of a mile. That's it. That's what they claim. We don't even know that for sure, but that's what they tell us.
We know that compasses all around where we have people all point to one spot, and we call that north. Okay? The opposite of that direction is south. In all directions. So if you put north on a plate, like a dinner plate, right in the center, boom, that's north. Wherever you are on that plate, your compass points to that center point, and everything on the outside of that plate is south. And that's how, because of how Dead Reckoning works, that proves that you're not on a ball. Because if you were using your compass, okay, if you use your compass to navigate, and it's pointing at a single point at that north magnetic supposedly on the ball, and it's always pointing no matter where you are on this globe, right? And you wanted to travel west, what type of path are you taking? Are you walking in a straight line?
No, it will be a
No, you're
eccentric
not.
circle.
Right.
Relative to north, you're taking a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle around north. West is
Yeah.
a circle around north, so is east. The opposite
You have
way.
to constantly change your direction. Every single step, you are changing your direction minutely, or you have to make up for the aggregate if you don't.
Called declination. Yeah.
Correct, declination. I apologize, declination. So
called declination. Yeah. So well, you should have covered that the cardinal directions are all set off north, and everything goes centers off north, east, west, north, south, up and down.
the sun is traveling around that center point just like you would if you were trying to circumnavigate, but up in the sky. That's what it does. It's just moving around that center point throughout the year. And it travels either closer to that center point or farther away depending on the season. It drifts in that circle that it takes. So it's kind of like a
Weren't we
bouncy ball.
Weren't we talking to Glitchy? Is Glitchy gone? I think he left.
Oh, did he move? Oh, damn it. We broke him.
Yeah. I just didn't want you to keep going and wasting.
Yeah,
Like,
I
I don't.
appreciate that. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But I mean, if you want to continue for the audience, I
No,
mean, you're
no,
welcome
I don't
to.
like preaching to choirs. Everybody here basically seems to know what's going on. So,
And
I
he
would
may
like
not.
to.
He may not have left. He may have just dropped out. I mean, he may be back.
that's true.
I would like to ask these Globers a question.
Please do.
Yes, please ask.
Is there
Why you laugh?
is there any time lapse of the sun moving over in the sky in a straight path? Because in the heliocentric model, at the tropics or at the equator, you're supposed to see the sun traveling in a straight path from east to west.
I can tell you that there's definitely videos at altitude that show that it's not moving in a straight line, that over the equator, as it approaches the horizon, it begins to turn north. So that proves that it's not what they say it is.
Because the sun is always traveling in a circular path above us, above a plane, flat plane. and wherever you are in the world, you will see it moving in a circular path in the sky.
Right.
So
It's kind of
you
hard to
cannot.
detect because,
Yeah.
yeah, from the ground especially because of all the obstruction.
Yes. So
Yeah, he's not gonna respond to you, Get because he left. But
no.
I was just like, yeah, let the audience hear it anyway.
Well, I can play baller if you want. I'm a baller, derp.
Yeah, if you give me the R value, I can argue anything.
Oh, I
It's
can
just
play
not
the
the
baller,
same.
right?
It's all right,
No.
guys.
I
You
know.
argue a negative.
It's just not the same, It's like we need real ballers.
We know you don't believe it.
No, you're right. You need people who are intellectually honest, that are willing to that understand that the truth is more important than social status. That's what you need.
I need
And the
I need
truth
the
is
real
stranger than
connection.
fiction. And you can't believe anything that you hear and only half of what you see.
Maybe he heard everything and something triggered inside of him, and maybe he just decided I've got to see, and so he just got up and ran out of the house to go see if he could find curvature.
I hope he was
I
mind
think
blown.
his
That's a silver lining, but okay.
Hopeful, yeah.
I hope he's having a
Try
heart
to be
attack
hopeful.
right now, so I can come back and be like, help. Yes.
He's on his way to Jam Panda now.
guys, I think his phone ran out of batteries.
You've been living in a dream world, Neo. Welcome to the desert of the real. This isn't real? No. Then what is the moon?
So I'm a
Whatever
globe
you
derp.
want it to be.
You're new to the community, and I want to welcome you to the community. But I'd like to hear, like, how did you find out about?
Yeah.
Well, tell us about your journey if you want to. I mean, you don't have
I'm
to, but
bummed
I'm
out.
Yeah, and
curious.
what's up with that name?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to meet you, dude. What's up?
I'm a globe. You're talking to you.
He was really talkative earlier, but
I know.
now he just says nothing.
Maybe you have to give him the globe
You guys
role.
There
talking
he
to
is.
me?
Yeah.
No, I
Yes,
was with my
you.
dog. My bad. I missed it. What
In a
happened?
world
So you want
where
to
people.
share your journey, how you got here, and all that good stuff.
Well, I've always been a skeptical asshole, so eventually it just built up and I broke. But the big parts in my life that I can think of lingered forever. I mean, besides just being blown off by teachers when you have a question, oh, science, well, a lot of that. But I was stationed in Hawaii when I was in the military, and I was in a security MOS, so I saw a lot of operations that needed security to make sure that nobody was around. So I worked perimeter for a lot of stuff, and I can't remember the unit, but they had a Humvee with what looked like those LRAD type of um, microwave weapons on top of it.
Communication, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a disc,
Right.
LRAD disc.
And they
Yeah,
had it
I'm with
on the
you.
beach, right on the shore, like like tires in the water. So this thing was probably 8 feet up, and I'm standing there, and all of a sudden the entire beach, my back was to it, and all of a sudden the entire beach got this green glow, and I turned over, and the thing was so bright that it was a green bright, but it was like today's like lasers, right? But this thing was thick. This was like trash can thick, zooming down to the horizon, and it lasted for like 2 seconds. It was done. And then 5 minutes later, they did it again, and then that was it. That was the whole test. And I asked one of the guys, so like, what was all this about? And he's like, oh, we're testing optics out by Japan. I'm like, Japan? That's like fucking.
Yeah.
That's like fucking forever away. What do you mean? Like, yeah, we're trying to test optics to see if the light can be detected. I'm like, wait a minute.
So that was your red pill moment, huh?
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, wouldn't that have to like be pointed down into the water for it to pop out of the ocean for them to see if this is the way that the geography of the world works? Wait a minute, and but I didn't say anything to the guy. Obviously, I was like, oh yeah, great, and that was the end of that. But my brain kept going. I wonder what it's doing. It must, kind of like hit the atmosphere and reflect, or maybe it's bending. I don't know, but
What's bouncing?
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I missed
go
that.
ahead.
What? Oh,
I say it was
anyway,
bouncing.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they would have an excuse for it, but that was one of the things that really made me, other type of, controlling lies about, the world we live in, skeptical type shit, Bigfoot, lights in the sky, UFOs, all that kind of stuff. Just looking at it, and all of a sudden, flat Earth, right? And I'm like, that's bullshit. I mean, I get some of this stuff, but the world can't be flat. That would have been figured out. So I got angry at all the fucking a day, and I'm like, this is easy enough to prove. And I thought about it. I'll just go down because I have a house down at the Cape. Well, that gives away where I live. But anyways, and I'll go down to the ocean and I'll see how many buoys, because all the buoys are plotted, so you know where they are. I'll get my binoculars out and I'll see which buoy I can see. And then I thought about back to that experiment. I'm like, wait a minute. Again, that's fucking impossible. What they were trying to do would be impossible on the Earth. And then I just went and started looking up observations on the ocean, and it's clear that the Earth is not a ball the size they say they are. And that was the realization. It's definitely
Right. I
a
just
big
want to
lie.
point out something that you even like you realized that you were doing. So you're saying that, yeah, I'm sure that they'll give us some sort of explanation, to try to explain it away. But before they even did, before you even looked to see what explanations that they would try to give, you were making the explanations for them. Like cognitively in your mind, you were coming up with explanations for them in the beginning, right? And
Right.
people need to realize that they do this too. It's like,
Right. That's why I told them. Everybody goes through this. It's
yeah.
months and months sometimes of people fucking arguing with themselves, trying to convince themselves that it's okay to believe their own eyes, and that everybody else is the one that's full of shit. And that's hard to accept sometimes.
So how long have you known? How long have you known the Earth was flat?
This was in 2013. It was very early in the flat Earth stuff. It was before Mark Sargent and all that. This was
Cool.
I think it was one of the very first one I don't remember, but the first one that it led me to that was like solid proofs was like the Dubé early shit.
Yeah. Same here. That's the same for me.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for telling us a little bit about yourself and about your journey
Yeah.
and how you got to it. It's interesting to hear other people's, but I think it is important to point out to people so that they'll realize when they do that you're psychologically programmed to and brainwashed, right? For them to be the authority figures, and whatever they say goes. And if it doesn't make sense, then it's like we are as a people programmed to come up with explanations for them. It's like it's insane, really.
You know how you can see this is in the statistical metrics of like how people accept flat Earth as groups. You know, the number one population of flat Earth are inmates and former inmates. If you talk to somebody who does not trust government inherently because they've been put in jail, either wrongly or unfairly and unjustly, they already have broken their psychological to go along with Big Daddy
You're
government.
getting the statistics for most of the flat earthers are inmates.
I am not getting the statistics. I have specifically spoken, and you know what I should do is I should do my own data and write it down. In my
You know,
position, in my job, I speak to a lot of former incarcerated, and all the anecdotal evidence, basically everybody behind bars knows the earth. So
I've noticed a lot of veterans here myself too.
vets too, yeah, because vets know not well, not all vets, but most people know that even though we love our country, you can't trust them because it's run by people. You know, that's it.
Yeah.
And
That's
I have yet to
debatable.
meet a motherfucker who hasn't gotten
A
screwed by the
large,
military in one form or another.
a
Broken
large
promises,
amount
gotten
of us,
screwed.
we know that.
The
It's
country's not the
debatable.
government. The
If
country's
they
not
make
the
it,
government. The country's
Nope.
not the government. You got that?
No,
We
it's
got
not.
that straight.
Yeah, you're.
Who said that?
Yeah,
Who said the
And, whe-
country
and,
is
and,
government?
whe- and whether or not it's run by people is debatable. So
Quantum Eraser. I served 21 years. I didn't serve it for the
Oh,
government.
holy shit! Oh my god, this is like a fucking Elvis moment. QE, I'm a big fan,
Elvis,
bro.
I'm not fucking Elvis, man.
I'm a big fan, QE. Holy shit! It's a pleasure to meet you. An honor, sir.
What's up? How's it going?
Former Marine here.
Another
They call me
jarhead. That's
QE,
how
but
many
my
jarheads?
Yeah.
Hey, we got you surrounded, hoorah!
Former Marine. What's that?
Yeah. Well,
what's the deadliest force on the planet, sir?
I say former because
My
the
son's
Marine
shoes.
Corps. What's that?
My teenager's shoes.
Well, I got honestly, QE. Thank you for everything you do. You spend a ton of
got me
time educating people, and we owe you a great debt.
Well, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Hey, I deal with that too, bro. You got to get a can of that boot freshener and just spray them every time you go by, bro. I do it. That shit's all out chemical warfare, man. I hear you.
Too funny. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We got a signature numpty clip tomorrow.
I see that,
No one's-
Phil.
No, Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, man. Listen, don't miss this, guys. I'm telling you, not to miss these. Don't miss any of them, but not the signatures. All right, let me put it in there.
Quantum, did you had a
Thursday.
chance to hear what the guy was talking about? I'm a globe derp.
I'm sorry, I just caught the last part of that.
Don't pick on.
No, that you said that you were stationed in Hawaii and you guys were apparently testing something and it was an
Yeah, no,
instrument.
I was an MP. I was tasked to keep the beach empty while they set up and then broke down. That was my job that day.
You can't spell wimp without MP.
All right, no, don't get me started. I gave you lots of praise. No, make me fucking turn around and get mad at you. But yeah, I don't know if you heard the story or not, but it was basically a long range optical test, and it dawned on me at the time that it didn't sound right, but they said that they were trying to reach a ship out, and they said it was out by Okinawa, and that is fucking impossible because the light they were shining was about 9 feet off the deck, and then that light went straight to the horizon, boom, like a laser. This was in '96. I have no idea what the fuck it was. I've never seen anything like it ever, displayed in a test or shown on TV. Never.
That's around 7,000 miles from Hawaii to.
Well, they said it was a ship off of, so I don't know how far off. It could have been 500 miles off of, but still, that's fucking huge distance.
Sounds like works on the flat Earth, not on the globe.
Basically like everything else, but
You said you thought most prison inmates were flat earthers. I don't necessarily think that's true, but if they designate us all as domestic terrorists, maybe it could be.
Are you?
They will be.
Yeah, you don't hold your breath, bro, because it won't be long. It's getting out of control with what is being labeled as terrorism domestically.
Yeah. That
I've been
fucking
waiting for
Patriot Act.
I've been waiting for the comeback that can't spell wimp without MP. There is a comeback to that. What is the comeback, people? This is really important shit. I stopped the conversation for.
That must be one of them army things.
You can't spell GI without, I don't know.
Nope, there it is. I get it for you in voice chat. I guess that is that don't
That's
have it.
funny.
You don't have that in the Marines.
I guess I heard something like that. You got my 6 while I'm shitting?
6? What?
That checks out. That seems legit.
Or are you gonna burn it? Are you gonna burn it when I'm done?
Military MP is military police. Yes. Those fucking guys used to arrest us all the time, so there's a relationship between MP.
I never arrested anybody I wasn't specifically told to by somebody else. I hated fucking with people.
Hey, what area of Hawaii were you at that moment?
Kenyoe
He just
Bay.
took the liquor and drank it himself, bro.
Kenyoe
He was
Bay.
the one
When
that
were
drank
you
our
there?
liquor.
I'm
Hay
sorry,
Bay,
Mike.
94, 97.
I was there in 90 to 92.
Ah. You
Huey,
probably
I don't know if you
fuck
heard
same
of
with the same chicks at QE. Woo! I could have gotten QE sloppy seconds, everybody.
Who laughed? Was it, who the hell laughed? That was a girl that laughed.
Truth.
I'm sorry. Not really, but I mean, it's just this guy is like I don't know. I love this guy. I'm sorry. Just
Hey, there's 10,000 other opportunities for sloppy seconds, so you know.
Did,
Lot of guys
did you
stationed
tell him?
there.
Did you tell him the secret about? Listen, I love Hawaiians. Let me just put that out straight. But obviously, when you first get there, there's a lot of things that stand out because Hawaii is so different. I'm talking about Oahu.
Right in the airport. As soon as you get off the plane, there's no glass on the walls. It's just a big open building. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, that's one. This is really interesting, guys. You're gonna like this. What else?
Very young, pretty girl immediately walks up to you and says, "Welcome to Hawaii."
Yeah.
Kiss on your cheek.
You get laid.
And you get laid, yeah. And then you're harassed by all the
Uniform
peddlers
effect.
as you make your way through security. What are we looking for, Kiwi? I don't know.
Well, all the rainbows, right? Because it's a rainbow.
Oh yeah,
state.
yeah. They're everywhere. You're right. I forgot all about that. So the airport side of the island is constantly raining, and as you approach the mountains, there's always rainbows. Always. They're
Okay.
everywhere. It's crazy.
And the women. What stands out? Sorry, Hawaiian ladies, but I got to tell everyone.
Are you talking about the acne?
No tits.
No. Close.
flat butts,
Small-
guys.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Yeah. But
Hold
they
on.
have good hip motion. They have good hips.
Wait
No
a
ass,
second.
but good hips.
No butts. It looks
They don't
like
have any butts.
somebody put them up against the wall with a paddle, and they paddled them, but it stayed there.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. It's straight. I was like, what the hell is going on out here? They're
Yeah.
beautiful, right? You see these beautiful girls and turn around, then there's nothing there.
Well, if you want some backside, you could just go down to like Kailua, to one of the Samoan neighborhoods, and pick up one of the big girls.
I ain't
There's
talking
plenty of
about
backside.
Samoans. I'm not
I
talking
know,
about
but
He said them Samoan chicks are big. Bong.
Bong. Where's Bong at?
Response? Yeah, rebuttal. He talking about way over the fucking rainbow.
No, I don't think that's the cause. See, she got it camouflaged. Something's happening here. But I'm telling you, it stands
She got
out.
some
I
camels.
I noticed it within the first 10 minutes.
CQE gets it. You pay attention to what you don't see. Where's the ass?
Is that why they do is that why they belly dance there so that you focus on the belly and not the
I don't know, but I'm just telling you, whatever reason, I don't know why it is. There's just nothing there.
If she's gonna show me the belly button, I got no problem focusing on the belly button.
All right. Anything else, Dan? It's just the rainbows, and then you got to watch out for the the big palm trees, right? I didn't know those leaves were really heavy, and they like to fall and shit. So you got to be careful when you're walking underneath the palm trees, because if one of them comes down, they'll take you out.
My biggest danger of Hawaii is the fucking centipedes, bro. Those things were
The
arm length.
centipedes.
They're arm length.
Yes,
They're
ma'am.
huge.
Yeah. Creatures from hell, man. I cut one in half, and my buddy set it on fire. It still walked away.
A centipede.
I saw one dragging a kitten. Dragging a kitten. I saw a centipede dragging a kitten on the road, dead.
No way. Are you
Yes.
kidding me?
Yes. Those
And what
fucking
else?
things. Ugh, creep me out.
So they got centipedes, right? What else they got a whole shitload of?
Well, the big problem. Well, you probably talk about mongoose, but the big problem is fucking feral cat. Feral cat is the new problem, man. That's the
the new problem. Well, the old problem was mongoose, man.
Yeah.
They stole my damn peanut butter sandwich out of my fucking rucksack. Can you believe that shit?
They're fucking crafty. They know when to strike.
Hey, do you guys know if any of these plants or animals you're talking about are native?
The mongoose aren't. They were brought there. Get rid of the snakes that they don't have.
Right. They found one snake, brought 10,000 mongoose, and didn't see a problem.
They overrun the place. Also, last one. I'm from the East Coast, so I'm used to when mosquitoes come, they're like bulky and they fly and they land on you and you can just whack them, right?
Yeah.
Not these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers are like flies. They're that fast. So you go to whack, it's like trying to whack a fly. The mosquitoes are that fast, man. That's it. That's all. And the geckos. That's the last one.
Oh, yes, the geckos. You can't get a fucking night's sleep because every building is infested with geckos, and all night you hear.
15 minutes could save you 15%.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure out of all those plants and animals you guys listed, either only the geckos by themselves or the geckos and the centipede are actually native. Even the palm trees you guys are talking about, palm trees are not native to Hawaii.
Ah, really? That's interesting. Who put them there? Polynesians?
I think they were, brought there. No, after the Polynesians, like when the missionaries came, I think around that time.
Okay. Cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, anybody going to Hawaii, definitely go to Pearl Harbor. It's worth going to see. Not that I believe the story of Pearl Harbor, but it is,
I wouldn't believe that shit either.
No, I don't. But
That's
it's good to see the history, like what the ships that your grandparents or your great grandparents, served in. It's just an experience.
Right.
I suggest everybody do it.
It'd be pretty hard to cover.
All right. So I'm a little bit brainwashed. Giving me a break.
It's going to be pretty
No,
hard.
I'm saying they had to go through a little brainwashed as well as we do.
Listen, it's going to be pretty hard to cover up Pearl Harbor or fake that shit. I'm going to tell you that now.
Pearl Harbor.
No, I'm not saying there wasn't an attack. You can see the bullet holes, but I'm just saying that the with every action internationally, the real whys and wheres and everything is really up for speculation.
Especially the
You
people.
think they missed all our radars and just surprised us right on the harbor?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It flew right by all our radars.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual result of it. You got people that were still alive
I got you.
that lived through it.
Bad.
So that other stuff, that's not going to fly.
My bad.
Yep. That one's pretty difficult to get over. Now the circumstances around it, yeah, I got you. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, they
All right.
flew in from the ocean, man. It's crazy.
All right, we can move on. That was just a side. I hate to misguide away from the conversation, especially when I come in and say get back to flat Earth. So sorry about that. It's on me.
Yeah, and I apologize for fanboying out, but thank you, QE.
Yeah, not a
I
problem.
actually think it was on me. My bad.
All right. Is you is or is you ain't a flat earther? Is you is or is you ain't a flat earther? I said.
I just go off individual truth, which leads me to believe the earth is flat.
Is you is or is you ain't a flat earther?
Here's a question for you, QE. When was the last time Rumpus stuck his head up in one of those fucking live stream chats?
I haven't heard Rumpus. In fact, I haven't even thought about him. Thanks for bringing him up.
No, because that was some of my favorite. He's so moronic, and to think that he taught children, he's a great example of when people say, well, how? This is fucking how. This fucking guy. That's how people fucking fall for it, because he's
Who
your
taught
teacher.
children? Rumpus?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure that's what his profession was. It was school
No,
teacher.
you're mixing him up with somebody else. No, he wasn't.
Am I?
Yeah.
What do you know offhand what he does then?
He
Masturbate.
rumpuses.
Master.
He rumpuses.
He's a
Does what his
wanker.
name
Yeah,
says.
that boy be whacking. He
He's
be
a
whacking with the
master
best of
of
them shit.
debates.
He does what his
A
name says.
masturbator.
Rumpus.
I wasn't out here a week and I dispatched his dumb ass. I was a newbie green around the gills flat earther and just fucking deconstructed his dumb ass. It's right on my
I
channel.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much.
It's lucky people. See, I didn't save it. I wasn't, that aware of things back then, but somebody else did. Shout out
It's
to
a
Betty.
good thing you don't do. It's a good thing you don't do all your numpty clips on Rumpus, because I'm sure there's enough of them to do so.
Yeah, there's a good 4 or 5, and there's a signature on Rumpus too, so you can always go back and listen to them. I'm going to put them in the Library of Congress at the end. I think I'm going to do about 100. I think 100 is a good even number. Right?
Library of Congress.
No sense in doing 200 of them, man. It's just overkill, right? But 100's a good even number. I think right around there, I'll start to, piecemeal it. I'm going to start to slow down because it's a lot of work, and I'm getting tired of listening to them fucking retards every day. Right?
Kiwi, there's a guy named Charlie. Today, you missed it. He said the definition of gravity for him changes depending on how you want to use it.
That's right.
He said it was a force field.
It's called an equivocation fallacy. That's what that is. When definitions change.
It's starting to look like it doesn't really matter how succinct the points are and how the science is. They just will not accept it due to psychological reasons. So I think we're wasting our time presenting facts at this point to most of these people.
No. We're not trying to convince them, sir. We're exposing them to everyone else. So that's the mission.
Yeah, I think the Olympics is doing a similar thing with the word woman.
Yeah, they're just our useful idiots at this point.
Yep.
Well, there's about 50% of the people that don't even know what a woman is.
Oh,
most of them are Globers. Yep, most of those are Globers.
You ain't a flat earther.
I'm just saying, man. That's what we're stuck with today.
They've never seen women. They come around mostly on ladies' night here. They get to talk to a woman and never leave the room.
I know what a woman is. That's some creatures that are soft and warm.
Well, I know what a woman is, Hank. I agree with you on that.
I think you got the creature part right.
I'm gonna go hunting tonight, but I ain't taking no gun.
Well, it's just people are trying to teach my child differently.
Oh,
I don't
shit.
like that.
James, is you is or is you ain't a flat earther?
Right, my bad.
No, just messing with you, man.
No, you got me.
I do the same
I'm so
thing.
glad I don't have fucking kids because I would be terrified to have a public school indoctrinating kids at this point.
I'll
It's
tell you
insane.
this from firsthand
Is
experience.
you a flat earther or
Hey,
what?
my small
Don't let me believe.
grandchild at 4 years old knows the difference between a circle and a ball.
No, they
If
don't.
if I ever shared my true feelings of how all this shit makes me feel about my children in the world I'm leaving them, I would be labeled a patriot terrorist and locked up within days. So I can't really speak on that on this platform.
A lot of children think that mathematically a circle and a ball can be mathematically determined as the same thing when it's completely impossible. Like a circle and a ball are totally two different things.
Yeah, I was able to explain that to my small grandchild.
How about like the 2 + 2 = 5 sometimes fucking shit that they were trying to pull? Did you see that?
Well, all the images, like even when people QE, no offense, the black swan. These are all they're all images. They're all photos. It's nothing that we observe in reality. It's being captured
James,
on
there's
a
nothing
mechanical
wrong with
device
photographs,
made
man.
by men and portrayed as reality.
Okay,
When it's
but
so far
the
from
difference is that whoever took that picture got, their eye was looking through that lens before that photo was taken, so that was part of their reality. So anybody can do that, right?
I don't
There's
care
nothing
what
wrong with
camera you're
photographs,
looking
man.
through.
There's
The
nothing wrong
camera
with
doesn't do you any good without the human eye.
There's nothing wrong with photographs.
But there is something wrong with images.
No, there's nothing wrong with photographs, though. With images, that's a wide subject area.
Well, they're two different definitions, so yes.
Exactly.
Let me paint a picture for you.
Nothing wrong with photographs.
Let me
but there
paint
is
a
something wrong with
picture.
images.
You still have to scrutinize
We got a
photographs,
wise
though.
ass we got a wise ass in the VC.
Brain dead, bozo.
Always. I'm always here, Monday through Friday, listening at least.
That's a good
It's
one.
not the images that's the issue, it's the claims around the images.
Yeah, exactly. And where they're taken from.
Well, the NASA images are composite photos.
Well, there's a difference between an
No
image
such
and
thing as a
I try to
composite
explain,
photo.
but they just don't
Yeah, there's no
understand.
composite photos.
Hey, man, you're really losing it.
Let's take a snapshot of this problem.
I don't want to sound like a broken record.
Yeah, I don't
but
either.
there
Do I
is
have to explain
actually
it?
a difference. There's really a difference.
Let's
between
ask the
a
guy who said
photo
that. Who just said that?
and an image.
Who
Like,
said
there's
composite
really a
photo?
difference.
I
That's
try to draw you a
Sasha.
picture. I even use my hands. I try to explain, but you just don't understand.
Sasha, he's the guy that contradicts himself every time he talks.
Sasha. It wasn't Sasha. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
All right,
Not the
Sasha. So
you're talking about the Yugoslavian Sasha or the other guy?
The evolutionist, Sasha.
Oh, that
car got
numpty
jokes.
dipshit.
You're a brain
Is
dead
that Hank?
bozo.
Is Hank in here?
Yeah,
Hank, is that you?
yeah, that's Hank.
No,
all
no,
right.
that's not
I
Hank.
was looking for
That's-
you.
That's Bobby, goddammit.
Bobby?
Sasha, they're
Damn it,
saving you,
Bobby.
dumbass.
Cotton's the best.
So Sasha, tell us about these images that are stick together and they're somehow a photograph.
What do you mean? What do you want me to tell you?
Well, let's say that I
What
got a
model
picture.
camera
Like,
did they use?
let's say I got a picture of Paris Hilton, and I like cut myself out of another picture and put myself in there. Is that a composite picture?
Yes, sir.
No, it's an
I'd say it's
image.
proof you're dating her. Holy shit. Hank's dating Paris Hilton.
Well, it's a photo
According to
because you took a
Sasha
photo
Fierce.
using a camera.
Listen up, Sasha Fierce. There's a difference between a photograph and a composite image. I'm gonna let you figure it out, right? Because I feel like if
Well,
I
a
have to explain
composite
it to you,
image could be a composite of multiple photographs.
right? And as soon as you start editing the photograph, it's no longer a photograph. Because a photograph is a true representation of the light that passed through the aperture, right? And once you start editing the photograph, cutting and pasting, it's no longer a true photograph. It's an image. It's a compilation, right? Like if I take two songs and I mesh them together, it's no longer a song. It's a mesh up,
Well, the
right?
definition of photograph is a picture made using a camera, so it's still a
Right.
photo.
And
Uh,
no,
An image
no.
is something
Once you image,
that's
once you edit the image, you aren't using a camera. You're using a computer. Or unless you're like back in like, back in the day when they actually cut and pasted it. Then you're just using scissors and tape and glue. Come on. You got some neurons, rub them together. Like get a couple pennies and rub them in your hands. Maybe that'll help. Like get a little spark going.
Maybe.
You got some neurons you can rub together?
what pictures
I
are we
don't think
talking
they
about again?
understood
Which ones?
anything you
I
were
think the
just
word
saying.
you're looking for is synapse.
Which pictures are we talking about?
Now they're calling them pictures. They don't have
Okay,
any
I'm sorry.
idea.
I'm sorry. What photographs are we speaking of?
Yes, thank you. That's the proper term.
I don't accept his definition of photo.
All right,
I
can I
didn't
get
hear.
to what we're speaking about? I don't care what you call it. Describe it for me so I can know what you're
No,
talking about.
no, you're gonna have to learn to keep up.
Some of you guys are sounding
Okay,
like you're spinning
so
space monkeys.
which object are we speaking about? Where did these objects of discussion come from?
A mechanical device made by man called a
Okay,
camera.
now this mechanical device was where when the object was captured?
In Narnia.
It was in orbit.
That's where I was trying to find
Doing
out.
its
Yeah,
very
okay.
best
Well,
to
NASA
It
would
was
represent
in
the
claim it was in
human.
orbit,
Narnia.
but
My
we all
bad.
know orbit
Just
is not
can't.
real. So
The camera is doing its very best to represent the human eye.
So, Sasha,
It
if I
just
take a
can't
picture of your
do it.
mom and I draw like a Hitler mustache, is that like a photograph?
it would be an edited photograph.
Also known as an image.
Well, an image could be completely made from a computer with no camera involved.
That's right. But it would be an image, right? Because your mom doesn't have a Hitler mustache that I know of.
No, sir, she is not a Hitler mustache wearer.
Okay, that's good. But if someone handed you a picture of her wearing a Hitler mustache, would you think that that's reality? Even if you called it a picture. What if I said, hey, I got a picture of your mom, right? And I hand it to you and it's a Hitler
No, sir,
mustache.
that would not be reality. Reality is not
Okay,
a
there you go.
photograph.
There you go. Reality is a photograph of the
No,
light.
reality is not a photograph.
Unless
So
it comes to
photograph,
the earth,
so
then it is
photograph
reality.
is not a good representation of reality. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends on if they combine two photographs of the same picture of the same object, and they're both accurate.
So you're gonna assume that when they say that they are compositing, all they're doing is taking just an overlaying. That's what you're trying to.
No, yeah, they don't do that. That's
Yeah.
wrong.
That's
Because
not
when
what they
you
do.
a computer generated image is generated from data strips, telemetry data, not photographic images.
Right.
Telemetry data. Somebody has to paint in the color, make it pleasable to your eye.
They interpret the data.
He doesn't know about Robert Simmons.
I
Maybe somebody should
understand.
introduce him to Robert Simmons.
It wouldn't matter if you did. He would just not believe it.
No, I believe
Well,
it. I understand what you guys are saying.
No, Robert Simmons, Hank
it
made a
has to
good
be.
point.
It has to be Photoshop.
But even if you showed him that, he would not believe it.
No, I would believe it. I get what you guys are saying, and now I understand.
You did the penny trick I told you about, didn't you? I knew that would create a spark.
Can you take a
Penny on the
photograph
table.
of Narnia?
Did you say, could you take a picture of Narnia? Is that the question?
Photograph, yeah. Can you take a photograph of Narnia?
I don't like answering rhetorical questions, sir.
What part of it's rhetorical?
Well,
Yeah, it was not rhetorical.
the
He
answer is
expected you to
obviously
answer.
no.
Right.
The
But he
answer is
expected you to answer.
When you look at the spinning space ball of Earth on your television, is your television the only place you see it?
It's not the only place I can see it. I could find it on the internet, I guess.
Would it be a two-dimensional screen
Modern version of the
like the
TV.
television?
He can see it in his mind's eye.
You guys are both robotic,
You know,
so I can't understand the question.
I got
You see, if you've never seen it for your own eyes or through your own eyes, then whoever the salesman is, they could sell you anything. Black holes, quasars, black
got me
dark
a
matter.
Well, it's a combination of art and science.
Well, you never seen it for yourself. You just got to believe it.
Oh, it is. NASA employs more artists than Disney.
And
I
what
got a
part of it
map of
has to do with
Narnia.
science?
Right.
They're doing science experiments on all that helium they use.
You got a map of Narnia. Does that make it any more real? We modeled it.
Yeah, I got a video game that 3D mapped it for you. It's all fucking laid out. That right?
I've seen a black hole on television. I've never seen a black hole in space, but I did see one on television.
I saw Godzilla destroy Tokyo.
That must mean it's real.
Yep.
Let's see.
Is anybody else suspicious that the news media, well, obviously everybody's suspicious of the news media, but specifically that we are being showed altered video of our politicians? Has anybody been kind of suspicious of that, or just me?
What, that they have people actually play our candidates for us?
Yeah, like some actor who kind of looks like someone has a.
Well,
go ahead.
He's got a lot better at talking, huh?
Yeah, it'd be cool if it was uninterrupted, but I realize I have to mute people time to time to get that effect. Uninterrupted speech. So, like I was going to say, there's a law that says they can have actors play that part of a public official so that they don't have to risk their life. Like the presidential speech, they can just send the speech to the news studio and they can have actors play the part.
Damn.
Boy, that seems a little over the top for security, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know, but it's in that same law where it says the news doesn't owe you the truth. First Amendment, it doesn't apply only to the truth. They can give their
Say.
they can
It's
that
kind of
way
like
they can give
Amendment.
their opinion.
I'm gonna use that in my fucking
controlling
trial.
the propaganda.
Yeah, it's better when people that are trying to interrupt, they're not roboting and their mics are actually working good, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yes, boss.
It always sucks when that guy with the AM radio mic is the one always interrupting, and he's like, sounds
Sorry
like a
about that.
never tuned station.
It's kind of like
I don't think it
Batman
was
and
you.
Superman, right? You don't believe in Batman or Superman. You don't believe they're real because the only place you've seen them is on television. But yeah, you think the spinning ball Earth is real, even though the only place you've seen it is on television.
Got him.
Ouch.
If the
And it's a
elected
fact.
guy, if the
It's
elected
also
guy,
a fact.
if the president is reading from a script, what's the difference if someone else is reading the same script?
Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
specifically
it's
speaking about like interviews where they're and basically BattleMod answered the question, since they're not required to even pretend to be truthful about any of this, it can all act. Then then it basically confirms that this is what they're doing. They're just having somebody sit down with an actor, and the politician's face is digitally made later, and have them say whatever, whenever. It's the
if the
antithesis of what media is
military
supposed to be doing.
if the military actually knew what the stars was doing, you think they're going to tell you?
Absolutely
That's
not.
pretty naive if you think they're going to tell you.
But that being said, then how can you be sure ever that the woman that has been elected is actually making the decisions? Because there's no way for us to oversee it.
That's true, because if you look back in the day, it was the vice president during the Bush campaign who was the one that gave the information that they got from NASA for the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So
I don't
technically,
vote, so I didn't vote
Yeah.
that guy
I
in.
agree with
so
Hank. He made a good point. Might have seemed off topic, but it was right on point.
I don't participate in the scam either, but it's purporting to be an honest thing, and all these people are involved in it because of that. And they came out blatantly and said, "Yeah, this is totally dishonest," and they're still going along with it. That's what blows my mind.
Yeah, it's everything you believe.
Yeah, it's like
You
when the
believe what
Supreme
you
Court.
see on the TV, no matter what. Turn the TV off. If everybody just turned the TV off, world leaders would be fucked. Sorry for my language. They would be screwed because nobody would believe their bullshit.
Yeah, unfortunately, the system in place is solidly in place. It's gonna take. It's not going down without a big shit show. I can tell you that. It's gonna be a shit show.
Everybody thinks the most powerful weapon in the world is the nuclear bomb, and
No
they
such thing.
totally disregard
I don't.
the television. It shapes the minds of men.
Only while it's available.
It tells them the world, right?
It's a system. It can be took down to.
The television's the most powerful weapon in the world.
And the most easy to disrupt.
The most easy to disrupt if you're like
Well, let's see.
woke
If I
inside
was
the
going to go against
matrix.
my government,
Like-
what would I do?
Like you woke
First
up and you
thing I
seen
do is take down the infrastructure. I don't need the infrastructure. They do. Power plants, roadways, highways, crossways, railroads. You can't bust people out on a railroad to a camp if there ain't no fucking track. Can't
Yeah, but the
propagate a radio
railroad's owned by
signal
the
if there ain't no
government.
goddamn antenna. Can't repeat Wi-Fi if there ain't no Wi-Fi towers. We don't need
Everything's
that
owned by the
shit.
government.
Who cares who owns
Everything.
it? It's all unguarded
That's
too.
who owns it.
Yeah, you know what fourth generation guerrilla warfare is?
The reason we're in the situation we're in now
That's when
Is
your
that
because the
grandpappy's pappy
government
was an
owns
Indian
everything.
hey,
and he got
is
a
that
hat
a
full of
no?
feathers. That's
Yeah,
a
is that a
yes.
no? Fourth generation warfare. If you don't know when the shit hits the fan, grab the nearest veteran.
Yeah, some people do know. Some
We
people
don't
can
need.
smell the shit
We
while
don't
it's
need
being
a.
stirred.
Yeah, we
Other
don't need
people
an
can't.
infrastructure. They do.
They're
They
one of
need
the
to
ones
move
being
equipment,
stirred.
move ammunition, move bodies. We don't need to do that. All we need to
Nope.
do is hold it down where we're at.
For survival, all I need is I don't know, a rock, and then you can build what you need from that on up. If you have a knife, you're good. You
Yeah,
don't
it's a good.
need a shit ton of stuff to survive, but they
Nope.
have everybody believe that you need all this shit and you can't get it unless government's here to do it for you.
Shit don't stink till you stir it. Once you stir it,
Oh,
you got
that's
people
just not
telling you
true.
you gotta wear a mask.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you stir it.
That's not true. The shit stinks no matter what color you paint it.
Well,
Just
shit
don't
don't
stir
stink till you stir it.
it.
You're right about the knife, right? Because all you need to do is get the knife, make you a stick, put the knife on the end of a stick, and then you got a spear.
The whole point being, man really only needs his hands and his brain to take what he needs from the to prosper, and yet we all have this undying devotion to our big daddy government to keep us alive when we really could just drop everything and walk away at any time. It's not going to be easy, and most people are not prepared. That that, like you said, veterans are more most of the population, but with some knowledge and preparation, anybody's basically capable. So it's a trap to think that we need this society to sustain our lives on
Yeah.
this world.
Find you an Eagle Scout then. I was an Eagle Scout before a Marine. Fuck it.
Me too. Troop 83, West Springfield, Massachusetts.
Hoorah!
Yeah.
They make
That Eagle Scout
make
got me
man.
PFC in boot camp. It was a fucking godsend.
Yes, sir.
So we got world leaders that are telling us that the virus came from China. They're telling you to wear a mask when
Awesome. Can I see a picture of this virus?
almost 90% of masks in America are made by China.
Your Wuhan mask
So
is going to
when
keep you safe from a
people
Wuhan
start to
virus.
see what's going on, maybe they'll choose differently.
How
But
does the
if
mask protect you?
the blindfold is on them, you're just gonna keep getting the same shit every year. A new variant, a new Delta, a new variant. Take a
All this is-
vaccine. We need a new variant. There's another
This is-
All
Delta.
the mask is a placebo effect to let everybody know that you believe in lying politicians that are unelected.
This coronavirus shit is just the next step from the terrorist shit, which was the next step from the commie shit. It's all every time a system starts, people stop fucking paying attention to it. So everybody was terrified for terrorists for 12 years, and we changed our lives because of it. And once they get milk out of us from it, and people stop fucking like, hey, there's really nothing going on here except when the FBI gets involved and starts shit, they moved on to something else. Well, they're not buying our shit. Next big fucking scam, coronavirus. When we get over this, they'll have something waiting. And when people wake up to that, something will be waiting. It's never gonna end.
Yeah, we as the people, we reap what we sown together. This is what we've sown together. So now we're reaping it, and people are mad at it. They're like, some people are mad at the fact that they allowed it to happen, and they don't even acknowledge.
What's wrong with you
Like I'm
guys?
guilty.
Where's your
Like I'm
patriotism
guilty.
for shit made in
I'm
the
guilty
USA?
too. I'm guilty too. But I acknowledge I allowed it to happen.
So where's your
I acknowledge
patriotism for shit made in the
I
USA?
allowed it to happen.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I love shit made in the USA.
I got it, but I don't think old boy likes to let you be heard. It seems that way.
You're just
Anyway,
witnessing the beginning of war.
from where I'm sitting, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it's kind of for
Yeah,
everyone.
war is coming, man. Big time war is coming.
War is the natural state of man when the scales of justice and liberty are on balance.
China and America is going to
From
go
it
to
we
war.
came, to it we
Just so you
will
know.
return.
John D, who's that? Is that a quote?
No. It's the truth.
It is a truth. I just wondered if somebody famous had said it prior to you.
No, but it's the truth if you study natural law, Thomas and Hobbes. The natural state of man is war because you can assume that it's always unjust. The ownership is an illusion. Ownership
step
is the
on 'em, dude.
illusion brought up through a civil contract, wherein we all have dominion over earth and everything here is ours. But we give up our absolute right so that others can share the same rights that we give. And we always end up in a social contract and agreement, wherein two people or a group of people all are supposed to enjoy a benefit from this contract. But it always becomes unbalanced. And when it becomes unbalanced, you'll have a certain side that is always on the other hand, and they won't be on the other hand forever. So they'll return to a natural state. Fuck your words on paper. Fuck those things that dead men wrote. Fuck all those laws that dead men wrote. I owe no allegiance to them. I was born free and will return to a natural state of law. It's an absolute truth for me. War.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter when it comes to you. So
It
what
doesn't
China's
matter to
doing
me.
now, what China's doing now is
Let 'em do
winning
it.
a war. They're winning a war without ever firing a shot.
Oh, well, until
They're
I don't see it
winning a
that way.
war without ever firing a shot.
Well, good for
You
them.
heard
Let
this.
Chinese do what they do, man.
Yeah.
Right here,
I don't care what
listen,
China's
right
doing.
here in the West, China isn't a threat to you.
Inject
It's
your
these,
poison. Wear your
it's these,
mask. China's winning a
they're not,
war
yeah, China's not
without
the one here
firing a shot.
pushing. Somebody
Yeah.
mute him.
Yeah, please.
It's your fucking politicians, man. China isn't here doing shit. They're not putting mandates
Okay.
on you.
You don't think China's involved in American politics? You're
No, I
crazy.
just stated the truth. They're not putting mandates on you. If they can buy people,
Right.
is it their fault or the people they bought? Which one?
Right.
Whose
So we got the
responsibility is being
CDC,
broken?
the Center of Disease Control, CDC.
Okay. If your wife is fucking around with you, some dude, who are you pissed at? Who has the responsibility to be loyal to you? Your wife or the dude she was fucking? Your wife.
Yeah,
But you're
don't
gonna
do
beat
the
up the
Jerry's.
dude?
Your wife first and foremost, but if that other dude is your brother or your friend,
Okay, yeah.
it's
But
a
you
little
get the point I'm
complicated.
making. Come on,
But
man.
if it's just some random dude who didn't know,
Oh, I think he was referring to the Jerry Springer effect. That's all I wanted to say really fast.
yeah, but if it's some dude who didn't see that, her left hand had a tan line where the ring was, he had no idea. You really shouldn't be mad at him, right? Because of her lies and trifling ass, right?
Right. So don't be mad at China because they figured out they can buy out your politicians. Be pissed at the politician.
Well, they
Right,
could.
and
They
I-
figured out they could make you think it's nothing but nonsense.
Yeah, I just
while
want to cover
taking
something,
you
James.
over.
James, we really don't cover that in the live stream because it takes channels down, and a lot of us got a lot of long years and hard work into this server. We don't want to have to rebuild it. I mean, we will if you get it taken down for talking about that, but we prefer
I
not to.
digress, man. My bad.
I apologize. What was the taboo subject? You don't have to say it, but hint it so I know not.
It's politics. Politics is just a shame.
Oh,
nothing
in
real about
general,
it.
politics. Word.
So-
No,
My
somewhat.
more
bad.
the
Politics is what
more
creates
the
law.
pandemic, the current pandemic. Not the one
Gotcha.
here wherein everybody keeps rumpusing, but the
YouTube.
political one.
Understood.
Disco 19,
Funny
man.
motherfucker.
Disco 19.
I'm trying to be nice, hey.
As long as
I'm
you
gonna
adhere
get.
to the law, you're all
You're
right.
doing great. You're doing great.
Yeah,
Just
I
keep
don't care what they say
compromising to
about
the
you
law.
either. I don't think you're a punk ass.
Yeah,
They
politics
can
is
keep
just a
saying it
safety
though.
net.
That's just their opinion.
Their
Safety net.
opinion is shaping the world.
I was talking
You
about
can
those
block
people
it
who talk
out,
about
you can
you.
ignore it.
No, them
It
guys that talk
doesn't
about you and say
make
you're
a
a punk
difference.
ass. Chewy, where the hell did you go? Damn it, John. In there fucking moderate. Damn it, he's gone. Bong. Did you die, Bong Sao?
Did you die?
It's just a finger, man. Did you die?
He said yes.
Oh, that means his old lady wants some attention, huh? Bong is not here. Right now, I'm a puppy.
That's all right. I'm the big dog.
Not here, you're not. I am.
I knew you were gonna say
Okay, I
that.
thought you
I
just said you
knew
was a
those words were.
That was great.
Damn, Skippy, I'll shake you and roll you.
I'm just playing, man. Come on.
That was funny.
I do let others be the big dog, though, sometimes. I'm just
You
picking
could
on
you could hear Michael
Just
go.
playing.
I was
We're all
gonna say
just,
Mike's pretty cool.
hey, everyone, what's up? Are you a Glober? Yeah, we're bored, man. Put your head on the chopping block. No, damn it. Damn it, man.
Everyone's cool, Mike. He's a cool dude.
I looked at his
That's
roll.
good. That's good.
I need fallacious reasoning. I need some fallacious reasoning in life.
Hey, 44, what's up? No rolls. Let's see.
That's good.
What's up, 44? Before you talk, my finger's on the ban button. What's up? You're trying
Nothing.
to
I
get
just wanted to
unmuted?
say you guys are talking about the C, the COV, and I was just laughing because I was just watching the Sox versus the Cubs, and the stadium was full. Not one person was wearing a mask.
Woohoo!
Cool.
Because it's
I give
real.
I doubt it.
It's
I
real.
doubt it.
I
Somebody
give you
was
VC
wearing a mask.
verified.
I
You
doubt
have
it.
control of your mic. Next time you want to talk 44, you're welcome to do it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have to jump in there though, but people are doing laps real quick. You got to perfect timing. Just jump in there, damn it.
Here's another current event. How come all of a sudden they're talking UFOs again? Doesn't that scare you to make you think that something's up?
Yeah, it was like a week or two ago. They were even talking about it on NPR. So that's
Well, that would make you think that there's UFOs, right? As long as the government's talking about it, you'd be like, "Oh shit, maybe there's aliens, man."
well.
Right?
I don't
Right?
know. When I was
Are
a
they
kid,
not
and
dictating your
people were
thoughts?
talking about shit coming from above and taking you, we put you in the crazy bin, and I feel like that should still be happening.
They're just dictating your thoughts.
Well, this is what I'll say about it.
That's my thoughts.
Considering I no longer believe in quote unquote outer space, I have to, really kind of think, would these extraterrestrials just be from outer lands, not outer space?
Put her in a straight
The
jacket.
problem with the whole
As long as they can dictate your thoughts, they're doing just fine.
I want to know where all the aliens are. You see all these UFO videos. Where are all the aliens?
Well, I heard what they brought up on the NPR blurb about it is that they were seen coming out or going in. I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Into the ocean. So.
Yeah, they're not ready
I
to
think
come
you're
right out
seeing
and say it's
plasmoids.
alien life yet.
Okay, I think I've heard you talk about plasmoids before, Hank. I've never heard them before. I don't think I have anyway.
You heard Foo Fighter?
Yeah,
You're not
World
talking
War
about
II
the
Foo
band.
Fighters?
yeah, not the little orbs, plasma orbs.
The band is named after.
I did not know that. That's crazy to me that I should maybe have known that.
Well, that's what a Foo Fighter is. They were following the bombers in the wars, the world wars.
Basically, just globes of
A
light.
question. So, did anybody see these Foo Fighters
Orbs.
like during the time of the solar eclipse?
I don't know, but I've spoken to Mexicans that talked about around the mountains in certain areas near the military bases, they would see these Foo Fighters. And I could tell by the look on her face, like she was serious about it. I'm usually pretty good at sussing out BS, but the Mexicans have talked about it.
Very, very intriguing. Hmm.
I saw the Black Triangle in the 80s.
Yeah, you don't feel like it was a stealth bomber?
No, it was stealth bombers don't hover, bro.
No, they don't hover. They do have dirigibles and airships that do, though.
Yeah, no. I assume that it could have been. Yeah, it was definitely a triangle, dark, floaty object that was silent. So yeah, it could have been a balloon. It could have been anything. It
Well,
wasn't
when I
anything that
say-
was commercially available for us to know about.
Yeah, you know what a dirigible is, like a blimp, a Hindenburg.
Yeah.
Lockheed Martin and JPL been working on them for a long time.
But in my mind, the government does not come out and or B don't have any knowledge about. They wouldn't just put it out there for you to speculate on, unless it was for the fact that you should be speculating on it. They want you to speculate on it. Exactly.
The world's
So-
a stage and terror's a
Yep.
show. Be afraid, be very afraid. You know what natives say? When walking through your path of life, if fear or doubt takes you over, take no more steps. Sit still, center your mind, body, and spirit, and step again when you're no longer in fear or doubt. One should not walk through his journey in life in fear or doubt.
I love that.
See, a lot of people think that fear is a word. Really, fear means false evidence appearing real.
Oh.
Yeah.
The natives
generally
also
fear-
say, "How white man."
Yeah, we never said how. That's some shit Hollywood told you.
It was
Our
just a
normal
joke.
greeting was Anin. We never said goodbye. Goodbye is final. It's when you die. We didn't say goodbye until the next time we meet, till our paths cross again. We did show our hands, though. You know why?
No weapons.
That and
I
other
figured
things.
Anunnaki.
Yeah. The
You didn't
brothers.
want it 5 and not 6 digits.
Oh.
Yeah. So our native brothers from other lands had multiple fingers, and they were evil. They came wearing the face of war and evil, not love, not the face of love. They looked like men, but they were not men.
And also, they is the hierarchy enslaving you.
Funny, not funny.
Who here? How many
Indentured
children have you?
servants are we?
You ever seen a child born with 2 thumbs or 4 thumbs?
I've seen photos of it, but I've never seen a child in person with multiple thumbs. I have seen that only had 2 fingers. It was a thumb and then like 2 fused double fingers, you know, like a claw hand.
That's a claw.
Yeah.
The claw.
Oh God.
Andre the Giant had 2 full sets of teeth in his mouth.
Yep.
So I guess being all thumbs is really a thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
These sayings don't always come out of nowhere.
Yeah. There's been kids
Wonder if
born with
any
extra toes and extra digits.
wonder if anyone's ever been born with 2 left feet then.
Check out this next image I'm about to post. This is the same girl from above. You tell me.
What the fuck am I doing?
I've seen the multiple thumb thing a couple times in my life. What's wrong with this photo?
His feet are too big.
That's a girl's feet. See the guy with 5 fingers?
He's got 2 middle fingers, so he can do the double FU. I was trying to figure out which finger was extra. It's the middle fingers. Looks like 2 middle fingers. I wonder what else he's got. Never mind. Be quiet.
You know what else he got? He got a big old honking schnoz on his face.
Yeah, look at that shit. That is crazy.
I thought giants
So
were supposed to have 6 fingers and 2 rows of teeth. At least certain breeds of giants, I've heard, had 6 fingers and 6 toes.
That's
Yeah.
5 fingers and a thumb or 6 fingers?
I don't know. I've just heard that 6 altogether. I don't know. It's just something I've heard that runs in the giants that were in Utah, for instance. The red-haired 6-fingered giants that they found in the Lovelock Caves over between Nevada and Utah.
That's right. I read about those in the Library of Congress, chroniclingamerica.gov, where they got all the newspapers. And if you set the parameters between 1800 and 1920 and you type in giant bones, it should equally pull up dinosaurs as much as giant humans. But guess what mostly populates those newspapers? Stories
Giants.
about giant bones being dug up that were humanoid.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Some of
All
them
right,
9-10 feet tall.
I'll ball derp you. Ready? Well, of course they're gonna have that because they wanted to sell the newspapers. How do you sell newspapers? Sensation.
Well, there were really giants in this region of the world. I know they were. There's some ancient maps too. If you look at a bunch of old ancient maps, sometimes it'll say right over the top of where Utah is, it'll say giants occupy this region. I've seen a few old ancient maps that say that anyway.
I'm with you. I believe me. I mean, Magellan reported 12-foot tall, right, when they passed Patagonia, but we just assume, oh, well, he was exaggerating. Why the fuck would he exaggerate? The guy's on like a 5-year mission. All he wants to do is go home. He's gonna make up stories and shit, and then risk getting sent back to go find the giant. Come on.
Yeah, I've read like this really huge. She was a woman. Say that she was buried with these 2 axes that no man could lift by himself. Oh, 1 feet.
You're roboting.
It was just the giants talking.
Yeah. Well, was there was that Chinese or Japanese emperor? They had the 2 suits of armor that they have still from his guards that are like fucking 11 feet tall. 11-foot tall, like 200 pounds of armor or 300 pounds of armor that was fitted.
To little people, right?
What was that?
I said, yeah, fitted to little people is what they try to tell you.
Yeah, like you were Iron Man stepping in giants with stilts or something. I guess. Like what? No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, I guess, but is it likely or plausible? I mean, I don't know. Again, everything in the past that we don't a guessing game, just so story because there's no way to verify it, you know.
What's your name, bro? The guy who just got to talking?
I'm Matt, but I think I called myself a bald derp because I was just mad and I was scrambling to think of a name when I made this. I've never Discorded before today. I just made this account because I was on the
Welcome
YouTube.
aboard. You're gonna fit in great.
I appreciate it. It's nice to be able to vent to people who aren't looking at me like I'm a crazy. That's the best part of this. Is
Yes.
actually
Welcome to
speak
the
words
addiction.
to somebody. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, you're just no crazier than the rest of us. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. I find though that most people, I'm sure that most people, it's not that they can't understand, it's just that they are afraid of the implications. So they refuse to psychologically give it up. But I would never cared about authority anyway, so.
We're just in a state of world where people trust the scientists. They don't even care if they're actual scientists.
Or if they're wrong.
They just trust
They
them.
still trust them.
That's the state of world we're in. And that's just how it is.
Like if you say astrophysicist, everybody gets a boner. They're like, oh, astrophysicist, you must be. None of that is real. Everything he does it might as well be playing Dungeons and fucking Dragons. It's all made up. All of it. He's never touched anything, manipulated anything. Nothing.
They act like predicting the stars is different than predicting the clock.
I could pull an almanac from the 1700s that predicts the stars perfectly. So what did I need your astrophysics for?
Clock.
Farmers figured it out.
It's all two-dimensional screens that shape the minds of men.
So you're not.
That's the world we're in.
Well, we all know the stars haven't moved or done anything different for all the recorded history because of all the ancient megalithic structures and not even that, just regular structures that have got built into them where it's the sun on the longest day of the year, the summer and the winter solstice shines through a little hole in the side of these buildings and these rock structures, and they've been doing that for all recorded history, and they've never moved. And
where's the parallax?
They've always not. There is no parallax.
There should be though, according to their model. There should be.
There is
that
none.
Star, right? But that star, you should. There's no way over a course of even just 10 years that a part of it is not have moved out of that
10
spot.
years. The oldest known star chart's 32,500 years
That's
old,
what I'm
according
saying.
to the
So
BBC.
that is right. Exactly.
So in
Parallax.
32,500 years, zero parallax.
Here's a
Man, those
question.
developers were pissed when I found that article.
How come maps from
that are relevant?
How come the oldest maps still have the equator flanked by the tropics that we have today, and not the ones that they had then? Why is it Capricorn and Cancer in the 1100s, 1200s? It shouldn't be.
So you can get your cancer.
No, but what I'm saying is when they were looking up, they were seeing Cancer and Capricorn in those places. They was
Yeah, I thought the precession of the equinox means that the Earth is on a axis and it's got a wobble.
right. So where's the evidence of the wobble?
So where's
We
the
should have
new
had
North
maps.
Pole?
Right.
Where's the new pole star? There should
Right.
be like several different pole stars.
The evidence is trillions of miles away.
And trillions of years away. It only happens every trillion years.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
One day we will get there. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Okay. Cool story, bro.
People are about to believe the rotation of the stars and what it brings when they come. Just so you know. People are about to
Anything
believe
different. That's all I can say.
Is that doom saying, or are you just?
I'm just saying,
That's
don't
what they're
expect
about
anything
to do.
different from the stars. That's a foolish thought. They're not going anywhere, except for where they've always been.
They hold the stars as God and give dominion to them as if they're gods. Literally give dominion to them.
Delusional people do.
The Democrats are using the race card. I can hear your TV.
Said no politics.
Sorry, my friend had his phone too loud.
Your friend needs to
As
take a
long
red
as
pill.
you don't know what the stars are and we know what they are, then we can tell you whatever they are.
Is your friend a flat earth or God rocking?
What's that, Truth?
Is your friend a flat earth or does he know the earth is flat?
Well, he's been told 1,000 times by me, but he doesn't believe it.
It's not a matter of belief.
We don't talk about it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to talk to Truth Prevails over here.
He's been my friend for like 40 years, and so we're not going to let that become between us. And so we just don't discuss it.
Fair enough. It's a healthy relationship.
Yep.
Respectful.
So does he ever catch any of the flat earth information as secondary from like listening to you talk and listen to it? Okay.
Every day.
Well, never mind. I'm not gonna keep asking you questions, but maybe later I will.
Would you like to speak to him about it?
Sure. If is he
Will
he?
Throw him to the wolves. Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it, but I'll ask him.
Well, if it's Truth Prevails, I think.
Well, yeah, she's a sweetheart, and yeah, he should. He loves women, so yeah, you never know. She might get through to him.
Women, right? Even women love women. Fact.
I don't know about that, but okay.
It depends on the mindset. I love women, but I must say, within the right mindset,
he said
they're the most evilest creatures.
All right. Well, tell him we said hello, and maybe next time.
All right. Will do. He's stuck in He's stuck with politics. He's a politician.
I know. I heard. Hey, tell him. I'll just give him this for now. This is all I'm going to give him, and you can give it to him if you want. I don't. And it's for me. It's not from you, so he doesn't need to, get angry with you over it or anything. He can get angry with me if he wants to, but I think you should know. Just give him this.
He says
Politicians
we're on the same side, so don't worry.
Yeah.
He's there to. He can always be here to defend your freedom and defend you as a female, and he'll put his life on the line for everyone in this country. So That's where
No, man, it's cool. I was just wanting to talk to someone with a new mind, right? A fresh mind into the. That's cool.
If things keep going the way they are, the word female will be irrelevant. It'll be irrelevant.
Well, if things keep going the way they are, instead of saying male or female, they'll just say human.
Well, you
They're
got a
not
lot
gonna
of
keep
Americans that are supporting Trump, you know. Get the kids back in school. Oh, the same schools that are teaching you it's a ball or that white people are racist.
Is that a new type of petting farm?
Get them
where they
back in the
teach
same
kids?
school, right?
It can't
get 'em back in
continue.
school.
This cannot continue. If you go anywhere to interact with people in a major populated area,
I'm just saying Trump
just
is
look
part
at,
of the
but
theater.
look at the level of
not the one you
person
wanna
that is
follow.
out in the world working right now. These people are basically useless for the most part. Have you ever gone into a service place and tried to get some service? It's ridiculous. Now these
There's no
people
such thing
don't
as-
care about their jobs because they know if they lose their job, they're going to be taken. And so they do. They are now raising children who are going to they're going to instill that value into. When they become the next group of people we have to rely on, we're truly fucked because they are now being raised by the children of today, and you can see what it is they are being taught as normal. You got little boys being forced to wear dresses in kindergarten. You got all.
Yeah, but
It's just so.
they'll be the righteous ones here soon.
No,
Here soon they'll be the righteous ones, and you'll
unfortunately
be
they
the
need
evil
sane
one.
right, but they need
You'll
sane
be the
people to function. Those people cannot function as a society or
It
on their
don't
own. I promise you,
It don't matter,
because they're
man. You better
all.
plan. You better plan for what's coming, because
No, I
soon
understand.
you'll be the evil one for saying that.
Oh, no, I know that. I get that. But after
So
I'm
you better
gone or I
plan.
have to disappear, whatever that is, that society that I leave behind will last long. Implode almost immediately. I don't have to hide very. I promise you. I'll come back and pick up the remains in less than a couple years because these people are incapable. Incapable.
You're right about that. I couldn't agree with that more. There is no way that these people that are being raised today can function as a society or function as and produce a government that can do anything but total just depravity for the entire population.
Non-sustainable. What they're doing now is non-sustainable.
Yep,
Correct.
I agree.
But yet,
rely on-
they're presenting it as if it's sustainable.
Right. It's the future.
And people are like, some people are mad at Facebook for silencing them. When at the same time, the people that are mad at that are the ones that agreed to it. They agreed to it. It's like, you better wake the fuck up. Like, wake
Yeah,
up.
well, that's why I don't
Because
vote
you're
anymore.
agreeing. When you accept the privacy terms, yeah, you're agreeing. You're agreeing.
I don't think so. Not in that case.
You don't have to think so. That's what you're doing.
No, it's not. I
Okay.
disagree because
Okay, so they can
who's
silence
enforcing
the
that?
president of the
Who's
United
enforcing that?
States,
Who's
and
enforcing
you're
that?
like, I don't agree.
Who's enforcing it?
Well, you don't have to agree.
Who's
You're the
enforcing
one
it?
accept. When people are like mad at Facebook, but yet they're using Facebook.
I don't
Quit
use
fucking
Facebook.
using it if you're mad at them.
I understand that. That's not the point.
If you're being silenced on YouTube, quit telling people you're being silenced and quit using YouTube. It's simple. But people are so blinded, they accept the privacy policy and then they complain about it.
It's not
Right,
really
but
funny, but that's what happens.
People are.
My
They
point though
accept
is
privacy policy and then
I
complain
don't
about
accept
it.
it. I don't accept it.
The platform for free speech is
If you use
gone.
Facebook, you accepted it.
I didn't even read it. How can I accept it? If I don't know what
It
it is
doesn't
I'm
matter
agreeing
if you
to, is
read
that a
it.
legal
You can
contract? Is that a
accept it
legal
without
contract?
reading it.
No,
And that's
I
what most
cannot
people do.
legally accept a
They
contract that I
accept it
do not
without
know.
reading it.
No, no, I cannot legally accept a contract or be party in it. Doesn't matter if I put my name on it or not. If I'm fully aware of all the aspects of that contract, it is null and void. That's why they have to make sure. That's why they have to make
Right.
sure you are informed when you sign it. You have to be fully informed. So where is the verification that I read it? That's all you got to say in a court of law. Verify I read it. Verify I read it. Well, you signed it.
You're on
Does that mean
terms
I
and
read it?
conditions right now. Right now,
I
you're
know
on
that.
terms and conditions
I
that
understand
you
that.
accepted.
I didn't accept
And
anything.
you're acting
If they
like you're
try
in
to
defiance
enforce
of
it, listen, it's their platform. They can enforce whatever they enforce. I don't agree to it.
fuck out of here, dude.
Well, I boycott the
People are
platform
weak.
if I don't use it.
People are weak. They're weak.
Wait
They
a minute.
accept the
Are you calling me
platforms that
weak
they
for
disagree
accepting? Wait a
with
minute. Hold on. Let me
because they
ask you this.
believe
Are you
they'll
calling
make
me
money
weak?
off.
Wait. Are you calling me weak for accepting the terms and services of this platform? Because
Yes, you are
it
weak. You're a
appears
weakling.
it appears to me that everybody in
He's
this
not
room has
talking to you,
accepted
shut
the
up.
terms and services of this of this platform. So wouldn't that make you equally as weak?
No, I'm the one that's calling it out, though.
Oh,
I'm
so
the
that makes
one
you
that.
better. My bad.
No, not at all. Not at all, sir. I agree with you. I'm in the same state you are. But instead of doing what you're doing and just going along with it,
I
I'm
don't
going
go
along
along with
with
it.
it. Hold on. I'm going along with it. I'm just as weak as you. But at least I
If
have
you're not in
the
Utah,
at least I had the wherewithal to call it out, right? So if I can get a following, maybe we'll quit fucking dealing with these guys.
Who said Utah?
Like, how do you not
from
deal
Utah.
with
What?
if you're going to use social media? How do you not deal with the privacy acceptance?
James is from Utah.
The way I
Oh.
just did, by choosing to click on something because I wanted to, because I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want. And until they
So
stop
did
me
I.
from using it, I'm still free to do it. That's how.
Yes, agreed. But we're still accepting the
And
terms.
that I'm not going to agree with you on. I don't.
No, you and me. I'm not saying I'm innocent.
Well,
I'm not
if
like
you
putting myself
listen,
on a
if
pedestal
you
above you.
listen, are you going
I'm
to
in the
abide
same
by
boat
those
as you,
things?
dude.
If you
But I'm
want to abide
calling
by
it
those
out,
things, that's up to
and you're
you.
ignoring it. I'm the one
All
calling
right.
it out, and you're ignoring it,
Will
even
it
though
make you
we're in
feel
this.
better if I tell you you're a bigger man than me? If it does, I.
Wow, guys.
It's just your
Come on.
opinion because
Wow.
look, if their entire purpose is to stop people from sharing information, and then they do the censorship thing, and you just stop using it and you stop sharing, then they win. You stop sharing the information, they win. It's like every person can deal with it however they want to.
Thank
It's
you.
really none of nobody's business how someone else deals with it.
But that's what it's coming to.
Well,
And I
actually,
want you
they
guys to
don't win.
realize that. We
If you
won't have
stop
like this choice that we have now. Like right now, we
Yeah.
have a choice.
That's why I
We
want to talk
won't
to
have
people while I
that
can,
again.
because it's going to be gone soon.
You'll
I can talk.
literally be
Whatever.
silenced.
Well, if you stop using their
Eviction notice
platform, they
eviction
don't
open.
win
Just so you know.
because you're
No one
not
ever
giving them
said
ad
laugh
revenue.
for free. So sink, swim, get off the ship. Just use your freedom of choice.
Truth channels don't get ads anyway. They don't get monetized, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, I would okay, so Noesis, you said that you'd rather listen. Well, if you ever choose to talk, I'm really interested, just so you know. Like you've doggone went and done it. You had to say, why did you say what you said if you didn't want to talk? Because you knew you was going to get me interested. It's like I want to know how you hear colors.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. He's a synesthete.
A what?
I could do that.
Synesthete.
He has
Oh,
How
that's
it is,
crazy
but
interesting.
synesthesia.
Yeah,
How do you
synesthesia. Yeah, I have
synesthesia?
that. I have that.
yeah, I
Yeah,
can
I
smell
got that
pictures.
after I
It's
killed
just
Monkey
weird.
Bastard.
Colors is a flag. That's what colors is. You asked. You
Okay,
asked. I
I've got to
want to
look.
know how you feel.
My old
You
man did
asked.
LSD and he said he
I
could
want to
hear
know how you
smells.
feel about
Okay, I've got to look that up.
colors is a flag.
That
I'm gonna
works
be
for
popping
smelling
myself.
pictures too, right?
Do what?
This like I could. So if someone showed me like a digital image, half the time you could smell the image with just looking at it. Is that the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's when there's a cross wiring between two or more of your senses. It's usually just two though. So I have it so when I'm falling asleep and I'm in the precipice of going out and something scares me awake, it's like someone took a picture, like the flash. So I asked my wife, like, did you take a picture of me? And she's like, no. And I was like, what was that noise? She's like, oh, the cat knocked a picture off the shelf. So when that happens, I can see a flash of light, and it's the sound that I'm seeing.
Okay, you're triggering cones and rods because of your.
Yep.
I'm gonna be popping myself on mute. I'm my dog. I'm back. Please don't kick me out. I'll be back.
Please don't kick me out.
We've changed the definition of marriage for colors. Like we've literally changed the definition of marriage
I would agree with that.
for colors.
Well, I don't know about that part, but
Yeah, for colors.
okay.
What do you mean, like crayons?
Well, there's certain people like the LGBT that have colors.
Like the
So
Crips and the
we've
Bloods?
yeah, it's like a fucking there you go. It's like a bandana. It's like
I
this is
happen to
my territory. Stay the fuck out.
I happen to actually really like that song by Ice-T, Colors. The song from the movie.
Yeah, if you can't handle the colors, stay the fuck out. This is my territory. People don't see it that way. They see it as you might offend somebody. To be offended is to be righteous. So you could be corrected in what you once thought.
Ryan
But
and
now,
GE Platypus, would you
it's
guys
offensive.
would you guys like to continue your conversation in voice? You don't have to do it in text, man. You guys
Now
can
it's offensive.
discuss it in here if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd rather hear about it than read about it.
I was just asking him about the lunar wave. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that.
That way you can just pick a side. You don't have to read about it. You can
I
just
never
hear
saw it
about
in real
it.
life.
Yeah, I've
I
never
would
seen
be
it either.
willing.
Read
I'd
all about
almost be. I'd almost be willing to stake my life that GE Platypus actually has heard of the lunar wave and he's playing games.
Yeah, I think he is. Because he's just trying to say it's a camera and like it's filming a film or something. I don't
All
know what
right,
he's trying to say.
all right.
So this was back in 5 years ago, Flat Earth, the lunar wave.
Yeah.
No,
This
I'd
was
tell
5
you.
years ago.
I would totally, if
This
I'd
was
ever heard of
5
that,
years ago.
it should
5
be,
years
it should
ago.
be a clue that
So,
nobody here will raise their hand and say, yes, I've already talked to Platypus over the course of the 3 years I've been on the server about this.
Hey
Not
James,
one
I
person.
noticed you've done it 3 times in a row where you've repeated yourself 3 times. You keep repeating
I
yourself,
almost
bro.
have to. I almost have to.
You
That's what
almost
you
have to.
guys are doing. Repeating the same thing 5 years in a row. Like you're on the topic you're going on now was done 5 years ago. Like, and I'm the one being called out. That's amazing. That's amazing.
No, it's just
Go
that when
on
you
like your
repeat, it's just
5-year
when you, it's just that when you continue to repeat yourself, no one else can have a conversation. It gets aggravating. It's like I'm just going to be
Yeah,
point
but
blank.
I'm the one
That's
getting
the
called
issue.
out.
So what would you prefer people do?
Redundancy.
Tweet a lot of times?
No. I wouldn't want to be called out on something that happened 5 years ago, Hank.
Just the redundancy of
That's
it
all.
Anyway, Ryan and G, if you guys would like to have that conversation, go for it.
I mean, if you want me to explain what the lunar wave is, bro, I don't have a fucking
Oh,
idea.
please. Please. That's not facetious either. I'm begging you to explain.
I don't know.
Nobody knows the lunar wave, dude.
Do you think that means?
Yeah,
So
like
what
to
does that
see you
mean? That I
try.
don't know? I was asking you. Like maybe you had an explanation how it works on a globe, or if it's a rock. You know, how does that work?
I have an explanation on a globe. That's about it.
Hey, Platypus, how do feet work on a globe?
Stop trolling the puss.
Oh, are you talking about my GIF that nobody will let me post?
I'm talking about feet.
Here, hold on. Hold on. I'll
All
show you
over
how.
your
I'll show you.
face.
I'll show you how feet work on a globe. I'm gonna post it in live stream. Hold on.
I think you guys should mock
Yeah,
and
it goes on your
ridicule
face,
James.
right?
Start talking about feet.
You could tell he really thought that we were his friends that night that he found
Goes in
that,
your
that
nose.
video.
There you go. This is how feet work on the globe.
So they go on the globe.
You know, I had to watch that about 10 times before I noticed that dude has a fucking sock in his
Does it
mouth.
turn you on?
God, people are weird.
Does it
I
make
mean,
the world
you
feel
guys are
more
weird, but these
perv?
people are weird with a
I
capital
think you're
W.
weird. Platypus, I
I'm a
think
weird
you're
guy.
weird.
if it helps
Weird
you
guy.
cope?
He's saying that he's normal.
Don't be projecting your weirdness onto everybody in here, man.
Calling
Just calm
everybody weird. He's saying that
Your
he's
tacos are
normal.
going.
Yeah, I like legs, not feet. You're weird.
I'd rather be weird than normal.
I don't get legs and I don't get feet, man.
Can't you like
what's-
something normal like boobs or butt?
Well,
Why-
you know what,
you're so
Platypus?
weird.
When
I do like normal stuff. Or I mean, I like some non-normal stuff, but I like normal stuff. I don't get like who's into that. Who's into that sexy calf area?
Yeah, who wants a woman without feet?
Long legs, they're beautiful.
You inject your poison and wear your mask?
okay, so is the dude supposed to be a flat earther or what?
Okay,
Do you
It's a
inject your
globe. It's a
poison?
globe earther.
it's just a random video that popped up when I opened up
That's
the porn.
platypus.
Wait, hold on. All I did was click on Pornhub, and that was one of the 8 videos
Yeah.
listed on my front page that day. I don't know why, but I thought it was funny.
You thought that was you and NASA.
Well, that's what NASA thinks they can do to flat earthers,
Well, to everybody, that's what they do to everybody, right? They rub their stinky feet all over your face, like
right?
smell the
Not everybody likes
Inject
feet.
your poison
worthless
and
piece of
take your
shit.
vaccine, wear your mask.
The reason why they put that on your main screen was because that was their attempt to just keep you, like in the globe, keep you on the globe side. Is it working?
Oh, it failed
You can
miserably.
see
The moment I saw it, I said, I got to clip this and go back to the search. Do you
Platypus, didn't you
understand?
just have did you have like a child not too long ago? Aren't those feet very cute of little babies?
They're
babies are
small.
just
So why
They're
are you guys
funny.
hating on feet? Feet are beautiful.
yeah.
It's
Sells online,
clearly a matter of
sells on-
opinion, but whatever floats your boat, Gemsy.
Beautiful
not
feet
even-
are beautiful.
Feet on your face.
You don't like your baby's feet? They're ugly. Your baby's feet.
Cells
It's
on
not that
Mars
they're-
is life.
It's not
For
that they're
some reason,
ugly or
cells.
I know it's not that they're
For-
ugly or
No.
beautiful. They're funny because they're like
No,
feet
you know what
that are
comes
really
up?
small.
You know what comes after a foot on your face? A boot on your face. Yeah, a boot. Yeah.
Hey, now that's a completely different. That's a
Bow
completely
That's a
different
different-
situation.
That's a different genre.
For some reason, cells on
Boots are-
life. Cells,
no.
cells on Mars is life.
Feet are about feet.
Cells on
Boots,
Mars is
boots are
life.
about power.
But cells
Yeah,
within the
that's-
womb.
Thank
that's
you,
not.
Platypus, for saying that. Thank you for saying what you just said, Platypus. That's exactly right. and
It's
that's
not
a
about the
flattering
boot. It's
word.
about the foot. All right, that's in the boot on your face.
I think Jenny, yes or no? Doesn't it feel good to drive the heel of a stiletto into a dude's sternum?
No.
Makes you feel powerful, right?
Oh damn!
No,
How
you've
many
never done
stilettos have you driven?
You never walked. You
How
never
many
walked
times?
on a
How
guy
many
with high
times have
heels
you
on?
done it?
I have not.
No, she's
So
never
you see-
run into you
so you-
Because he
before.
watches a lot of weird porn.
that a
That's how he
kink?
found that foot thing.
So you wear high
tell,
heels?
tell me what you guys think about this. Cells on Mars is life, but cells within the womb is not life. What do you think?
Dude.
It's a
That
decision.
is
This is a
pretty
rabbit hole.
epic.
No,
Say it again, Jim.
but like that's literally what they're telling us. So you can
Yeah,
get mad at me
bacteria
for saying
on
it,
Mars.
but that's
No, I'm
literally
gonna bow out. There's like 3 topics I don't get into with strangers on the internet. And
everybody bounces out. Therefore,
Do
you
cells
get
on Mars have voting rights?
No topics
Okay.
are beyond.
All right, Platypus. I am firm in my convictions that that dude in your lovely GIF is that's a flat earther, but it ain't working.
Well, if we used feet, like from miles away, for you to zoom in on from 1 foot off the ground, would you see that the Earth is flat then? Instead of
Wouldn't
oil rigs,
matter
like
how
for
you see
distance
it.
demarcation, we'll use feet.
Man, I'm tired.
Everybody sees
Do I
the
gotta
Earth
do
as
this every
flat.
day for the rest of my life?
It thinks that it's not.
No.
Hank, you
No.
don't have to. I'm just gonna put it out there. You don't have to
Don't
do
worry,
this every
Hank.
day for the rest of your life.
Our time is running. Yeah, time is. Everyone dies, right? No
Well, here's
good
the
thing
thing, man.
lasts
Yep,
forever.
everybody
here's the
dies,
thing.
and you gotta
Here's
make your
the
peace with it.
here's the thing, right? It's one thing to not make this a hobby, right? And actually be here and other places where a lot of earthers like to communicate. It's another thing to have to live in a world where every program that you could potentially be interested in will begin with some image of a globe. It's
Or a
highly
granny.
annoying. And
Oh
then
my God, you're so oppressed, Elijah. You're
and
so
then
oppressed.
Google
Let him
and
finish.
then
Let him finish.
Google and then Google, it could just be me and what I'm interested in just by the nature of the conversation, but every other thing is about what SpaceX is doing or what Elon is doing or what like that would be really annoying if they could just like not do any of that, that'd be cool too, you know. Maybe that'd make it easy to
Bill Gates is doing.
I
But
just
if
want
they didn't make up those answers, then people would be asking themselves, what's really far above our heads? They got to make up a fairy
Grannies.
tale so they don't ask themselves that.
Are you saying that? Hold on. Is you saying that
They
they're like
equate going to space like
they're
progress and advancement and technology and all that stuff. So they trying to push you that yeah, we're going to space, we're progressing, we're advancing now.
yeah, it's like they're acting like they're doing something, but they're
The we
not
got
doing
this. We don't need your help.
anything.
Fucking thing.
Nothing at all. They're not doing anything.
Nada.
They do not want our input about what is going on. They have it figured out. They'll let you know everything you need to know. It's a great system.
Hey, Elijah.
Elijah,
Yeah, it's
I'd go watch
crazy.
a movie,
Sounds
but
biblical.
every time I do, I see a tranny.
Oh God. Dude, were you in here when I was posting pictures of the Jackson 5 and somebody?
No, post them
Dude.
again.
Okay,
White guy in the
cool.
middle.
You know there
Don't
was
give
a
it
6
away. Do
Jacksons.
not give it away if you
Oh,
know.
I'm sorry. I'm
All right,
sorry.
so don't give it away. All right, hold up. All right, this is the first picture I showed. So you got the Jackson 5. They're all in black. The guest on the
Oh
show.
shit!
That's Latoya.
No,
I don't know.
no,
I don't
no,
know.
it is
Giving you
not.
everything.
That is
She's
a
giving
white
you
woman.
all her curve and everything.
That is
I
a
can't
white
hear you
woman.
over James.
Okay, so it's not Latoya.
What is that? A monkey parade?
Dude, okay, so all right, this is yet
You got
another.
more? Show me
This is
the
a,
rest of them.
all right. That's a real close up of the back. Check that out, man. I mean, granted, she's not standing straight up and down.
That's a
Okay.
woman. Let me see the face.
Are we trying
Okay,
to guess who that is?
Okay, you think that's a woman?
No, I'm asking.
I don't
think
know,
it's a
man.
dude. It's a dude.
Yeah. Okay, I'll show. Okay, this
Look at that
isn't
flat
the
ass.
greatest.
Skinny
That is
hip.
a 12-year-old boy's body right there. That is the body of a 12-year-old boy.
Okay, that may not be the best picture, but can you see the face good enough?
Here,
I
let
was
me
wanting to show the
zoom
shoulders,
in.
which is why I took that one.
Face looks like Cher.
It is Cher.
Yep.
That's a man.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's if you watch that video, it's
That's a man, baby.
No, you got to ignore the hair, because when I think of Cher, I think of long, weirdly
Yeah.
oily looking hair. But if
Okay,
you don't pay attention to the hair,
anyway,
Why is every Cher
Um,
impersonator a dude?
okay. So anyway,
'cause
if you
Cher's a
watch
dude.
hold up, I'm talking, man. What? Seriously?
Sorry.
And
So
them
there's a,
too.
so
I've been
there's a
drinking, sorry.
point. There's a point in the video where she is walking up the stage, and it just the gait looks like a fucking dude. I mean, she walks up the left side, and it just looks like a dude to me. So fucked up.
Broad shoulders.
I mean,
Dude looks like a gay.
dude looks like a lady.
Well, this has been
I
going on
mean,
basically since Hollywood's inception, right? Like,
Yeah, there's a reason they all do Cher and then Marilyn Monroe. There's a reason all trannies and gays dress up like her.
no.
That's because they're their role models.
I
Looks like
know
she
it's
did
so
too much.
crazy.
What about this girl? She's in the U.S.
rump-
Olympic basketball team.
oh, that's a guy. What's her
Griner?
name? Oh,
Brittany
yeah,
Griner?
Griner. Oh, yeah. I don't care what the DNA
That's a dude,
says.
dude.
That's a
Are you kidding
dude.
me?
That's a dude.
Let
all
me
those,
see.
all
I'm
those
not looking. Let me
WNBA
see.
players, dude. Half of
Oh
those
my God!
WNBA
Just
players.
listen to an interview of her talk. Yo, I mean, I
Right?
can't even make my voice like that.
Yeah.
You know what you got to consider is men have longer arms than women.
Yeah, and well, I mean, it's tough. She's got to have some kind of like, if it's a
Bigger
girl,
hands too.
And
if it is a biological girl, she's got
That's
some
her
form of
hand.
giantism. Some
Her
form of
hand is bigger
giantism.
than LeBron James' hands.
Shorter attention spans though.
The
Whoa.
true test is how she makes a sandwich.
oh my God,
Oh
no.
my God.
It was a joke.
Yeah, I'd have to see the person in less baggier clothing.
My wife ain't
She's a
working
girl.
right now.
Also,
It's
also
not a
she's
joke
a
at my
girl.
household.
She's a
First
girl
of
that
all,
likes.
The
She
only.
likes
first of all,
singing. She married a
only-
girl.
Oh my God, the car wrecked at
men make the
Hollywood and
best
Vine.
sandwiches. First of all right. First of all, men make the best sandwiches. Second, I make a pretty good sandwich. What does that even mean? Right? Like,
You're a girl, then, Bong.
Bitch, get in that kitchen and
Okay,
make
so
me a sandwich.
hold on, wait. So Bong says, hold on. Bong says that men make the best sandwiches. Then he goes on to say
Matter
that
of
he
fact.
makes a pretty good sandwich.
a pretty good sandwich.
So if he makes a
Yes.
pretty good sandwich, but not the best sandwich, then by his logic,
Then you're not a
he's-
man.
Yeah.
You're not a man.
No, I just
He
want to
is, 'cause
know what he has
makes a
against
pretty
making
goddamn
good
good
By the
sandwich.
sandwiches,
way,
right? Making
I
sandwiches.
talk and walk
'cause-
that I'm a
I
woman's
could,
man.
Because
yeah,
if you're saying
I could beat you
women,
down with my pastrami on rye, motherfucker.
you're saying it depends on the sandwich.
Corned beef is where it's at, man.
It's like you're saying it depends
I'll
on the
take
man.
you on in the cage while I eat turkey and Swiss, bro. What's up? Let's do it. Sign the waiver.
Nah, corned beef and Swiss melt on toast.
Let me
Oh,
show you what they taught me.
no.
Pastrami and Swiss on rye.
I still love to get in the cage and beat down on them 20 and 30-year-olds.
I just had my first amateur smoker fight.
Aren't this?
I'm 40, yeah, I'm 43. So the odds were against me, but little. I'm telling you, as athletic as boys are, men, they're still soft. You give them any type of challenge, they fold. It's sad.
I'm just
Half my
persistent.
age, twice my size, gave up after a minute and a half.
So you train in the gym?
Yes. Well, I coach wrestling at the community college, local community college, and train boxing at a local gym. And
I do Michigan Grappling Association, Prison City Fight League.
Prison City, huh?
Yeah, I'm from Jackson, Michigan. We got the world's largest walled prison. It's tapology.
Yeah,
I saw a
I'll
cat
check
take
it out
out
on
a
Tapology.
pit bull. This pit bull was going at this kid on YouTube, and this cat came out, pow, pow, pow. And the pit bull was like, oh, oh, oh.
Hey,
I
my
mean,
cat
like,
did that,
size
but
of
it was
the
a boxer.
fight.
It was a boxer chasing me, and my cat jumped on the boxer's head, and the boxer went to push the cat into the ground, and that made her claws dig in even deeper, and there was a blood trail going away. My cat, I really respected my cat after that day, man. It was like saved me from the boxer.
So Battle Mod, did you go to college and compete?
Did I go to college and compete for wrestling? No, I quit wrestling in high school.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, a lot of people do. It's one of the hardest sports to maintain.
Yeah, I
While
went
you're
to
a student.
states in high school. I took second in the state, but I went to the Marine Corps right out of fucking high school. So
Yeah.
I
What was your
college.
MOS?
Equipment engineer, 1327, and first battalion raider for a minute. I had to take a demotion rather than a court martial for challenging change of command.
I denied an NJP and demanded a court martial.
Yeah, we had a guy do that too. It backfired.
Well, it could have backfired, but they knew exactly what I knew. So they knew I was going to drag too many heads down.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was for me. We weren't even supposed to be where we were. So they didn't really want to get it in there to the tribunal.
Haven't been there, haven't done that.
So I just finished out in the fucking garage. Fuck it.
Well, if I always look suspiciously at anybody who finished their deployment without at least an NJP or you know, some kind of a letter of I don't know. Too much a robot for my taste.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. If you don't come across at least one situation where you say, no, that's fucked up, fuck you. Something's wrong with you.
I watched the guy follow orders, draw his weapon, fire on a fleeing vehicle, and immediately get discharged. So following orders is not always the way.
No, it's not. No shit, man. Somebody ordered him to fire, and there's some
Yeah,
fucked up shit that goes, you know.
There was a ring of cigarette bandits basically that were faking their way on, running into either the convenience store, the PX, grabbing a bunch of shit and just running out the door because they knew the military policy was basically not to do anything crazy to try to stop people getting off a base like that. And they pulled their shit right in front of the watch commander. The watch commander saw him, ordered him to stop. They all jump in the car, and the unit was with him. He goes, "Shoot out the tires." The guy looked at him and he said, "I said shoot out those fucking tires." Took 3 shots, and they found the lead in the yard and in the foundation of one of the housing units. They made a big deal of it, and they told him, "Well, it's your responsibility. Orders are lawful, and which are."
Yep.
He missed the tires, by the
Platypus
way. They made it off base.
Platypus is leaving because he says no one talks flat Earth with him anymore.
He missed the tires.
Yeah, he
that's
missed
why
the
I said
tires.
platypus.
That's fucked up, dude. They'd have drove away with my lead and the rubber.
No shit. I don't know how he missed. I saw it too. I was 30 feet away, 35 feet away, and it was not a far shot. I mean, it was probably 3 car lengths, maybe. Missed 3 shots. Hit the pavement every single time.
He didn't want to hit him.
Yeah.
I believe
No
that
way
to be
you
true
miss
as
a
well.
tire that close, especially if you got iron sights on an AR or M16.
Well, no. This was we used the Beretta at the time, sidearm.
A
9
pistol.
millimeter.
He still should have been able to hit a tire. Come on now.
Those weapons were notoriously shit, though.
I guarantee okay, cool could hit that tire at 30 feet, no problem.
I had the motherfucker fire a round off as I was just finger off the trigger. Weapon was hot, it was on fire, but my second magazine, it just sent the bolt home and fired the weapon. That's the 911 Beretta.
M9?
M9, sorry. 1911 is what we should have had. At the time, they still had them in the armory. They hadn't even thrown them. They were still just sitting there in the armory.
Yeah, I like the 1911. I got a Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle 40 cal, yeah.
45.
45 ACP.
Yeah. M9's good weapon though, if you have some work done to it.
Everybody always talks about takedown power of a 45. My cousin put 7 45s in a pit bull, and that pit bull was still running. I told him to wait and let me shoot it because I had got a clean shot on him and not let him suffer. And I had to go chase him down. After that, I was like, yeah, I ain't too convinced 45's got as much takedown power as people try to say it does. Let alone you can see the bullet if you're standing, beside someone. You can see the
Depends
bullet
on
going
where
through
you
the air.
shoot them.
Well, I know you shoot them in the head, but
You know, a bulldog's skull never stops growing, right? Keeps getting thicker and thicker and thicker.
man, there was this pit bull that was one of the big black ones. I don't know what kind it is, but it's big boy that kept messing with our animals. And one day I shot him, and this old mule, not a mule, donkey. I'd never seen her move fast the whole 6 months I'd been there. I mean, like slow motion steps. And I was dragging that dog, and she charged me. Thought she was charging me anyway. She was running full speed. I was shocked because I never even seen the horse move fast, let alone run. I meant the donkey. And she come over there. I ran up a tree, and then I realized she was going after that dog. And man, that old donkey was jumping almost 6 foot off the ground. I'm talking about hooves that high, just pounding that dog. I was amazed. Anyway, my point is, that dog's head was huge, and I was like, man, I'm gonna boil that down. It'll be cool. And I'm ignorant, I'm young. So I boiled the dog's head down to get the flesh off and everything. I was so disappointed, man, because it wasn't no bigger than a normal coyote skull. I was like, oh, what a waste of time.
You fucking country boys are weird.
Big as that
Thank
dog
you.
head is, it would have been cool to be up on
Hey,
the
bro.
dresser. Full skull,
Don't.
teeth and
Hey,
everything.
hey, youngin', don't forget to say thank you. By God, thank you, sir. We sure the hell are. Just don't cup the hoof them to my donkey, goddammit. You be all right. I let my goat do that shit. Fuck it, he's an asshole. He likes to play.
Country boys are weird.
Yeah, he likes to play tackle. Fuck it, you play with the goat while I get the shotgun, boy. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got a deer head, but it'll be cool to
Be
get
all
have
right.
a dog head. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll be so
Oh,
damn too small.
my dad stuffed his dog, man. He loved that dog so much when it died. And I kept looking at this fucking stuffed hound dog. I hated that fucking thing. I put it in the attic as soon as my dad passed. I love my dad, but damn it, I didn't like that.
Yeah, I love my
So,
dog, but I would not be able to stare at his stuffed corpse every day.
yeah,
Morbid.
yeah, I was like, oh man, what are you doing? Don't
It's
call me
creepy,
old
eh?
man.
Did your dad still like go by it every day and say, good boy, good boy?
That's fucked up.
No, he put his fucking hat on it, put his boots by it. I'm like, Dad, you're fucking disrespecting Spike. Spike was his
Hanging
name.
his coat on it and shit.
Yeah, I'm like, fuck, Dad, that fucking Spike
Spike
ate a
is
coat
still
rack, man.
helping him. Yeah.
Hey, isn't that Snoopy's cousin?
Either get down or sit down.
Spike. Yeah, actually, I think it is.
What are you looking for? You gonna make peanut butter and jelly?
Yeah, put some banana in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little almond butter. Don't forget the almond butter.
That's right.
Bacon, some honey too.
I got a few play toys.
I'll put the honey in my tea.
Put the banana in the peanut butter.
I'll pretty much show.
Put the peanut
That
butter
purple
in the
box,
bread.
right? What does it look like on the front?
Did you guys know that honey is only possible on a globe?
No. Kick it.
Oh, okay.
Tell me why, by God.
Hey, honey?
Because, just because.
Yeah.
Like every other argument, just because.
Oh,
Yeah.
bees can't fly in a flat earth.
He's got
That's
the
right.
figured
Bees
out.
can't fly on a flat earth, obviously.
Okay.
It's a just so story. It's a
Yep.
cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro.
Just so happens they can't fly on a
Here's
globe.
organic.
They fly like a
Raw
motherfucker
honey.
on a flat earth.
Rainforest strain, a Brazilian.
You got some Brazilian honey over there, bro?
Oh, sorry, I'm hot
You're-
micing. I thought I was on
Yeah.
mute. I think it
That's
actually
why-
comes by itself.
I asked for some banana in that peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Yeah, that's why they can
Yo, pickle bra.
make honey. Honey comes from curvature of the earth. Yeah, that's right.
put it in a curved bottle, right?
The more curvature, the sweeter the honey. That's right. It's very science.
And the bees, they build their honeycomb in the shape they do because they saw Saturn, right?
Yes, and evolution.
It's random. They just
Bees
do it
would not be
because.
possible without the spinning of the earth. Makes
And
it all
all that
possible.
stuff.
Evolution. What's that?
Right.
What's evolution?
Because the gravity.
Fairy tale that requires billions and billions of years.
If the Earth didn't
gravity
spin, the
helps the
bees wouldn't
bees.
pollinate nothing.
Yeah.
Facts.
Bees prove the globe.
Yeah. And hummingbirds. Because if the Earth wasn't spinning, they wouldn't be able to hover. Because
You think it would be
Coriolis.
possible for a breakaway nation of thinkers in America? Like a state that
Talking
just
about
seeds?
Talking about
No.
Israel?
No. A continental United States.
Let's take a look at Ruby Rig and Ruby Ridge
yeah,
and
yeah.
Waco, Texas.
But that was a
and,
couple families. I'm talking about if 10,000 people all together coordinated and suddenly said we're all walking out today.
10,000 flat earthers?
Listen, bro, that was my family. Those are my ancestors, relatives, distant cousins. We're more than just a few families now, though.
You know what I'm saying? It was.
I do. I know the mistakes. We know the mistakes. There wasn't enough of us there.
And you
there never
took.
will be.
Unfortunately, you didn't take into account the ruthlessness of the government, willing to just massacre children. You know, you got to take that into consideration. I'm sure that was the last thing from your mind.
We thought they would just leave it alone.
Worst case scenario, if they put their foot down, they'd let your kids. That's what. You know what I'm saying? In your mind.
We have a compound here in Michigan, in Homer, Michigan, and they've never approached it like that.
I spilled the pickle juice. Damn it. How bad? Sorry.
Damn it,
they do go out of their way to make us look like patriot extremist terrorists, like they're trying to say a couple of my cousins plan to kidnap the governor. Like, look, we're critical skills operators, veterans
Those were your
of war.
cousins? Those were your cousins?
Veterans of war, bro. Listen, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take captives or prisoners. If we wanted that bitch
I didn't
gone,
think so, but yeah, that's what I figured.
Gone, they'd be gone.
Right.
In the day, it was this other idiot that come to the bar one night, was wanting to talk to him, and then he started talking about that shit. And then he came back the next time with an FBI agent and said, "Remember what we was talking about?" And they said, "Well, I remember what you said." And he said, "Repeat it." So they repeated it back to him, and these motherfuckers suckered him into a case. But they got a whole family back. They got a team of lawyers, bro. I don't see a guilty conviction coming.
Well, it's going to come a time though when innocence and guilt won't play a part, and you have to be willing to tell them to go fuck themselves.
You know what the real problem is? For 4 or 5 generations, we've been arguing the constitutionality of certain laws and the federal government on the proper platforms in the proper sense and status. And they have to keep hand waving us. Oh, this piece of paperwork wasn't exact, proper. And a writ to the court can be a rude example of it, or rudimentary example.
Be written on a napkin in lipstick.
But it's still a legal and binding document.
Right.
So,
yes.
So this is the only way they can address our grievance, is to make us into extremist terrorists, because there's no provisions in our Constitution for a federal authority. It's unconstitutional.
Right.
The very ideal of a federal authority is repugnant. Right. But hey, it is what it is. We've been here 10 generations just waiting. I look around today and I'm thinking, man, the wait might be over, bro. I tell my brother this in a DM. He sends me back a DM. He's got it all snipered out, 7.62 fluted barrel, big long motherfucker. He's like, it's all good, bro. You know where I'm at. The shit hits the fan, we'll all just gather together on one property. Every one of us, we all own property. We all live in the boondocks and the sticks. A couple of us live in town, but hey. I mean, there's some idiots too. Don't get me wrong. Every group or family got a dumbass or a jackass in them, and those motherfuckers cause us problems they're not worth.
All right.
We
It's
want to argue it on the legal platform. Problem is, we're right. They know we're right, and they
Yeah.
don't want to hear from us no more.
Nope. And that's the way government plays. So if you're right, they'll just, use other tactics. So
Yeah,
don't be surprised when right. They start setting you. Well, I'm sure that obviously I know how the FBI works.
Yeah, they start coming on your property and checking this, checking that,
Yeah.
checking this.
And then you get some asshole fucking townie that is looking to get off of a minor, burglary or some bullshit charge. Goes, yeah, who hates government?
County sheriff with a drunk driving.
I have no belief in my mind whatsoever that if anybody actually that they couldn't have done it without anybody stopping them. I know for a fact. This is a hypothetical government-wise. If I wanted to kidnap somebody in government, there's no way I could be stopped. I promise you. I could do it.
Yeah,
I might get caught. I might get caught and killed in the process. But if I was really motivated to do it, and I believe that to be true of just about anybody.
Yeah, well, see, we think a little different. To tear a system down, you don't take prisoners.
No. I'm just saying, again, hypothetically, I would never take a. If I was that motivated going out on this planet, as far as, but that's all hypothetical. My point is that the FBI is inept crimes that didn't exist until government showed up and invented it. That's what it turns out to be all the time. There is no actual terrorist crime going on. It's somebody trying to shine the light off themselves. They just point their fingers, and because the crime sounds bigger, it doesn't matter if they're actually looking for terrorists. I mean, if they're actually looking to do a terrorist, proven in court, that's all that matters. Way better than ours in a court of law for some reason. They get the conviction most of the time. You can't. What I'm basically trying to say is if they're not interested in the right way, if it lose, and they're willing to do anything to win.
Yeah, they're all traitors in their own country, but they turn around, point the finger, and scream terrorists.
Drones with missiles on them are pretty terrifying. I mean, who owns those?
So I heard a wise man say one time, he said, say you don't brush your teeth for 3 days. Everyone in the room is going to know you didn't brush your teeth, except you. And he said, this is the human condition, right? We don't see the stuff that we're doing that's bad. We only see the bad in everyone else. So it's no different for the government. Like, they don't know that they haven't brushed their teeth in like 300 years. Right? But they're
Maybe they
looking at
do.
you. No, they don't. They think that they can't do any wrong because they're the government. Right? Everybody thinks they're the good guy. Right? Everybody thinks that their teeth are, minty fresh. Right? Even though your nose is right above your mouth. Like, you can't tell that you're the bad guy. And that's how it is for everyone. This is the human condition.
See, they're all traitors, and they should all be charged with espionage.
Treason and sedition.
That's right. All of the above.
And that's how governments fall. Eventually, because if you look in history, eventually the injustice is so bad that people find, fuck it. I know you've been telling us for 100 years violence is it's going to be. And then
Well, that's
violence
because
becomes the answer.
You know what? You know how to tell
that's
the
because
populace has been
listen,
sedated?
they know the scales of liberty are unbalanced in the natural state of war is man. They tell you to be nice and equality because they don't want you to go to the natural state of man, which is war, and rebalance the scales. Turn the other cheek and take it, bitch. Just stay in the system.
And there are no more warriors, man. Like they're only killers, trained killers.
There's
So
not even tar and feathering that happens anymore. To me, that's how you can tell the populace is totally sedated.
there's nothing to fight for. You
Our
know, you
kids,
got the New World Order and everybody else being lied to and fighting against each other. It's like shouldn't be any wars, but
The United
People
States
are
throws
too
away more
busy.
food than
we're
can
just killing
feed its
people.
population every year. So why do we need war? You're throwing away resources.
What?
Under
Oh,
What is
it's
it
not.
good for?
Well, it's not.
Absolutely
It's
nothing.
real. It's not even real. It's all fake. I mean, it's the United Nations orchestrating a game. It's war games. It's not even real. We're just killing each other for nothing, for a paycheck. Mercenaries, you know,
I got a
terrorists.
question.
Pay attention.
I'm sorry, was somebody speaking?
Oh, go ahead.
Pay attention to those peanut butter sandwiches.
So everybody's afraid of war and being invaded. For the last 25 years, Israel's protected by the state-of-the-art defense system. Why don't we have?
Why don't we have what?
Silly goy. Did you think you get to
Yeah,
reap the
Silly
benefits
Goy.
of your
Silly Goy wants Iron Dome. How come Silly Goy? Because if they tried to pull it off on our population, we would call out its bullshit immediately. That's
I think if it was as simple as just telling people about it, it would have been done already. I think
yeah,
I think it's worse. I think the condition is worse than what we think it is. It's not. You know what I mean?
which
Like,
condition?
we're too far gone. People are too far gone. Like if you're hoping to save people, you might save 10% of the population if you're lucky, right?
Yeah, but at
What does
that
that
point, it's
mean as
kind of
far
like
as
if the
everybody
ship is
else, right?
sinking, you know you can't save everybody. You say fuck.
But that's
Right.
the problem, though. That's how the mindset got polluted. It got watered down to that because people are too busy struggling in their own lives. And the facts are right there, the things, the solutions. But hey, I gotta struggle. So I'd rather struggle than study.
A good example is my brother. My brother is very smart, and when I bring him this stuff, and tell me this shit, but he can't fully look at it and deal with it because he has two young kids that he needs to go to work every day and take care of and all that. And I try to explain to him that in the long more damage by trying to play the game, but I understand where he's coming from because the immediate consequences of you suddenly calling out all the bullshit around you is they don't let you play with their toys anymore. And it's tough to raise a family in society without their toys.
It's tough
And
to
most
raise a family in a society who don't know what the hell land patents are. Where mortgage companies run by lawyers, police stations run by lawyers, everything run by lawyers, returners.
the Amish seem to have it figured out pretty well, though.
Yeah, but they did what I'm telling everybody else to do. Stand up and fight in court for your shit in the right place. That's what they did. That's what the Amish have had to do for hundreds of years, is fight that whole system in court. And they won.
There's a different type of person in the positions of power that decide whether they win or lose at this point.
Bro, you're talking Article 1 and Article 2 courts. I'm not even talking about
Yep.
that. I'm talking
Yep.
Article 3 courts. Yeah, it sucks what they did to my people here in this country. All right? It sucks that I can't even find my own heritage. Can't track down my family or my tribe. Sucks. But I'd rather fight now and get my rights fighting correctly in the right place
So I got a question for
than
you.
to not
How-
even try.
I got a question for you then. I have native heritage, but my mother generation was deemed the last one to have DNA to benefit. So I'm left out to dry. What's my recourse?
Yeah, that's false claims, dude. That's bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Why
They
is that
feed you
false? Why
lies
is
from
that
the
false
tablecloth.
claim?
Because if
I
you
have
can
good
track, if you
I
can
have good
track your
news.
lineage, once you have it established, your family tree, they can't dispute it. They have to
Nation
prove you wrong.
card.
Here's the problem. What constitutes established?
Put
You
it
go
in the
to the tribal.
newspaper.
Because our family records are established, 100%,
Listen.
and you can follow them all the way back. It's
You
what the
go to the
government
tribal
deems
union.
as
Listen, this is the way they can't deny you. You go to the tribal union and you apply for a card, a nation card, based on your lineage. Once you get a nation card, there's no arguing with it.
Why do you think all
who
these
issues.
It's
Who
not.
is? Hold on. I got. No, I'm generally interested. Who?
Who you cut out?
So, all right. So, is there a? It's just a tribal decision. Interaction.
You can start by
Learning,
talking to. Yes, you can start by talking to
lear-
the. Oh my God, the elders of the tribe or reservations you live near.
Well, this not where
yeah.
I live now. It would be down in Kentucky. Yeah, I get you.
I found that Yeshua, the Son of God, is the best identity and heritage that a man can inherit in this life.
Sons of Adam.
Everything
That's
else
right.
leads to Rome. You know, everything else leads back to the New World Order. Like all our cultures, the gods they worshipped all lead back to the globe and the New World Order. So
I'm a son of Adam.
right, I'd rather identify with the creator's heritage and how he does things, right, rather than man or some nation that was created by man, but is now being, you know, integrated into one system. It was all put there by those spirits, anyways, those cultures that we're trying to identify with, and all false cultures, in my opinion. It's all chasing after the wind, anyway. What do you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
All we
It's a little
are
hope.
is dust in the wind.
Some hope for people looking for a home, for an identity.
How many? Go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
one path if you got tribal blood, though. But for all the other people on the call that aren't tribal, Article 3.
Cherokee in my bloodline.
You know what I'm talking about, bro. Fucking
Yeah, but
simple as
even
the DNA.
tribal. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. It's as simple as a DNA test for some tribes. 35% tribal community.
Yeah.
So how much does that
Learning,
cost?
That 35% is where I was running You know,
Like
because
learning about my tribe and my people and my heritage and the roots and everything and where it comes from. I know who they are, but it wasn't enough. It didn't explain anything, and it sounded a lot like the Native Americans and the Mexicans, and I mean the South American, the Mayans. It sounded a lot like the Greeks,
Samoans,
gods and cultures.
eh,
Yes, especially
hey,
very much like the
yeah,
Greeks.
Samoans are
So,
just Anishinaabe who got on canoes and went out and
but the
explored
point is,
the
their
big pond, the Great
cultures,
Gitchagumi, the Great Waters.
these cultures we're trying to identify. I tried identifying with, right, comes from a belief in a god, in a creator,
They all
and
come from Turtle Island, bro.
those gods is the same gods that these Freemasons and New World Order people worship, which is why I turned to the God of Abraham, because
There was
yeah,
tribal dispute, see,
yes,
and a young
because
chieftain once
yeah,
said, fuck this land. He
the
said,
God
let's
of
go sail
Abraham is the
away.
real.
And they made them bigger canoes that were for the great water, the ocean. And then they just started skipping across all the damn
Oh yeah,
dirt spots they could find on the ocean, and they mapped it by the stars. Those are your people.
that's
Here's
probably
my
when
people.
God changed the races and the languages, because the languages come with the races.
I
So
read a
if
study on
languages,
that.
then races. Yeah,
The
'cause-
Polynesians and all that, and how
yeah,
they were originally Anishinaabe or First Nations people from Turtle Island, the Americas.
yeah. I agree. The Maoris are very, very similar to the Native Americans with the
The
clothing and
Maui, yeah.
Maori,
Maui, yeah.
Maori, yeah, Maori,
Yeah.
Maori.
Yeah, that's
Hebrew.
what the focus of the study was. Yeah. Hebrew, raw Hebrew. The lost 13 tribes, bro.
Right, but my point was, is if the tribe union didn't want to deal with it, if you have your family tree, just ask yourself this one question. All these fake kings and queens that are all over the world, why do they publish their family tree in the newspaper?
Because they have the money
Public
and the
notice.
power.
It's
It's
public
public notice, dude.
And-
God,
and-
pull your head out your.
Yeah, listen, it's public notice to establish a coat of arms. Let's not leave that out.
Well, hold on. There's more to this, Mike. There's
I
more that
know.
goes with
Keep
it too.
going.
Public notice is a start, but see, here's the thing: public notice without a rebuttal after 31 days becomes a fact, a statement of fact. Unrebutted past 90 days, it's damn near law. So
Wait
guess
a
what?
minute.
Nobody can challenge it.
So all I got to
So
do is
once
take out some space in the local paper, and as long as it's not disputed within 90 days, it's
you can do it in a private paper too, buddy. You just need to make sure that you get copies of those papers and copies of those clippings, and you have them recorded at the proper places. You can change everything in your life with simple things. I keep trying to.
You're saying simple, but I know it's not going to be.
Yeah,
Public
track
notice
down your
is
family.
simple. Listen, public notice is simple. I can put public notice in the legal fucking news or in the Jackson Citizen Patriot or in just the Jackson in town and around paper. It's still public notice.
I can go print out the affidavits that are on my hard drive against a lot of these people that have caused me issues. And guess what? I can go post them in the libraries, public libraries, take pictures, have witnesses, have them sign another affidavit. Ooh, guess what? Once it's up, even if they rip it down, it's against the law. Which, guess what? I have evidence it was posted. I'll just have to wait the 30 days.
Yeah, but I get
know,
it. I
and,
get this, but my
hey,
problem. Go ahead. Sorry.
Listen, bro, you know most tribes only require 1/16 of heritage for you to get a nation card and be considered a member of that tribe. 1/16.
Right, but this is another route if they wanted to establish something through the Chancery Court. If say you were 1/16, all right, and you could prove it, and they still said no, you could do this, what we're talking about, and you could go through the chancery and still get your shit through the Fed.
Yeah, so from your great great grandparent on down, if any one of them have native heritage, then you're a native.
Great.
If somebody
Well,
posts something in the
my
library and there's nobody,
grandfather's. Go ahead. Sorry.
if somebody posts something in the library and there's nobody there to read it, is it really there to be read?
It doesn't matter, dude.
Yeah,
That's not, this isn't Schrodinger's
still
fucking
notice.
public notice.
Yeah,
It's public.
yeah,
Once it's posted and you have evidence it was posted, it's posted. That's anything else is stupidity.
Right. So
Right.
This is law.
Listen, it's evidence for a court of records. It's established.
right. My problem though is that you are ultimately, in the end, relying on a person in a role time that you verify.
You gotta
it,
adjust your
justify,
sensitivity,
enforce it.
bro.
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Is it-
Because every other
Yes.
freaking couple words he's
Yes.
gone.
My bad. Is it me? My
I thought
bad.
it was just me.
Yeah,
Oh,
go to your settings and
Yeah.
adjust the sensitivity. Just turn it all the way down, and mute yourself when you're done talking.
you're not putting it on the guy in a room. You keep putting it out like it's on somebody else. This shit's on you.
Yeah. No.
Period. Once you go to an Article 3 court, everything else you've ever known is nothing like an Article 3 court.
Who
Nothing
presides
you've
over an Article
ever
3 court?
been in. Huh?
Who presides over the Article 3 court?
A chancellor.
A chancellor.
Ecclesiastical court. It's a court of equity. What are you getting at though? You trying to say if
What I'm-
the chancellor makes a bad decision,
Correct.
so
Yes.
then get his damn indemnity bond. There's so much more to learn. What's the scope
Right.
of the
What I'm-
chancery
and
court?
what I'm telling you is
what are their
that's-
powers?
I am not a legal expert.
I know, and I'm not one of those bar dogs. They can all go chew a freaking whale's bone. All right. I've been studying law for 14 years. I've been learning all of this shit while I've been trying to track down my heritage and show the true history for America. I know most of it.
Bro, aren't you in Texas?
Yep. The old laws are still there. The shit that they used for O.J. Simpson, Persian, 3,000-year-old law. No witness, guess what? No crime. 3,000-year-old law. From another country. It still applies. Everywhere.
Yep.
Evenly. All positive law applies everywhere, evenly, period. No matter what anybody says, it doesn't fucking matter what they say.
Now we're fucking talking, bro.
Now, if you make a law that goes against a right, you're a fucking traitor and you deserve to be shot immediately. And the law says that firing squad, pike, or they can chop you up or drag you in different directions with horses. Whatever. You know, we can mix it up. Baskin Robbins this shit. I like the firing squad because it's done.
Sounds
Well,
great.
I want to
though.
pull him. Listen, I want to pull him apart after you shoot him, bro. So we're gonna have to come to a mutual agreement here, a trust between you and I, wherein both parties are satisfied. Cool.
Right. Right.
Rock on.
Trust
rock
me.
on.
I'm with you on most of them.
Yeah, my brother might want to mail his parts around to the four corners of the earth. You cool with that?
Shit, I'm down to carry a couple of them. Private
You gotta
courier.
let me buy you lunch one day, bro. You got some information that I need.
First time I heard him talk, I said, this is one of the only guys here that understands what I'm talking about when I talk about Thomas and Hobbes, natural court, natural law, federal tribunals, proper platform, proper status, proper paperwork. There's only so many people here that really understand that. Indio, I know Cuddle does.
I'll throw you one. I'll throw you one. This ought to blow everybody's fucking mind. You can make your own ID and use the post office to do it for you and to legitimize it.
your own ID paperwork. Yeah,
You can use the post
gotta
office
be.
and 3-day mail. It has to go into the
Oh,
system. It has to get stamped with a time and date, and it's got to get sent to your address.
dude, I thought you
It
said
could,
IED.
it could be a
Bro, you
post.
know we could be incarcerated for teaching people that. You know that, right?
I'll habeas
Yeah.
corpus on the wall. I'll write it in toothpaste or something. Maybe shit.
Wait a minute. How could you go to jail for that? That sounds totally.
I know it's
seeing as
against the
how
law.
you.
It's
Yeah.
called
How could they do something against the law, though? That's what my point is. You guys are really
knowing
to
this,
play by the rules.
no, knowing this isn't illegal. Teaching it to other people is.
They don't want you
How
teaching
do they
the
overcome
truth.
the First Amendment there? How do they overcome the First Amendment there?
It's undermining the status and economical status of the federal government.
See, there's one clause in the Constitution that basically
That's
says,
broad
I'm
as
sorry,
shit.
go ahead.
Listen, none of this shit is constitutional. You missed the point from the beginning.
I didn't say constitutional.
The occupying army, however,
I
you
just asked
can't act in sedition, even though they're occupying.
Cuddle, you're native?
Yeah, I'm like an eighth. My great grandma.
I learned all that I know about natural law and law from my full-blooded Native American father, my grandfather, Mishinomi, my grandma. Why is it all Native Americans know the law better than Americans? Is it because the law fucked us? Because the law fucked us?
It's just
probably.
That's
It's
because they've
probably
been Americans for longer.
Most of these motherfuckers don't even know what positive law is. They don't know the different types of law.
right. Well, I mean, dude, I'm thinking that a lot of this information is carried through the genetic line because curses are pushed down through the blood. If you got a deadbeat, he's going to have a deadbeat kid. His kid's going to have a deadbeat kid. The curses pass on until somebody stops it. But it's the same with knowledge. Knowledge passes generation to generation. It's just there. It's just whether or not we yield to the Great Spirit and let Him unlock all of it.
I disagree. I think it's a cycle. I think it's part of the cycle of civilizations. I think strong men make weak men, and weak men make for hard times, and hard times make strong men. It's a cycle.
The law is inscribed on every fiber of your being.
Look, none of the freaking warriors of the tribes were weak men, and we had good times. So that's a bunch of bullshit.
Why are we being ruled by maritime law?
Where were all those strong men during the Trail of Tears and stuff? This is what he's trying to get. Eventually,
you're furthering my point. That's
eventually
exactly
they
what
went
I'm trying
out.
to say.
Admiralty.
They were getting murdered. It's called genocide.
Right.
They were still strong. That doesn't stop them from being strong just because they're being murdered. That's
No. They got murdered, right?
Asinine.
They got murdered.
Yeah, you
right?
missed the point.
But their children were being marched off to live and become. How come they didn't stand up and die like their warrior parents? Because they lost something. They lost something.
I'll tell you why. They didn't want to see their people wiped off the face of the earth.
Sometimes it's worth it.
It was the only thing that they could do to stop the genocide. Come the fuck on.
Stop fighting. They were superior in ways of warfare, but we were the savages.
They just had bigger weapons that shot longer distance. That was it. If we'd have had the same technology, they'd have been fucked, and we'd have TPs everywhere.
No,
We do
if it
now,
wouldn't
bro.
have been
It's time for the great gathering.
if it wouldn't have been for the kindness of the natives feeding them in the beginning, they never would have made it.
Yeah.
Well, the first white man that came here, he was wearing the face of love. He come and live in our community. He even took wives. It was the second and third white men that come wearing the face of evil and the face of war and deceit.
You're talking about the fur trappers?
Yeah, if you think about it, it
They
seems like the
wanted what
first white people
they
that came
wanted
here
what
were
we
running away
had.
from the
Exactly.
were running away from the bad white people
And the
over
minute
there,
these
and then after they
motherfuckers,
got here,
hey, and the minute these motherfuckers seen gold and silver in the streams, it was all over for their peoples. It was over. They slaughtered the buffalo, killed the Great Plains, killed every motherfucker trying to get told where the silver and gold was, put us in the mountains, and then they said, wait, we couldn't even live in the mountains. And they were like, wait, there's gold in them there hills. Get the fuck out of there. You got to go somewhere else now. Walk that trail of tears, bitch.
Yeah, my tribe got pushed from West Kentucky down to Alabama and then pushed the second time into Texas. And then they stole our land here in Texas because there was oil on it.
That's what I was going to say. First, bro, there was gold and silver in them there hills. Now there's oil. Fuck, there's oil where we put them motherfuckers. We got to move them again.
Uh-oh.
It's great that they paid my great grandma oil royalties, though. You know, that couple $100 a month was so worth getting genocided.
That wouldn't even cover the lubricant and the reach around for that ass fucking they gave us.
Nope.
yeah. So like I was saying, it's kind of funny the thought that the first Europeans to settle the East Coast that came here, if as the story goes, they were coming for their own religious liberties and other kinds of liberties. They were running from the bad people over there. But then it's interesting to think of that, and then maybe only a few decades after that, the bad people over there come over on ships after them.
Yeah, after the first group came over and established colonies and made it safe, then the lawyers came and followed them.
Yep.
Right.
I know the Jesuits came behind with the Moors, the assassins. Yeah.
I'm not saying that the first people were bad people.
No, the
So
first
it's-
people weren't.
No,
They
I'm
wouldn't
not.
even
I
make it
didn't
through the
mean first
winters.
people. I'm first people, the first white people.
First Nations. First Nations people.
I'm talking about the
They were
first
good
white
folk.
people that came over. I'm not saying they're good or bad, but it is hard
That'd have
for
been the French.
The Pilgrims
whoever
were
it
not
was.
the first white people to come over.
Whoever
It was the French and Scandinavians.
whoever it was is not going to come to a new nothing about completely outnumbered at and start war. Of course they're going to play nice because it's a necessity at that point. So they could have had evil in their hearts
Yeah.
at that point, but you wouldn't know.
I suggest
but
looking
the
at
point I'm making is that
Kensington
they were running
Runestone.
from tyrants.
Well,
That's the point I'm
listen,
making.
The Kensington Runestone. Yeah, the Kensington Runestone.
Listen, this is why they sent people who just wanted their freedom, indentured servants, slaves, prisoners. These were people who were just happy to be free. So they just came here and built something nice and tried to have nice communities because they were happy to be free. They didn't know they were establishing the base compound for a bunch of insurgents to come in and build up forces. They didn't know that.
Yep. So the same
I think it's
bloodsuckers
impossible
from
for us to
over
know.
there.
It is. It is.
It is weird, though, because I come from a line of Europeans that fled Europe to come here to get away from the war and all the bull crap coming from the so-called
Me
church.
too, bro. Me too, bro. I got a line of Scottish royalty that was fleeing because they didn't want to get killed, and they went into Georgia and then eventually migrated over here.
Great, I don't know which offhand, but great was a Hatfield and the other one was native.
Mine was Gilbreth.
I met someone over here related to the McCoys.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of Romeo and Juliet stories in the Hatfields and McCoys because they got sick and tired of the fight, and it was stupid because all they were doing were backstabbing and stealing from each other over some crap that happened on an island fucking 1,000 miles away. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you're here now. Be at peace. So I'm probably a McCoy too. There's no telling. But this is what I'm saying. The basics of law. People got to realize it's either in you or there's something wrong. Yeah, I've had to study things to realize things, but most of what I've come to realize was already in me already. I
True
don't
law is
like.
another system of control, though.
Yeah, when you get into the foundations of law, you find that, bro. When you get back to natural law, right?
Right. But see, that's the thing. Like Alexander the Great, Charles the Great, to conquer, what is it? To bring peace to the world, stop all these wars, I first must conquer the whole world. That was a plan 2,500 years ago, dude. Look at how far that Babylon has expanded. Look at all the flags that are flying around. Actually, trace the public notice back when that flag was first used, where the first public notice was. You're not going to like it. Most of the flags people are flying are all Babylonian flags.
What's with the gold frill in traffic court?
Bro, that's military.
Disfiguring my fucking flag.
Yeah, that's out in your face Admiralty law.
The number one problem we got with our flag is the blue line. Anyone who desecrates that flag with fringe or the blue line is enemy, as far as I'm concerned.
Castle.
Bro, that fringe is military, which means that it's in administrative court. It doesn't matter, though. They're going to have those flags in almost every single courtroom, but the gold fringe means that they're protected by the military, basically. However, they're not doing their jobs right. So if you actually get into a real situation in a real chancery court and you really have some problems, the military is going to be there to help you.
So here's an article on the laws of nature by Hobbes, Thomas Hobbes. It's man being the first part of Leviathan, ecclesiastic and Levitican courts and laws. This is what he's talking about right now. If you go on that article, it'll bring you up to one certain page. That's where I started reading it. But you can go to the previous page or the next page and read the entirety of the book if you want. This will give you some basis and understanding in natural law and where all law comes from, because the elite work under this. It tells you how you give away your natural right or your natural authority, your birthright. The dominion, all man was given dominion over earth. No man was given dominion over another man. You either give it away freely of your own free will, or you've given it away by exercising an agreement. Somebody else had an agreement and you just keep following the rules of that agreement. So any way you go, you give it away freely. They didn't take it from you. They haven't broken the law. You gave it up freely.
They tricked you into committing fraud.
So
100 ways from Sunday is what everybody that's over 25 has done. They've committed 100 different ways of fraud.
Yeah, it's
However,
called mutual trust.
You were tricked into it. So again, back to contract of frauds. Any contract where there isn't full closure, guess what? It's null and void. Any contract intended to harm or defraud you in any way, shape, or form, or to commit fraud or theft, well, it's null and void. But you gotta figure it out. You gotta put the big boy panties on. It's not always fun. It's not always easy. Shit sucks. Having your babies kidnapped at gunpoint. It sucks. But most people don't have to go through that shit.
See, at that point, me personally, I'm not advocating this, but I could say, me personally, if I were going through something like that, and pirates were coming up to kidnap my children, it's either me or them, but somebody's going to the morgue.
Well, that's one of the
Yeah,
problems.
war.
Is when you work for government, there's no consequence. No matter if, as long as it can steal somebody's kids, take their shit out from under
That's why
them.
we have the Second
Government's got my
Amendment. They
back.
want to do tyrannical things. They get the medicine of the tyrants, which is the grave.
Right, but this is what me and Battle Mod are trying to say. There's a path. If they're at war with you and you go immediately to peace, they're in dishonor. You have standing in an actual Article 3 court. They just hid them from you, so you can't get remedy.
There's always a remedy,
Occupying
though. You just
the
got to know how to
occupying
do it.
army isn't here to hurt you. They were here to help everyone. That was Alexander the Great's declaration, his last will and testament. That shit's moved on through the centuries. That's what they
It's become
do.
repugnant.
It's stupid that they do it, yes. But that's what they do.
Got a question for the legal nerds. So, when you are in Article 3 court, what is the what am I looking for? What is the standard that they use to determine your hold on, I have to think about how I'm going to phrase this because I'm not sure how.
Nationality, standing.
Okay,
Whether
so
or not you have a
right,
legitimate
okay, your
case.
standing and right, okay, so how do you establish your standing and determine that the jurisdiction is like how do you
You're still breaking up, buddy. But I get what you're asking, so let me go ahead and answer before you even finish asking. You establish
Freedom. How
jurisdiction
do you become
by
free?
by your paperwork. So if you're going in to fix the problems with your nationality because somebody tricked you into calling yourself a U.S. citizen your entire life, which there's no such fucking living thing as a U.S. citizen, there's no such thing. If you want to go and fix that, that's what your paperwork's gonna state. If you got your babies taken at gunpoint by road pirates, well, that's the term of the jurisdiction. You're looking for remedy. And that's what your paperwork is going to have in it. It depends on what you're going for, but the remedy is available. Do I have every right under natural law to go hunting every single one of them down? You bet your ass I do. Am I gonna? No.
A seventh right, man. That is revenge. That is retribution of evil for evil. Men look not at greatness of the evil, pass by the greatness of the good to follow, whereby we forbidden to inflict punishment with any other design for correction of the offender or direction of others. That's natural law. It's the seventh natural law, revenge. So retribution for cruelty, this comes into the golden principle, do unto others what you would have them do unto you. By natural law, when you inflict harm on me, you say it is okay for me to return that favor. Turnabout is fair play, and that's natural law.
I got a friend
Evil
of a friend
for
of a
evil.
friend.
Yeah, evil for evil, flesh for flesh, blood for blood. Go ahead, bro.
He had his babies taken from him. The district court system made up all these bullshit orders under administrative rules, not law. They violated the law. They separated families, which is a war crime, by the way. It's always been a war crime to separate families. It's never been legal to do it. But he went to Chancery Court. with his affidavits, his application for relief. He did all of his paperwork. He did it all himself. He did the study. He put in the grit. Guess where his babies are now? They're at home with him. The court went and got him. He proved his case.
Right, I get it, man. I'm not discounting.
That's chancery,
Am I-
though. You go into
Right.
district court and they'll laugh you out of there because they don't know what you're talking about because they're
Right.
numpties.
So that was my question, and you answered it. Is how to get out of that? Am I still breaking out? Am I still
Speak
dropping
by
out?
your-
Yeah.
Test?
Listen,
Fuck, I'm gonna try
what
to
you
fix this.
want to
Hold on.
know is how do I become a natural person? How do I speak for myself? Speaking for yourself is how you become a natural person, not an artificial person or a legal fiction.
Prove it.
Right. Huh?
Prove it.
By my words, I be judged. What do you want proof of?
Prove it, bro. Prove that's how you become a natural person, bro. I need a citation.
It's right there in text lobby. Hobbes, unnatural law. Man being the first part of Leviathan, that makes this Levitican law. And the elite do run on Levitican law, so.
Yeah, I was so surprised when I found that out. I only found that out this year. I've been
And
running away from
look,
Leviticus.
I caught that, Witsit.
What is Levitican law?
Where are you at, Witsit?
It's ecclesiastical law. Comes from God.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
And most
Listen,
people that hate that
Should
will
I stop asking
refuse it
questions? Is that
because
what
they
the
hate
problem
the
is? I
clause.
apologize.
No,
What's
no,
the
you're good.
independent variable?
Just, I thought it was obvious the answer was in the question.
Right, but I didn't know. Well, okay, yes, the terminology does belie the answer, but I am not taking anything for granted when it comes to law because they tend to play games with definitions and that kind of shit.
You want an insight into Chancery Court? Go read about Solomon's court cases.
Yeah,
you
I
want
caught that, True.
Solomon.
You want deeper insight? Read Proverbs.
Say it again, Mrs. Gets It. That didn't slip by me, Austin. What's up? You and Kai hanging out? You guys having a flat earth gathering over there? You guys having a flat earth gathering without me? What the hell?
Prove it, bro.
Damn blurs. Yeah.
I was kidnapped.
I'm picking out on deep fried stuffed green peppers. It's all good.
What are you talking about, bro?
Having the munchies and eating deep fried green peppers.
Oh, fair
I
enough.
said I was busy anyway, my nigga.
Whoa, easy now, white man.
I was already busy, man.
All right, mic check. Am I still falling out or is it
Mike,
clear?
you okay? This dude's
Are you
checking it.
ashamed of your parentage?
I don't know. You're cutting out, bro. Not. Okay, not you. I'm a Glover Derp. Witsit's cutting out, and no, you sound a little better. What you should do is go to your user settings, go to voice and video, down where it says automatically determine input sensitivity. Move that to the left so that it's no longer green, and drag the bar to the left until your mic stops cutting in and out. I can show you that if you need a screenshot.
And Mike, what they would try and call what I'm doing is man stealing, but like I said, they can go chew on a whale's bone. Because I can't steal from an occupying army that's not supposed to be conscripting from the nation that they're occupying.
Exactly.
So they can go chew on a big whale bone, all of them. Read the Law of Nations. You'll understand what I'm talking about. Most of y'all will get this if your heart is in it.
Bro, I ain't never wanted to meet a flat earther as bad as I want to meet you. I just want to, get the information that you got. Right? I
My
just want to
fucking
get your
reading list is
info.
like 9 books long now.
Bro, there's tons of books.
Okay, if you look.
No, I know,
if
but
you
I'm
look
just
in
saying. Immediately, my interest is piqued on 9 different books that you've mentioned. So it's going to be
Yo,
a
is this
long
a
week.
sodomy server now, yo?
It's all about
Are
flat
you
Earth.
mad
boy.
because you don't? Hold on. What's it like to talk? Are you mad because you're not hip to natural law and this is just something you really can't have input on?
Dude, sodomy's the opposite of nature, bro.
Sodomy is the opposite of nature, or it sounds to you like the opposite of nature.
Yeah,
I
sodomy
seen
is.
2 male goats fuck.
He said sodomy. Okay, which is the sodomite?
The only ginger without native blood in him. He's mad.
Yeah, I'm so mad, bro.
Ginger. Hey, fix that mic, punk.
It's all right. I'm a redhead too.
Yo, so are you saying you're gonna tell me how? I guess we have lawyers in here. Can you guys help me out? I have a federal case coming up.
Yeah,
I already gave. Me and him both were talking about that when it was happening, and I sent you the leaks on deprivation of rights through color of law.
I posted a
You
bunch
already
of
know where
stuff.
to start on.
Me and BattleMod were going ham on your chat with like 2 other people. We were giving you everything you needed.
Are you talking about when I was
Yeah,
in
go
a
back.
cop car?
Yeah, bro. When you were in a cop car and when you were talking to them, when you were out of the cop car getting the tickets, all that shit. Me and BattleMod and 2 other people were going ham on it.
Well,
Your chat thread is full.
I couldn't read the chat at that time, bro. But, you know.
Right.
Well,
Well, if you
it ain't that time no more. But right now you're busy because you won't fix that damn mic.
change of venue,
The mic sounds bad.
Oh, it's ass, man. It sounds
Hey,
like
Mike.
you got your hands covering it or
Wait,
something.
wait, is it
What?
really bad, or is it just the fact that?
No, I'm just fuck.
Oh,
I'm
I
just
was like,
fucking
maybe he's
trolling
just
you.
doing it wrong.
Mike,
No, oh no, he's doing it wrong.
did you have him going for a change of venue, or were you having him just headbutt him?
I'd just go straight to deprivation.
Yeah, 241 and 242, Title 18.
Yeah, just ram them head on. I'm a ram though. I'm Aries the Ram, man. I put my head down and run through my problems. I got a team of
See,
lawyers though.
right. But that's what I'm saying. He could change venue and go over to Chancery, or he could headbutt him right where he's at. But my headbutting would be filing fucking criminal charges against him there in the court in my affidavit. Cool. You're running your case. Great. I filed mine. I got a case number 2, buddy. You're coming up in my court next, bitch.
Cowboy, do you go out all out on all your illegal stuff, or do you pick and choose your battles? Like, do you have a driver's license and register your car and all that, or are you all out?
No, I'm never, ever. You can quote me on this shit. Ever registering another car again, unless it's at gunpoint. In which case, I still might tell them to eat shit. Yeah. Driving in my personal automobile is a right that's guaranteed to me by God, not by fucking
No, I get
man.
it.
So they can go
I
eat
get
it. It's all
But
back
you
to
know
the
they
whale
fuck with
bone.
you.
Yeah,
You know they're still
so
gonna arrest you and all that. Yeah.
they're still fucking with me when I own their company. When I'm their boss and I'm telling them what kind of fucking coffee they're gonna have in the break room.
Yeah.
I'm learning what I'm learning what I need to do.
Can we get them good donuts, boss? I don't like them Krispy Kremes.
I might get the week old Krispy Kremes just to teach them a lesson. Ugh.
I gotta have them.
So I take it when they
custard
mandate you got to
dogs
turn
on
in
here.
your guns, you're not gonna do it then?
No, because mandate's not a law. But dude,
I
they
know.
mandated the lockdown. You know how many times I went to the park? Oh my God, it was so beautiful, so quiet.
Mandate these nuts. Like,
What's
man,
going
they
on?
eat my
Only
shit when they
slaves,
fry it from my cold, dead hands.
Which one of you
only
said you were from
slaves and
Texas?
prisoners shall not have the ability to bear arms. So what does
As
that
soon as
make
they
you?
started,
I ask you. Makes you a slave, right?
What?
If
Well, if you're a citizen, yes.
yeah. So like people
yeah,
just don't understand. They think they're free. You're not fucking free.
But I
well,
speak for myself, not as a legal fiction, but as a man.
right. But the thing is
Homos just nostriel.
people got to realize language means something everywhere, period. And the importance of language, the importance of semantics, and the importance
Yep.
of the pen, because the pen is mightier than the tank.
You
Freedom
might
is
not
never
like the
free.
wording, but it'll be homo naturel.
I
So you
wish I
can
could get.
just naturel.
I wish I could get
Natural
some.
man speaking natural law. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
I wish I could get some of my friends over here from some of my law groups, because they've got stories where the military has shown up to help them do their paperwork when the courts were fucking them, when the clerks didn't want to do it, and the judge was giving them shit. He called up to, I think either the provost or DOD. He got
It's probably
secretary, and was
legal.
like, look, he sent him a letter. It was like, look, I'm having problems with these people, and I'm afraid that they're gonna, stop me from being able to file my paperwork, which is their fucking job as a clerk. If they refuse to take your paperwork, guess what? It's an act of treason. Because her job is to take paperwork and to file it. That's it.
Right.
And to give
not
you a
gonna get-
copy if you need one. That's it. That's her whole fucking job. If she refuses to do her job, she's in barratry. And you can sue the shit out of the clerk. But I'm not trying to. Yeah. The guy wrote a letter to the military, got a freaking civ-dressed military MP to show up at his court hearing to protect him and to force the clerk to file his paperwork.
And this is just like a standard civilian, not a retired general or some bullshit, right? This is just some dude.
Yeah, it's just some dude.
Yeah.
Some dude from Arizona. Little redneck.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So when you're not ignorant of the law, there are no excuses. There's
Now,
no
how-
excuses with law, dude.
It's right, but this is so layered and complicated. Obviously, I know
have
you
to
keep saying it's
apply
simple. It's simple, right? But
You just
it's
have
layered,
to
right? You
apply
admit
it.
that.
Right. And you have to come out of the programming. You have to change how you think. You have to change your heart to some degree, because at first I hated that whole system. I hate them motherfuckers. If they all spontaneously caught on fire, I would laugh my ass off. I would
I wouldn't
dance.
piss to put it out. I get it.
Yeah,
But
I wouldn't
here's
piss
the
on
thing.
them either.
That was a couple years ago. Now that I'm studying what I'm studying and talking to you about what I've been studying, I've had to change some things. I've had to look at that system differently. Sure, there's a lot of messed up people up in the higher up. I can't help that. I can't do nothing about it till I get on the private side. And if I can when I get there, oh boy.
Listen, I'm a globe derp.
Yes.
Click that invite link, and we'll. Cuddles is gonna he's got a room, like he wanted a room for the law talk, and we're gonna get this together, and anyone who's interested, and maybe Cuddles can, to get a hold of his friends, that he was just talking about, the ones that know this legal stuff. And I guess the guy that had the military guy show up at the courthouse for him or whatever. But anyway, invite those. He's going to do like an educational thing. Like we're going to do this in that room over there in that other server, if you want to click the link. But we're going to have get in real in-depth, very concise. He's going to break it down. And so that way he only has to do it once, and he doesn't have to do it for everyone. That way anyone who's interested can just
When? Because I'm desperate. I don't only want to learn this for myself, like I want to learn like to help other people because I believe in the way to serve God is to serve man. And like I've always known, like I was supposed to serve man. I just didn't know how.
Teach your kids. Teach your kids, Hank.
Well,
I
we
teach
got to give it
mine.
we got to give it a little time and let the people who are interested leave their names so that they can. I have to create it like a pingable row for it that way,
What's
and then it'll be up to Cuddles whenever he's prepared and
what's
ready
the
to do
name
it.
of the server? Am I over there?
Yeah, I just pinged everyone in it's a room, the law text. I'll just post a
Is
link
it
and
in this server?
I'll post a link in the live stream. You're already in it, but
But all this has to do with gas pressure.
okay. Entropy.
Right? When the pressure is applied to a numpty, the numpty has a decision. He either has to stay a numpty and deal with the pressure, or he has to find another way to relieve the pressure. To move
Right, so,
towards.
sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm an umpty. I don't know what the fuck a ping is, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Well, I already know, Hank, that you
Yeah,
want
I'm
it.
looking for
So
that
I'll
link
just
now too. I'm like lost.
I put one in the live stream voice text. I already know that you want it, Hank. So I'll just when I create the pingable row, I'll give it to you. No worries.
Yeah, okay.
This is why I was trying to get into like MGTOW servers, red pillars, and teach them other things in law that would help them so that they weren't getting fleeced in these district courts. But there's too many numpties over there, so I can't be around a bunch of jackasses going, the globe, man, the globe. Or just being
Is that
stupid.
the truth reveals thing I'm looking for? Is that it?
There's one in the live stream
Hey, I'm
voice text.
sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, there's only the only reason I even created those servers is for things that can't be talked about in this one. That way, if it is considered like if some of it is considered to be not politically correct, I'm going to put it that way. I'm not even going to say the word, but not politically correct to teach or to talk about. Then
Thought crime, is that what you're talking?
over there, I don't really care. It's like that way. It's not because I don't think that we could actually set up a room in this server because of the legal ramifications of it. But anyway, and yeah, I was trying to say that.
Thank you for looking out. Appreciate it.
When you start talking about natural law and the law of God, and natural law, and you got too many people who try to apply it to their doctrine and argue their doctrine. And I want to tell them, look, we're talking about Levitican law, ecclesiastical law. Are you a fucking moron? What God gave you that? But a belief in the Creator is not supposed to move you to just ridicule people. But I've said it 100 times. This is the law of the Torah. What the hell?
Right.
The law.
And it's funny because they want to tell us that their great dragon god gave it to them, while their temple is 400 feet underwater from the flood.
Yeah, and they want to say that, well,
What temple
we're not
is
under
this?
that law we're not under that law anymore, Mike. Well, hell yeah, you are persecuted by it every fucking day and imprisoned by it. Yes, you are under that law.
The History Channel, they did a thing. I was watching it in one of the other rooms on here with a couple people. There's an old Japanese tale about this temple, and they found it. It's right off the coast, but it's under about 400 foot of water, and it was the old dragon temple. They were great warriors and blah, blah, blah. Their temple is underwater because their god was so amazing. That's why Levitical law still stands and their fucking temple's underwater, right? Because their
Listen, their
god was
God
real.
was so amazing that he allowed his followers to breathe underwater and build that temple and then worship there. That's what happened.
Their god was so amazing, he got his ass kicked by a real one. Ooh.
Just like Ra in Egypt, right?
Right? Yeah, your god's so real. Where's he at? Oh, I'm sorry. He's still nursing his wounds.
No,
Does anybody
you
else
guys
see
have got
too
it.
many references to Baphomet in today's society, or is it just
I don't have it wrong. Ra got his ass whooped in Egypt.
No, you
Man,
guys
I
have got
might
it
end
all
up
wrong.
in another.
Clearly they built those things underwater, and then evolution happened, and then once they evolved to go on land, they didn't need to go under the water anymore. And the reason it flooded was from global warming. Everyone knows this, you guys.
Mermaids
together.
built it.
Bro, there's a 5-minute skit for your stand up at the Improv. Go get them.
Oh, what? What is this, big dumps? They're anal swabbing these motherfuckers?
The
All right,
laws.
bend over. We're gonna need a sample from you. That's fucked up.
The law's always been the same. It doesn't matter how old it was or what king declared it. If it actually goes along with no harm, no injury, no loss, this is my right, it's protected. That's my right, it's protected. This is my private property. Oh shit, that's protected. These are my rights over here. Those are protected. Then it works. Doesn't matter how old it is or where it comes from. As long as it's protecting you, you can bring it forward. That's it.
Any way you see fit, right?
I got an
Bingo.
overlapping,
Protect-
complicated question.
Protect. It's a man's right to protect what he has in himself any way he sees fit.
So, if I make the argument the government has been stealing from me my whole life to take from me and put into Social Security, and then I separate myself from that whole system, I'm not a citizen anymore. Can I say, give me my money back?
Haven't you even read their handbook yet?
Which
Jesus
handbook?
Christ!
There are ways.
Don't tell me I'm the only one on this call that's actually read that book.
Listen, if you teach him all that stuff, then you're undermining the economical status of the federal government, bro. You know that, right? That's
I'm
a
not
federal
asking him to
charge.
teach me anything. I'm asking him to tell me where the book is.
There's an easy way out. Their own handbook tells you that you can opt out and how to do it.
Uh-huh.
They may have skewed the point in the last couple of revisions, but it's there. You can opt
I
out
just
of
don't
that
want to
whole
leave the
system.
party and leave all my beer in the fridge as well. You know what I'm saying? I want to take my beer with me when I go.
Right, I understand that. That's what I'm telling you. I know people that have done this. They've opted out, and once they closed that setup, that whole thing, all right, whatever they paid in, they got back. Because they were supposed to have gotten it back in the first place. But you weren't even supposed to be filing income taxes because you don't even know what
begin
the hell
with,
the
right.
definition of
So what-
income is.
I do know what the definition of income is, and I know why it doesn't apply to we should not be paying income federal tax, but
Well,
ultimately
tell everybody the special F word.
the special F word.
Yeah,
Foreign.
because I know exactly why it doesn't apply. That's foreign. Income is foreign. Foreign gains. Told you it was a special F word.
But you don't have to go. Well, I guess you could just. That's a qualifier. How about the gains part? Prove it's a
Right,
gain.
but that's the thing though. If I have a business over in China and I live in Texas, all right. If I'm bringing in money from China from my business and I'm using it here to buy cows and stuff, that is income. But what I do on my ranch is wages, not income, because it's local. And that's where they've got everybody. It's language. It's the semantics of the
Word
language.
magic. It's word magic. These are word nerds. These are very dark magicians.
We need you to fill out this income tax form. What do you mean income? Are you foreign to the States? No, we're not. Okay, so then I don't need this. Or I'm just going to put, not applicable everywhere. Well, sir, you didn't fill it out right. Are you an IRS agent? You're not an IRS agent? Okay, then you can't tell me how I'm supposed to fill out this form. I don't care what you've seen everybody else do. If you're not an IRS agent, zip it, because you're breaking the law. and they would be trespassing on intellectual property. You could have fun with that one in Chancery Court. Ooh, the IRS would have a field day chopping that company up.
Yeah, they tried that shit with me at my job, and I was like, look, it's NA.
Yeah, and if they're withholding anything already, you can get it back at the end of the year. Because they're technically not supposed to. If you really wanted to, you could sue the company for withholding in the first place, because that's theft.
Oh, the company I work for is technically the state at this point, so.
Right. So if you're a government employee, they've got you under a fiduciary contract. Whole nother story.
They don't got me under contract. I didn't sign anything that I read. And I told them that as I was signing.
Why does he keep breaking up?
Oh, I'm attempting to mute myself on and off, and I'm just going too fast. My bad.
But yeah, if you work as a government employee, it's a whole different ball game because statutes apply. However, they decide to manipulate them. Unfortunately, as a fiduciary, the statutes apply. That's AM jurisprudence. First damn page on the second edition.
You ever look into the Foundation for Truth and Law? If there is no gain, there is no income. Income is not synonymous with receipt. Simply,
That was the
pay
point
from
I
a
was trying to
job.
make.
Pay from a job is a wage, and wages are not taxable. And then
Right.
gives a precedence for that. United States Supreme Court Connor B. But
Oh,
to get it, you have to go. You have to go to that Foundation for Truth and Law, and I'll give you that link too.
Oh, I got more for that whole not taxable thing. People will shit a brick. And it's written. It's in black and white.
Income,
it's public notice.
Listen, income is not wages, salary, or compensation for your work.
Right, but household goods aren't taxable. If it's for the use for the household, they can't even charge you sales tax.
I'm never paying
So if you
taxes
still
again.
believe in that whole, yeah.
Go look up the
So
statutes
if you're
on
taking
household
your
goods.
income taxes, they're stealing from you.
No, I believe.
Well,
Yeah,
not
I know.
necessarily.
Income is labor.
You
That's personal property.
you were tricked by stupid people that never learned anything. They never took the time to learn. They sat at home and watched Seinfeld, okay?
Sins
Instead
of
of
the father.
reading books.
You entered into a trust unknowingly, but you followed it willingly. You set aside your lawful right willingly.
Even though legally you can't give up your rights. They're attached to you in your blood. The only way to give
Yeah.
up your rights is to die. So you can't give them away, charter them away, or contract them away. The only thing that you can do is enter a contract where you have an obligation. Where if you don't fulfill that, you can get your ass beat.
Right.
It's like a long con where the con artist says,
It
I never
is.
stole their money. I didn't steal their money. They gave it to me willingly.
Right, but I was
Well,
tricked. I filled out the wrong forms because I was lied to.
listen, bro.
Right, you were tricked, but you still did it willingly.
Hey, but if you give me $100 and I go, is this that $100 you just gave me? And you go, yeah, is it my $100 or did I didn't rob you?
If I owe a blind man $100 and I hand him a single and he says thank you very much, I guess I didn't trick him.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that's different.
It doesn't
don't know
matter
that
if
that's
you're
different.
both blind. If you're both blind and you gave them the wrong damn dollar, it's still a trick.
Yeah.
This is what I'm
Doesn't
saying. We're
trick
laying
imply
down like the
intent,
basic
though?
principles. Yes, there is intent, and if you do something on purpose, obviously it was intentional. So it speaks for itself because of the action being done.
Right, but the act, the okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The on purpose. Are you
First-
ready? The on purpose. I'm going to give you an example, and you can help me clarify this. So I on purpose, I go to start my car, and I turn the ignition, right, and the car was I don't know, something's wrong with it, and it immediately goes into gear, and it rolls backwards and hits the car behind me. Did I intend to hit that car behind me? I intended to
Obviously
do the
not.
actions. Well, I did the action on purpose, though, right? I
Yeah,
put the
but you
key in, I
no, but
turned it.
you are responsible.
You're
No,
missing.
you
You're
can do
missing
it on
foresight.
purpose, but
You're missing the
responsible for
foresight.
it.
This is the thing. You're missing the foresight, and that's the thing. Somebody else will see what you don't see. That's why the chancellors are trained a certain way. It's why the U.S. DOJ keeps sending them out all over the world to train their justices how to do this shit. Because people are knocking on the door, and these systems that they've set up other places aren't ready for this shit. They're not ready for a great awakening, so they're scrambling like hell to go and teach all these justices all over the world this. What we're telling
Like
you right
where?
now.
Like where are
Dude,
they having a
Canada,
problem?
they sent 3
They're
of
having
them
a
up
problem right
Canada,
here in America and Canada. They're having
But
right?
you will
problems
never see it because it's
there
not on
right
the
now.
news.
Where listen,
Well, not on the
listen.
news, but even the ones I
No,
scan like the internet for, all I see is people losing in court.
they're not gonna announce this shit.
No, I know. But I mean, if somebody won, I would hope they keep a record and show the world. You know what I'm saying? Despite the government's misgivings for it.
There are
Well, that's
many
the
people that
thing.
won. There's a guy in my MC that got back every tax he ever paid in his life while he was sitting in a 10-year bit for a crime he didn't do.
The thing is, they're not going to publicize
he got-
when they lose. Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
He proved himself innocent, and he got retribution for those 10 years too at his asking price.
Shit, I would have just tacked the Tresevant standard to it. He'd have gotten paid 10 times what he got.
Yeah, dude. Oh, he's paid. He's a millionaire right now. He's not pressed
Yeah,
about it.
Tresevant standard's
Alright.
like $1,300 a minute, though, man. For 10 years, that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking.
What do you boys charge an hour for legal work?
I don't charge shit to nobody.
In
I just
barter.
help people. I look. I got blessed with the opportunity to be retired early so that I could study. I told God if He could find a way where I could be a full-time student, I'll do whatever. I'll study whatever He leads me into, and here I am. I don't charge nobody
I
shit.
inherited a house. I inherited a house owned by full-blooded natives who knew natural law and bought every book they could on it. So I got a library full of it. When I sit down in my grandfather's chair, I smoke a cigar from a box my dad left me, drink my grandpa's scotch by a hot fireplace, I read their books. I grew up listening to these conversations at the breakfast table. My family is militia. They're a constant legal argument with the government. We
Some
put our
people's
money
family,
toward
the
this.
tradition was cereal and breakfast with cartoons. Other people's like families, their tradition was reading, not watching TV, doing chores, taking care of the cows. See the
Good
difference? The
conversation.
problem is too many people live in the city.
Yeah, because we had conversations on natural law, past history, remembered our dead relatives, and then we went to work for the day. And at every meal, we did the same thing. Or we listened to the elders talk about the current court cases they had going on and their moves, their legal moves. This is what they did. This is what we're going to do next. That in itself teaches you without you even knowing it if you pay attention.
Man, what I would give to grow up in a household like that.
Shit, you and me both. I had to learn all this
Yeah.
shit after.
I was just thinking the same thing. I wish my family was in militia.
When I think back on what they had to go through to earn this, I'm glad I didn't have to suffer what they suffered to have the knowledge they had.
Yeah, but I bet you would if you had to ensure your children could benefit like you have.
Well, yeah, they went from ignorance to intelligence because the law that they're trying to break the chains that bind them. They studied those trust laws and treaty laws and what gave them the right, why do I have to adhere to this agreement? So they went back to the very heart of the law, the beginning of the law, Why do you think they took away the biblical denotations of the recording of time, like before Christ and after death? Because they didn't want you to know that law goes all the way back to the Torah, and that you are a free man. You have dominion. It's principalities you fight against. Dominions. You know what principalities and dominions and rulers and high places are? Lords, princes,
Yes.
kings, queens, dominions.
Like, have you actually looked it up? Or are you just saying, well, yeah, I kind of have an idea what those words mean?
No,
If you
I
haven't
know what a
actually looked
principality.
what those words are, if you haven't actually looked them up, then you don't really have any idea what they mean, right?
The problem, first of all, the
are
problem
tyrants,
is
the Lord of the
the
land.
rulers of this world.
The Lord of the land keeps you adhering to the law of the land. But as a natural born man, your only law is the higher law, the law of God.
Hey, Cuddles, can you add me a friend, please?
You as a citizen have no power. You have a
No.
false sense of power that they call freedom, which is a false dichotomy.
A citizen is a property of a legal fiction. So those of you who think I'm going to become a sovereign citizen and I'm going to be free, no. A citizen is still property of a legal fiction. You will just be a fiction within a fiction within a fiction. So if you want to be free, you have to stand alone as yourself, a man, a free man. Free man or a free woman.
Which means you don't call on another entity to bail you out.
Under the old republic, the one that they're in occupation of, I could be considered a national at best, but that's about the worst that they could say about me. Because everything else, they'd have to prove it.
Right.
Hey, since we're talking about the law, can anyone give me advice on jury duty?
Tell them you
No,
hate
I'm not
everyone.
here to give legal advice.
Use your brain.
Wait, on jury duty, just fill out the report and tell them you believe everybody's guilty. You see, I believe in the death penalty. I'll send them all to the chair. Guilty.
Just write "kill them all" over the paper. You'll be fine.
Or you could go and answer all the questions correctly, and then when you get there, as long as they haven't created a victim, caused anyone harm, injury, or loss, then just go not guilty the whole time. Either way you want to do it.
Yeah, jury
Or flip it back on
nullification.
the officer for committing the crime in the first place.
They don't send me those because they know what I'll do.
You know, I used to get a jury summons every year on the dot. Every fucking year. I got pulled into one pool where I went through the questionnaire and they didn't like my answers. It's been 12 years. I haven't heard a single thing back.
Well, I go tomorrow, and I don't know.
It's easy, man. You go sit in a room, they make you wait. They usually play some religious shit on TV, which I can't believe. And then you fill out the paperwork, and then you sit in the jury box, and they ask questions. They put up your hand if blah, or we'd like to see such and such, and they'll ask you a specific question about your answers on the sheet. And if you want out, all you got to do is say something silly. Yeah, that guy looks guilty to me. And if you want in, just play along. You know what the answers they're looking for. It's easy.
I believe everybody with that shape ear is guilty. They'll throw you out so damn fast, boy. Your
I
head will be
believe that.
spinning.
Hey, now I believe that law is unjust.
Just
that's
right
the
there. God says that you should be on this jury.
They've thrown people out for saying that stuff. This law is unjust, and that's unfortunate because they're not allowed to do that. That's padding the jury.
Right. You have a legal right to nullify.
Exactly, and that's the thing. They don't want people that know about jury nullification. You could actually overturn all these cases if people would actually grow the fuck up.
Yeah, but if you
just
keep
say,
trying to bring it up,
you
the
got
judge
a
is going
bunch
to
of
make a
evidence.
mistrial.
Well, you just say you got a bunch of evidence, but the law itself is unjust. Nullification.
Well, say he got you for speeding and you ran from him a little bit and he chased after you, but you didn't hurt anything. You didn't hurt anyone. You didn't do anything to anybody. Jury nullification right there on the spot. What do? He joyrided? Oh, so what? Everybody likes to do that. Now, if he might have done it through a school zone, I'd have been a little pissed off. Or doing 80 through a neighborhood, I'd have been a little pissed off.
Well,
However,
it depends. It depends. 80 to the school district at 3 in the morning. There aren't no kids in school, so yeah. Bailiff, whack his PP and send him home.
See, it all boils down to time, place, and manner, right?
Yes.
Of what's going on.
And intent, though.
that's why I said, use your brain, man. Jury nullification is a thing. If you're the only juror in there that actually knows the truth, man, do it.
Whatever
look,
happens to the law of two witnesses?
Right.
Yeah, I brought that up.
Well-
I got called for jury, and this guy was allegedly some kind of sex offender. And I said that it's just basically her word against his, and there's no third party impartial witness. And when I said that, they threw me out.
Yeah, because that's the law.
They don't want
They're
you
trying to
counting
screw
their pool. And it's funny, you know, that jury box is the only time your vote is your bond. That's the only time that your word actually matters, is when you're in that jury box. And the other time, they could care less what you talk about or what you say.
Yeah, you might want to go through with the whole thing if you get called upon, because you might be saving someone's life. They might turn that innocent person into a slave for breaking
True.
some kind of code.
Bro, that crap that they have, oh shit, I can't even remember the case offhand. It's the one they use to do bad things to people that are trying to come into the world. There's a case that they actually said where it's cool that you can do this bad thing that is actually a crime to do, which is really interesting because they weren't even allowed to have that opinion because it was against the law to even have that opinion in the first place. But now they've legalized something else that's horrid by making law from the bench, which is an act of sedition.
Yeah,
You
like Roe
trying
v.
to
Wade.
criminalize
That
the
was
medical
sedition, right?
organ harvesting? What?
Well, yeah, I was trying to dance around it because
Yeah, I got you.
because I
That's
know
why
who
I didn't
owns
use
the
the term. I used
organization.
organ harvesting. Yeah, I got you.
I have the sheep. I know who owns it. It's actually pretty fucked up.
I'm guessing it's not a goy.
No, it's one of the numpties out there misleading people. It's one of those jackass law gurus. And it's one of the ones that's got a blood oath to a particular Vatican. Few
Who's
people
taking
will
blood
catch on to
oaths
that
in
one.
the Vatican? Hold on. Who do Jesuits take blood oaths or something? What is that?
Mm-hmm. Jesuits and a couple of other groups.
What the fuck?
But there's somebody out in the mainstream that's a law guru, and a handful of people out there know the name because it's been getting tossed around all over the legal community for years.
It sounds like all of law, even though you say it's there to protect man, is all this magical bullshit that is designed to fuck you over.
Yep. Welcome to the game.
That's the legal society, though, right? So think about it like a park, right? The park belongs to everybody, like the courthouse. It belongs to everybody. But every day you go to the park, there's the Boy Scouts. And like to normal people who don't know that the park belongs to everybody, they're like, oh, that's the Boy Scout side of the park. That's the Boy Scouts park. Really, that's what's going on. Like it's just
Well,
as much your
in
courthouse
in
as
addition,
the
though,
district
it's like
attorney.
the park employees are also hinting, well, not absolutely saying that, yeah, this is the Boy Scouts part. Move along.
It's like
Right.
there's a clip
But
going
it's
around of this lady. She's in a building, but the security's like, "Oh no, ma'am, you can't record in here. Don't record me. Turn off your camera." Blah blah blah. And the lady's like, "Look, I have every right to record. We're in the public." And the lady's like, "No, this is a UN building. just because they declared this United Nations property, what, fucking 60 feet around the building, still doesn't change the law. I have every right to record. Period. We're still in public. Eat me.
Yeah, but they're special people.
Right, but these numpties, man, low-hanging fruit, they don't know the law. They just know the policies that they were taught, like G4 at the courthouses and all these other weird companies popping up doing security. They don't know law. They know policy. And if
It makes it hard to
anybody,
deter. Go ahead. Sorry.
if anybody knew even a portion of what I'm talking about with Gibsons, they could have a fucking field day shredding these companies.
No, I think it's very analogous to flat Earth, and where you keep everybody misinformed and you can keep them in line.
Right.
You know, same
That's
thing
the
with the
thing.
law.
But see, everybody wants to help everybody else. First, you got to save yourself from drowning. Then, I'm trying to save my own ass right now, and I'm trying to help other people while I'm going. And I'm doing as much as I can. I've already sent off stuff places. I'm waiting for answers. I'm going to call them tomorrow. I mean, and I'm set to go to Chancery Court. Just as soon as I get done finishing this book, learning what I need to learn. Because I have to make my own damn paperwork.
That's one
Did they try?
good
Did they
advice,
try to
not
force
to use their
counsel on you in
paperwork,
a?
right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, always make your own paperwork and don't use theirs, right?
Well, you okay? So if you run into a numpty, all right, you say you made your own affidavit, your own everything, your own paperwork, top to bottom, your entire case, your motions, your subpoenas, all of that shit. You made it all yourself. If some low-hanging fruit tells you, "Oh, we can't accept this," say, "Ma'am, can you give me all the forms that would replace this paperwork that you have?" And if she does, what you do, you go home or go across the street, and you take each form and that paper, you staple it to it, and you don't fill shit out, and you come back and you file it. It's their paperwork. They can fill it out. If they don't like yours, tough shit. You don't have to change your paperwork for them.
Okay,
But
so now
if
they're
you
both filed, and it's blank.
right, you just attached
And
it.
it's
You put a
scanned.
note
Right.
on
So
top
now
of your
they,
paperwork.
but they can't alter it.
See
That's the point,
attached,
right?
see attached for ease of use for secondary recording methods. Fine, but you're not altering my paperwork because you can't do
Right.
it.
Okay.
Because then they're altering the case, they're altering the court, they're altering the jurisdiction, they're manipulating a case. Plus, they're dude, that third-party interference. It's a big crime.
Well, it's
What
not
about
their
the right
case.
to? What about so like what if I know that invoking things is getting into a trap, but if I get dragged into some situation where they force me to defend myself, and I
Well,
want, let's say, go ahead.
defendant isn't supposed to defend himself, so you don't ever want to be a defendant. Defendant's there just to get his ass kicked. What it means. You're never the defendant.
You always want to make a special appearance.
Yeah,
on
okay,
behalf
so,
of the
right,
matter.
okay, right, but they're gonna label me defendant. I am going to
So,
file
Yeah,
paperwork
but you
saying that I'm
can't.
only
You
appearing
can't.
under special
Hold
appearance,
on.
right? I get
You
that.
can't afford to accept any titles. You can't afford to accept that.
I'm not
That's a
saying I'm
beautiful
accepted, but they're
title,
gonna,
and it sounds fantastic, and I bet it's wonderful. I bet it feels nice and cozy, but I can't accept that at this time. Thank you very much for the offer, though. Jesus loves you. Well, sir, you have to be the defendant. Wonderful. You made the claim. Please prove it.
okay.
It's
So
the
they
law.
go,
He
we
who
are,
makes the
so they
claim.
say, all right, we're going to proceed, all right? You're noted, we're proceeding. Objection noted, overruled, proceed, okay? Now I decide, well, I don't want to make, I'm new at this or this is my first time. I'd like to have somebody like Cowboy or Battle Mod at my side to give me advice. Can I claim you as counsel, even though you're not a bar certified lawyer? Because
Yeah,
it
well,
says I have a right.
the right to counsel is inviolate, but it doesn't have to do with attorneys or the bar
Right, but
association.
that's what they try to tell you when you go, because I did
Yes,
try
and
this
and
once,
that's
and
a
they
lie.
said he's not bar certified, he has to leave.
Right, but you can appoint somebody as counsel if you want. You can bring a friend to the court. There's tons of stuff.
You could bring a doctor. You could bring a preacher.
One
Anybody.
thing you can do that I haven't looked into a whole lot is you can actually appoint somebody as a master over the case for you to aid you, and that's a whole nother thing. It's like a friend of the court, except for he has a duty. But that's like Winston Shrout stuff. Dude, I've been
Is he
in
like a
this for
trustee or something?
years. Kind of. It's like a trustee position. But I mean, I'd come in as a friend of the court, and they go, "Well, no, you're not. Which part is not true? I'm not a friend, or I'm not here as a friend of the court. Like, which is it? You're gonna have to prove that now, because you're not just arbitrarily throwing me anywhere. I'm here as a friend of the court to help my friend here as a friend to the court. I'm his counsel. Is there an issue? Blah blah. I'm gonna have an issue. Wonderful.
And the bar should have no jurisdiction whatsoever inside the United States.
If you want to fight me over this, we can move this over to Chancery, and you can file your affidavits there, and we can take care of it right now.
Yeah, so that's the bully move. Is ultimately we're going to Chancellery. That's where you go.
Now, if you want to get shit done, you want to do it in an Article 3 court. You do not want to be in an administrative court. You can invoke equity at any time, but if you start stumbling and they trick you, they're gonna fuck you. They're gonna trick you back into their jurisdiction, which is administrative.
Right, statutes and codes and shit.
Right, things that don't apply to a living man. That's not a government employee.
Deep knowledge, boys. I appreciate it.
The biggest thing with most people is filing an affidavit. If they
Yeah, I
file
can
a
fill out
complaint,
paperwork. I'm not inept at paperwork. I can handle that.
right. But you got to keep it short, simple, sweet, to the point. Make your bullet points. If you like using bullets, great. The shorter the sentences, the more precise the information. When it comes to talking about a specific officer, it's the man or woman, name in parentheses or whatever, comma here, put the full name lowercase, comma, acting as an officer or acting as a peace officer. You want to single out the man and separate the man from the title, because you're not suing a title, you're suing a man.
Yeah, but if you're going to use bullet points, make sure to pick up the shells afterwards. You don't want to leave any evidence.
Boom, boom.
But I mean, if you put an affidavit in a case and they have a complaint, the affidavit stands. The complaint can't overtake a greater. An ant can't take over me. Ant doesn't stand a chance. I'm gonna squash the ant. Right?
What about 10 million of them?
A complaint is just an ant. An affidavit is a freaking giant.
I got another
Ant
question.
versus giant.
Wouldn't a claim, like if you were
Affidavits
to
are
file a
treated as
claim,
fact, yeah?
Right. Well,
Sorry,
affidavit would be a claim. You'd be making several claims depending on how the story goes. And if you don't know their name, man A, woman A, man B, woman B, until, the names are made known, this is how these people will be called. They can't fault you for not knowing their names, especially when they're not identifying themselves to their own code. They have to give you a business card, period. Every one of them that comes into the situation, starts talking to you, have to give you business cards. All of them. That's their code.
Speaking.
So if you need a redress of grievances, you know who the hell treated you like that.
Right.
Do you have to wear a mask inside the courtroom as a jury?
No,
No?
you shouldn't. Dude, nobody has a right under all of the medical bullshit that they've passed, under all the medical acts that they passed. Nobody has a right to inquire about your health. Nobody has a right to tell you what you can and cannot do as far as your health is concerned. No one can play doctor in their system without a fucking medical license from the AMA, which guess what? They don't have.
So if I go in there with
But
a mask, without a mask
You
on,
let them enforce the policy on you so you can sue them.
Right,
dude, they
and you
just wanted
complete
to
their
do.
orders so that you can send them a bill. Anything they order you to do, gladly accept their order and
Yeah,
send them a bill for $5,000 a day.
that would be another thing for Chancery too, but people aren't ready for that. Offer acceptance. You accept the offer? Absolutely. It's an order. Okay, cool. But that's a whole nother level, and
Yeah, but after
most
you
people are
learn,
not ready for that.
there's no limitation on when you move your claim, right?
what I'm not ready.
Right. There's no such thing as a statute of limitations in law. For harm, injury, or loss of any kind, my great-grandchildren could come back and sue the shit out of all of them. Can't do fuck all about it.
I'll go in there
Law
without
is
a mask
very
right now.
simple. Hmm?
I said I'll go in there without a mask right now and sue them.
All right. I mean, dude, the last time I had to go, it was a bunch of numpty shit. They actually swapped cases in the middle of the flow of everything. And the funny thing is told them there was fraud upon the court, so they dismissed one case and drug in another one from another county and started prosecuting it there.
Wait a minute. How the hell do they pull a jury from one county and apply it in another?
Oh, no. They pulled a case. They pulled a case that had already had
Was it a
time
jury
served on
case,
it.
though?
It was no.
Or bench case? Bench. Okay.
No, it was bench case, which is administrative. They didn't have jurisdiction in the first place, so when I told them there was fraud upon the court after a year fucking dicking around with them, studying my ass off, I just went in and was like, I'm here for that matter, and just fraud upon the court, and fucking dismissed that one case that they started in that county, and he went over to another fucking county. They had already pre-planned this shit. The damn prosecuting attorney had already pulled a case from another county and drug it into that court. Well, here's the funny thing. When they dismissed the previous case, that nullified their jurisdiction to even deal with the other case because it was subsequent to the prior case. Everything should have been dropped right then because they didn't even have a case to have the case on. Their case was predicated on the previous shit from the county that I was standing in. Their case
Being a little
started.
hard though. They gotta generate revenue, dude.
Dude, I don't give a shit.
I'm kidding.
They're already paid. The trust is already paying them. The trust has got more fucking money in it than you could spend in 1,000 lifetimes. They're already paid.
That's not the way I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it is that we're broke. We filed like bankruptcy as a nation, and there is no money. So they need your energy in order to fund whatever they're doing overseas.
Your human work.
That's the narrative they pushed. The corporations that came in and occupied went bankrupt. The states aren't bankrupt. The states aren't fucking anywhere near bankrupt. But the corporate side of all this
don't we
bullshit.
owe an overwhelming debt to the Federal Reserve for using their money?
No, because they weren't even supposed to release it into the public.
Right, but they did.
Right, but that doesn't make a shit about me using their freaking shit. You put it in the public. It's not for me to use, but it's here and everybody accepts it, and you force every company out there to take this shit. Now how is it my fault?
It's not, but then China
Because
says, how is it
somebody
my fault that the American people and their government didn't get along? We want our money back.
Look,
you know
they
the
let
Fed
the
is
people
not the
take their
government.
guns. Yeah.
Yes, I
I know.
understand, but the government is in contract with the federal.
No, the governments are abandoned, dude. The republics are all abandoned.
That's funny. That's why they're the military standing in DC, right?
That's why the whole building
Yeah,
was fenced off,
what is
right?
up with that? I have a serious question. So
It's
He just
vacated.
told
No one is in there.
how they are
he just
really
told you.
still
Listen,
surrounding DC?
he told you what's up with that. He just broke it down. He just broke it right on down. We're never
The
corrupt. We're
republics.
never bankrupt. But these motherfuckers, as agents of the trust, have been getting rich by deleting the trust. Now, supposedly Trump took away the act of 1881, made it no longer a corporation. So the corporations are bust. They no longer have access to the trust, being the trust of the union, right?
What?
Are you saying Trump did a good thing?
Wait a minute, hold
Yeah,
on. So the government's
all the money
He is
operating
the last
illegally right now?
president.
Is that what you're
So the Federal Reserve gives loans and all that, but the states, they pull in money constantly. They've never been broke. You pay for
Holy shit,
state
I just realized something.
registration, state ID. You pay for a trailer tag for a trailer plate. You pay for a truck plate. You pay your income tax. You pay your damn housing tax.
Oh my God, look at this.
Sales tax. You think that money got depleted?
Well, I thought they were all sending it all to Israel. If not by manpower and military might, they were sending in actual money.
Anybody have their last stimulus check still lying around somewhere? If you do, go look at it. I'm looking at mine right now, and when you said that, I was like, hold on, I have this paper right here. I'm looking at it. There is no seal of the office of the President of the United States anywhere near Biden's signature, and every letter I've ever gotten from the office of the President of the United States has its seal
Exactly.
on it.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Now do you see
I
what's
think
going on?
This
You're
means that
watching a
Trump is
movie.
racist against corporations.
I don't get
That's
it.
funny.
I don't get
You're
it.
watching a
They
movie.
say they're people, right? Corporations are people. Trump's racist against corporations.
No, corporations aren't people, they're persons, and I'm not a person, I'm a people. You're all people. You're not persons.
Wait a minute. So So what is our government operating under right now? If this is
Hold
true?
on. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna slow it down. The republic, each state is its own country under a republic form of government. Republic is not any of this bullshit you think you have. It's the opposite of all of it. It's everything you've hoped and dreamed for. It was actually the perfect way to do a form of government the way they had it set up in each state. Because I could go in and nullify a bill if I could prove that it was harmful. I could propose a bill and have it pushed through the House my damn self if I knew what the hell I was doing. I could compose it myself and push it through the House. That's a republic. Those offices are empty. All of them.
Don't you mean to say that each state is a democracy making up a larger republic?
No, because
We're a
democracies.
We're a constitutional republic, guy.
Yeah, well, no, I realize that, but he said each state is its own country. I'm just not sure if that was the right word for
Right.
it.
See, in Texas, they told us this, and we were like in first, second, third grade learning this. Like, I shit you not, we learned about the Constitution, and Texas is its own state. Back in the day, that's how they taught me in school.
You have the all uppercase state of Texas, which is the corporation, the shell corporation that they copied the name of the state and they used the seal of the state against the fucking law, mind you. And they moved forward and acted as if they were the state government, but they're not. And then you have the lowercase state of Texas, which is the organic republic that the people agreed on in 1833. You have two things running parallel to each other.
There's two Americas.
The democracy is the occupying army.
Yeah.
The republic are the people that were born in the nation that belong to the nation.
So wouldn't they be republics that make up a larger republic? I mean, technically, you vote in a a democratic way for the governors. So wouldn't that, by definition, make small democracies that make up a larger republic?
Each republic together would be what they would have called back in the 1700s a confederation of states or a confederation.
So the federal government is powerless right now. There is no federal government.
There technically isn't, but they're the occupying army. What part of that don't you?
I got that. Yeah. No, I got it, bro.
So,
you don't have to get so mad.
So you've got the organic government, and then you have the people that have invaded. All right, the occupying army. Both of those governments are running parallel. One of them is abandoned because people have forgotten everything. If you go in any state rep, and you actually dig for their paperwork, you'll see Ban?
Sounds like his small hat was on too tight.
Ban that guy, please. Continue.
Virgins, guys.
If you look,
guys. I got this.
if you look at the paperwork, Greg Abbott, all of them, they're all interim. Go look up what interim means.
Not
You're gonna
actual.
have fun with this. It's a stand-in. They are not voted in, they're appointed. Interim is appointed by a board to take over until somebody's actually voted into office. I've actually hashed all this out in a couple of groups. So
I thought you said appointed by the Borg.
Board.
Cribbis. Oh, hold up, bro. Cribbis, what's up? You're unmuted. I see you lighting up.
Okay, so y'all told me the Earth is flat, right? So how could y'all prove that the Earth is flat and not round? Like, is there any proof of scientists actually saying it, or is it just some made up myth or legend that y'all think?
The question is what do you think a scientist is? Because there's one definition, and then there's the lie.
I personally think the Earth is.
What's the? Sorry, go ahead.
I think the Earth is round and not flat. So.
Pay attention, right? He asked you, what do you think a scientist is?
Not what
There's
you personally
one
think.
real
Scientist is the person who studies science.
No.
What's the? Hold on.
Hold on,
That
because
was
I'm going
called
to give
a
it to you right now.
In time, guys. Don't get overexcited. One at a time, please.
We haven't had a baller. We're all jumping. Everybody go on mute.
A scientist is
Don't worry,
somebody
I'll mute him at will. Go ahead.
who
Cuddles.
conducts experiments. Someone who conducts experiments. Who formulates hypotheses. Who formulates an experiment to test the hypothesis. Who follows the rules of the scientific method and completes the experiment and shows up with a conclusion. That individual is a scientist. Anyone that's reading books and talking trash isn't a scientist. Because if you're not doing experiments, by the definition, the actual definition of a scientist, you're not a scientist.
And that includes people
This
with
nigga
letters
is
after their names with
fucking
degrees.
stupid.
That doesn't make them a scientist.
Now, the scientific method, very simple thing. If you
Yeah,
follow the
so
scientific method, you'll determine whether something is science or is not science based on your conclusion at the end of the experiment.
okay. So what I think is that you're saying the Earth is flat, but that really makes no sense at all. Like you're telling me,
Well, what I'm
the Earth-
saying is that you need to better understand what science actually is and what the scientific method is. And then you can draw your own conclusion with your own critical thinking skills. Because I had to
Come
do
on,
that for
man.
myself.
You know you're gonna do it. Just yell your dumb shit so I can ban you and let's get it over with.
That's why you're being so quiet. You're waiting to jump scare us with your bullshit. Go ahead.
who me? Who me? No, I'm just
That's
curious. I have a bunch of questions for you. So
right. So you think the Earth is round. You think it's a sphere, which is great for you. But how did you prove that it was round? Have you gone outside to measure it? Have you gone up in the air and been like, oh my God, I
well,
see more sky than I see anything else. Like I don't see 50% land and 50% sky. I see like 90% sky and like 10% land. Oh my God, it's a ball because I see more sky than I see land. Like what led
okay.
you
Well,
to that
personally,
you've got proof of?
okay. So what that led me to that like decision that the Earth is round is because if the Earth wasn't round, how would we be having day and night cycles during that time? If the Earth was flat, there's
Same
no way.
way.
Like,
If it were flat, the sun and the moon move in
Wow,
the
how
sky.
small-minded. How small-minded do you have to be?
Come on.
Do you
Hold on,
observe the
let's
sun
not
moving?
attack- let's not attack this guy, bro. Seriously, go easy.
I got this.
I hate
okay,
that
so
game. Hold
let me
up,
talk.
Turtle. Let me.
So
Chris, hold on.
if the Earth was round
Hold up,
during,
Chris. Chris,
okay,
I'm the moderator. I want to moderate. Please don't jam pile this dude. You guys will sit around and ask why we got no one to talk to after you jump on him 10 at a time and wonder why he left. It's hard to have a conversation with 10 fucking people. Christ.
Yeah, and please don't jump in and insult him.
He believes it's that way because that's what we were all taught in school. That's
Yeah,
what we were
remember that
all
part.
taught on the TV. We were all told by our friends and our family members that Santa Claus was real. But you ain't never seen him.
okay,
So I get where you're at. You studied this in school. That's what they showed us in school, the planets and the stars and meteors and comets and all this crazy fantastical stuff that they never showed us proof of. They never showed us an experiment to verify whether what they were telling us was true or false. They didn't teach us the scientific method. I mean,
Or they did teach us the scientific method, but not how to apply such things like, the heliocentric model and verifying these things.
thank you for taking the words right out of my brain, Mr. Not Interrupting.
I have a question now, if you don't mind me asking. So one thing is, if I were to Google pictures of Earth, I would see a very similar model of Earth being spherical. If I search up pictures of flat Earth, all I see is just flat. I see 17 billion, trillion, quadrillion. You come up with your own number. Different types of pictures of the Earth being flat. If that's the case, then how do we know that the Earth is flat then?
All right. Well, two problems are going on here. All of the blue marble pictures you have, go to NASA's website, look at their disclaimer, read it. They're all composite images made up of multiple pictures taken over a period of time. None of them are one picture from a distance so far away that everything was in one picture. All right, so you're dealing with composites, images, not pictures, images, most of which have fisheye lenses. Most of the live video you've seen use fisheye lenses, super warped fisheye lenses. When it comes to flat Earth, there is no model, because the definition of a model means that you know every little detail about the thing. Every little detail. That's why I make a model of a building, because I know every little detail about the building. I can explain the model of the building that I want to build. But I can't tell you everything about Earth, because nobody knows everything about Earth. That's why there's no model. There's renditions of what people see, and we compile the data together to make images for people to better understand what we're talking about. But that's about it. There is no model.
I see.
I mean, you've got people that have flown and have taken pictures, hot air balloons, RC planes with cameras. So we've done what we can. Cartography, sail in the sea. So we've done the best we can to map everything out. Naval maps are all flat. They show you everything. If you can ever get your hands on one, it'll blow your mind. Because everything, well, most of the Earth is covered in water, right? 70% water. You say that's true? Both of you guys? At least 70%-ish water? Yeah, both of y'all.
Yeah,
Did you say the Earth is covered
wait,
in about 70%-ish water?
okay, so I always listened to you earlier about how he said that. So if you think the Earth was flat, that means every other planet is flat too. But look, it takes how many years? Around
No other planets.
3 to 5
Well, hold on.
years for you to get to a different planet. So if it's
Right.
flat, then how come you
How,
go
how
to
would we
space?
know? Who's ever went? Listen, who's ever went to a different planet? How would you know? You're just telling us ifs and if it were true. Now you're using fairy tales to debate reality.
Yeah, but the things that we
but
got footage from Mars.
here's the thing. Somebody told you they sent shit to Mars. Somebody told you we got probes out there. But how could you actually prove that it's in reality it's true? Any of it. Any of those images, pictures, moon landings, any of that crap. How can you prove any of it is true as an average everyday man? That's not science. Science is what you can test, repeat, verify, observe. You in your model, you have to accept this for evidence. The evidence I have is what this other guy gave me, that he said this image is real. I look at all the same images as you do on Google of the planets, but when I look through my amateur telescope, I don't see anything that looks like all the images I've ever seen in a textbook or on Google or on a poster or in the beginning of a movie.
I just
So how
want
do
What you're
we
told are
verify
other
it?
planets or just lights in the sky, bro.
to butt in real fast and show everybody that you actually never Googled the globe Earth because you said they're all very similar. That's actually not true. Some of them are like potato shaped, some of them are pear shaped, some of them are perfect spheres, some of them the United States, or should I say North America, is like takes up more than half of the globe. So I
Oblate
don't think you were
spheroids.
right. I don't think you realize that what you're looking at from NASA should be released on Saturday morning because they're literally cartoons, like
I think I saw
computer
Jesus' face in
generated.
one of them.
Yeah, computer generated images. There's Photoshop tool, right? On Google Earth, the little Photoshop mouse pointer, right? Like this is
So
all cartoons.
are you in live stream voice text? I'll show you what he means by varying blue marbles. None of them look the same. Not NASA's, not RASA's, not this year's, not that year's. We got the green blue marble, the blue marble, the brown blue marble. They're all different in one way, shape, or form.
Flowers going to the water.
Rasa got blue,
So to the
blue,
guy
green,
who's being
aqua,
quiet.
aqua velva.
So to the guys to the man who's being quiet, try not to wake his parents. Can you repeat what I just said?
Wait, who?
You, sir.
Nigga,
Can you
what? Nigga,
can you
don't.
repeat?
Nigga, listen, nigga, listen to me. Don't
Yeah,
ever
nigga,
say I'm trying to
shut
blow
the
my
fuck
parents.
up.
Don't ever.
See, I knew you weren't
Don't be an
listening.
overly tough guy, dude. For real.
what?
You came here to ask
this,
questions.
man?
Just ask.
You can't even
Muted.
speak loud because you don't wake your dad and get your ass beat, bro.
Hey, hold up.
Speak up like a man.
Guys, which one was that? Chris?
Yeah.
That was the one being quiet.
Oh, you muted him, Indio? All right.
I'm right, I did.
I was gonna ban him. You want him to hang out just muted, or?
Yeah, while we talk shit about him, then we'll ban him.
Old school.
Well, you guys are fucking cruel.
Old school players
Oh,
and new
man.
school fools. Cats keep jumping like
Who
kangaroos.
is that?
Brought it on himself.
We damn it, we done made the rules. I'm the common denominator, the hunky
Yeah,
numerator.
but we just discussed that they're really arguing from that brainwashed state, so you really can't blame him, and he's just being defensive, you know?
Right, and I get it. That's why
Okay,
I was trying to keep it.
It has nothing to do with his bad frickin' manners.
Oh, well, that's his parents' fault. That's not his fault.
Yeah, his parents failed him on that part. I was just pointing out that he wasn't listening.
Yeah,
So
I was
what's the
about to say,
point of
once you
talking to
turn
him?
18, it's your
Fair.
fault.
He came in with a group of about 5 guys. I interviewed them all in check-in and didn't give roles to any of them because they were just seeming trollish and
Holy shit,
they
Steve
haven't got the
Irwin?
roles. But...
Crocky, mate.
Crikey, mate. Come on.
He'll be having its natural environment of crocodile.
Say, oi, it's a stingray for me. Say, oi, it's a
Boy, I'm
stingray.
gonna sneak up on him.
Boy, it's a fucking stingray, mate.
Oh, those are his final words, you blasphemous fuck.
There's a dingo ate my baby.
It seems like today
Can't do it,
Oi,
there's
a dingo
always
ate my
one.
baby, eh?
As soon as we get on something good and we get hot into it, man, getting that dross out, some numpty jumps in.
Yeah, that's the Grover flow.
Just when you're getting hot, some fucking Mongo jumps in here and busts your balls.
Grover's got no rhythm. Yeah, they got no flow.
That's why I said we can't really be focusing on trying to educate. The first thing you have to do is give them a sense.
Dope. They ain't thinking right because they're hitting from the pipe. That's why every night we're listening to crackhead bites.
Crackhead pipe all night
Someone of
long.
that mentality. If someone of that mentality realized that we're right,
Hey, has anybody seen how many?
It might be the worst thing for us.
You see how many different blue marbles I got up there, and I'm not even done yet, man.
Oh, yeah, I got
blue
one.
Ball, blue marble,
I got a couple.
blue Texas. Hey,
By the way,
Blue
that's the future
Mexico.
manager of some store.
Fucking balls.
Same
Hey,
weather
beat
for
my,
how many years is that?
Look at
Yeah,
the balls.
beat that. Look, you can't beat that globe of New Mexico, bro. That's my pimp shit.
All right, shit. Perfect.
It's the globe
So-
of New Mexico.
The marbles are hot, man. Where are you getting the marbles at?
The image I posted is the same weather for 5 years.
How's he gonna say like they all look the same, proving to everybody that he's never once
I
Googled
see
it?
your image and raise
Because we
you a
called him
moon,
out. He was a troll,
moonrise.
dude. The only reason he didn't do it sooner is because we called him out on it.
How many years apart, Indio? Are those? That's actually
Hold up.
cool.
And we got an Earthrise.
Hey, let's look at that fucking Earthrise from the moon, man. Apollo 13.
Wow, that's stunning.
It's Apollo 13 picture. Or 7. It might be 17. I get them confused.
How could anybody deny the truth of this photo?
You just can't deny it. I mean, the funny thing is you can't see, like, you don't have, there's, it's, yeah. How could you,
Well,
it's just
well,
amazing.
you know,
It's amazing.
you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Right.
I like the pretty colors in this one. It's got
That is got
aqua velva.
I like
It's got
how
You know
blue.
it's real because Texas
It's got
is so
midnight
huge.
blue.
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
know.
No,
It's like,
that's the other one in Texas is like the
Wait a
size of
minute.
a-
That does make
see,
sense
that
though.
ball's got bald spots on it. That's a bald ball.
This is Ball Busters 2.0.
I think the Globers really like the pretty colors too.
This is the ragtag crew.
Fucking balls. Bust your fucking balls.
Hey, what the fuck? You
You know,
in
you
here
guys
so
have
early, Indio?
on this shit. Hey, I've been looking into
Indio.
some sailing records, man. Do you guys know the record between California and Japan?
Mm-mm.
Something
What is
like 70 hours.
34 days.
Hey, notice those three
Do you
different.
know
Oh,
what
you
the
mean like
Do you know what the
Earth
record is
rises.
to Hawaii? You know what the record is to Hawaii?
10 days.
5 days, 12 hours.
sailing?
Sailing.
None of these are the same. None of those Earths are the same, but they're on the same moon mission.
4 days
Ain't that a bit?
versus 5 days.
Hey, were any of you salt
Hey,
dogs
Sean.
over here on float in the southern seas at all? You guys ever on a ship in the southern seas?
Not that I could talk about.
Oh, oh
Say
well,
that
all
again.
right, fair enough, fair enough.
I'm supposed to. I've never been fishing in the Gulf. I'm supposed to be going with some friends from Georgia.
Down there
just
where Cook
yeah.
Island is that what you're talking
I've
about?
been charter fishing. I've been
Catch
charter
a
fishing
nice
on the Gulf
marlin
of
or something. Man.
Mexico.
Catch a marlin. You'll have a good time catching a marlin, bro.
I'm specifically asking about long distance travel over water in the South Seas and navigation, but it's
No.
all right. I don't.
Wait, no, wait. You're asking about that because why? Because Cook Island and all these other places down there aren't really even known about, but there's Paradise Islands down there. Is that why? Like unknown continent.
Something along those lines.
I'm
Yep.
thinking about just the Pacific, Trans-Pacific crossing, man. That's all I'm interested in right now is Trans-Pacific from California to Japan, period.
Yeah, but Flat Earth, dude, you're the one who said that there should be like hundreds of Hawaiis, right?
Hundreds.
Because, yeah,
All right.
because of, but we don't know about them. We can't go to
You
these.
ever heard of? It's on the map. Look at Cook Island or any of those down there. There's tons
There's
of
this race
Fiji
called the
and
Transatlantic race. They race
Let's
it every.
not forget to ban Krivis.
Guess what the Trans-Pacific race is? It's from California to Hawaii. They do it every year. They've been doing it for 50 years. And the record's
of
like
a-
5 days, 12
kind of a-
hours.
Broad use of trans there.
Yeah, kind of a halfway trans. That's not the complete trans. Now they do like UK to whatever New York every year. It's called the transatlantic race. They've been doing
They
that
don't-
for
They
70
don't
years.
stop like in Iceland and turn around.
No, you sure the fuck don't. But I'm really interested in this Trans-Pacific crossing, man. I think it's a key to our map and why it takes so fucking long to go 2,000 fucking miles from Hawaii to or 2,500 miles from Hawaii to Japan. It's like they don't even do the entire race, man. It would be like if you were a yachtsman like myself, you'd be like, yeah, let's do the entire fucking Pacific Ocean. Go. What's the record? 34 days. What? Well, I could smash that shit in a 23-foot sailboat, man. I could sail 5,000 miles in probably like 25 days. I don't know.
Is the claim is just the westerly winds and currents is why traveling in that opposite direction?
Oh, the race goes the other way, man. The race goes down and around South America and up across. Fuck all, man. It's not even across the Pacific. It's a joke, man. That's why I'm bringing it up because it's ridiculous. according to
You
the
have to be a man
made any
pretending to be a
videos?
woman in order to
It
participate.
just goes down the coast of South America, and they call it Trans-Pacific.
the back door, yeah, it doesn't go straight across. It's fucking stupid as fuck. Oh man.
So have you made any videos on this, or you got any videos?
Yeah, I found a video today. It kind of sparked my interest, and yeah, I got it, man. But yeah, I was just
Look
like,
it up.
the math is all fucked up. The map's fucked up. The times, the travel, the distance, it's all fucked up, man. And we already know that. I'm not telling. I'm singing to the choir, but it's just a fascinating thing, man. 26-year-old sailing record, right here, man. The last time somebody did it, apparently, was like in 1996. Anyway, I'll drop it in the back chat. You guys watch it. Let me know what you think. Make sure you
Reason
like it. Make sure you like and
there's a
subscribe.
reason-
I'm just kidding, man. It's not even my channel. It's
There's a reason that airplanes travel, from west to east. They don't go the opposite.
Yeah, it's the rotation of the ball.
Yeah, right. Mhm.
All right.
But when you spin a globe, they're showing it that, and not that the globe's accurate, but there's like, if you can turn the globe and see pretty much all water, and there's no land there that you'd think would be there to even out the whole thing, right? There's like a seam in this map when you look right at the South Pacific. There's a whole bunch of land there. Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
lots of paradise
obviously
islands,
it's
right?
speculatory because we haven't been there ourselves, but it would make sense, A, and they would never tell you, B. If there was a fucking continent out there, they would find a way to make sure that you went around it and never saw it.
Yep, exactly. Easy. Right? And that's the carrot on the stick for the people that are,
And then they do something super tricky, like, even if you found the fucking thing by accident, it'll have a U.S. or it'll have some embassy to make you think that you're somewhere where you're not if you happen to find it.
Right. Yeah, some kind of front. Yeah. Sure.
Oh no, you got lost. We'll just put you on this plane and send you to where you need to be. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely paradise islands.
Gotta be, man.
If there's not, why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be these paradise islands that people just go to, and when they retire their name, and
King Kong
Michael
is there,
Jackson.
he'll get him.
Like even back in like ancient India, there was like that island off like the southwestern side of India, right? That apparently got like underwater, and then Japan, right, too, and then the Atlantic. So some of them may have been like covered up, but like there would be like peaks sticking up, just like there's mountain ranges everywhere, right? Like the United States or the old world, they'd be sticking up, and it'd be an island.
I don't know. I dropped that link in the back, Hank. I don't know if it's coming through. It's doing a little happy spin thing. I don't know. Make sure you can get it. I dropped it in the voice text.
I appreciate that, bro. You know I like to chase.
No, man, you gotta watch it. It's only like 13, 14 minutes.
Oh yeah.
You watch that and you'll be like, okay, Mongos, what's up with the Trans-Pacific crossing, man? What the fuck is up? I want to figure it out, but it might take a few weeks, months. I don't know, man, how much time I got, but I'm a sailor, man. I love sailing. I love Pacific Ocean. She's a mean sucker, but she's, not as cold as like the Atlantic, so I would be more interested in crossing the Pacific because it's warmer. That's all. And crossing the Atlantic could get a little chilly out there, man. Icebergs and shit. Fuck, I don't know. But
Wait a minute, hold on. I got a question about that. Why would there be freezing temperatures in the Atlantic on the same latitude as the Pacific where it's all warm?
That's fascinating. That's a great question, man. I love that. I've been to Hawaii. It's as far west as I've been.
Well, wait a minute. Only in the Atlantic, that's the only place that Scottish women go sailing, right? So that they're pretty cold natured. So I think that's logical.
I like your thinking, Hank. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Good. No, but just busting the map. Dude, we've done it with flight patterns. Let's do it with sailing routes. It's ridiculous, man. Come on. This Trans-Pacific race is from California, Hawaii. That's it? That's all you got? Where's the rest of it? It makes no sense. It's one of those logical questions like water's level. It's like, hey, man, guess what? Water's level. Oh, no, it ain't. It's fucking mountain fucking balls, fucking gravity, bitch. You're like, what? That's all you got, man. That's all you got. You fucking, where's the Trans-Pacific fucking sailing friggin' records? Come on.
It doesn't matter how
Yo,
much
so
evidence we
flat Earth
gather.
dude. Flat Earth dude, bro. I got. So how long should it take to, according to like, I don't know, what's the distance?
I did my little
I'm on the
Google.
Pacific too, man. I always thought about this. Like, what's the distance between here and Japan?
We're calling 5,000 miles from whatever, San
From here-
Francisco or LA to fucking to Japan, whatever.
5,000? Okay.
4,900 something. I mean, if you draw
Oh,
a fucking
wow.
drew a straight line across my Google map, it was like almost it's 4,900 and what is it? Fuck, I'll pull it up. It was
Okay,
49.
okay, let's call it 5,000. Cool.
Flight time from
49.50.
Hawaii.
It was 49.59.
That's easier to remember. Shit.
Flight time from Hawaii to Japan.
49.59. It's 49.59, bitches. Come on. It's even farther than you fucking radius.
Hold on, that doesn't make any sense.
It makes no
It's not
sense.
that
That's
far,
why
man.
I'm bringing it up, man. It makes no sense. I need your help. I need you guys' help.
Hold
on
on.
this.
Well, then put yourself on mute. 1 second. All right. So what was the question about? Or I'm sorry. What was the factoid about the distance of the flight time again from Hawaii?
Flight time from Los Angeles to Hawaii is 5 hours and 53 minutes. And the flight time from
I have taken that flight so many fucking times. I was stationed in Hawaii. What does it say the time was?
5 hours and 53 minutes, it says.
Never happened. Never been less than 6.5 hours. So that's a lie right there. It was usually longer, closer to 7.
Really? Okay.
Was this in the 70s when like airplanes were slow?
That
I
was
don't
in
know
the
how old you are.
90s. The planes
I don't know
basically
how old
flew
you
the
are, but
same.
I'm not trying to be offensive.
Yeah, it's all right. It was in the 90s,
Well,
but
you
yeah,
know,
okay.
they could speed if they really wanted to like skew it and they had something to hide. They could either speed the plane up or.
All right, well, let's take your word for it. Let's say it's, what was it, 6 hours, right? 6 hours,
Google
500
says
miles an hour.
Yeah, 6 hours. 6 hours from Los Angeles to Hawaii, and then 8 hours. And let's see, from Hawaii to Japan is 8 hours 3 minutes. So 8 hours versus 6 hours. So
14 hours,
look at the
basically, flight time.
distances.
I've taken a
And
flight
what's the
from
distance?
Narita to Denver, Colorado, and it was about an 11-hour flight. However, the telemetry data, well, I was riding in a brand new fucking 787, and the dude was killing it at 0.96 Mach, and I was like, no fucking way. So I looked at the altitude. I was like, this dude is fucking flying real high then to get that kind of a Mach number. I was like, this motherfucker is insane. So, yep, he was running 43,000 feet we were flying.
Damn.
That's why.
I've been 40,000 feet before.
What
on the
did
He
way
was doing
to Chicago.
43,000 feet. Okay.
I've been to-
What plane were you riding? Because they were like brand new 787s, man.
I
They're
don't
like, I was
remember,
like,
but
wow, I like this
in
plane.
2008, I went from Houston to Chicago to watch my dad die.
Sorry, man.
It's easy to remember that.
Yeah, pretty easy.
So from Hawaii to Japan was another 8 hours, right? And it's only like about 6 hours. About 6 hours from LA to Hawaii, we'll call it. I've been there in 5.5. The guy was hauling ass with the wind, I guess. I don't know. Anyway,
with the rotation, man. He was flying.
Another 8 hours. So we're gonna travel 14 hours flight from LA to Japan. Is that correct? 14 hours.
That sounds about right. I mean, yeah.
They're
I
saying
would say something like that.
nonstop flights from Los Angeles to Tokyo take anywhere between 11 hours
Okay.
to 13 hours.
How many hours to what?
11 to 13 it says.
11 to 13. And Hawaii to Japan. See, Hawaii's a little bit farther south, man. It's a little farther south there.
But see, you know, we're ignoring the whole thing is that if you go further south, there's a whole another stretch of water here that we're not even. We're trying to figure out if this is possibly like a whole continent.
Hold on. I bet you that nonstop flight does not exist, or it goes over the ocean and it turns north. That's what I'm.
Exist. I'll bet on that one, but yeah, it could go way north, man. Way north. Way north. According to the flat Earth map, it goes almost true north, man. I mean,
Yeah, that's the only way that makes sense, though.
Yep.
it's the only way. I mean, the sailing thing got me curious because I'm like, what? Why doesn't somebody just sail across the Pacific, man? I mean, if any flat earther, I mean, I got thousands of dollars I'll kick in for a trip, man. Let's do this.
There's areas on some Google Earth maps.
Go
some
to fucking
searches,
Japan.
You're searching around that that whole area where all that water is. There's areas just like what? Can you hear me, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm just talking over you. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just fuck you.
So yeah, yeah, it seems like there's some areas that are kind of, whited out from what I remember my friend telling me.
Sorry, Dave and I are close, man. I talk over him sometimes.
Yeah, you can do that. Get away with it.
I had a handful of flat earthers
And I
at my
can say,
house.
hey, what the fuck? Can you fucking hear
Stay
me?
at my house. Dave's stayed at my house. We've hung out, meals, kinds of fucking cool
Is that
stuff.
Hawaii, Dave?
No,
New perspective.
Oh, new perspective. Yeah, gotcha.
New perspective, Dave. We got a lot of
In fact,
Daves.
I'll put the video in the live stream of when I punked Kenny acting like a glober, and let him and the crew convince me that the Earth is flat.
Punk. I got punked, man. Hardcore. But that was 2018. It was nice. It was a good time. Anyway, I'm gonna sail across the Pacific. I want you guys to join me. I'll try to live stream the whole thing.
Yeah, that's a suicide trip. No thanks.
Yeah, it's fine, man.
No, I'm putting together.
Others have done it, yeah.
May the satellites be ever in your favor.
Set the world record.
May the satellites
So
guide
here's
you.
the thing about that, right? You're gonna have to go ahead and register your route and all that kind of stuff with the U.S. government, right?
Yeah, I got to start there for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And do you plan on following those directives?
Well, let's see what they say. I'll have to make that
I can
decision.
tell you right now what they're gonna say.
Okay. Well, we both know what they're going to say, but I want to hear it from their own mouth, from their own writing. You know what I mean?
From their own guns.
Yeah, I feel you. I just didn't want you to get your hopes up.
No, dude. It's like I'm totally realistic, man. I'm like, hey, let's go to space. No, man. Nobody's going to space, and nobody's crossing the fucking.
I'm telling you right now, though, if you plan on using sailing to figure this out, you're not going to, because they will not allow you to take a route that would reveal anything.
Exactly. That's the point of the whole exercise. It's the same thing that Taboo Conspiracy did with the trips to Antarctica.
If they come arrest you and molest you, then you know that you were heading in the right direction.
I'll
because
make sure.
they don't give a fuck about you, bro. If you die out there,
I'm gonna live stream the whole thing with my satellite internet.
How hard would it be for them to say, here, take this GPS tracking device to make sure if something happens, we can find you? And you say, okay, and it explodes when you get out in the middle of the ocean.
Well,
the sun just cooked it.
My friend, he does a lot of like super backwoods hiking. It's like way to fucking 100 miles from anywhere, right? And he takes this device with him, and like, if you don't hear from me by Tuesday, I'm gonna hit this button, and they'll see where I'm at, whatever, But I can text him. He can text me once he's back into civilization, but I can't text him when he's fucking way in the fucking boonies. But he has this one red button. If he pushes that, man, I guess it sends out some signal fucking somewhere, and somebody can spot.
Yeah,
It'll
a
tell me
special
where.
signal that is only received by special people who decide if you live or die.
Well, I get the notification if something happens. It'll come to me, and
You
it'll
don't
also.
think that company has control over that?
Well, of course they do, and that's my point. Is that I was like, there's some kind of something. I don't know, man. I don't really know what my fucking point is, but yeah,
Ponders.
I want to just if I was to use a GPS and track my route from California to fucking Japan, it would reveal too much, man. That's why the last person that did it was 1996. It was just right on the edge of GPS.
That's
And
because, well, now they would just lie to you what the numbers are where you are. The GPS is like that.
Right, but I could track it with the stars and sextant, and I could really draw my own fucking little line as we're going along too.
Or if you're skilled, yeah, you can do.
Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about bringing in some super sailors, man, to make this journey, man. I can do it by myself. Fuck that.
Okay, yeah, if you're talking about like some Norwegian fucking salty ass, sea dog, yeah, you might have a chance.
I won't make it. I have no doubt, but where we're gonna end up and what we're gonna reveal is two different things, man. I don't know, man. But anyway, it's kind of a fun little thing to think about. I mean, it's not that hard, dude. 5,000-mile sailing is nothing, especially in the Pacific.
Yeah, but they might sick Hurricane Betty Sue on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course, you got to watch out for that kind of shit. But, don't be afraid, man. It's a
The
journey.
old maps have fucking monsters in the water out there. You're not catching me out in the ocean.
Got the big giant Loch Ness is out there. Ugh. No, man. It's simple proof. Simple. It's a bust of the globe again. The flight past this.
Well, you already know it's not a globe.
It's another bust, man. That's all. How many busts does it take? I don't know. Maybe it might be.
To get to the center of a big.
I think Eric Dupree was off by about 300.
Finding the Paradise Island is about proving.
I think 500 of them.
You already know it's not a globe. There's no reason to do this for that. If you're trying to find Paradise Island, to live on,
man. I don't even know if I'm going to be on the boat. Probably not. I mean, if they need me, I'll come. But I'm going to set it up, man. That's all. I'm going to talk to
I'm
some.
gonna send some dudes off to their death. Don't worry.
Yeah, right. Set it up.
Dude, I don't want to be that away from my wife that long, man. That's the problem. That's the only problem. Other than that, I'd go. Shit.
Take her sailing with you, man.
Spend a couple
I
of
was
weeks.
on your side until you just told us that you were outsourcing everything.
Well, I'm working it out. I'm gonna go down to the yacht club and ask around, start talking to people. I'll let you. I might even live stream some of those interviews and stuff. But we're gonna go figure out I'm gonna talk to some experts and say, hey man, what do you think of this? Guys that really have maybe made the route or done some major deep sea sailing shit. Talk to those guys, man. Just say, hey man, here's the record. Do you think it can be broken? What's the best route? What's the best time of year? There's some people that really know way more than I do, man. So yeah, I'm gonna outsource a lot of the information because sailors, and the sailors like to drink. Guess what? I like to drink too. So we'll get along just fine. And I'll get them drunk, and they'll tell me that, dude, the Earth is flat, and I'll be like, no shit, fuck yeah.
Right. So what's the reason? There's you already know it's flat. None of this makes sense for a flat Earth thing, because if you're gonna find
they're gonna tell me you're not
Bikini
gonna make.
Island, I will go with you. There's a Bikini Island involved. If it's just to show the Earth is flat, we already know that.
Yeah. It would be fun exercise in navigation and distances and map reading and sailing and you know things like that. It'd be kind of fun exercise.
You get a Google Loon, and get your own camera on somehow get a little directive balloon and see if you can get a overhead shot of some of these areas that we're not told
Hey,
about. That might be an idea.
Back in World War II, man, apparently this is the story. The Japanese made these balloons that carried bombs to California and the West Coast. And they would launch these balloons, they'd catch the trade winds, they'd sail over here, and apparently they got a couple of them to drop.
Yeah, started a forest fire.
But it was like, what? I remember that. This is pre-flat Earth stuff. I was looking into that. I was like, that's interesting.
Are you a sailor at all? Have you ever been out in the open ocean?
I've been in the open ocean, man. Not too far out, man. 20.
Yeah, well, it's different when you get 100, 200, 500 miles from shore.
It's a different beast. I know, man. I know people I've talked to, man. They're like, dude, you got to have a really good boat. It's, know what the fuck you're doing. Believe me. It's no joke.
Were you here? Were you listening earlier when we heard I'm a Globe Derp story, Kenny?
I'm a what?
His username's I'm a Globe Derp to be funny, but he's actually an old school flat earther, like from 2015, 2013, I think he said.
Really? Oh, I didn't.
He used to be stationed in Hawaii in the Marines, and had some experience that he talked about with seeing this, like having what was it, a glow? I didn't get exactly what that was. You were like an MP in that area.
I assume it was some kind of laser. Some kind of laser, but it wasn't like, they were all standing right around it, so it couldn't have been hot. Like, I mean, the size of it, you would think, oh my God, that thing would melt through fucking everything if it was a laser, you know what I'm saying? Because it was fucking bright from the point of the dish thing all the way to the horizon. Bright light.
Yeah.
Bright fucking light. And the way the water lit up underneath it, it was crazy.
And they were trying to reach Japan with it? Is that the story?
They said they were trying to reach a boat out off Japan, and we were on the west side of the island. It just didn't dawn on me. It dawned on me that there was something wrong with it, but it didn't dawn on me that it was impossible.
It wouldn't have dawned on you unless,
But it's one of those things you remember once you realize that there's no way that would have been.
Yeah, right. I love that, man. When you start looking back, going, damn.
It was when I went to prove that the Earth was a globe. I was like, fuck that. It's easy. You can measure the curve, blah, blah, blah. And people were, making claims about distance. And then I was planning on doing it because I had a spot in mind that I was going to go take measurements of buoys to prove that there was a dip. And then that memory dawned on me again. I was like, wait a minute, holy shit. That was definitely impossible, what they were claiming they were doing. Now, they could have been lying to me. I don't know. But what it ultimately did was open my eyes, make me think, and then look into it to the point where now I know it's all bullshit.
Any of your old buddies from the military, any of them flat earthers because of you, or have you?
To be honest, I have not kept up with a single soul that I served with.
Oh, dude, man, you gotta look a couple of these guys up and just give them a jingle, man. See how they're doing. I know you probably had a couple buddies that were pretty tight.
No, there's definitely dudes I would love to fucking run into or have a conversation with, but fuck,
Yeah,
that was.
I would do it. I'd look them up. Why you can't?
Holy shit! 22 years ago.
Exactly.
God, I'm an old man.
It'd be a good time to look them up, and just call them, text them, say, email them, whatever, and say, "Hey, man, what's up, bitch?" Woo! You remember that day? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you'll have a great time, man. Please, dude, don't deny yourself the pleasure of reliving your past with your comrades, man. Don't do that. Comrades at sea, bro. Right?
Not real. No. I was comrades in fucking Island Paradise for the most part. I spent most of my time in Garrison just sipping fucking umbrella drinks and, chasing tail.
Chasing tail and drinking drinks with umbrellas. Yeah, there you go. Life's good. That's hilarious. I'm gonna grab a beer. Carry on. The Earth's flat. Any Globers in here?
That's a good question. Are there any Globers in?
How long? Why has it been so long since you found out about the server? Like you're new to the server. It seems strange if you've been a flat earther this long.
I'm like a Luddite, man. I really never use the computer ever, ever, ever.
Oh, okay, right.
And then recently, I just really started watching YouTube a lot, and that's how I ran into it.
Right on. Are you living in an area that's even anywhere close to the weather you got in Hawaii?
Fuck no, I live on the East Coast, New
that's
England
right.
now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, born and raised.
Yeah. I can hear a
Fucking
little bit of
Yankee.
it in your voice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I try not to. Oh my God, that eastern part of the coast is just real bad, all up and down. Like the shoreline, they all have a fucked up accent, all the way from Maine to Jersey and even farther.
Yep. Yeah, I like it just because it's different. But
Yeah, no, I get it. That's how accents work. That's why
Yeah.
chicks with British accents give me a boner for no reason.
Oh yeah, exactly. French
Dude.
accent, for sure.
All right. Welcome to Flat Earth, everybody. What's up? Hey, just another. I don't know. 200 proofs isn't enough. Fuck. We have to keep digging, boys and girls.
Like I said, it's not about the evidence anymore. People are cognitively just fucking checking out because they can't deal with this and the reality at the same time.
Yeah, they gave us flat Earth on purpose so that nobody would be listening to us by the time this came around.
By the time
Yeah, the timing is kind of fucking suspicious. You're right.
Yeah.
It is. It's highly suspicious. We could dig into that. Hey, do you know how long it takes to go from a conspiracy theorist to a conspiracy factist? About 2 weeks. 2 weeks, flatten the curve.
2 weeks, flatten the curve. Remember that? Remember that's.
Yeah, that was weird. Flatten the curve. I was like, they're gonna
factor.
tell us it's flat. I still think they're gonna tell us it's flat because that's part of the plan. They're gonna use it.
No,
to sell
dude,
us.
they'll never tell us it's flat. They will tell us aliens destroyed everything before that.
They're gonna say the aliens. Listen to this. They have to get everybody to believe it, right? And the only way it's gonna make sense to anybody is if it's not aliens from outer space. It's ancient ancestors from outer ponds. And that's how they melded flat Earth with the UFO conspiracy. It's one big happy family, and everybody, even flat Earthers, they won't know whether to think that's true or not. But they can get out of the lie that way and say we had a treaty with them.
They've got no reason to reveal flat Earth, though. There's no reason.
Well, yeah, but
and
they,
no
they're
motivation.
following scripture though. They have to have the big truth reveal, right?
But listen, they don't
wait a
really
second.
care. Listen, they don't really care if you think it's flat or spherical as long as you still believe in space. So maybe they're just going to say they're just going to say that it's an oblate spheroid that keeps getting wider and fatter until it becomes flat. That way, by the time everyone realizes that there's no curvature measure, they're going to say that the Earth morphed into being like a flat surface, but still in space.
Well, however they do it, they could use the immediate threat of the outer ponders on all sides of us, threatening us with their UFOs, acting like real-time gods and using the directed energy weapons that we already know they've done things with, and they could just zap somebody, and then that's the example they need for you to just follow exactly what they're telling you to do, or you'll get zapped. And they have their special little, secret opening to the outer ponds that only they can go to and communicate what these people want us to do, or they could even give you trips to the outer pond, or they could send you to the evil outer pond if you're bad, or the good outer pond if you're good. But you never get to see those people again. They could all die. Who knows? I'm just saying it's an immediate threat.
Outer
and it's
pond?
everything, an outer pond. Outer ponds of whether it's true or not, I think they could use
Yeah,
that.
it's speculatory, but yeah.
Outer ponders.
I don't think they will, though. I don't think that they have any reason at all to reveal it because
well,
all
that's
that
good
does
for us
is
because we get to laugh at them forever then.
let me let me make my point before you jump in, please.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. It's creating more problems that they don't need. And this is why. If they say, yes, the earth is flat, they just spent fucking 10 years ridiculing everybody in the world, and there's going to be questions about that. They're going to have to stand there and answer questions that they don't want to answer. And it raises the point that they are fucking liars. And how are they going to overcome that? There's no reason to admit it. They can just say it's a ball. It's still a ball. The aliens are coming. Either join the new federation or the aliens are going to destroy everything. Oh, everybody's going to join the federation, right? Oh, your neighbors won't. Well, the aliens are going to destroy us, guys. Let's turn on your neighbor, and that's how you get done. That's it. Turning in your neighbor is how it gets done. All right, now I'm done.
Keep it going. Sorry, go ahead. I'll go ahead. They could keep it going for as long as it takes for this. I mean, this battle is obviously for the separation, the Hegelian dialectic between people that have common sense and people that are in denial. But that can only last so long. It's like a good joke. I mean, everyone's either heard the joke or they haven't, and eventually everyone's heard the good joke. And it's not like there's a choice here. Once you look into this matter, you realize it's flat. It's not like, oh, I still think it's a ball after looking at all the information. No. So we get to like laugh at the people that still believe this shit for the rest of our lives, or they're going to use that truth to sell us more lies and follow scripture and absorb it and say, and use our demands for the truth as a way of destroying it so that Phoenix can rise out of the ashes. And they won't have to own up to anything. They'll just take a hiatus and let us deal with the fucking aftermath, like the whole planet seems to be leading towards right now. I mean, how are they ever going to get out of this lie about the Fauci ouchie? I mean, this is an obvious, blatant lie that they should have to own up to. That people are calling them out on it. People start dying left and right.
There will be no consequences.
Well, most likely, if everything goes the way that they because the consequences are only reported by the mainstream media if they get counted as consequences. But there are already consequences with a lot of people having reactions to this thing.
Even if there was consequences, Fauci is just a face for you to get mad at.
Yeah.
The people making the decisions. Right. The people making the decisions are not going to change the way they would do business because Fauci goes. They got another Fauci lined up. It doesn't matter. It's endless.
And the thing is the part of the plan is for us to actually make a stink about it and actually push us to try to rise up and defend ourselves and demand some things. That's part of the plan. You read the Rockefeller Foundation papers that came out in 2012? I mean, it was all written out. I mean,
I'm familiar with it.
Right?
Called lockstep. Lockstep, yeah.
Lockstep. But
should have been called lockdown.
Yeah.
Well, that would be too on the nose.
Oh, and another thing that's kind of made the rounds recently, you may not have heard of, is this series called The Lost History of Flat Earth. Have you seen that at all?
No, that again is to ridicule because here's my thing. They're going to have to play a card eventually because all governments fall. If we think this is going to continue forever, we're crazy. It could end anytime, I think. I mean, earlier we're talking about laws and stuff. But
it's all the illusion of the fall, right? They never really fall. They just sell out their country, and the leaders go to some other area that seems to be the new.
I'm thinking longer term than that, though. I'm thinking longer term. I'm talking in the thousands of years types of time frames. Okay, like I know that we say that certain families and organizations have gone through this, right? Gotten through and maintained some form of power. I understand that most people, have a belief of that, but ultimately, when you're talking about long periods of time, I don't think we know what the fuck was going on 300 years ago. Never mind 3,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. The books that we're reading right now are copies of copies of copies of copies of copies of copies. When we talk about those ancient texts that we hold so dear to our heart. I get it, but at the same time, you got to be careful about how things are interpreted by man and then recopied and then reinterpreted. And then the nature of man to be a fucking liar and I wouldn't be so sure about the exact details of everything you're reading in an old book.
I agree. That's
And
why I
then
asked if
count
you've seen
on that being how they are going to fucking do things.
That's why I asked if you've seen that series, The Lost History of Flat Earth, because it's basically saying.
No, so that's my point about that. Now they could just be simply saying, listen, we're gonna fucking need to get rid of these free thinkers soon. So we need to make everyone aware that these assholes exist and how stupid they are for not believing us. We're gonna spell out why you should believe us, so you can point it to them. They even showed you on TV how stupid you are. You're gonna
Thing is,
keep
we're not a-
endangering us with your dangerous think? Take them, government, so that they can turn us on each other.
But our dangerous think is part of their plan. They need us to cause the conflict. We're not a threat to them. We don't have mainstream media control. We can't get
No, that's the
widespread
problem. We're not a threat
We're not
now,
a threat.
but the population could become a threat at a moment's notice if everybody just woke up.
How's that gonna happen?
I didn't say it was gonna or it was easy. I said if it did, because
How could it ever? If we don't have
how could the population wake up?
Yeah.
A number of ways. Most of them all of it would be speculation, but I mean, you're believing in pond people. What if the pond people suddenly show up and land and say, we are the fucking pond people. Here's our pond technology. What are they going to say then?
Well, I'm not saying I believe in the pond people.
I'm just giving that as a crazy example.
Yeah, I'm saying, but they would use that as a way of changing things. And that would be them waking us up on purpose for whatever nefarious means they have. They're going to use the truth to make us wake up on purpose for some other result. The Hegelian dialectic, the problem reaction solution. They create
I
the
think
problem.
they need the population to be more stupid because honestly, I can tell you right now, if I had the majority, the majority vote of the population on my side, first order of business is go start fucking taking heads. And I can't think of a lot of people who don't think in the same way because they don't deserve to continue.
Where do you ever get the platform to actually get people behind you and mass droves like that?
Where do you get the platform?
They don't give you the platform.
Okay, are you ready? This is how it happens. This is how it happens in reality. Anthony Weiner's laptop finally gets exposed to the world, and you see Hillary Clinton murdering a girl and eating her face. That's how it happens.
Well, they've already shown us shit that makes people believe that's true.
Right.
Most people who even utter those words would be laughed or shouted out of the room. So that's not.
We were actually
watching. You show people, well, it was doctored. It wasn't really her. It was an actress. And they can come up with all the excuses they want. All they have to do is
Exactly.
So how do you?
Exactly, but nobody's actually seen it. Listen, flat earthers here, yes, you've seen it because you're looking for the truth. No fucking normie is going to look at that.
No, they won't. You're right. 100%. 100%.
And
You're
a lot
right.
of times they make it way worse than it is, so that then it can be called out. And
won't.
It's not. It's a half truth, so that then you'll never get people all on the same page. Is my point. Because they have subterfuge and they have agents in every little cranny.
I'm not giving advice, but if I had a copy of that, I would fucking show every goddamn person. I would rent a theater and play it 24/7.
But she's just an actress. She's just a pawn. She doesn't really do anything.
I'll let the viewers make that decision.
Yeah, that's important, but showing people that the Earth is flat is more important.
She's more than just an actress. She is a dark magician. Lawyer.
I agree, but I'm saying she's a player in the game that doesn't. If someone's pulling her strings at the.
Agreed. Be fucking Beelzebub.
3 or 4 that will not know their name.
Yeah, remember she taught us that Alex Jones has a dark heart.
What?
You guys are fucking awesome, man. I do smile a lot when I come.
I'm not saying give up. I'm just saying that the idea that everyone's going to wake up and be on the same page is
so enjoyable.
It could never happen because they've got all the platforms to make it seem like there's a doubt. People don't want to put down their phone and pick up a gun. That's for sure. Ever. They've got us there. No one's going to put down their phone to do anything.
That's because you haven't lost anything dear to your heart because
we've already won is what I'm saying. We've already won personally because we're sitting here talking to each other freely about this shit, and that's as good as it possibly could get. Maybe.
Yeah, but this is
boys and girls.
Fleeting.
We're free.
They could
We're
end this
free
at any
ourselves.
moment.
We're free our own mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
How
we're
could you-
already, our minds are freed. Our minds are freed. That's the point, you know. It's not getting everybody. I mean, the Joker that came in here with nigga. You think he's going to get on our side and be like, you know, all of a sudden have some kind of like deep moment?
No, that dude's got Stockholm syndrome. He's a slave for life.
There's only
No,
a
it
certain
takes
amount of
months
people
and
that
years
even
for
want
people
to
to go from that mindset to being like a normal human being. You know what I'm saying? Or what we should be normal human beings, where you're trying to fucking figure shit out. That takes such a long period of time of inflection. You can't just fucking, it's tough. You know, everybody here knows that. Nobody just accepted it. I guarantee it, right?
still influenced by a lot of these agents that we don't know who to trust and what. I mean, they're giving us part of the truth, like the stuff you guys were talking about with the law. There's a lot of that stuff that people are confused about because they're following somebody that's trying to get them to become a sovereign citizen, which doesn't make sense when you really look at it, you know. And it takes a lot just to tell those people that are following Q and taking classes on how to get their, you know, their bonds traded in and be a billionaire because there's money being made on their person in some secret account that they think they can access, which is just a carrot on a stick to get those people to incriminate themselves, most likely. But, you know, I mean, all of that, wading through all of that concerning the law is just like, you know, hard enough. You got people out there trying to give you misinformation, disinformation all the time. And every nook and cranny, they got their hands in everything. So sophisticated. And they wouldn't have tried this with the internet being available and the, you know, the accessing of information unless they had, you know, all of these things thought about ahead of time. Like they want people to say the things that are obvious to people that are just looking at it, because then they can censor it, you know. Like they make the shootings, the school shootings, so obviously fucking fake on purpose so that people will say something about it, so then they can ban the channel and set a precedent. And we fall into the trap every time because why can't, how could you not say something? Same with the vaccines. They make it so obviously not what they're telling you. And there's some real shit people are worried about now. So you can't not say something, but they're wanting you to say something so then they can set a precedent about what you can and can't say.
Wait, I think you're going a step too far. Like, I think they just want you to submit, period.
Really? Because I don't think they can kill our spirit altogether, because then they've lost. Then they've lost. If they don't have any believers, if we're all just in this communist system, be with our heads down, just following along, first of all, it's no fun for them. There's no conflict there. And it doesn't use our spirit to make us think that we have a chance still. That, I mean, almost like America is like the carrot on the stick for the rest of the world, the way it always has been. And if they crush America into complete submission, then there's no carrot on the stick for the rest of the world to even think it's like there's something maybe possible for a better life or opportunity of the individual to prosper. I don't know.
I think that phase is played out, though. I think that phase is played out. We're not the carrot on the stick anymore. Now we're the fucking. We are just the stick. We're the stick. That we're
Yeah,
fucking.
they're getting there.
Yeah, the whole world knows that America. You fuck up, your government doesn't play ball. America's army rolls through. That's how it is. So, it's going to be to the point where we're Germany soon. In the eyes of the rest of the world, we're going to be Germany.
Right. And we're the Fourth Reich. We always were Germany. That's the thing. Yeah.
And then everybody's going to ally together
Yeah, you
and
know how many
call us
German-
the Axis.
Modern day Rome. Modern day Rome, Hank. Modern day Rome, baby.
The fall of the Roman
I've
Empire.
been saying that since 1992. All right.
The funny thing is it's not even a fall of a Roman Empire. It never fell. It just seemed to fall. It's all about this big illusion, just like flat Earth.
Well,
you know?
it
It's all
has a
about the big
fallen-
illusion.
Shut up. Go ahead. Nobody cares about it. Fine. Shut up.
What the heck?
Who's broke up? That was Robot City. Where I'm,
I think he said he was a Jesuit.
What?
I'm pretty sure he said "shut the fuck up" 20 times.
Yeah.
Who did?
Shut the fuck
He
up.
left. He left already. His name was Volcanic something.
Shut up.
He's not worth
Okay, what I
talking
was
about. But
saying
you know
is
what I'm
that
saying?
Now back to
well,
serious.
the Empire hasn't fallen yet, but it's in the process of falling.
Correct.
Well, the thing is that but on
Hey,
purpose. That's the thing. They do it on purpose.
Well, yeah,
They do it on
the
purpose.
United States has been
They don't
subverted,
actually
dude.
fall. Yeah, they don't. The Rome never fell. Germany never fell. They just changed positions and
Well, they did fall. They did
same
fall,
rulers.
though.
No,
Hey, wait, guys. I think the way you mean to say this is the German army lost the war, but the Nazis won the war and continued onward covertly.
I would
No, they
agree with
didn't,
that.
dude.
I would agree with that.
Dude.
How did the
Well,
Nazis
you
win
think
the war?
NASA
That doesn't even make
because
sense.
NASA was built by the Nazis, dude. NASA came straight from
You gotta look at
all these.
Yeah, but NASA doesn't have the Nazi ideology.
Yeah, it does.
Its founders do.
You haven't been paying attention, man. It's exactly what we are. The Fourth Reich.
Yeah, the Nuremberg trials only killed like what, 20-something, 30-something people. There should have been hundreds of people executed, hundreds of officers that were guilty war criminals should have been executed, but they weren't. The Nazis won the war. If they had lost the war, a lot more of them would have been executed.
So, well, I feel like if the Nazis won the war, like, I don't know, like Jewish
It's
people.
not a real war anyway. There's no real wars. It's all planned. It's all
to their
planned.
countries. These people have no allegiance to their country. They just
I don't know,
have allegiance
dude.
to each
It
other.
seems like the Nazis definitely lost.
Listen. They got away with their lives. They got away with their lives and their money. That's all they need. That's all they needed to do to win the war for themselves. Fuck everybody that's German or American.
Dude, look at the world around you. I don't think.
Hey, I'm looking. It's flat. What's the point?
Oh, wait. Let him finish his point before we start jumping on him.
I mean, it's like the Germans had a very specific like view of the world that they wanted, and clearly that's not in place right now. So I don't think they won the war.
Disney?
No, not Germans. The
hold on.
Nazis.
Yeah, the Nazis.
One at a time. All right, somebody.
Sasha, one of the things about flat Earth, I don't know if you're still on the fence or whatever, but one of the things, it's not about the Earth being flat or a globe. It's about the discernment that you gain from realizing how big the deceptions can be, how huge it. So if they've been lying to us about the shape of the world, convincing the world, the whole world, that we're on a spinning ball, which makes absolutely no sense, why would you start to look at some of these other pieces of history and assume that they must be telling us the truth about that?
Well, I think there's some parts of history that they're not telling us the truth about.
Yeah, like the Germans.
Okay, that's a good step.
And Nazis and NASA being a part of all that, and the whole thing about the World War II not being exactly what we were told at all.
Yeah.
Walt Disney's a perfect example of what it became. It's like it's the perfect illusion.
I'll help
Yeah,
him out.
more specifically, the end of World War II.
Please tell us
they got
what
away with it.
defeat or loss means. When you say lose, can you define that? Like, what is defeat or losing?
Losing would be if you have more casualties in the war, and you let your enemies define history and define the world ideology.
But no, I can take casualties, but I can still win a war. That doesn't mean anything. What is a defeat? What is losing?
Like I said, like you let your enemies in the war define, because the World War II was an ideology war. It was a war of ideologies, and so after that, the U.S. pretty much won the war by implementing the Bretton Woods economic system.
Whoa! Somebody just got taught something.
it's an economic system being pushed. That's how
Yeah,
somebody wins a war.
The Bretton Woods economic system. So basically, after that, the
Could
U.S.
you
dollar.
detail that economic system for us real quick? A quick overview.
Yeah, so pretty much the Bretton Woods economic system pretty much states that the US dollar is the world reserve currency. And so that's why almost all foreign exchanges are made using the US dollar and stuff like that. And that's why if
The
you want to
US
buy
dollar.
oil, yeah. I mean, you can look
So if
into
your
it.
currency, so if your currency is used, you win. Is that the definition?
I mean, yes, that's part of the reason why the US is such a powerful country. It's because they can use the Bretton Woods economic system to sanction other countries because they can't use the US dollar.
Do you think that policy could be changed overnight?
Well, it's starting to be changed because right now Russia and China are working together to make their own reserve currency because they don't really like the United States very much.
Do you think that there was possible scenarios where suddenly, not necessarily directly overnight, but in the economic blink of an eye, the US dollar isn't shit? Because it happened to the Deutschmark.
Well, I mean, it's possible if there's like hyperinflation or something, but other than that, unless China or Russia just overtakes the US, I don't really see that happening.
Why not?
How many dollars do you think they can print until hyperinflation occurs?
Well, they printed
What does a cell phone cost? Like 20,000 rupees?
Yeah,
We
so
have
in
not paid any
2020,
of it
they
back.
Hey, inflation. You talk inflation? Woo, boy,
Yeah.
man, I filled my tank, man. I filled my tank up today, man.
Yeah, so in 2020, 42% of the money supply was expanded using printing money, so it seems like they can just print as much as they want and nothing will
They
happen.
can, but someday somebody's going to want their money back.
Right, well,
Wait,
that's
and
kind of
nothing
what's
will
happening.
happen? Wait, what?
So that's kind of what's happening with crypto is you're seeing people start to realize, oh, they just print random money. Maybe this isn't such a good store of value. Maybe I should turn to crypto, you know?
Hey, I hate to interrupt this conversation for this, but well, actually, I don't. I'm sorry, I really don't. Don't mind doing it because we've been waiting for years for evidence of this spherical Earth that they claim that we live on, and we have someone that has came to the server to share their opinion on irrefutable proof of spherical Earth. So I would like to introduce everyone. Kingzel is here. Kingzel claims that he has some irrefutable proof for this spherical Earth that we live on. And I'd also like to welcome Sweet Revenge to the room. We have two others up there that are also VC verified that'll be joining
Well,
us
there's
shortly.
also Frost Knight, who's a Glober also.
Welcome, Kingzel.
Yep. Hello. Thank you for the warm welcome. I just, the irrefutable scientific proof aside, I'd just like to ask all of you who believe the Earth is not a globe, just questions that you can think about. The first question being, why would the government lie to us? Now, I know a person by the username of Dagaz, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is saying that why would they, his argument or their argument is that the government has no reason to tell the truth. Then in which case no one does, right? So how can we prove that you are what you think? Your belief is what you think to be true. No one's going to tell the truth if we go by the gases prophecy of just not telling the truth. So I'd just like to ask you why the government is
Well, let me ask you this. Will motive change whether or not they're lying or not? If you establish whether a lie has been perpetrated, will knowing the motive change that?
No, I'm just curious about like how you guys just presume everyone to be a pathological liar.
It's not presumption.
basically
How about this? How about it not being a how about it not being a presumption, and how about it being objective truths that contradict their claims?
Don't make assumptions about our presumptions.
Hey, Truth, back off your mic just about a couple inches.
Sorry,
Oh,
dude.
my bad. Wait. Oh, okay. Good.
It's on a headset, so I can't really back off of it.
No,
Can I
but it's
just have one question to start with? have you ever heard the saying "knowledge is power"?
Yeah.
Right.
There you
So
go.
why would
Applied
power
knowledge
be
is
free?
power.
Why would they just give the power out for free? Don't
You have to
Because
apply it.
it, okay, I'll answer that question, right? It was directed towards me. So the problem is when you give someone power, you're not lessening your own power. You get what I mean? Like the government's always
depends.
going to have no, listen. The government's always going to have more power than you. And say, okay, if it's giving some of its power to someone and say the government's really selfish, this entire institution's really selfish, and it wants to possess all the power, all the authoritarianism, obviously it would make sense not to give away that power. But giving away this power is literally doing nothing that can make us challenge their power. Right? I get it. If we are going to know about some truth that will make us question the government's rule or the government's institutionalism, then I guess yeah, it's better to train the sheeple's mind or whatever, just keep them under this whatever assumption that the earth is a globe. But what does this change for us? We're not going to look at this and be like, yeah, oh, the earth is globe, the government wants us to believe now this is irrefutable proof that they have so much power. Like this changes absolutely nothing. You get what I mean?
Maybe it changes something, but something you haven't come to realize yet. Did that ever occur to you? That maybe it does change something, but you don't realize what yet?
Yeah, but in
You're
that
just
case, then
saying,
why are we
why
questioning
would
in
they
the
lie?
first
There
place?
couldn't be an answer to that. There couldn't be a good reason, right? You're assuming there couldn't be a good reason for the lie. Why would you assume?
Yeah,
I'm still trying to
because
figure out how anything that you're saying right now is the irrefutable evidence of a spherical Earth.
okay. Can
hold on,
everyone?
We'll get there. We'll get there. Hang
Yeah,
on.
can everyone
Okay.
here
Well,
agree
also,
that
what if part of it
yeah.
is they're hiding more land, which would mean that the resources were unlimited? What would that do to the price of gold?
Hiding more land as okay, fine. What's your presumption when it comes to the shape
I'm
of
not
the earth
presuming
then?
anything. I'm saying
Okay, what's your okay, yeah, what's your belief or whatever you want to call it? What do you
No,
think
it's
the
not a belief.
earth is shaped
I
as?
don't. I just know.
That's
you
a
have to
huge
give some
leap. Let's